Peace and love, everyone. I'm Dulcinea.
I'm sorry, my cursor wasn't working. I'm Nisha. Happy Sunday night.
Yes. Daughters of the Sea, aka Dots. Happy good Sunday to y'all.
LaShawn. Go ahead, Sakina. Okay,
The president don't like us. Peace in my eye. I'm Sakina Ra.
I really don't know what's going on tonight, but I'm Sister Freedom, Big Mama. I don't know where Gemini went to, but I guess she'll pop in. And thank you for coming to visit us at Unscrambled.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We're planning on having a really good conversation tonight. We're going to talk about Kanye's rant. I do want you guys go ahead and see if you've seen it, if you've seen the full rant and what you guys think about it. I do got to step away. My son acting like I don't feed him and he's picking at an empty bowl of chili. So let me go get him an actual bowl.
Signs. He said, feed me. Yes, he wants some more. It must have been real good tonight.
Get a little something special to it tonight.
Okay. So what do you think of the topic? The gatekeepers.
The gatekeepers.
Yes.
He was ranting, though. I will say that.
Yes, he was.
So who wants to go and start talking about, I don't want to call him what I want to say about him, but, people like him, don't like him. The man's crazy. But go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Nisha. Let's go in
order. Might be a good crazy.
Nisha, let's go in order so that we know everybody has the time. You can go.
Okay. Go ahead, Nisha. Yeah, I wouldn't consider Kanye crazy. I think he got a lot of sense. And it showed that he got a lot of sense on how he played the Adidas situation. How he played that. How he made them do what they did so he could get what he got, even though he lost. Sometimes you got to lose to win, for real.
Facts.
So I don't think he's crazy, and I think that a lot of things that you got to understand, like when you in that industry, you around people with money, you see a lot of things that we don't see, and we can't even fathom the things that he have seen. We can't even fathom the amount of money he done touched, the places that he done been to, the situations. So
I said a good crazy.
a lot of things that I think sometimes you just got to follow him and understand him, and he throw little things out like Tourette sometimes, but to me it makes sense.
What did
And
he do? Can I ask real quick?
so no, he basically
We're
he
gonna
just
play a clip. I thought we were gonna play the clip. We should be playing portions of it because not everyone saw it, and I think that that'll be a little bit more effective than
yeah.
just us starting out. So when Dulcinea come, she should play. She needs to play the play the clip. But
Okay, the better question is, what did he do this time?
go ahead, Nitri.
It's basically the same thing that he just said some shit, and we, well, not we, I would say they get so caught up on this anti-Semitic talk that it hurt their feelings. We shouldn't do that. We have no right to say what we want to say. We should close our mouth. We should know better. So basically, he said um, he called people out. You know, he if you really, I really enjoyed it. I watched it. I really enjoyed it. And when Dulcinea come back, I hope she plays it. And it was a girl who said something to him, but then he said that we Indians. And so throughout this journey of life, and even the time on Unscrambled Minds, it's I can't discount that we don't have um indigenous blood. I can't discount that. But go ahead, Docs.
Yes. Oh man, I'm looking at the title. Kanye West talks about gatekeepers, anti-Semitism, black people are the Indians. Yeah, and a clip that I think when one of the clips that went most viral was that point of when he was spazzing and he was like, "And we're not black, we Indian, and we're you." Da, 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 da." And it was interesting because it was she looked white. I don't know if she is Caucasian or not, but anyway, she was saying uh either she said or somebody was like, that's that sounds crazy kind of thing. So I think that to one degree, how they say the truth seeker has no friends, or the truth teller, excuse me, have no friends. Now again, we could say whose truth is it?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing though, but in this perspective, I can honestly say if I reflect on even my own little perspective personally, it has definitely evolved because initially when these topics first happened, I just feel like the conversation would usually become so disrespectful on both ends, right? It's almost as if like, no, we're not this because the other and F the other. And that's where the mixiness for me gets cut in. And I know that we keep saying that we are a mixture of many different things. However, what like where I am today in terms of my perspective, I think I understand the the not argument, for lack of a better word, a little bit better, right? So while yes, there's African descent, I can
Mm-hmm.
absolutely understand the point of, but I'm more American than anything else because I was born in the Americas, my mom was born in the Americas, my mom's mom was born in the Americas, so forth and so on. And we have to remember that the Americas is North America, Central America, the Caribbean islands, and South America, right? So, from that point of view, of say, absolutely, I am of African descent, right? However, I'm more American than anything else in terms of my culture, in terms of like the nuances, and then also just knowing the history to some degree of Barbados, even like when I hear OT, so there was like a mass migrate. There always a mass migration, but especially from Barbados to the Carolinas, so forth and so on. So like even when I hear sometimes when I hear like let's say OTK say something, or at times if her accent comes out, right, if her little twang comes out, it sounds quite familiar in the way that they talk, like the rhythm of it, how we call it patois in Barbados. It's very similar. You know what I mean? Very similar. And my grandmother used to always, my grandmother, we call her blue black, right? Almost like that. She was so dark, that pretty jet black skin, with a lot of red undertones. And she always said that her dad was Blackfoot Indian. And I was like, okay, Blackfoot Indian. All of us heard that. You know what I mean? So I just think that sometimes we have to just remember to stay respectful in the conversation. I think that's really important. So Kanye, of course, I think he has crazy moments, but he definitely woke the internet up with that point.
Sakina?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. I haven't even said anything.
Oh no, it's my computer acting stupid. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
My thing is okay, so
I don't know how to fix it.
I remember when Kanye went and went on stage and said Beyonce should have won that award. I remember when Kanye went. I remember when that the other young lady won an award, and he said Beyonce should have won it.
Yeah, that was Taylor Swift. Like, but Beyonce is the greatest of all time. But low key, he was right about that too. He was right. Beyonce deserved it that year.
I don't know if it's keeping it real bad with Kanye West, because is this what happens when you make your own monster? Right, Nisha? Because ain't that what you be saying sometimes when you look at somebody like they a god or something, and then you didn't created your own monster, and now now they don't know what to do with them, because even with medicine and shit they gave them, you keep bouncing me against the wall. Till you seen me. What? You ain't seen bouncing back. And he's singing about it, rapping about it, ain't he?
Watch yourself.
Dulcinea. Let's see if she's back. Dulcinea?
Yeah, I'm back.
Can you please play the clip, because not everybody saw it. And it helps the the conversation. So we were waiting for you to share the clip.
They're flashing lights.
Okay, let me.
Can y'all hear me or no? Can you hear me or no?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think Kanye music speaks volumes, and that's why he don't really say that much. And when he do, you damn sure better hear him. He said y'all don't like him. He said I seen some. He said y'all don't mess with him. He said the only one mess with him is Donald Trump.
Wait, should I start with the longer clip or just the one first with the shorter one, the I'm Not Black clip?
Yeah, I think no, not black. Yeah, that one. I think you should start with that one.
Okay.
Yes, I don't know what to say about him. That's their monster. Yeah, I don't know.
What are you guys talking about in the chat? What don't you see? I didn't see it either. Dots. What are you talking?
They talking about the Kanye West thing. Dulcie, can you play a little bit of it?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, y'all. Yeah, a lot of people didn't.
Yeah, I have to get it up.
Okay, we're gonna play it, y'all. We're gonna play it.
I don't know. Mr. Metro said Kanye be spewing some wild ass word salads. He doesn't really sound smart. I think he don't sound smart to some, Mr. Metro, because you ain't following him as far as in his life. And I don't know. You really got to listen to him again, I think. So it's not about sounding smart, it's about telling the truth. So I think that's the difference.
Right.
Truth is subjective. Truth is subjective though to everybody.
Hey, Juju.
Right. Remember when he broke his jaws like Vanilla Sky, that movie like Vanilla Sky when he sung that in the song. Right.
Right through the wire.
Yes. Yes, that was like, that was a deep
I
movie.
think he hit him hardest when he sat and said, they was asking him about something, and he went into the part where he said, "I'm watching my own kids." He said, I got a schedule to watch my own kids." Like letting you know that the system of things, is just really messed up, and how his daughter got to do certain stuff to even get out the house to get to him. He got to, he said she cut up the couch. Because I guess when she asked for food, they'd be like, "Go to your daddy, go to your daddy,"
What's been going on, Juju girl?
Which is so crazy.
Y'all ready? Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
They make him sound crazy because he's black.
Nick, what you care about crazy?
No,
And by the way, we're not black. How about that? We're not black, nigga. We're Indian.
Yeah.
We're Native American.
Yeah.
How many of y'all grandmothers got Indian in your family?
Yeah.
Wait a second, but what happened to the Indians? We black. Show me black on the planet. Why you stop recording? Why you stop crazy? Nah, because you think I sound crazy.
No, you don't sound crazy. You sound fucking legit. You're talking truth. You're talking truth.
We not black. Race was made up.
You're talking truth.
Race is made up. Show me black. Show me black on the planet. Show me black. Everybody else, they European, they Australian, they Chinese, they Japanese. Show me black on the planet.
They can make him sound.
Okay, so that's the first clip.
That's the first clip you wanted to say. You wanted to play like legendary Top Cats. Oh my gosh.
That's what I just asked, if we should go with the first clip or if we should go with the longer rant. They said go with the first clip first. So, but I have the longer rant.
So, Dulcie, what do you think?
You remember the Top Cats?
It seemed like he'd been watching it, right?
Dulcie, what you think? Let's go around. We all have 2 minutes to give that response. So what do you think, Dulcie? What is your response?
You're part of the BCU.
Oh, my bad. I would just say that I think that it was good what he said. I think it was like powerful where he said it. I think the girl was saying in the background, like, they're gonna call him crazy, especially because he's black. And that's when he said it. And I would say of all his rants right now, they don't have a lot of people saying that he's crazy right now. Now people are really talking about what he said, even with the gatekeeping things that we'll get into. Everyone's like believing and saying, yeah, this is why they're going out after him, because the history, not because he's bipolar. But I thought it was really good. And it's true. Where is the Indian in your family that they said was passed down, and black isn't on a map? And that's it. I'm done.
Well, I mean, there's no need to reiterate what I said before.
Make me last, Dustin, on the panel, please.
So I'm gonna pass it to Dots and let her go ahead and expound on whatever she want to say.
I okay, so I don't, sorry for having to repeat myself again. However, in regards to that, what I was saying is that I think that, my perspective has evolved in terms of what I'm hearing people say or what I'm hearing people. So while, like I was saying earlier, while I am of African descent, that's part of my overall makeup. I'm more American than anything just because I was born here. My mom was born here. My mom's mom was born in the Americas. And when I say here, I'm not saying necessarily the US. I'm saying the Americas, North, South, Central America, the Caribbean islands, right? Those are all the Americas. So if he was coming from that angle, I completely understand. The piece of when he was saying that, he's like, I agree with the idea we should all know by now that, race definitely is a social construct, right? We're not the colors of the crayon in the box, right? But that piece of when he was saying something about I'm not black, we're more Indian, or show me black on the what did he say? Show me black on the globe or on the world or whatever the case may be. I can see that point too. But again, my perspective is being I am of African descent, point blank in the period, right? But my culture, right? I was born here. My people were born here for centuries, so I do understand that piece of being more American than African American. So I'll land there.
It's always convenient to be every other color except black, because if black don't have a voice today and another ethnicity or another group has a voice, then we should be with that group and we should have that voice. It's always at a convenience. He didn't say that and didn't bag it up with no history, no timeline, no sources, no information. So for me, that was just complete rant. That's something he's been hearing and probably sound good for the moment, like most things do. And he's surrounded by a complete echo chamber. And that's what he's talking about. So that was his complete opinion in that moment. That wasn't a fact, that was his opinion.
Was it Sakina's turn, or were you still going?
Turn now.
Okay, Sakina.
Well, I'll say one more again. That's they monster. They monster. He created, they created, it created, and now you can't tell him nothing. They try to shut him up, and you can't tell him nothing. On drugs. And now we're in the club like, hey, flashing lights. You can't make them take
Is it you done, Sakina?
Sure enough.
Okay, baby. First of all, that may not be his opinion. That may be what his parents told him. So for us to voice our opinion of something that he says that may be true to him is nothing but an opinion as well. Okay. I'm older than all y'all, like I said on the panel. And there was a time, not saying that I'm not a descendant of Africa, but I'm damn sure not going to disclaim the things that my grandparents and great grandparents have told me, just simply because now we're going through this Johnny come lately fad that we all African. That's bull crap. We got a lot of nerve to be talking about we just straight up African, living in America, ain't got no African culture, barely wear a dashiki, don't do nothing to help or speak up for Africa, except the little couple things that we say when we want to take up for something, go in your house, and you ain't even got a damn African mask, ain't got an African nothing. And we sit back talking about we African women, and some of the science people say that everybody come, well, then everybody got darn it African or come from Africa millions of years ago. So like the guy said the other day, when do you become your own self? Because I remember we used to get offended if somebody said we were African. And now all of a sudden, this newfound fad, we all African. No, you a descendant of Africa. You're not African. Couldn't live in Africa if somebody put you in Africa tomorrow. I don't know what this hype is. So you disclaimed everything that your greats and your great greats done told you. And this man got to be talking out his butt just because he going by what he was told. No, he going by what his family told him. He not disclaiming African. He said that he not black. He American. Now I'm black. I'm just gonna say it. I'm straight up black. But if he want to say that he not black, and he want to say that because I know what he's trying to say about his Indian roots, that's his prerogative. Ain't nobody say that his grandparents lying.
Freedom, that's time.
That's fine.
Okay, so I guess you could put the 2 minutes up and then I can ask y'all if we should go to the next video. But I was just gonna say I agree. I mean, I think it's no problem with people wanting to say that they're African or wanting to say that they're Indian. I think the problem lies is where's the proof? What are you? And going by beliefs. And a lot of people do go by beliefs. I think that's why he was brought up, but Chief Topcats, his actual voice is so strong right now because he's like one of the only ones saying, "Hey, figure out who you actually are by going through your family and finding your actual story." And everybody else is like, "Well, I got this book, I got this website, I got a source over here. Berkeley said whatever, but their family." And that's what's resonating right now is what did your family say? What does your family say? And what information can you find by researching your own family, which is something that has been taken away from us because we don't know who we are. So we've immediately been drawn to all these different doctrines, all these different people saying, "Oh, I believe we're Hebrew Israelite. I believe we're more," which also I was going to find that clip of him saying that we're Hebrew for us to compare, but that's up to y'all if y'all want to talk about it. But I think it is a real powerful thing right now to really say, hey, figure out who you are by looking into your family. And don't tie it outside of yourself like we are this, so we're good now. No, where's your family from? Where's your family in the story when it comes to history? Okay, Nisha.
No, I don't really have anything to add too much on that. Let's move it right along. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add to that. I mean, in terms of that clip. I said what I had to say for the most part. Sorry, y'all.
That's the timer.
Yeah, that was the timer that just went off. Go ahead, Gemini, you got it.
Okay. Kanye never mentioned being no Indian until today in his new rant. What was he any other time before when he first realized that they were doing him dirty? He wasn't Indian then. All of a sudden, he Indian now, and it must have been what his grandparents ain't told him that. Ain't nobody told Kanye that. Kanye been listening to some other information, which is okay. That's fine to listen to other information, update yourself. But it don't mean we gotta follow said information just because somebody else put that out there. Now that may be some truth in that. It's never a full lie that people, probably have some Native American or indigenous Indian in them. But that's about as far as that goes because they can't make it tie in together. And as far as I'm concerned, every time somebody want to be the next biggest thing, they are. I remember we were having this conversation before this, and everybody wanted was Moors, and it was full blown proof that we were Moors, full blown proof. And for them shows went on forever and ever and ever and ever. And before then, we were the Hebrews. The Bible was the truth. The Bible said. The Bible said. So I'm gonna stick to what it is that I know, something that would never change, and that's the fact that I'm black living here in America. I'm African American, black, use the term interchangeably, however you feel. And that's not going to never change. Everything else going to come and going to go. Just like a gift. It's going to come, it's going to go. You're going to use it a little bit, put it back in the box, put it up because it don't, you ain't got time to use it no more.
How we
And
gonna
I
be?
landed there.
How we gonna be free as the wind blow, as long as it don't blow in Africa? I just want to know. We just as bright as the sun shine, as long as it don't shine in Africa. Sometimes I just wonder, how do we do this?
I'm saying.
Sometimes I wonder, that's why I want to go so bad. Because y'all don't want to go. That's how Gilligan and them got stuck. Trying to get some damn where. Didn't know where they was going. 7 people that don't even match. How did they get on a boat? How they get on a boat together? That's what I want to know. They didn't match. Nobody knew each other. Then they got stuck. Here go Mr. Howell talking about, I'll give you $200 to carry my luggage. What I'm gonna do with that? Get them bags.
Right?
We stuck on an island, fool. What am I gonna do with $200 on this island? Sometimes I think we be worried about the wrong thing. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I want to know about Africa. Maybe I just want to go there and say, Kunta Kinte, I found you. I don't know.
His name was Toby.
Right. I know the story is fake. But for all I know, the Bible is fake.
30 seconds, Sakina, 30 seconds.
Can I just go there and say, Kunta Kinte, I found you?
And when they all look like you, Sakina, then I guess they're gonna be like telling you too, they don't look like you. You didn't see them people.
Can I just go there and say that? I don't know. Please. I got one fairy tale or something left. Can I have that?
All right, so
I'm right here. Can you please just skip me, please?
okay, no problem. Well, all right, we can go to the next clip as far as it. We'll go into his full rant because I know you said something, Sakina, about people not wanting to go to Africa, but he actually talks about going to Africa, talking to people there, what they're actually going through. So it's really good, when you actually listen to his full rant, because people know that it's happening to everybody, the subjugation, the oppression. And there is really, like what we were saying before, there's ways to actually be a help to African people. That this ideology of just feeling like and saying that we're African, but not really caring about their struggles really doesn't work. Let's go ahead. Let me share it.
Here with no Instagram, nobody living, nobody at, and I don't want to hear shit from none of these Jewish niggas talk about, oh, he's in an episode. Harley passing, they follow me to the fucking hotel. Then they kill Aaron Carter, and now they acting like they won't clear the Backstreet Boy sample. You get what I'm saying? Harley Pasternak, Pusher, your trainer. Harley Pasternak, Jay-Z. You get what I'm saying? And they hang around these niggas just for the money or some Mike Rubin shit. Slap the shit out of Mike Rubin. I see that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, fuck these niggas, bro. Niggas, you know what I'm saying? I'm on my Farrakhan Don shit right now, bro. Because guess what? These Yeezys gonna sell. Yeah. They sabotaged the show today. They sabotaged the Instagram. They cut off the fucking Adidas contract. They did all the shit. Then they want to go get Light Skin Ye. You gotta understand. That's Jerry. His real name is Light Skin Ye, bro. Deadass, he told me that was his name. It's Light Skin Ye. They want the light skin version. They want a George Floyd. They want a Virgil. They don't let me speak at the funeral. I saw 2, 3, 4, 5 white people not let me speak in further. None of y'all is. And Drake, nigga, hey, hold on, be quiet while I'm talking, baby. Drake, I love you. I'm gonna get the tattoo. But any of y'all niggas, Trav, Drake, whoever, y'all gotta show up. And don't tell me I'm talking crazy. I motherfucking Pharrell and me. Hey, Come on, me, Pharrell, we broke down this door. We all in this shit together. We all in this shit together. And we all dealing with a lot of
Louis Vuitton Don.
we all, and what I'm telling you, a lot of people had shit to say about my Jewish comments, but ain't nobody in this motherfucking room, and none of y'all entertained niggas ever said nothing when I was praying to see my kids one of the last days.
Sorry. Yes, Sachi, this is the radio. This is what I found on YouTube. So are you willing to come up and show the extended version? He says he has the extended unedited version. But yeah, just let us know if you are, and then we'll drop the link for you.
Yeah, you need to hit the link.
They got fucking locked up for the mega salad shit.
Oh, Tory.
Okay, look. So Tory Lanez called me. We were saying prayers. We were saying prayers on the phone together. And I prayed that day. And y'all saw that shit. And y'all saw when I couldn't see my kids, when I couldn't see Chicago too. All you is on Instagram got some shit to say. You saw this shit. Don't tell me about my fucking political opinion. I made more money to show you that money ain't nothing. It's our money, nigga. It's our country. It's I stole it from us. It's pyramids, nigga. It's pyramids. It's St. Louis.
Okay, hold on.
Fucking around with our contracts. Ari Emanuel, your brother fucked up my city. Your brother turned Obama hair white. Tommy Emanuel, y'all don't do y'all facts. All y'all niggas want to talk about. Let me tell you, anybody ever talk to my red how y'all put me in a fucking hospital? Fucking Chinese water torture. Oh yeah, million questions. Everybody around me telling me I can't wear. Nigga, you can't tell me the color of my hat. Y'all can't tell me shit, nigga. No, none of y'all motherfuckers here with no Instagram, nobody living, nobody at, and I don't want to hear shit from none of these Jewish niggas talking about, oh, he's in an episode. Harley Pasnick follow me to the fucking hotel. The nigga killed Aaron Carter, and now they acting like they won't play the Backstreet Boys sample.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Harley Pasnick pusher, your trainer. Harley Pasnick, Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? And then niggas be hanging around these niggas just for the money or some Mike Rubin shit. I slap the shit out of Mike Rubin. I see that nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, fuck these niggas, bro. Fuck these niggas. You know what I'm saying? I'm on my Farrakhan Don shit right now, bro. Because guess what? These Yeezys gonna sell. They sabotaged the show today. They sabotaged the Instagram. They cut off the fucking Adidas contract. They did all the shit. Then they want to go get Light Skin Ye. You gotta understand. That's Jerry. His real name is Light Skin Ye, bro. Deadass, he told me that was his name. It's Light Skin Ye. They want the light skin version. They want a George Floyd. They want a Virgil. Then don't let me speak at the funeral. I saw 2, 3, 4, 5 white people not let me speak in front of them. None of y'all niggas and Drake, nigga. Hold on, be quiet while I'm talking, baby. Drake, I love you. I'm gonna get the tattoo. But any of y'all niggas, Trav, Drake, whoever, y'all gotta show up. And don't tell me I'm talking crazy. Y'all nigga, I motherfucking Pharrell and me. Hey, come on. Me, Pharrell, we broke down this door. We all in this shit together. We all in this shit together. We all dealing with a lot of. And what I'm telling you, a lot of people had shit to say about my Jewish comments, but ain't nobody in this motherfucking room, and none of y'all entertaining niggas ever said nothing when I was praying to see my kids one of the last days. What's my nigga that got fucking locked up for the mega salad shit?
Oh, Tory.
Okay, look. So Tory Lanez called me. We were saying prayers. We were saying prayers on the phone together, and I prayed that day. And y'all saw that shit. And y'all saw when I couldn't see my kids, when I couldn't see Chicago too. All y'all niggas on Instagram got some shit to say. Y'all niggas saw that shit. Don't tell me about my fucking political opinion. I made more money to show you that money ain't nothing. It's our money, nigga. It's our country, nigga. It's I stole it from us. It's pyramids, nigga. It's pyramids in St. Louis, nigga, in Missouri. They stole it. All this shit. America just the latest bitch that been ran through so many times. The Greeks hit her. Mansa Musa hit her. We had her. The Indians and shit. The motherfucking pilgrims, it's the Jewish niggas. They dress the same, nigga. It's the same shit. That's the story. They put it.
Okay, so let's stop it here for now, and then we'll go and we'll play more of the rant coming up. I wanted to address something really quick that Juju said, and then we'll get everybody's opinion of what people say around. She said, he not black, but everyone's a nigga. Y'all make it make sense because he was saying niggas a lot. Do you guys know the definition of nigga? Like what the first definition of nigga was?
Wasn't a tribe of some sort, but it means black in Spanish. But
Negro means black in Spanish, yeah.
okay, well, I guess it's a slang
But
word.
yeah,
For
tribe is
tribe.
kind of close. If you look it up into the dictionary, it actually means the American Indian. A term that was
It
made
means
for
the who?
American Indian. It's a term that was made for the
I'm
American.
looking at it right now. It don't say that. Where it say that at? Because it say
Okay.
nigga, and it says a colloquial and vulgar term used in the African American vernacular English that began as a word from nigger, an ethnic slur against black people, commonly associated with hip hop music, African American gang culture. That's what it say. I don't see where's the Indian part.
And this is what we call how
And that's
they
a
have
Wikipedia
one
that you're
source.
looking at, right?
Right. This is how we show that one source can say one thing and another source
Can
says
say a
one.
whole other, because we definitely gonna show it. But yeah, it's the difference of
What's up?
Wikipedia.
And then okay, and here's the non. Here's the Merriam-Webster, right? Nigga. It just says respelling of the word nigga. And so what I know the word nigga means that is Ebonics, and we have taken that word because and we know if you say nigger, we normally that's an uncolored person on the other end of that word. And we took the word and said nigga and made it something, a terminology that we use. But then when you look up the entire word NIG, then you start seeing NEG, and then you start saying, oh, well, nigga wasn't as bad of a term as we thought it was. Most of the time, it just simply means black, or they were talking about, or they had it, in a racial construct, but it wasn't never a bad term. And I've never ever seeing where you would have to put up and show me where it is talking about Indian. Because maybe that's negus or negus or what's the other word? What's the other one?
Negus is the African nugus or negus.
Y'all get it together, because whatever y'all saying, it's on my birth certificate. So make it right.
Nigger isn't on your birth certificate. Negro would be on your birth certificate. Those aren't the same thing.
I am the niggas, niggas, negros.
Yeah,
Call it what you wanna.
Negro. Yeah. Or
Call it
Negro.
what you want. I am from the S. Niggas, negros. That's how you make an American. That's how you make black and all this other stuff. You gotta rub these niggas together.
Put them all together and make a Negroes. Oh Lord.
I know doggone well that's how you get an African American.
How you get African American? What you rub together?
Two niggas.
You're so silly, Sakina. Okay, I'm dropping it now.
Anyway, Dustin, where'd you get your definition from?
I'm getting it up. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Give me a second. Y'all can keep going.
It don't matter, y'all all niggas anyway. And that's what all y'all want on this.
I don't feel bad for Kanye in no way, shape, form, or fashion.
God. And they
Yes.
forget the part that all they want on this panel is niggas.
Well, hey, niggas, hey, I'm gonna tell you like they say in my neighborhood, niggas get money, niggas make money, niggas ain't asking another nigga for no money. Period.
Wait a minute though, Dots. Did y'all see that
Period.
thing with nephew Tommy? I'm gonna have to find it about niggas. nigga.
Mm-mm-mm.
That
Dusty,
would be
we
the
Yeah, but I don't feel sorry for Kanye. Honestly, he picked his poison. You understand? I mean, he knew the woman he chose to procreate with. Ain't nothing, you know what I mean? Ain't nothing special about the bro. So what he expect the public to do? We supposed to give how we supposed to care that the woman you chose, the whore that you chose, the pastor around that you chose, the freaking demon that you chose. So now because she is behaving in the way that she's going to behave because that's who she is, you want the public, you want your quote unquote people to come and advocate. Get the hell out of here. Boy, I have several seats. Nobody cares.
if we were on the Aboriginal channel, we would hear nigga, nigga, nigga 14 billion quadrillion times. That's all they do on every Abo channel. Nigga, 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 nigga. So I don't see how we want niggas on this channel. When if you go on that channel, you've been heard that word by now so many times you can't even get sentencing.
Keena Raw.
Well,
Oh, hey, Sachi.
I think Kanye West is not really complaining about his relationship with that woman. He more complaining about how the industry is using that woman to hurt him.
No, the industry ain't using his woman to hurt him. Remember, he had a choice, right? Free will.
Listen. This
Ain't
is
no
deeper
choice.
than regular relationships.
Give me a break.
It is though. That's what he's saying. He if you listen to what he's saying they put people around people to influence people to make people do things. Like he's talking about one of her friends that popped up out of nowhere, and he trying to figure out how did that friend be able to afford and all that to be in a circle when nobody knows where they come from. Nobody's never heard of them.
But Sachi, honestly speaking, and I'm specifically talking about his temper tantrum over the public not giving a crap about, I guess the conditions he has to have in order to get his children, his biological children. And what I'm saying is Kanye is the president, vice president, secretary, treasurer of his own fan club. No one is smarter than Kanye. Kanye will let you know that Kanye is the most intelligent being on the planet. So whatever the awareness and the consciousness or whatever aha bruh done got today, you mean to tell me he ain't know that 9 years ago? You tell me he ain't know that when he first started dating the pass around? You mean to tell me that you see the results every brother, quote unquote, and I put that in caps because like I listen, I'll keep telling y'all, just because we the same skin folk don't make you kinfolk to me, okay? Because what I do know is the person that look just like me will be the number one person to set my little behind up. Ain't nobody got time for that. So I want to be clear. So just because Jay got a little bit of melanin up in him necessarily, or just because a person has melanin does not necessarily mean they my kinfolk, right? So what I'm saying is, no, for me at least, I could give two shits, okay, about Ye and his about not having access to his biological children because he knew that from jump. He knew the female, the family he was getting into. Bottom line. Moving right along.
I have to say I agree with that. Now I can't say who I agree with her. I agree with what Dots just said.
Issue though. Y'all missing the bigger issue. That's a man and his woman. The government or nobody ain't supposed to be able to separate a man from his children or a woman from their children. That's
I
point.
agree with the kids part. I agree with that part too. But he did marry down the undone lane. So I'm just saying he knew
it don't matter if he. But I'm saying it's black women out here doing they men like that too. He's not speaking on the fact that he's married to a white woman. He's speaking on the fact that the system is able to control and stand in the middle between a man and his child or a woman and his child. The government ain't got no place in the relationship. That's what he's talking about.
I agree with that. But I mean, I don't. Why is the woman not letting that man see his kids?
Right.
Because she can,
That
and she
part.
a witch, and she a demon, and she ain't anything but who she is, and he knew who she was when he laid down with her. And to be honest, respectfully, I am in agreement with you, Sachi. I don't courts. I agree, right? Like that's just crazy. Okay, I mean that's insane that a court has to tell you whether or not you have access to your, like to your children, right? I do not agree with that in no way, shape, form, or fashion. You get what I'm saying? However, that is part of this system. That's just what it is. That's been around since time immemorial. So now in 2023, we're supposed to care, right? What
It
about
hasn't been around
all
since
the
time
brothers?
immemorial. That's why he's speaking on the system. This system was created by them people
Right.
he talking about calling the pilgrims.
Right, and he ain't the first one to say that when it's time, when he ain't getting along, when he ain't going along to get along. So when he ain't going along, so where were these complaints a few years ago when he was going along to get along? Because he for sure used the courts, right? He for sure used the courts,
All of
and
this.
he weaponized
You just don't like the fact
the
that he said
law
you
when
Indian.
he
Let's
was
tell the
with
truth.
him, threatening all the other men that had sex tapes with her. He sure enough
Fact.
wanted to weaponize the law. So you can't have it both ways, right? When you was going along to get along, bruh, right? You weaponized the very thing that you're now complaining about. Can somebody tell me how that makes sense?
He used a white face to come up. He didn't care nothing about that. He used
Hey,
a whole white family to come up.
how you doing? Why you look so mean tonight? This thing went out, but I agree. Why is he always acting so wild though? I mean, I like Kanye. Don't get it twisted. He a good crazy, but I'm just saying. I don't. I mean, he always wild though. Come on now. I mean, I
No,
ain't
I
into.
agree with a lot of the stuff he says. I don't think
I
he's
did
as
too. I
wild as
agree
I
with the
don't,
stuff
and I
I
do
too.
actually feel sorry for him. I understand
I
he
do.
chose
I
Kim
feel sorry for him, but
Kardashian
he
and
do act a
stuff
little
like that.
wild though. I mean, he got me on the fence. I don't know if I should jump over it or sit on the edge. I might get one thing or hurt my boo boo. But
But
I'm
yeah,
just
I'm an advocate for men that date out anyways. It's not a thing to me to be like date out or anything, but I get that Kim was different than just dating out. You went into the devil's family and
he did.
you utilized that for fame for a long period of time and then you took that back. But I do feel sorry because I feel sorry for those kids. I feel sorry that they can't just see their dad. There's nothing wrong with their dad for them to
He does
have a
do good
relationship.
music though.
Well,
He make good
I don't know what
music.
you said about the music. Oh, if he makes good, I was just saying there's nothing that they can say the kids are in harm's way from being with their dad. So there's no reason the court should be trying to deny him uh, a visitation based on anti-Semitism or anything that he says.
That's
All he
fact.
got, all he got to do is play ball, and everything will be all right. He's not playing
Okay.
ball. That's
But
all.
listen though, when
All he
he
got to
didn't
do
want
is
to
do what
play
they tell him
ball,
to do.
he
Listen. As long as he continues to buck them folks, he gonna keep having the same results. That's how
that
this
part.
system works. That's the system he's in. If he don't,
So
And
if
what?
he
he
don't do
knew it,
what they
and
tell
he
him to
knew it coming
say,
in the gate. He knew it from the jump. And he knew when
actually, he
he
might
got
have
with that
did. A lot of
family
people
He
don't
did
know they
not
what the
going
know.
in the gate.
ramifications were.
He
You
did
have
not know.
No,
a
he
lot of
did
people
know
don't know
because
they
other
going
people
in.
He
They
before
taking a
him,
dollar.
hold
mentally.
on, Sachi. Other people before
I'm
him
gonna
had
get
already
you.
tried what he tried, and it didn't work so much for them. Bill Cosby being one of them, right? Now, granted, flipping people Mickey's ain't the best thing to do, but they were all grown women,
Man,
super grown women. He didn't
let's
get caught
stop.
up with no
Let's
children,
stop.
and
Let's
when it
stop.
was over
Let's
for Bill
stop.
Cosby,
This is
when it
all
was
a
over
game.
for Bill Cosby, what
Bill
did they
Cosby
do?
ain't do none of that stuff. This is all a game. It started with Jack Johnson. Let's stop.
Jack Johnson, that's right.
This is all a game. They using the same charge to take down all of these people, and we instead of looking at every time a so-called melanated man gets some power, they hit him with the same type of charges.
Facts. And so that's how he knew ahead of time that it was going to happen to him because it had already been done several times to other black men. But he
Speak on
knew that. But
when
he
you get
knew
through
that
listening to the
Sachi.
rant, he speak
He
on
knew
it.
that going in there, and when he
He
married
speak
into
on
that
that in the rant
family,
though.
he knew what it was. You had
He speak
her
on it
first
in the
boyfriend
rant.
trying to tell him what it was. What was the baseball player, the
He
football
said they
player?
try to make a surviving Kanye out of him. He speak on that in the rant.
Yeah, but what was her first football player name? What was the black guy that she used to date? And they were a whole item before the sex tape came out.
Reggie Bush.
Yes, Reggie. He was trying to put Kanye up on game before Kanye married him and what that family was about. He was the first one speaking up on them and how they play games and what they do. But Kanye, like he,
Ray J actually finally came out,
If I'm
and
trying to
like
date you, I'm not
people
gonna
should
listen to
really
none of your
feel
entertainment.
sorry for Ray J and what happened to him. And I don't care. I feel sorry for any of the men that were taken advantage of, from Robert Kardashian to Ray J to Kanye. But Ray J actually came out and told a lot of truths about that, because he's been demonized for years for that sex tape. For years. He's been
Her
demonized.
mama, dad are the one told him to put it out.
Yeah, the mom put it out. The mom was the one to put it out. And then they made it seem like Ray J put it out then. They went and put it out again, and then she came on the show talking about Ray J's at it again. So that's the only reason why he cleared his name.
And Kanye's smarter than the average bear, right? So he figured, okay, well, let me play the game back. But this is a ramification of it. Because granted, he was smarter than Reggie Bush and Ray J. He knew how to play the game. He had already had, already had training in it. He knew exactly what it was. So he figured, okay, let me just get mine too. But then they know how to play ball too. This family is not an average family. Kanye West is not an average mindset. Ain't nothing average about the Kardashians. They are some smart, what's the word? Deceptive, manipulating type of people. They know that industry in and out.
They shrewd. How many kids he got with her too? Hello.
Four, I think. 4. It's North, Chicago, Saints, and I think there's one. It's either 3 or 4, but I think there's one more that I'm missing the name. North, Chicago.
The little baby she just had, right?
Right, yeah, that's her 4th one. I forgot the name. Yes.
Oh, she's still with him.
No, but before they split.
Yeah, before they split, she had one, Palm or Psalm. So it's North, Saint, Chicago, and Psalm.
Yeah.
So we have 4 all together.
I mean, but I like the fact that he's standing up for himself and he's standing up against his family. You cannot say that that's not dope. That's dope, because ain't nobody never done that before. Take a big family like them with all they long ancestral and generational wealth, and then turn, and make it work for him the way he has. So, he is, he's down the middle somewhere. He's doing a good thing, and at the same time putting himself in the line of fire, looking a little crazy at times with the things that he say, but he is definitely, he's fighting back, and I got to give him some sort of credit for just doing that alone. Everybody else scared to death of their rich family, but he ain't. Now then he got the nerves to be calling out they people all around them, everybody who they associate and work with. Because Kim Kardashian had Balenciaga on lock, and Kanye broke all that up.
Yeah, but were you saying something else, Sachi?
Rightfully so. Anybody that's messing with Balenciaga is weird. Rightfully so.
Mm-hmm. He busted all that up. Sure did. He busted up Adidas. Papaya. Black Eye. Do you want some more? But bing bing.
No. Adidas busted his ass up.
Well, Well, Adida tried until he got out, found a way to get out of all them damn contracts, and everybody said he was crazy. Then, right when then after they let his ass go without him having to pay them for being let go early, like it is in the clause, right? You got 5 years, and if you don't do all 5 years, then you got to pay us back X amount of money. Shit, he found man, he must have sat here and did that rent and them people let his ass go. And he then after that, he said he got back on Twitter after he was let go from every contract and said, "Thank you."
Right.
It's chess, not checkers.
Well, let Juju say something. Juju just came on the panel. Hey, Juju.
Facts, chestnut checkers.
Is that Juju? Because
Yeah.
That's Juju.
hey, Juju. Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah,
What you
peace
have
to
to
the
say about good
panel.
old Kanye West?
Peace to the chat. I just think
Hey,
y'all missing
Juju.
some key components, right?
Hey,
First of
sis.
all, hey sis. What's up, Gemini?
Peace, Queen.
Peace, Sakina. First is Hollywood. One. And we know how that goes. Like, rich people don't live on the same level as regular people do, and we're regular people, right? There's a different standard for them. And two, I don't think people really understand the inner workings of the Kardashian. First of all, was it Robert Kardashian, the husband? He was a lawyer, but
The
he's also
brother.
Armenian.
Oh, you talking
And
about
if
the
you
dad? Yeah,
when we
senior.
understand the history
Sorry.
of Armenia, I think one of the first Christian nations, and part of the Kardashians' business, um, or one of their like business moves, is that they have a church, and so anything, I guess like their business transactions or whatnot always went through the church, which are what tax deductible. That's another way
Mm-hmm.
rich people accumulate wealth, though, because they also find these loopholes where they don't have to pay the taxes and whatnot. If y'all understand that, okay?
Facts. Facts.
Um, and yeah, there is
And you
no
can wash millions through a church.
exactly. So there's no like witchcraft with it. It's just first of all, what Chris Jenner did was honestly exceptional marketing because that that could have went two ways. It could have been damaging, which in some instances it was because she's always going to be stigmatized as a hoe, so to speak. But at the same time, they capitalize off that situation. And, honestly, if that was anybody that I knew, yeah, like the damage has already been done, right? So you better capitalize off of it if you have the opportunity. So I'm not gonna fault them for that either. What I do fault them is for the manipulativeness and the disingenuousness to try to blame Ray J for the leak tape when you knew damn well, and it was between all three of them that you all agreed upon it. You get what I'm saying? And then you let him take the fall for it. But of course, and to Kanye's note, man, don't look, I don't feel sorry for nobody, and no black man in particular, who gonna write a song talking about gold diggers or whatnot, and then you turn around in the same breath and you lead the same women that stood up for you to marry outside your race. I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but this is a thing that we see with black men that have gained quote unquote some status, right? And it's somewhat of a mental thing. So then you marry these women who are outside of your ethnic group, and pretty much your social economic class, because you weren't there 10 years ago, but now you're here. And you date these women and you marry them and you have children because it's actually a status thing. You're doing what the white man can do. Like now you feel equal to them because now you can fuck with their women. Excuse my language, but that's pretty much it. So nah, I don't feel sorry because you know how it goes. You know that I don't care how equal you may think you are to them, how much money you have. At the end of the day, you're still considered a second class citizen. Like your money can't buy everything. You get what I'm saying? In a minute that they want to take you out or humble you, they will, and they
They
have.
will. They'll try.
So I don't see that. And let's not forget Kanye has some mental issues. Like that's literally a manic episode.
No, he don't.
A mental break.
We not gonna push Jewish
Yes, I
lies
am.
on the lie.
Yes, I am. I
That's a
am gonna put
Jewish
it there
lie.
because I know what a mental break looks like when I see it. Not only have I dealt with it
Just because
professionally, I'm a
only
finished
reason you
speaking
said it's a
though.
mental break
You
is
can
somebody
speak
told you
after
it was a
I'm
mental break.
done because I know
Wait
I
a
can
minute,
be
Sashi.
like that,
finished
man.
speaking,
Sashi,
bro.
let her have her
That's
finish
what
and
we're
then you
not
go
gonna
to.
do. That's what we're not gonna do. But as I've dealt with it professionally and personally in my own family, I know a mental break when I see it. And if you want to excuse it, the behavior, and say it ain't that, fine, keep doing it. But he's gonna keep doing stupid shit. But also, I mean, again, to an extent, use it as an advantage. He got an album that's supposed to be coming out. He knows how to rally the troops and get the rah-rah going. You feel me? Like any how they say any exposure is good exposure. You feel me? So it's just look, this ain't nothing new. So I don't let's not act surprised here. And yeah, I'm not with the fake outrage. And you can
What
miss
y'all missing from all of this?
no damn well Donda didn't tell him that, y'all. Y'all need to stop.
So let me ask you a question really quick, Juju. Do you agree that this
Hold on, how you gonna disrespect that man, folks like that? How you know what the folks told him?
I just want to know, do you agree that this is their monster that they created?
Who they? Who's they though?
They as in the music
Hollywood?
industry.
Hollywood?
No, the music industry.
I mean, that's part of Hollywood. You know what I'm saying?
This
It's all entertainment.
This they monster, because he. Let's agree, he is a very creative artist.
Excellent.
Right, and
Excellent.
they let him have it his way. And when in his music, he referred to himself as a god or what have you, and he let it be known in more ways than so many. Right. And so when he got out of control, right, they say he crazy, right or wrong.
No, yeah, fine. We can say that, but the gentleman is having a manic episode. They may exploit. They may be exploiting his condition.
You just don't like what he's saying.
They may be exploiting his. Hell no, I don't like it
because
because it's a lie. They may be exploiting. They may be exploiting his mental situation and his condition, but it's been known for some years that he had a mental break around like after his mother died. And
how they created all of that.
If I'm not mistaken, you gonna let me finish, bro? Don't act like a toddler. Don't do that.
No, I'm just saying, like you speaking on
let me finish speaking though, bro.
Watching him or knowing nothing about him because he talk about how they set him up like this.
Because can we do remember that when he did get in an accident that cracked his jaws?
Exactly.
Correct?
But Docs, you still have the timer going, right?
No, but did put him on a lot of medication.
Make sure you still got the 2 minute. Hold on,
it's not so much medication. So
make
let's
sure
talk
you
about
still got a timer going, Docs, and make sure everyone's still getting 2 minutes.
I'm gonna wrap up real quick. But he did get on a lot of medication, and it is psychotropic medication, which would at this time you would have to wean off. And during that time, his mom died and all this other stuff. So we could agree depression would have set in. And you know this.
I don't see. Okay, so
the connection with all of this.
Correlation doesn't equate causation, and we can't say that for sure. We don't have his records to see and really place it together. That what I will say. But it could be some evidence that maybe with the injury, maybe he had some undiagnosed head trauma that could have led to his kind of psychotic episodes or whatnot. That could be an issue, and that's very possible.
Okay,
that's very possible. So, I would speak to that. And as far as what he's saying, yeah, nah, Sachi, of course I don't like what he's saying because it's bullshit. Like, what you mean? What you mean, bro?
Nah, it's not bullshit. That's the
and
problem.
I'm still waiting on that source for nigger lead.
Like what he's saying, so he's
Excuse
crazy.
me.
And he talk
Still waiting on
about
that source for nigger.
Because they
but
don't like what he's saying.
But I will tell you, Dulcinea, that maybe you need to be looking up nigger Lee, because nigger Lee is actually where you get nigger from. Okay, and nigger Lee is a very old terminology.
I know about what nigger Lee means. It means stingy.
I'm sorry, Sachi. It means what?
Stingy. That's what niggerly means.
No, it
Stingy.
doesn't. It means lazy. It means lazy.
No, niggerly means
It means
stingy.
lazy. Let's look it up
Look it
together.
up. Google it.
Pull up the source. Go ahead. Pull
Pull
up
up.
the source.
Niggerly means
Pull
stingy.
up the Britannica, whatever you got. Pull up the source, please.
I ain't got to. I'm a walking dictionary. I know what
No, you're
niggerly
not.
means.
I don't believe
It
you,
means
nigga.
stingy. That used to be one of my
I don't
talking
believe you.
points. They call us
I don't
niggas because
believe
we
you.
came from niggerly. We were stingy. We had everything. I used to say that.
No, that's not why they call you niggerly,
That's
dear.
what the word means.
No, it
Do I need to
doesn't.
go get a link for you?
Is it niggly with one E or two or GLE or
It's
GLEE?
L-Y. It's niggardly.
With a Y. Oh, niggardly. Got it.
It's niggardly. Well, the one of the edition, it because I just tried to pull it up and it kicked me off. That's why it kicked me off the screen. So that's why I had to go as far as the edition.
Niggerly, not
So this is
niggardly.
This is
Nigggerly is what I said.
This is where it comes from. This is from 1828. This is like
There's
one of the
two
first
words.
Webster's dictionary.
Don't misconstrue
So
what
this
I'm
is
saying.
where it comes from.
Niggerly.
If we're talking about the original term and what something comes from, then you can't use a word that didn't exist in 1828 versus a word that did. This is the word that existed in 1828 and its meaning. So this is the first Webster's edition. So what you guys are doing is going for 2023 as far as what 2023 says.
So
it
I
is.
actually
But
saw
this is
niggerly
from
in the dictionary that I-
1828. And
You
this
can
is where
overtalk me
it
all
would
you
come
want,
from.
but
This
that's
is the
not the word.
definition.
But keep going.
This is the definition as far as the
That's
word.
not the definition of niggerly. That's the definition of niggardly. It's two different words. Let's not
yeah,
play these
she
games.
right. She right.
Let's not play these games, bro.
Where show it in 1828 that
I don't got to show it in 1828.
Exactly.
We're gonna do
So
what the
this is the
definitions
word
for
where
now
it
is
came from.
niggerly.
This is exactly the word where it came
No,
from.
it's not.
So this is the game that people like to play.
No,
to
this
use
is the games that
2023
you like
terms.
to play.
No, you're
because
playing
you're an enabler.
No,
for these
you're playing it,
assholes.
Juju.
That's
and
what it is.
No, you
we're
are
gonna go
enabler
because you're
pushing
playing it,
garbage.
Juju, and you're gonna wait. I know you get that from your friend, your buddy, Bobby Banger, but
Bobby
you're gonna
Banger's
wait.
not here, nigga.
You're
I'm
gonna wait while someone else is speaking. So this is from the 1828 dictionary. As far as it's important that when you're looking up the etymology or the origins of words, you're going from the first edition, the second edition, different things like that, and it's based on the words that existed at the time. So the NIGGARDLY would be the first version of the word niggerly.
You full of shit. I don't give a fuck. Like that's so
She's
disrespectful.
saying niggerly.
Niggardly.
N-I-G-G-A-R-L-Y.
Don't try me, bro.
Wait a minute, what happened?
I'll
What
do
happened?
Anybody, if you gonna try me, don't insult my
G-G-E-R-L-Y.
intelligence. And we're not talking about etymology. We're talking about a definition. If I wanted you to look up the etymology, I would have told you that. Y'all play too much, bro.
What are you talking about now? What happened, y'all?
You can have it.
But what
yeah,
happened?
the audience, niggerly, not niggardly. They're two different things. Play
We
with
ain't got to worry about this. You still upset because Kanye West said we ended it. That's all you mad about.
Ain't nobody
Wait a minute, y'all. Why? Yes, we're not gonna have a disrespectful
well,
thing.
y'all should have stopped him when he started disrespecting me in the first place.
I already heard what you heard.
Y'all gonna enable him, and then I'll stop. Nah. Y'all
Wait a minute, though, Juju, you heard us telling him to let you talk. So why are you saying that? Stop.
Yeah. After like 5
That's
minutes.
not true. That's not
letting
gonna
him
let
go.
you do that.
Okay, the whole audience saw it, bro.
We all of us were telling him to let you speak. All of them. All of us was.
Y'all have a good night.
No, sis, don't leave.
Dr. Nail, yeah, he was right.
And then a word, that word did not exist.
Right.
So there you go. With her saying it, spell it wrong. This
spell it
word
right.
does not exist in 1828. That's the point. You can't tell me I'm spelling a word wrong that didn't exist in 1828. So if you're talking about the origin of a word, you would have to go to the word that is its origin. You can't go around that. You can't go past that. The same way when you say Negro and you have to go back to Spain to understand what Negro means because it's a Spanish origin word. Like, so no, niggerly, the way she spelled it, did not exist in 1828. That wasn't a word yet. The word that was is niggardly. that
Yeah.
that came from, period. And she can be mad all she wants. It doesn't exist in this dictionary, 1828. But anyways, the I'm gonna just pull up the clip. I wanted to actually bring up the dictionary, but it's not letting me bring up the old school dictionary to show you. So I'll just have to show the clip of someone else showing the definition of nigger being American Indian.
Now you're
Hey,
right.
I
I
put the
can't
link in
find
the
it in
back there, though.
1828, but I will say that,
The link is in the back there,
whether she
Dulcinea.
was right or wrong, I think her, because it was both of y'all kind of, going in with that word, when technically all we were just trying to do was just get a definition and not necessarily an etymology. So it was
Okay,
the
but
difference
But when you're
between
talking
or
about
the
it's
other.
the origin, when you're talking about it's the origin of another word, then you're talking etymology, even if you're looking for the
That is
definition.
a fact,
As
though.
soon as you say, oh, this
no,
word
because
is
it's just
origin,
because
It
all
let's
she
is.
was saying was
hold on, Gemini, because her preference was not let's get the actual definition of niggerly. Her preference was the word nigger came from the word niggerly. So you have to go to the etymology to know what is the origin of the word to even know how to spell the word that it came from. Niggerly
okay,
did not
but when I
exist
looked up
in
both words,
1828.
here's what I'm saying. When I looked up both words, the only from what she was talking about, whether she had the date wrong or not, for what she was talking about, the word niggerly did have that the definition that we were looking for on where it came from, and then the word niggardly had a separate type of definition to it. So I understood what she was sitting here saying, and then we're only talking about the difference between the word
Don't
lazy or
the link.
But
stingy.
what
That's
we
all
talk,
they
hold on,
were talking about.
excuse me, what we talking about is the difference
Drop the
between
link,
real and
Dulcie.
fake. We talking about something that's real and something that's created. This is the whole topic of Kanye's conversation. We living in an illusion that's being created for us.
Drop the link, Dulcie, please. Thank you, baby.
Yeah, because I think
You
when
don't
you look at
just come back
what
on the panel.
lazy and
Everybody is
stingy.
I'm doing it
a
multiple times,
word.
Sister Freedom. I have been dropping
No,
the
no,
link.
no, baby. I already seen. That's why I said thank you. But I was talking to Juju. I was saying it's no need in us getting upset with each other over a word. It's not necessary. We don't need to go argue with each other over a word. It's just a word. Just come back on the panel and we just discuss the situation. That's all. But you don't have to leave just because of that.
Well,
I think people are going to leave when they can't control the situation, when they want to be like, oh, it has to be a certain way or anything. But that's when they can go back to their channel to have it be the certain way
yeah,
that they.
but you threw in Bobby Banger, and he ain't here, and that's not what that was,
Well,
right?
because I see that she has the same thing as far as when someone's talking over them, and instead of hearing
Okay,
what's
but you
being
should have
said,
said
they
that
just,
then, Dulcie. I just think you should have just
oh,
said
she
that, like,
acts so much like him. That's all I was saying.
That's his twin. They
No, but
twin.
that was a shot. That was
Okay, but then okay, but we all throw shots
And
back and
shots
forth at each
fired.
other.
see, you can't see, Dulcie, come on. So you go too far with that shots fired thing because
Okay,
we don't
okay,
want no shots fired
okay.
because we don't want to be beefing
Okay.
with
We don't want to
people
be
There's certain people
unnecessarily.
who
not
like
Yeah, we
to
don't
beef,
want
get
to be
shots
beefing.
fired with.
but
There's
it's
certain
not
people
a
that they
beef.
don't mind having shots fired with.
It's
But I,
chicken. It's not.
It
it's
is
It's
a
the
beef
same
when
thing
she
as
say
my
then so what?
affiliations.
Shots
My
fired,
affiliations
freedom.
get
That
shot
is a
down, so everybody's
okay, but I'm
affiliations
just
get
saying
shot
it's
down.
a
yeah.
shot fired. Y'all done killed the beef and the chicken tonight. Now, enough is enough. We love Juju. Juju love us, and that's just all it is.
Okay, I'm with you.
We love you, Juju.
We love you, Juju.
and you stop starting shit, Sachi.
Sachi ain't
Yeah,
started.
it's all Sachi's fault.
I know, Zakina,
I
you know
blame
you're not allowed
Sachi.
to use that word. You know
Hey,
you're not
listen.
allowed to use that word, Zakina Weena.
Right.
Say goodnight. I'm the bad guy. I've been the bad guy since I was a little boy.
I know.
He ain't did nothing wrong. Sachi
Yes,
ain't
he
did nothing
did.
wrong.
Yes,
Sachi
he
ain't
ain't did
do
nothing
nothing.
wrong.
Yes, he did.
Well, I'm
He
going
just,
with Nisha too. Nisha said leave certified alone. Okay, we'll leave certified alone because
I love you,
via
Juju.
Nisha.
Now don't start that, Juju.
Nisha, my boo. She said, leave Sachi alone. We gonna leave Sachi alone. And Sachi does have some valid points for Kanye West, and which is true. And then so does Juju have a lot of valid points, and that's
Hey,
why I stood somewhere down the middle because
Everybody has an
Kanye
opinion
West
about it
knew
because
what he was getting
you have to
into.
admit he does act a little off now, regardless to whether what he's saying is
oh,
true or not. Is one thing. It's just how he is just like conveying it to everybody. The man seem a little, I'm just saying, like I'd be afraid of him in the room by myself.
We all messed up. I keep telling y'all that. It's something wrong with every one of us.
But
And
some
that
things
is
you can tell and
crazy.
some things you can't, though,
You can
Niche.
tell it in all of us. Everybody
Well,
on
I
this
do
panel.
think we all like, how people say bipolar or mental
I
handicaps. Let's
agree.
call them.
Yeah.
I think we all
Something
have
wrong with
some kind
all
of
of us.
bipolar mental handicaps. It's just a level. It's a spectrum. So they notice it in other people that it's very strong in. So they're like, "Oh, you're bipolar."
Right.
Everybody can experience this switch of mood changes. This different things that they would say that are mental health ailments. We all have them. We all have chemical imbalances. It's just the level or what people denote as a problem. Okay, y'all, give me a second. I'm still getting it up.
hey, and one more thing. Kanye West telling y'all stop calling yourself black because if you pull up the definitions on the census,
Oh man, we done
black,
rebirthed the word black.
listen,
Sashi,
hold up,
stop
listen,
playing.
hold up. I'm telling y'all the truth.
See?
The words original people is not in our definition, it's in everybody else's, but ours. Them two
Stop
words,
playing,
original
Sashi.
people.
I'm
I'm
black and I'm
serious.
proud.
I'm
Sachi,
serious with
we're
all
not
case.
going back
You
down
can
that
go read
road.
them. The words original people do not exist in the definition for black African American.
Okay, and
Them two
guess what?
words,
And
original
the
people.
and guess what else don't exist? Our feelings about Kanye West and his marital issues when he married outside his race.
It ain't about
We
his marriage though. See, that's the point you missing. That man, he talking about his life because he is him, but he's saying he, as a black man in America, ain't got no friends. He
No,
ain't
he
got
said
no
he's
help. He by
a
himself.
Indian. He's an Indian that married
Listen,
an undone people. He in the undone
there you
family.
go.
How many black women did you
Talk
see in
about it.
that room that he was talking to?
He
That
talked to one. I mean, he did talk to. I mean,
How
I
that
think he
many?
part
talked
right
to
there.
one out of his
That
life.
part right there.
What you
How,
mean, brother La? Let brother La speak. What you say, brother La?
Hey, peace. Wa alaikum salam rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and blessings to all y'all queens on the panel.
Thank
peace,
Hey,
you.
brother
brother.
Love.
Bro.
Now,
The
what was you saying,
only sister,
brother La?
the only sister that I've known of for him to have is a sister he was dealing with in college. That's it.
That was a long time ago.
That but she probably told him why he went the other way. I'ma just not say it. Y'all can all guess. But he's weird
About
though. You gotta admit that the man's weird. Come on
nah,
now.
I don't perceive him as being weird. I perceive him the more money he made, the more successful he had, the more weird stuff he thinks.
Think that's it, right. He just all over the place. I think he's a really, really good entertainer. Like he does really good music. But when he start opening his mouth to talk,
They say it's a thin line between being brilliant and insane.
but where was the
Yeah,
lie
facts.
at though?
I didn't hear what
And
you said,
he
Nisha. Peace, Queen.
Hmm.
I didn't hear what you said, Nisha.
All I'm saying is I understand people gonna have their opinion of this, that, and what other he said, but what was so bad about what he said?
I ain't see nothing so bad as how he
No,
talks, I think.
no. It's perceived as being bad to certain black folks. But when certain black folks say certain things in front of certain white folks, it's perceived as being bad. Y'all don't want to address the elephant in the room. Just address the elephant in the room. Certain
Okay.
things some folks don't want you to hear.
One
And
yeah, but
for
look at
second.
him
all
to
the
See
time. But
Moses.
okay,
See
but
Moses.
let me
Can you
ask brother
unmute
Law a
yourself?
question.
And 1 second, Gemini. See Moses. Can you unmute yourself so I can know which profile is working?
Yeah, I think this is working, right?
Okay, perfect. Yes,
Okay.
I'm gonna kick the other one. Thank you. Okay,
All right.
Gemini.
Okay, so Brother Locke, at what point though do we accept his marketing, his truth, and his album dropping all at the same time? Like, how can we unclog that,
Yes.
unclog that pipe? Because it's going down one pipe. Now, it'd be different if he had marketing separate from finding his truth, telling his truth, and then his album dropping. But it sometimes seems to be, yeah, and I like Kanye West, I really do, and I like the things that he says. But at the same time, he's a little suspect because he always rallies up the black people to get behind his music or his clothing or his shoes whenever it's time to drop him. And the way he does it is by saying things he knows that triggers the community.
I concur with you on that.
I
I concur with
completely
you on that.
disagree with that. I completely disagree with that.
I concur with you on that. The reason why, who was that speaking? I
I'm
can't
gonna,
That's
I'm
see
gonna
what.
let you. I'm gonna let you go before I
It,
say what I
Now that
disagree.
ain't me.
no,
That's
that's
not
not
me.
Sachi. That's not
Oh,
Sachi.
that's
That's
C
C Moses.
Moses.
Peace,
Yeah.
brother. Peace.
Yep. Peace.
I think it's more so like somebody actually put in the chat. I think it's somewhat changed or somewhat derailed when when his mother passed. Yeah.
Go ahead, see Moses.
The reason I disagree with that is because you say or you use the word trigger, but he's literally telling his truth. So there's marketing where they say you get in a room and you're like, how can we, sell this product to, the community, and you put all this thought into it, and it's not that real person. So you get an image of this person, or you get some rehearsed words of this person. When Kanye wants to put out some music, he goes out there and he just gives you his heart. He tells you what's on his mind. He tells you like the truth. So there's nothing triggering about that. It's literally the truth. And he's over time has said, all I do is tell the truth, but it sounds crazy in a world full of lies. And if you don't think that that's the part that we're dealing with, we're literally living in a world of illusion, so that when someone like Kanye at that level comes out and just tells the truth, it does get us talking, because it's like, well, this is very different than a Denzel interview, or I don't mean to point out Denzel, but just a Hollywood actor's interview, or any other artists that go around and they make their way with radio interviews. Those are rehearsed. They have PR teams. They have this, that, and the other. Kanye just goes out and just says, "All right, like film," like and just goes. So that's a very different thing.
Maybe that's why it sounds so like it's what you're saying could be very true, but what I'm saying is how he, I guess when he talks or his actions when he's talking, I don't know, but it's perceived to other people like he lost it or he's mentally confused or something. Because it looks like he's going off, like he's snapping, going crazy. Like, I'm not saying that that's what he's doing. I'm just saying that that's what it just appears to be. Like he just snapping out. I'm
And
not saying
ask C Moses, does he plan on buying his record? Do you plan on downloading his album when it comes out? Of course
yeah,
you are.
he's very
And
into
again, it's why where was this rant before the album drop, before the shoe drop? Where was this rant? Now, if this is something that he would have said at least 3 months ago, I could have differentiated and said, nah, he's not just using it for marketing or PR, but he is, and he does it every single time. There's a pattern.
That is smart, though. If you put it into who you truly are, that is a smart thing to do.
Right. Let me say
There
this
might
real
not be
quick.
nothing wrong with him at all. I'm sorry, Kiki. It might not be nothing wrong with him. It's just how he's passionate and his personality's a little wild. That's all.
What C. Moses trying to say is that man is an artist. That's what
So
he's
am I.
saying.
So those sometimes y'all can see me as being
He's
right.
saying that Kanye West understand the music business and what has to be done. And other than use a fake marketing team, come out there with 1,000 chains and throw all that fake money and do all that blah blah crap that everybody else doing. He coming out here telling you what's really going on in his life, what he think.
And not only
So it's
that, if
okay
we
to use the black community at times when he feels. Is that
and
what
so,
you're saying? That we,
Why do
because
you think it's
hold on, let me
using?
ask
Why
the
do you
complete
think it's
question.
using?
Hold on, let me ask the
Stop.
complete question.
But Gemini,
Because
he
you
is
can't
black.
use it.
Wait, Sachi. Let her just ask the question, and then you'll respond right after she asked it. Okay, go ahead, Gemini.
So at times, so is it okay then at times to use our community to rally behind you for things that you want when it suits you? Or should you also be inclusive of your marketing to other groups of people? Why is it always us? Why are we I understand we're more consumer oriented, so I do understand that part, but why is it always okay to target us and target the rap industry, the music industry, and clothing and all the things that we personally buy when it suits the artist, as genius as he may be?
Why he got to do it anyway? What I'm saying is, if he gonna have to go out there and do an interview. Would you rather him come out there and tell you a goddamn lie or tell you the truth? He is an artist. That's his job. That's how he make his living.
Let her just ask the question, and then you'll respond right after she asked it. Okay, go ahead.
I think, I want to, I think that, when I listen to Kanye in his quote unquote rants, what it reminds me of is a person who sort of like, I don't know how else to describe it, but let me just say code switch almost. So whenever one of his his rants come up, or let's say they go viral, he almost reminds me of somebody in a very childlike state. You understand, where he feels like, okay, I feel like I'm coherent enough, and I got to get this out. I got to get this out. I got to get this out. Right? It's almost as if, to me, whenever I see Kanye, like even listening to that video, to me, right, on a how would I say, like on an intuitive level, it always comes across as if he feels the need to sort of like vomit, right? His quote unquote truth, or what he feels, because there's been so much speculation around his mental health, and we know that you don't get something for nothing. And we also know that when you get to that level, and I don't care how talented you are, okay, I don't care how amazing you are, you're not going to become a multimillionaire off of your raps. Let's be very clear. So you don't get something for nothing, right? So when Kanye is lucid and coherent, and he gets into these vomit episodes where it's just like, and we're not this, and we're that, and y'all need to do. It's almost like, I got to get this shit out because I'm lucid right now. I want to talk because I don't know when my mouth won't get stitched up again. I'm saying that metaphorically, right? So, hopefully I'm clear in terms of what I'm saying in that regard. So Kanye often reminds me of somebody in a very childlike state, and that definitely is trauma. Big time, big time, big time. And grief or the death of a loved one can certainly cause somebody, right? Lots of trauma. And we know that because he has access to a lot of resources, he has access to money, wealth, what have you. He's also very dangerous because they don't know how to control him, right? Like, how do you get in front of the story? How do we control this person? One way
who is they? When you say they don't know how to control them, who are you saying?
Let's start. If
So,
we're gonna
wait
be
a minute. Hold up.
transparent, no,
Can I say this
come
right quick?
on, man,
Let me
come
say this
on,
really
y'all, come
fast.
on.
Let me throw this in real quick. Kanye has been in this game as long as maybe Busta Rhymes and some of these old schoolers. Kanye was in Chicago. He's from Chicago, and when he started out, he started from the ground up. So his story is much like Jay-Z.
No, it's not. No,
No,
it's not.
not necessarily
No,
Not
sister.
necessarily, but almost close. So Kanye has he started out about that young maybe, and so even then so when he got with Kardashians, y'all remember Kardashians are also business people, business minded. Now, Jay-Z has all this business school and all this other stuff. Now, therefore, no, they don't have the same story. However, Kardashians are owners of what? Oil. I'm talking about the olive oil business. They also have the wine industry business. They also have diamond business. And then the daughters and stuff have makeup businesses, right? And so Kanye business is music. And so therefore business minded in music and with all this other business. And you forgot about before Bruce Jennings went to Kate or whatever her name is now. So we talking about what? Kanye's business mind around these people and all of these people that were we call that networking in this industry.
Can I say something right there?
Uh-huh.
If you're not done.
No,
Oh,
go
my
ahead.
fault, brother. Lie. Was you about to speak? I don't want to cut you off.
So that's I just want to throw that in there right quick, because when I say
I don't want to skip my
a
turn.
monster is saying that he knew some people, so that when he did get hurt, maybe on medication, they still can't shut him up, because no matter what he say, you can't shut him up. Is
Have
all
any
I
of
was
y'all?
I just
Have any? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
I
No, hold
disagree.
on. We're gonna actually let Brass talk, and we're
Well,
gonna
brother Lie was in here first. If he wants to speak.
By all means, brother. Go ahead, brother. By all means, go
Okay.
ahead.
No.
No problem.
Brad just said Brother Law can speak. So go ahead, Brother
No,
Law.
I just said he was in here
No,
first. I
no.
said he was in
That's
here
why
before.
I'm saying it's okay. I don't mind being quiet, as I always say. Be still, brother Brass.
Okay.
Go ahead, brother.
Well, first off, peace to the panel.
Thank you, Brad.
The is there somebody on this panel from New Jersey?
Big
Me.
speak.
I am.
Okay. If you familiar with Broad and Market, Dr. J's in Newark, New Jersey?
Y'all, that's more. I'm from Atlantic City. That's more up near
Okay.
New
Well, when Kanye left Chicago, Kanye first lived above a shoe store in Newark, New Jersey. So I actually knew him then. And the one thing I will always say, if you could watch the documentary about Kanye on Netflix, his personal documentary, because it's what he put out, what he wanted the world to see. There's like two Kanyes. It's a Kanye before his mother died, and then it's a Kanye after his mother died. And you can, and if you're familiar with him, or you've been around him, like you out in the city doing parties and things like that, he always never been accepted. He always pretty much been the same. But his mother was a very strong rock in his life. And you can, not even so much the Kardashians and all this, that, and the other, but the reason why I say what I say about Kanye in particular, Black people are not, believe it or not, Black people are not the largest purchasers of his music. Black people are not the largest purchasers of his clothes. Black people, this is not a white or black thing or anything like you make it that, or anyone would make it that. Kanye is just crazy, but he's crazy like a fox would be. So he knows exactly what he's doing. He's not out of his mind losing it. But there is a his mom died, a post after his mom died. And you can see the break. Some people when they lose, we do shows about this. Some people when they lose their rock or they lose that connection, some people lose their mother and they're okay for a few days. Some people lose their parents and they're never the same again. And I think ever since then, and you look at all the Kardashians, since if it's brought up, all of the men that have dealt with them have had some kind of publicly crazy breakup. Travis Scott, Tristan
But
Thompson.
why do you bring that up? Why we can't go?
Why do I
So
bring what up?
If he's not the same person, I feel like it's like.
Why do I bring what up?
Wait, hold up, C. Moses. Hold up,
No,
C.
I'll
Moses, because
answer his
it's going to
question.
get
I just
into
don't know
you.
what
So
he
we're going to
wants.
let Brass finish it off. Then it's going to go to Brother Law, then you, then Sachi, and it's going to go in order.
I only brought up the Kardashians because what Sakina said. But I'm just saying, as far as like, and Brother Law is actually kind of right with that elephant.
What Brass is saying is correct, though. You can clearly see this man changed since he lost his mom.
Yeah,
That's a big deal. That's a big deal.
Yeah, and sometimes when you don't have that barometer, and a lot of people don't understand, there are some people that have a person in their life. We all want to go crazy. I agree with whoever said we all have some forms of mental defect because of trauma and chronic stress. But we also, some of us have that. Maybe it's our wife, our father, our brother, somebody that can keep us somewhat in line. And then when you lose that person, you tend to go off the rails. But my final point is, um, just when it's businessmen at a high level, I would just be careful trying to take every single thing they say at face value, because they're playing the marketing game, the music game, the money game. I would almost say, in closing, I would almost say none of us know exactly what Kanye thinks. Nobody know, just because that's what he says in public, and rarely the things that people say in public is actually how they feel anyway.
Come on.
Thank you.
Sometimes,
Hold on, before the next person. Wait a minute. Dots, are you with us or not?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, just make sure that everyone's
minutes.
getting their 2-minute timers, and Brother Law is next.
Yep. All right.
go ahead, brother. Lie, I can wait.
I believe it was more so, to reiterate, like brothers have been saying, it's been more so, like Dots was reiterating as well, with him losing his mother, and
Yes.
the way he lost his mother.
Mm. He could have been paying for it. That's made it worse too.
He actually did pay for it. His mother
That's what
went to
I'm
go.
saying. He might
His
be
mother,
blaming himself.
That's a
yeah,
great point, brother Lie. That's a great point.
Damn. He
Yeah.
might be blaming. That's
Let
horrible.
Freedom, I mean, let Locke get his 2 minutes, y'all.
his mother went in to go get a tummy tuck, and she died from it. That's what happened.
Mm. That's
So
tough.
my thing is this. Granted, we can say whatever we're gonna say about Kanye, but once again, I'm gonna reiterate on it. Let's address the elephant in the room. The brother was talented before and still is talented. When Sakina made the comparison about Jay-Z being in the game around the time when Busta Rhymes and all these other brothers, he wasn't around. He wasn't even a peep on the spectrum. He wasn't even a dot on the board. When he got into the game and he got around certain brothers like Jay-Z, the influence level went up 10 octaves. Meaning, the more credibility you have around certain people, the different crowds of people you introduce yourselves to and you meet.
20
It's a
seconds.
different tax bracket. It's a different tax bracket. It's an entirely different world.
So when he come in with Nas now?
No, he came in. He came in a little bit after Nas and all of them. But it's just, even that being the case, I'm not even excluding all them brothers out of the equation.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to just put on the spectrum on the board the quality of people that he has been around then and now.
All right.
Me and
Thank
you,
you. And then
if me and you are having conversations, we making 100,000 a year, we can't have millionaire and billionaire conversations because we're not in that tax bracket. If
all
you
right,
understand
and
what I'm
it's
saying to you.
Moses' turn now. Everybody, make sure you mute or don't interrupt someone else's turn. And if you have a question, you have to wait until it's your turn to speak to ask your question. See, Moses, I think Dots is ready. 2 minutes starting now.
So I had kind of interjected when Brass was talking about, and well, I don't want to put this on Brass, but everybody's kind of continued to bring up the fact that he's not the same since he lost his mom. And I'm wondering why we keep bringing that up, because a lot of people have their lives changed by a lot of different things, and you're not the same person. Nor should you want to be the same person. So I think the evolution of Kanye and who he is today, like, we're talking about him today because of something that happened 2 days ago, and we're using that crazy word again and again, when never in that, whether it's 15 minutes or you took, I don't know if you guys played the whole thing or a 2-minute clip, he didn't say anything wrong. He spoke passionately. He still makes great music. He's continued to evolve. Yes, he had a marriage that ended in divorce. A lot of people have. So, like, I'm not sure why are we dissecting Kanye in manner that we don't do to a lot of other artists or people in our lives. We all we know people who have not similar, but who have a journey that, yeah, if you wanted to really look at it, it's like you're doing that person a disservice. I think what Kanye is doing is, and what going back to the video a couple of days ago, he's saying we are getting played. So that's why he's talking to the black people, because if you keep using that black term, we're getting played. And I came on the show yesterday and I was talking about, and I brought it up because I had seen that video like a couple hours before I came up. The difference between American culture and African culture. Kanye has done the research and gotten to the point, this is our culture. The fact that the media is saying that he's crazy and he's bipolar, they will then diagnose a lot of people with bipolar disease and then sell them prescribed drugs. We're being played. So he's trying to help us see this. So we need to really talk this through. And I know that's my time, but we need to talk this through about what's really going on and why he's doing that, and not point the finger at something that happened a decade ago when his mom passed, because that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, or we should be talking about right now.
What is he saying? We got
hold on, Sister Freedom. And save it, please, Say and Steve. Wait 1 second. I was just gonna tell C Moses. I'm only trying to moderate. It's not that I'm jumping in, Sister Freedom, and you can.
No. I was just saying. I didn't hear when Brass had said something. I was just trying to ask him a question. I knew his 2 minutes was up, but I just wanted him to answer that question.
Oh yeah, I wanted to tell him to stay up here. That's all I was trying to say, is stay up here, and we'll continue to have the conversation with you. If you could please see Moses, so we can talk about the more components since your time ran out. But go ahead and ask him, Sister Freedom. That's all I was going to say.
Well, when you said that he's getting played, that we're getting played. What? Because the word black can be used in so many different ways because it's an English word. So how are we getting played? What am I missing?
So one thing I would say is, well, not from my words, but what the point that Kanye was trying to make in that video, he said, we're getting played because where are black people from?
Huh?
Where are black people from?
Hold on, y'all. That's what I was saying earlier about the census. If y'all pull it up, the definitions of the terms on the census.
Sachi, I know
black and African American don't derive from no original people.
Well, hold on, because I just want her to think through have a dialogue. So
the way it sounds like to me is he's trying, when he used the word black, he's actually speaking on African, and he's trying to say that we're from here, and
no, but
that's what I hear when he says it.
No, not him. I'm just saying, you said, how are we getting played? And so then my response,
we're talking about we were talking about Kanye. So Kanye said we're not black. Where
are black people from?
No, he said we're not black.
No, well, he's talking about after he said we're not black, we're Indian, Sister Freedom. He said, someone bring out the globe right now, bring out a map and show me where black is on the map. Then he was like, everyone else, you say Australian people, they're Australian. You say Chinese people, China, Japanese people.
Okay,
so he said, where is black on a map?
Yeah, I see what he's saying. And he might be playing his own self with that part.
Oh man, that's how you feel.
If y'all pull up them census
but you gotta understand why
I'll tell you what I'm saying. Black don't derive from no original people. Black or African American, it don't derive from no original people. The rest of the definitions,
but
white,
the word is
Asian, and all that got the term original people in it.
That's out of order, y'all. Because we're gonna go back and forth,
please. So it started it, and let us all get into the conversation. So now, Sister Freedom, you got the clarity. Let's go on to Sachi to have the 2 minutes.
In my turn, actually, I haven't had a turn in I don't know how long.
Because it hasn't gotten to you.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't had a turn. I'm just trying to moderate now.
Oh, you did. I don't know why you're saying that.
I have not.
No, we haven't.
No,
none of the girls have had a turn.
I'm just being
okay. So that's why I jumped in to start moderating, because it was an hour and none of the girls spoke. Go ahead, Sachi, 2 minutes.
All I'm gonna say is that whole message don't come from him. It come from the old man. If you listen to the speech, you'll find out who the old man is. This ain't nothing Kanye just came up with on his own. We've been talking about this way before Kanye ever first time he even said this has been going on for years. That ain't come from Kanye. That ain't Kanye's epiphany. That's all I'm saying. Y'all acting like this ain't a discussion that thousands of people talking about across America, not just Kanye.
What old man?
Please, well, let's enact the thing now. We gotta let Sachi have his 2 minutes and no questions until it's your turn. But let's please, because we haven't gotten to get to everyone. So please, well, we already established some of these rules, and one of the rules was it has to be your turn to ask a question. I don't know if you stopped his time dots, but I think he should be at like a minute left or so.
Yeah, I did. He has a minute 30.
Okay, go ahead and start his time.
When she play the rest of the video, y'all find out who the old man is. He gonna tell you. And I relinquish the flow. Y'all can go to the next person.
Thank you. Well, all I was gonna say as far as when it comes to this, I agree with what C. Moses is saying. I hope C. Moses comes back. Oh yeah, he did. I do think as far as the conversation for purposes of what we're talking about, it's irrelevant what happened to his mom. His mom actually passed away because she was going to get breast surgery. She's going to get implants, and the doctor told her that her heart wasn't sustainable enough to get those implants. So she went to like Colombia or someone that was gonna just do the surgery for her anyways, even with the condition of her heart. And that's when her heart stopped. So I get it that there might be blame there, but it really has nothing to do with the conversation. And I really don't believe that that's coming from a place. He's saying we're Indian from a place of his mom. Now, I do believe him really searching for who he is could be established from his mom, but I think that's a great thing. I think that's something that his family internally is pushing him to do. He wants to learn himself. That's why he's researched the Moors. That's why he brought up the Hebrews before. That's why he's done so much extensive research on the Jews and who the Jews are, and are the Jews really the enemy? Why are they having so much influence on our culture? So he did those things, I believe, because are a good thing. He did it maybe because he's pushed by his pain, but I think that's how pain is supposed to push us. It's supposed to push us to better ourselves, to get more knowledge or things like that. So I think we are missing out on the bigger conversation when we're not talking about what he said over saying, oh, he's hurt. And that's probably why he said it. I don't think it's because he's hurt. Okay, Nisha, I'm done.
Yeah. Shit. Don't they say a drunk man tells no lies?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't agree with the stance that because his mama died and he's bipolar. And like I said before, and I reiterated, we all are messed up in some form of fashion. It shows more in others, but we still are. So I can't. He barely. He didn't even mention about Kim and is not letting them until going towards the end of the rant. So that wasn't the basis, or that wasn't the full of the rant. He was calling people out for who they are, what they do, they shit. And that's what it was if you really listen. So in his rant, I don't see any lies. I don't see where he's lying about anything. I don't give a damn who he heard it from. We all are still growing and evolving and learning, and maybe he's coming into his own, regardless of what. Just I don't have to agree with everything, but a lot of things I don't have to agree with anything that anybody says. And I'm not going to discount what you say just because I disagree or call you crazy or this, that, and the other. No, I'm not going to do that. He ain't that crazy. He really not. So I didn't see any fallacies in his rant. And if it is, if y'all saw some, please let me know so I can rewatch it.
I want to say
Wait, hold up. It's not your turn yet. It's Dot's.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so sorry, hold on. So not to repeat some of what anybody else said, what I would say is that, you know, okay. So what I would say is, when he was doing that, oh my gosh, shut up. When he was doing that, his little rant or what have you. Why is it doing that? Stop. There we go, baby. I apologize. So when he was doing that, right? He also was calling out some of the gatekeepers, quote unquote, right? And they were Jewish. And he was also saying, like pretty much they are the gatekeepers. And he started listing some of their names. And if you recall, you already know how that works, right? Like if you say anything that could possibly be construed as anti-Jewish, then by default you must be anti-Semitic, which is a bunch of crap, right? And so for me, at least, what I see is he's highlighting you can have all the money in the world. He's a billionaire, yes, but still not have the access. Do you understand? You can have all the money in the world, but still not have the access. So just a couple of years ago, prior to him doing Yeezy with Adidas, before Adidas dropped them, right? For his quote unquote anti-Jewish remarks, no less. It's like you can offend every other group, just don't do it, just don't do that, right? But he was having a problem with breaking into or getting access to the high design, like to some of the top designers that we know, right? And he couldn't figure it out because he's like, yo, I'm the most influential, I'm wealthy, I'm this, that, and third, but yet and still, I still can't get in the door. I still don't have that type of access, right? So when I hear that, and I think back to even my own life, because at the end of the day, I feel like, and this is for me at least something that's practical, it is so important, even if it isn't fallacy, but just for each of us, whether it's a diary, a loose leaf paper, start writing down, what you remember. If you don't have too many details about your own genealogy, you start doing that, right? I forgot who said that if you want to hide something from the Negro, you put it in a book, right? So while we are really good at ranting and vomiting, right? But then what is the action that follows behind that? Because ultimately what you're trying to do, right, is to become empowered. And one way to do that is to document so that no one can tell you who you are. Okay? Document, start writing things down, open up a damn book and read. Because you're not doing it for you, you're doing it for those who you're leaving behind, your legacy, your descendants, your great grandchildren, your great 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 grandchildren. It's not for you. Screw Kanye, because when I listen to him, I already know that, right? So I'm saying to myself, okay, fine. So yes, fine. If you say you're indigenous or however you want to identify yourself, you have every right to self-identify. Who cares? Really and truly, that's how I feel. Who gives a damn? But now, what is the next step that you're going to put into place, right, to change the dynamic of your family, to strengthen the roots, so to speak?
All right.
All right, that's 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It
was past it, but okay. You welcome.
No, because I started it from after when she was having problems with her timer, so it was actually at 2 minutes. Gemini.
So I just feel like Kanye West knew that he always knew he was going to be successful. I think this is something he knew. He knew he was a good rapper as a kid growing up. And I think he knew he was going to be successful after he signed the record deal. I think that he had the good third eye that saw right past certain things and lifted up the belt, seeing how the game was played. And he knew exactly what road it would lead him down. He didn't know everything, but he knew pretty much the direction that he wanted to head was going to give him another level of measured success. I think it was measured. And I think that over time, he realized that, hey, you know what? In order to, because all the data says that, hey, blacks die at a record all-time high, this thing, that thing. I think between marketing, I think between learning how the game is played, I think a little bit of greed, a little bit of being successful minded. He wanted all of these things. He went down that road. and this is where it led him. All of
Okay.
that, I think all of it is a little bit calculated. All of it, no, but some of it definitely, yes. Does it make him a genius? Maybe, maybe not. But I think he always knew he was going to be great, and I think he always knew where he was headed. So it's not a surprise for some of these things that he's actually saying, and where he got his information from.
Okay.
Right, Sakina.
Okay, thank you. I believe that. Well, I can't believe that Kanye can't go and kick it with a few friends like all us do, and try to enjoy himself, and or even get ready to have a Ricky moment and be sick of this shit, sick of this. I'm just sick of this shit. Sick of this. You remember that movie Boys in the Hood when that boy came in the house and was like, I'm sick of this shit. Sick of this shit. Sick of this shit. And he was ranting. He was ranting. And somebody recorded that. And because of that reason right now, everybody think he crazy. I mean, we all can't just have a rant, just a moment where it ain't really Kanye, is whoever video recorded it. And now we looking at him like what?
Okay.
I know it ain't 2 minutes, Freedom.
Oh, I thought you was asking a question.
No, I'm just saying.
It's
I'm
probably 2 minutes or more.
no, it's
No, it's
not.
not.
I'm messing with Sakina because she said something to me. Dulcinea.
No,
Well, let me start over. You got 45 seconds left.
thank you so much. Because
So
I just
Shanae, I
want
have
to
the
know.
time. I got the time.
It's just to the point where at one point, we do want to look at reasons why it could have happened, but when you really look at it, what did happen, somebody was recording him. He wasn't recording himself. Somebody recorded him ranting and then put this on Facebook or whatever, YouTube, or I don't know where they put it, but they put it somewhere, and now we looking at him like he really did something wrong, but he was ranting.
That's time.
I thought Kiki was asking a question, but anyway, first of all, let's make sure that we do know Brother Lie was correct and Dulcinea was correct. She was getting a breast reduction and she was getting a tummy tuck. That's why she had a coronary artery something, but it had something to do with her heart, and that's how she passed. And it does say when I read up on it that he blames himself and that it's really bothering him. It's probably something he'll probably never get over with. Plus the problems that he's having in his marriage with this girl trying to hold his kids from him and stuff. That weighs a lot on a man. It weighs a lot, especially when you want a relationship with your children. The man is brilliant, but most brilliant people do seem strange to other people. I mean, he's very passionate in his belief in things. He's passionate with how he thinks about how people are unfair or being treated unfair. I don't know if I pretty much agree with the word black. That's my own personal opinion. I see it's a rebirth in the name and that it's used in a proudful way. But I do understand what Kanye's saying about that we were Indian, which is a misnomer, which native to this land is probably what I would pick. But that's a fact what he's saying. It's an actual fact what he's saying that we were already on these lands. A lot of people died coming over on them ships, and it was people already on these lands that were of dark hue. Now he may not want to use the word black. The Moors don't like to use the word black, but we use it. The majority of us use it as a word, and we stand behind it proudly. That's pretty much what I got to say. Is I love his music, and I'm sorry that he's going through issues with the undone. or The Walking Dead, if I may say, to keep his child away from him, people's vampires and trying to eat your brains up. But that's what I had to say about it. I can't believe that was 2 minutes, but okay. I think she did mine a
Yeah,
minute.
you started second, bitch.
It mine was fast, so I think that's it. Mine at a minute and 15 seconds. Like,
It goes by fast, it really do.
but no, I was teasing.
I know.
Sorry for interrupting tonight. I have been, but I don't want nothing to get past me about good old Kanye.
No, we understand. That's why I was like, hold up, I got to get back control because we were going to be sitting here having the guys talk and us never talking. Go ahead, Brass. It's on you.
First off, I appreciate everybody giving me the time. I stayed because I wanted to hear kind of everybody's point of view before I left. The one thing I'm noticing is his rant means something to everybody different on the panel because they have different things that's important to them. You know, the original man, I'm kind of more of a brain person studying that kind of things. But then also being in the music business, while everybody was talking, I looked into that rant that he did. A lot of his stuff is with designs and the Jews. That's hip hop, the clothing industry, all of that kind of stuff that he's doing. So I'm just gonna say this: it's all theory. None of us really know. We might think we know based on our personal experiences or whatever. Even I don't know. I don't know that this is mom. It's just my thought. But I kind of feel like everybody could take a piece of it. He was talking about Jesus Christ too. So, I mean, whatever it is, it's a good discourse, but there is no actual rationale as to what Kanye is thinking because none of us know what anybody else is thinking, even the people closest to you. Thanks.
I know that's right.
I was done. I didn't have nothing else. Thanks.
Yeah, it's Brother Law. It's his turn.
I mean, I could just basically piggyback off of what Dots was saying, but I can also reiterate in saying this. Besides myself, I don't know if anyone else on this panel has lost a parent or lost that essential loved one that you truly loved in your life. It's that support system, that rock in his life. He don't have it no more. I mean, that serves a big part. And what Brass was also saying in regards for the Zionists, let's be transparent if we're really going to speak the truth. How many black people own distributing companies? How many black people have record labels where essentially we don't have to outsource to anybody else and we can recycle our own money back in our own communities and in our businesses? They run everything. So if I know I can run everything, let's just keep it transparent. I know that by me running everything, and preferably right now we're speaking about the music industry, there are no Zionists or no Jews at all spitting any bars over any tracks. But we know there's a large majority of people which are the creators and architects of this music and this genre of music we're listening to. That being the case, let me use a public face that is Kanye West. He's influential. He has a big following. He's around this person that's over here. Oh, he's with Jay-Z. He's these. These are all pawns.
And
as a businessman, if you have a pawn that essentially you don't have to manipulate in a sense or move them around to get them started, and you can use them as leverage to get towards your ultimate goal, you can control them the way you need to. That's what I'm speaking in regards to. Y'all don't want to address the elephant in the room. Maybe it's because of the platform.
All right, thank you. See Moses.
Yeah, so I want to go back to when in the video when Ye talks about how he felt like there was nobody with him in that room. I think I personally like I've been in that position where you feel like the people who are with you are not really with you. And the crazy thing, I want to go back to when I was saying like black people are getting played, and he's trying to let us know we are getting played because this is our land, this is our culture. He talks about this is our money. And then I don't know if I connected all the dots when I was saying before, when I was saying I came on the panel yesterday talking about American culture versus African culture, but he's still here and talking about this is our culture here in America. And the fact that him being who he is, he can't even see his child should be a problem that all of us start to say, well, wait a minute, time out. If him, an American on his land, as the largest artist, most influential, whatever, can't even do some of the basic stuff, we have a problem. So that's why it's like almost on all of us to kind of say, well, what is he really saying? Because you would think that not so much that the money solves things, but like if he's that frustrated, imagine what some of the common folk are like, what are we going through? Because like what, or not even going through, what are we trying to get to? People talk about like leveling up and, you know, make your first million. He's a billionaire and he's frustrated at the point where he can't even see his family. Now, obviously, everybody has a different opinion as to why that is, and so on and so forth. But the way that he connected the dots of what the problem is here, even to the point where people calling him crazy, prescribing drugs, the Western medicine not being of our own, like there's a real solution and a way out of this whole thing. I mean that theoretically, that we are all
Moses.
All right, yeah, and we'll get back to you. So thank you, Sachi.
Let Moses have my time.
Okay, start a 2-minute timer, dots, and see Moses. Go ahead and finish off.
When you call someone crazy is like you're not making any sense. You're speaking gibberish. You're like I don't even. We have to redefine what crazy means. Nothing in that seemed crazy. Literally, the whole panel, everyone's saying, "Well, he's speaking the truth." Blah, blah. So then, why are we even throwing that term "crazy"? What does that mean? And the headlines, if you read a headline, Kanye West off his meds or blah blah, that's so that you dismiss the real message. So what we're doing here, like, I don't know how many people are listening, but just this panel, we're getting beneath the surface, but that's what we got to do as a culture. Because if you, like I said, if you've ever been in that room and where you felt like the people that are with you are not really with you, then you stop giving that truth. And that's where our culture, we're devoid of we don't even speak the truth no more, because those people that speak the truth get called crazy. So that's what we're like backtracking a little bit. And I don't want to spend another 2 full minutes, but I am very passionate about this because I've been in those situations. And when I see Kanye, whether it be 2 days ago or last year when he was on Drink Champs, I'm like, yo, I feel just like this, and this is what we need to get over in order for us to really heal the whole land. So it's not just art, it's not millionaire problems, it's the problems that we have, not even the problems, the conversations that we have with our family saying, man, we're supposed to be growing food. And they're like, they don't even get that. You don't even know that you're from here. We're supposed to grow food. I'm gonna land there.
Thank you. I was about to say, turn it is mine. All right. I just wanted to say a a sorry to what Brother Law is saying. I mean, I've made it kind of clear, so I'm not gonna go too much into it, but everyone knows I lost my mom at 17, I lost my dad at 19, and I've been taking care of my family ever since. I think to really just be like a big elephant in the room is that kind of pain, it's not. That kind of pain actually causes a lot of people to be even greater, not to be worse. So to say that the rant is something just due to pain and not something that was true, factual, I think that's where people are not really agreeing. And I can say, for instance, to me, that's where I'm not agreeing with it. Not that he wasn't hurt by what happened to his mom. Of course, we're all hurt when we lose someone that close to us. But that now this is leading him down a negative path, and that's why he's doing these rants, instead of this is leading him down a path of enlightenment, where he was just a cog in the clock. He was just another pawn on the chessboard. And then now, because of his situation, he woke up to be like, hey, I really need to look into these things. I really need to learn this stuff for myself, because I can attest that's what happened to me when I'm 19. I have no parents. I was like, okay, so now is the time to really know what's true, what's not true. So I think that's the path that Kanye's on. And I don't think that it's a negative path because of his mom. I think it's a positive path that he's on. All right, Nisha.
There's really no more that I can add on to what I already said. Um, how do y'all feel about anti-Semitism or Semitism, or however you want to pronounce the damn word? Is it should we not say anything? Just be quiet? And I mean, how does that affect y'all? To me, I don't give a fuck about it. Go ahead, Docs.
Yeah, man. Listen, I think that identifying people as anti-Semitic because they're expressing their First Amendment right, freedom of speech, is absolutely asinine, backwards, and I think it's a very scary thing. But I also think that it is a clear indicator of when we say necessarily who has the power. I think it's very clear, because anybody that has the power to shut down, a billionaire, for example, point of view or opinion, that's what you call power, babies. I don't know how much clearer it has got to be, right? But in my very real life, like you, Nisha, I don't care. like, moving right along kind of thing. I'm good.
Okay. Listen, I can't move when Kanye say move.
Just
Okay,
like
we can't become no activists just because Kanye say, there are these issues. There's issues that plague us every single day. So him saying this today, somebody else said it yesterday, the day before him, and the day before him. So I can't be moving and getting all hyped up just because Kanye said it. That don't make no sense to me. Okay. Then his timing is sketchy. I'm sorry. His timing with all of this is always sketchy. And I think as far as being anti, Semitic, I think when he threw the first what they call temper tantrum, they labeled him anti-Semitic. Right. And it could have been a little bit of that. He couldn't get his way. So he went straight to the media. That was smart. Okay. And the question I have for y'all after you finish answering the anti-Semitic one is he scamming when his music is not up to par, when he's giving y'all a really bad album? So I would, after this album drop, and if this album isn't really good, is he scamming? Yay or nay?
If he give you an album, it don't matter if it's duty ball or not. How is
Hold
he
on,
scamming? He
Sachi.
gave
Hold
you the
on,
product.
Sachi. Wait, Sachi. It's not your turn. It's Sakina's turn. Go ahead, Sakina.
they really do exist. Semitic people. I thought y'all was playing. Semitic has a language and a people. They come from the son of Noah. They include Hebrews and Arabic. Are we serious? Phoenicians and Arabs and Asians? They say Afro-Asiatics. It must mean Philippines, huh? Asians with a little nappy hair. Semitic. I can't believe it, y'all. What was the question, Nisha? We putting a new level to
Girl, you
racism
gonna make me choke off my ice. What's the question?
here because we put a new level on prejudice now.
No,
What
I
was
was just asking how you feel about anti-Semitism, Semitism, anti-Semitic. Yeah, that it. That's
do that fall under religion or prejudice, racism? What category? What pronoun do that fall under?
them and they, them and they.
Yeah, and it would fall under a hate crime. But all right, Sister Freedom, go
That was
ahead
so good,
and
Superior. That was good. That was good.
I'm just saying, is there any way, and does anybody on the panel have Kanye's phone number? Because I need a loan. And I will listen and I'm just saying I will listen to him talk too. I won't say anything mean to him. I just need a loan. Oh, look so okay. Was there a question on the panel?
Nisha said,
what
Don't
do you
start
feel
my
about
time yet.
anti?
Don't
Yeah,
start my time yet. Go ahead. What's the
what do
question?
you feel about anti-Semitism? And now
Oh,
your
I'm
time
so
has
sick
started.
of them damn people. So sick of them people. They ain't no damn privileged characters. Can't nobody say nothing about the Jews. Can't nobody say nothing about them people. Girl, please. That's how I feel about it. Anti what? I'm black and I'm proud. Shoot, ain't nobody think about that mess. I mean, they make more out of it like these are this we I mean, like they really are the special people. Don't say nothing about them. Oh no, don't do this, don't do that. What? You ain't no different than nobody else. You still do everything that the average person do. You blow your nose when you got sneeze. Oh my God, them people get on my nerves underneath my skin. I don't know what it is so big and bad about them, or so not about them. I just don't get it. But anyway, that's how I feel about them. I don't know why everybody lose everything that they have if they even mention anything that they don't agree with concerning these people. Or I just don't get it. I mean, but to each his own. But make sure you wash your hands because that's what everybody do. That's it. I'm just saying. Just wash your hands after you use the bathroom. I don't know what to say about them. Put your shoes on the left foot, on the right foot. I don't know what to say about these people. So special. All right, well, I hope they don't put no grease in their hair. I don't know what you want me to say about them, though. I don't know what to say about them. It can go to is that Darvis?
Yeah, it's Darvis next, then Brother
Is
Law, then C.
that, do I
Moses,
see
and
my time on my 2 minutes?
Hey,
Well,
Darvin.
I'm just saying, Sakina,
Peace, peace.
I'm just saying, my time was you saved by the bell because I was going to say something else, about them. I mean, you know, I might say the wrong thing. Go ahead, Doris, it's your turn.
peace, Darvis.
please, Darvis.
Peace to all the queens, kings, peace. I think it's a term them boys use to stop people from looking into their history and identifying them boys, the different tactics they take because a lot of people don't subscribe to the fact that they're even being the real Jews. But they fall up under that nationality and they put out this whole DNA shit, but they make it illegal to trace their DNA.
Mm.
They control all the media. They control most of the internet. They control everything we listen to. They control all the video. Well, it used to be video channels and shit like the BET and MTV and all that. They control all the news outlets. I don't know what their connection is, but they claim to be some people that they're not. But according to some stories, they were converted into. So I can't say they're not that because they were converted. According to some people, I don't want to get nobody channel struck or nothing like that. So I'm gonna tread lightly on this subject. And it's just a theory too, for educational purpose. But after they use that man, so you can never really say nothing wrong about them. They put these things in place. So as soon as you mention anything about it, because it's the information age, and they know it's the information age, a lot of shit about to come out. And between them and these so-called Indians, these strange people that's going under these nationalities of indigenous people, so-called grave robbers, these niggas that were naturalized and took the name of the people of the land and went by that name or start calling themselves people that they know they were not, just so they can rewrite history. All that shit is about to be exposed. And them boys is laying down different ways to let me protect themselves. That's the whole purpose of the anti-Semitism thing. So you can never question a so-called Jew, especially not on their platforms. And we understand it's one of their platforms. My bad. Peace.
No, you're all good. Thank you. And Brother Law, it's your go.
We cannot be anti-Semitic because we don't hold any leverage or power to control anything. It's just that simple. We don't have to look. We don't have to look around the corner at this one, that one. It's just that simple. We don't dictate or control anything in media, music, distributing, nothing. We control nothing. So how can we be anti-Semitic or in a sense throw something or wrench in the system if we don't control it? It's just that simple. I yield.
Good answer. The dunya is real.
It's facts to what he said.
All right, C. Moses.
All right, so I speak from the premise that this is our land, so we make the rules. When it comes to this topic, you have the right on this land to like whoever you want, and you have the right to not like whoever you want. Whenever like the TV tells us, "Oh, this is a racist," and blah blah, my default is if someone wants to be racist, let them be racist to the degree that they don't commit a crime and to the degree that, you know, there's a level to it, but you can't force someone to like someone or not like someone. And I say, I know I'm using someone when we're talking about a whole group of people, but like, I don't think it's a natural thing to be anti something. And then the opposite is you can't say this or say whatever you want. Obviously don't commit a crime, but there are some people that like racist people because they're honest people. So I'm not when it comes to anti-Semitism or just liking a group of people or not liking some people, be you. And I think that's the solution to us getting over some stuff, because then people who are like, you're gonna either cut off some of your blessings, you're not going to understand the jewels and like the real life. Like, imagine people not liking us, like we the people that have good, like it's way deeper than just, oh, this person is a racist or whatever. Like they don't even um I'm kind of losing my the where I want to land with it. But my solution to anything having to do with this is I just want people to be who they truly are. And you can't force people to like a group of people or dislike a group of people. I don't even know what it's based off of, but that's my solution to how we can get back to what our natural rules to the land are.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Right on. Satchel, you want to say anything? It's your turn.
I'm gonna say this right here. That word to me, all it means is to threaten they influence. Cause all Kyrie did was share a video. Uh, and according to Minister Louis Farrakhan, we can't be there because we is that, and he's suing about it right now. That's all I got to say.
Okay, and Darvish, you can't drop down because we got to ask you questions now that your information has been downloaded into the chat. But the question, anti-Semitism. My thoughts on it is that people need to look up Jewish families. They need to know the Jewish bloodlines. There's a reason why they always say it's anti-Semitic to bring them up, because they don't want us to know the history. They don't want us to know what happened. I will say I do feel for Jewish people that are not all Jewish people have the infamous bloodlines that would led to things like slavery and everything, but this whole notion that they were just these innocent workers at a bank, that is not how the history goes down. So we actually need to look up the Sephardic Jews, what they did. And yes, every time we actually look into the history and start exposing Jewish people, they're going to call us anti-Semitic.
And that shit is almost illegal now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to really drop down. My bad. So I don't know if anybody else want to take over time, but thank you guys.
Yeah, I can take over. And did you want to get your spill in? Did you already get your spill?
I don't want to read. I mean, I don't really have
Okay.
anything extra to say, that I haven't said already. So y'all have a good night.
Night.
Good night, sis.
Good night, though.
Peace, Queen.
Okay, so do y'all mind us addressing this in the chat, Sister Freedom?
Okay, hold on
See
before
this?
you
Okay.
address that, Dustin. I'm dropping down too. So
Okay.
yeah, because I'm staying on in the chat long enough to hear the tea about Darvis, because he got a
That's what
lot
I was just about to say, girl. You don't want to
to
stay on
talk
the
about.
panel for 2 more minutes?
Sean.
Wait, I was gonna say, you don't want to stay on the panel for 2 more minutes for us to address Darvis's mama?
Okay, 2 more minutes. Go ahead, get him, girl, get him.
Okay. So Darvis, before we actually bring up the clip, would you like to give us some information on your mom and what happened tonight?
Miss Nicole, where
All
you
right,
go?
man. Like I said, man, listen, man. Like when I be on y'all boy platform, like I try to make sure y'all understand, it's a lot of us. Where I live at, man, is like real family oriented. I'm talking about there's a lot of us. And there's a lot of different families that stay in the same area that had the same issues going on. I mean, not really issues, but same circumstances. We all live in our ancestral lands. There's a lot of different families. Now, when it come down to some of these touchy ass words like Indian and more, I get thrown inside of a box, you know what I mean? Because word, no, listen. And then I understand that my people they went to school just like I went to school. We all been indoctrinated. So some of us don't really quite understand these things. And listen, dog, it's hard trying to explain it to my people. But I use the term more. And a lot of people have an issue with that term.
Can
I mean, so
I ask what your mom believes? What does your mom say she is and you are?
so my mother, she like, I mean, she know that they would call Indians. We understand all that there, but they don't really use that term like they used to back in the days, I guess, before my time. But she understand the term and whatnot. But listen, now remember, y'all talk about that shit that happened a little while ago on the phone. That was my mother. That was Mama Chief. You know, Mama
Drop the
Chief is my
clip,
cousin.
Dulcinea.
Oh, Mama
Darvis.
Chi from Aboriginal Powers.
Yeah, that's my cousin.
That's your cousin? Okay.
Yeah. So I call her Mama Chief. I say Mama sometimes. I mean, short for Mama Chief. She like me call Mama Chief.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like y'all
that
tell
was
me,
my real mother. I mean,
So why don't you listen to your cousin? You would say your cousin's pretty wise, right?
To yes, in certain fields, we all wise in our own fields. But see, man, y'all see, man, I don't want to talk about this shit, man, because y'all be
Yes.
playing, man. Listen, man, this shit be hitting kind of deep around the hood now, man. A lot of people don't understand this shit. And I
That
be
word
trying to explain it to them, and people make it seem like I have some kind of issue against Indian or me understanding that I was an Indian or I am an Indian also. I don't have no issue with that.
Right.
All I'm saying is, understand that it's a numb to gear. And it may go over a couple people's heads because when we talk about nationality, tribal affiliations, I mean, don't really apply. And so when I use the term more, we talk about a nationality. The name of the fucking land, I don't mean to curse our panel, but I got to get this shit out. The name of the fucking land was named after the serpent. The same serpent we see on all these fucking Quetzalcoatl, no matter where you at, they got different pictures of the motherfucker, but it's all the same serpent they talk about in Eden that been here before Adam. That serpent. The name of the serpent was Amoru. People named the land after the serpent. So the land was called Amoru. The people of the land were called More. It's not really hard to really get. It's like the term America. It came from the same term.
I don't know what you're talking about. My family
Cool. I got you.
Pamunkey in
Quick. Listen, I'm not talking about tribal affiliation though.
Brother,
Like you could be an American and a Seminole. You could be an American and a whatever tribe. You could be Yamasee. You could be, you know what I mean? America is a nationality. It don't have nothing to do with the tribal affiliations. And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand.
All cap, Darvis. Sketchy.
All right, cool. So, you know what
Hold on,
I'm
I'm
about
gonna
to do?
get it.
Hey, Darvis.
Darvis.
More.
I'm listening.
More is Indian is just the updated term from more. It was more first, then it went to Indian.
Cool.
It's all the
And I
same
agree with
damn
that.
people. More
And I agree with
Indian.
that. But
All
the
you know what I'm
difference is,
saying?
I know, but the difference is though, when we went from Moor to Indian, we gave up a nationality. We were divided. We took on so many different tribal things, and every nation have a bunch of different families. Tribes really just a family. We agree with that, right? So we
That's
had
what
a bunch of
trying
different
to family.
families. Yeah, so we got a bunch of different families, but we're not talking about family affiliations. So now we being realistic, right? So now, say your family is the whatever. Give me what's your family? What they call your tribe?
And y'all will.
Aniawea. That's what they call my people. Anyway, though, you Aniawea. Everybody amongst that tribe, we gonna talk to your homeboy, or whatever. Know what I mean, you use like your street. Know what I mean, as where you from, because all of us Aniawea. So we wouldn't use not Aniawea unless we dealing with somebody that's not that. You get what I mean? So now, if we leave the America and go somewhere else, we identify by our nationality. That the American thing come in at.
Okay.
So
Okay.
now
Let's
you
pause
can
there,
still be
Darvis.
American and be South Carolinian. You can be Texan.
Where
You can be
Dot's at?
Cherokee. You be all that.
Drop down for the night.
Where Dot's at?
She dropped down for the night. She already dropped down.
Oh, because
All right.
I think
I
more so
have the
with it.
clip ready.
I think
Brother, I'll go ahead and finish, and then I'll play the clip.
I think the premise, Darvis.
But
I think the premise of what you're speaking from is from a traveling brother that's crossed those burning sands, if I'm correct.
No.
So it sounds, but you keep referring back to traveling and traveling. That's why I'm asking you these questions.
The reason why I say that because when we talking about the people in like over different when we left here we went to different nations. We went to France, or we became the French, or we went to Gaul and became the French, or we went to you know what I mean? Like we went over to Europe, these different places. Now, we went over to different places. We went to somebody else's nation. We did business in their nations. We were not one of them. So we couldn't be Spanish. We had to have our own nationality. And they were called Moor for a reason, because that was their nationality. Just because you're Moor don't mean you can't be Christian. It don't mean you cannot be Cherokee. It don't mean you cannot be whatever nation, or family connection you already had. It's just a different level. That's it. And it's simple. It was so crazy is I don't see how as much books we read, we don't get that.
I'm somewhat still lost, brother, because I thought you was coming under pretense under an umbrella, speaking in regards as you being a Mason. That's why
So he's talking for more of a Moorish standpoint, just being like
If you talk
reading
about a
books
Mason,
and
I just
everything.
concrete work
But
for a living. I'm a
Jarvis,
concrete Mason.
before we play the clip, what did you think about all the, like, you were at the lecture, so what do you think about the Moors' triumph, or the great time for the Moors, the timeline matching up exactly to the Mohammedans and following Prophet
This is a
Muhammad?
misunderstanding, Queen. Queen. But it don't. But I
How
know,
is
but it
that?
go way
Okay,
back
so
beyond
wait,
Muhammad, though,
you said
Mama.
it's, hold on, you said it's a misunderstanding. So then
Yeah.
can you explain that as far as the great time for the Moors, or the golden age of the Moors, and if they're not the Mohammedan group, who were they?
All right, cool. These Hebrews, they were Hebrews. All right. The people they call Mohammedan did not call themselves Mohammedans. These terms that these contemporary writers throw into history, Queen, just to throw us in the loop. These terms really don't exist. The
Okay,
people don't call
Jarvis,
themselves them
I'm
things.
not
Now,
talking about the
that's what I would
term.
say.
I'm talking about the people
All right,
under
cool.
Prophet Muhammad.
All right, cool. I got you.
Prophet Muhammad.
I got you, Queen. I got you. They didn't call themselves that. That's all I said. Now, if you talk about the origin of it, you have to go back to Ruth or Lot's kids, because they were the Moabites, and the Moabites were Hebrews, Queen.
But why do we have to go back to the Bible when we're addressing the?
Because the Bible is the original book of genealogy. Ain't nothing we do new under the sun, Queen. All this shit been done already.
To all of them, or taking it on those.
I'm not saying all of the more than I speak for nobody else, Queen.
What?
So if we're talking about that timeline of what we know of Moorish history, first off, would that stronghold of Spain be what you consider the golden age of the Moors?
I don't know. I guess you can say that. I don't know, but I don't know about other timelines. See, Queen, they took away that history. You get what I mean? So it's hard to say what time they've been making money or they've been doing anything or whatever. Because since 10,500 years ago, we went over there and colonized those areas. After they came up from the flood, the people that we call, say, African or say Europeans, those lands were underwater, Queen. When the land came up out the water, people started going on and picking up the minerals, having kids.
So, Darvis, are those people that came out of North Africa and had a strong hold over Spain, were they the Moors? Yes or no?
Yes, they were also the Moors, yes.
Okay. So were those people affiliated with Prophet Muhammad?
Could have been, but they've been doing their own thing too, Queen. Remember now, when it comes down to Islam, Mama, there was so many different wars behind Islam, and they went on that Middle East because when the so-called Prophet Muhammad, when he died, he left
Peace be upon them. Be careful,
yeah,
brother.
peace be upon him. But when he died, he left like it was like a power struggle between families.
Yes,
So
exactly.
who's gonna take over whatever they're gonna take over? Now, remember, these people stem from what they would call the Ishmaelites. The Mohammedan term, Queen, that's a contemporary writer placing the name of some people in history. We got to understand that. We really dealing with research. I mean, we got to understand these.
Okay, but let's
All right, so
stop
now,
there. Let's pause there
so the
because you at
Ishmaelites are
least say that
Hebrews.
those people are Moors. So we have a conglomerate. Now, in the same time period, where are Moors anywhere else?
Here,
Right.
mama.
Where? What's the name of the
That's
empire?
right.
America.
It was
No,
called America in the 7th century.
no, it wasn't.
All right, check it out. Read this.
We can't
Manly P.
read it,
Hall.
Jarvis. We can't read it.
Oh, you
All right.
read Manly
According to
P.
Manly P. Hall, he said, according to Manly P. Hall, he said, the name of America derived from the god Quetzalcoatl in Mexico, the Google Mash and Quechi, and it was called Amaru in Peru. From the latter, our word America comes from. You heard me?
But I got a different
Okay,
place that
so
It don't
came
really
from.
matter
right,
what we
so
thought.
that no, because
all right,
that's
I'm
the
listen.
gonna drop
problem
down,
with
This
y'all,
whole
and I'm gonna listen in the chat because Darvis gonna tap y'all all night.
Drop all the way down
it
to
ain't that, babe. Listen.
get it.
But hold on before you go. But this is the problem with these secondary sources, Darvis, because we would need to know
Queen,
who it. Wait, hold on. We would need to know who that book is from. Which that's the one
I just
world
told you, Manly P.
Tartarian
Hall.
Manu
Yeah, but
Manu
the quote comes from Manly P. Hall. Yeah, they quoted
Okay,
Manly
so
P.
then
Hall.
we would then need to actually go into seeing as far as
Yeah.
what we'll go into seeing what primary sources Manly P. Hall had to tie America in the name as far as that. But even if you're saying it never said in the 7th century. So are you attributing America to that 7th century, the same time the Moors were conflicting each other and going into the Iberian Peninsula? That's
No,
what
Queen.
you're
What I'm saying is, Queen, that we were there way before the 7th century, Queen. That's
What
what I'm
about
saying. We were
Amerigio
called. All right, cool. I follow me closely, right? You get
Hoochie?
this out, and then y'all can ask me whatever questions, and I'll answer if I can. All right.
Okay, what
If I
about
can't answer it, I can't answer it.
Amerigio Vespucci?
Man, that's a lie, Queen.
Well, they saying that that's who
And I know, but who is they though?
came from.
I know, but the
the same
day is a
day
lie,
they
Queen.
told you that it's from Amaru. It's the same day, isn't it?
No, 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 no.
The
How
American
you know you
Vespucci is a
wasn't
lie though,
there?
for real though.
You
He
was not
changed
there,
his name.
Jarvis.
That wasn't
Queen,
his
that's just
name at
not true,
first.
baby. That ain't what even fucking name. He got that
His
name after he
name was
left here.
Alberito at first.
You really gotta stop cussing though.
Well, he did
My bad,
Chickasaw.
Queen.
He did
I
use
don't listen,
Manly
man.
P. Hall.
I
So
use a
let's
lot
go.
of profanity, and I apologize in
I like
advance.
that
My
you
bad. I don't mean no harm.
being
My bad.
So let's go ahead. We'll play the clip. I don't know
because
exactly when
Justin
he
they
talked.
always talk about how the Spaniards enslaved people too, and this man is a Spaniard.
A what?
Yeah.
This man is from of Spain and Portugal.
Who, me?
And they enslaved a lot of people over here.
Amerigo Velasquez.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure who that is, but I
Vespucci.
won't disagree. Okay, okay. I know who you're talking about now. I got you. Yeah,
We
I got you. But
got with this the other day, remember?
yeah,
And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I twisted you up like a pretzel.
No, but you really ain't twisting me up, mama. It is. I don't even know what make you think that was even a good. But you know what? I love you anyway, Queen.
I know.
I
Thank
love
you.
you anyway, mama. Know what I mean, but
I want to go home.
a lot of these stories, man, were told by Christians about the people they was at war with.
Vespucci had a name change.
Yeah, a lot of niggas did
God,
because
not
they
a,
had a listen. A lot of these
His name
niggas
was Albertigo or
was
something like that at
Yeah,
first.
there's a
yeah.
lot of black people.
A
Hold
lot of these
on.
niggas got baptized. When they got baptized, believe it or not, Queen, they had to change their name.
this man ain't black.
Yeah, and I understand that, but it's
I
still
said baptized.
we would still have an actual empire and not just America, because it's not exactly America. You're saying it's based on Amaru or anything. There would be some kind of
No,
source.
Queen, we talk about
There would be some
the origin. I was
empire.
just trying.
Hold
Yeah, I was
on,
trying
hold
to tell you the
on.
origin of the name America.
Over here, no, nothing about
No,
no.
Darvis. There will be some kind of empire. There will be someone that's over it. When we go into, because you admitted, the golden age of the Moors. You not necessarily call it the golden age, but you admit
No.
that those are the Moors in the 7th
Yeah.
century. Well, they
Yeah.
have names. They have
Yeah.
families, they have dynasties, they have caliphs. We can
And they
name
also
the
have
people that
tribes.
are
They have
we
and
can
they got
name the
tribes.
people that are involved. We can name
Yeah,
the
and they have
wars and who
tribes.
fought each other. So all
Yeah,
I'm saying is, since
but
we have all that documented and we have that information, I'm asking, where is the documented information of the Moors in America? Because we have the Moors in North Africa
Queen,
that
you ain't looking for
were
that.
west
You
in
looking,
that
Information
time.
Queen,
on
you
the
ain't looking for that, mama.
but that's
You
it.
can
What?
Don't
look at that. You can look in a congressional record.
information on the
You
You
treaties
can
can
look in
look
a
up
congressional.
for
There's
the
a treaty.
war.
You know there's a
international
treaty.
records. What
I
you
know.
say?
I said a
Is.
congressional
I
record.
have some of that information, Dulcie, myself, about
Yeah.
the treaties on top of the water alone, but I don't know nothing about them being on these lands as a people.
Exactly. The
And
treaties are going to be
Cool, I understand that.
associated
So let
with
me ask
North
y'all another question, right?
Africa as well. They're
which
So
going
let
to
me ask you
be
another
they're
question.
going to
Let me
be
ask you another
talking
question.
about
I got
trade
you.
as far as
we
across the
already did this, Dulcie.
Atlantic,
The
and
Lord.
that's why they have those treaties for the trade across the Atlantic, meaning that they weren't all in the same place. They were trading. And
Fact.
what
Yeah.
they actually said was, we'll leave the Americans alone because they were kidnapping them as much as vice versa. So it was like,
And where they say that
we'll
at?
leave y'all alone. So
And where
we
they say
get
that at?
to North Africa from the Barbary treaties, the treaties of Tripoli. So we
Queen.
understand the North Africa influence and the Moors in North Africa. The
All right,
question
cool.
more so is, now they're saying at the same time the Moors are in North Africa, there are Moors that are in the Americas. So
Yes.
then
And the ones in North
where is
Africa
okay?
came from
So
America,
okay,
Queen.
again, so Darvis, where is the information, like the information in North Africa, where we can have the name of the caliph, we can have the leaders, we can know who's part, we can know who warred with who
Queen, those are tribes, Queen. Those are Berber tribes. You're reading about. We talk about a nationality, Queen. You confuse
So
the
wait, okay,
two.
so
Not
then all Berberi tribes across the Americas would all be considered Moors.
What he
Yes,
said,
at the
those
time,
men.
yes.
He
At
said
one time it was.
there's no need to call you American outside of America. Inside of America. That's what
No,
he's
what I'm
saying.
saying inside of America, like when we communicate with each other, you would
They
say,
wouldn't be
like I would say,
called
if
Moors
I say I'm
inside of
Amir
America.
Will, you say you Creek because we in America.
But what I'm saying is,
Okay,
If
so if
we're
the
not in
Moors
America,
lived, so if the Moors lived in America and they lived in Africa, then what is the big deal? Then you guys then need to start claiming your African heritage then, because the Moors are
I don't have
known
no.
to
Listen,
be
Queen,
African as
Queen.
well.
I listen.
that
I
don't
don't
mean
have no
the same
issue
family to connect
with the
to that.
Africans either. I don't know who. Listen, that's not my argument. That's somebody else's argument. I understand. I'm a Moor, and we have Moors that went to Africa. We got a lot of the people over there in Africa have our same bloodline. If we do real genealogy, we go back beyond the Christianity thing. Then of course we connect us to them, and in Europe, and in Asia. We go back past all that, Queen.
So wait, who came to Africa? Who came to Asia? Because the Moors came out of Africa into the Iberian
Queen, no, that's a
Peninsula.
lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
I just want
Why
to know
we
how
come out? We
Morocco got
came
in
to there.
Florida.
We went to there. We didn't come out of Africa. We went to Africa.
When?
I
What
don't
date?
understand how you don't get that.
Wait, what date?
10,500 years ago, after the last flood, when Africa came out of the
What?
water,
Wait, hold up. What date did you say?
10,500 years ago.
Okay. And that's when you're saying the people went into North Africa.
The main body of Africa, the Saharan area, that desert area, most of that started coming up around 10,000 years ago, according to some people. Now, I don't want to use that 10,000 and hold
Wait,
it
wait.
factual because
Are
I
you
don't, I
talking
don't, I don't
about when
understand the calendar
grass
thing.
came up, or are you talking about when Americans left America and went into Africa? I thought that's what the
Yes, that's
date
what I'm
was.
talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Yes. But during that time, they were not called Moors 10,000 years ago. They were going by the term Atlantean or Atlantis during that time. So most of the writers, the people call themselves Atlanteans during those ages.
So how? Okay, so then how do you connect? How do you connect the Atlanteans to the Moors?
Because they're all from the same place, Queen. This place that we
Wait,
call
okay,
Amaru was
so
once called
wait,
Atlantis.
If all the Moors are from the same place, how come there's Moors from North Africa that went into the Iberian Peninsula?
Because they were the same people, Queen. They've been going back and forth
So how
before they became part of the Moorish
okay,
Empire.
how can we tell the people that are indigenous to the different lands versus the people that have been coming back and forth?
See, how can you tell?
Yeah, how are you going to be
I
able
don't
to
know. That's good. How
identify?
can you tell? That's a good question. You tell me. Are you
Well,
about what somebody say? Because we do understand there
because
was a flood.
you're
So we
saying
understand.
that we
That's
can
what I'm saying. This Queen,
define Atlantis.
because it was underwater. The people that you see over there, all of them came from the Americas. None of them are indigenous to that land. There is no Aboriginal European. There's no Aboriginal African. There's no Aboriginal Asian. All them niggas came from the Americas, went over
So
there,
Darvis,
started populating them lands. That's what I would say.
the Moors. Darvis, then everyone is the
No,
Moors.
Queen. These things happened before the term applied to us. Before the term Moor came about, Moor, just like any other name, has a start and ending date. All right? I'm talking about during the time of the flood, right after the flood. During that time, they were going by the term Atlanteans then.
Right, but if the
Yes.
Atlanteans are
And they
what
all came
land,
from the Americans.
and if the Atlanteans come from the America and then they go and colonize around the world, and
They populated.
going to be populated by their people, then it would mean that Moors isn't a good nationality, because if the Atlanteans are the Moors, everyone is the Moors, because
What do
the
you call? I
Atlanteans
know.
went
Listen,
to
Queen.
everybody's land to populate it, so everyone's the Moors.
It was nobody else on the land, Queen. The land was
That
underwater.
doesn't change the fact of whether you say there were people on the land, whether you say they amalgamated. It doesn't change the fact that your ideology
does,
right now
Mama.
is saying that everyone is the Moors, because it started with the Atlantean Moors, then they went to Europe, then they went to
Mama.
Africa, then they went to populate.
That is why they
Mama, you
change
know
the
better. You know that's not
individual
what I'm
to
saying.
identify the
And you
people
know
from
it's so
this
hurtful.
land.
It's almost hurtful to me too, Queen, because you know that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying?
All right, there you go. Now I said after the flood, when Noah's land starts seceding out of the water, coming out of the water, we start going over there, doing whatever we've been doing over there, populating those lands in around the Mediterranean area, then further out. Most of those lands was underwater. When it came under the water, people from over here, and these lands right here we standing on, start going over there populating the land. That's what I'm saying, Queen.
Okay, and from that vision of history, Darvis, how then do we know, based on all the people of today, which ones are Moors and which one aren't Moors?
By what they claim. The term, Mama, the term Moor was a nationality. One time there was an empire. The empire been doing the thing for a while. Then it fell. Then it became something else, and then that fell. Before it became the Moorish Empire, it was another empire, and that fell. So it depends on what time area you're talking about. During the time of the flood area, they were going by the term Atlanteans.
No, I'm talking about now. I'm talking about 2023. Which groups
The
of
term
people are
Moor,
Moor?
listen. A lot of people don't subscribe to the term Moor no more because it fell. It was taken over by the Christian Empire or the Roman Empire, whatever you want to call it. But no
All
matter
right.
how you look at it, these wars that been going back and forth was always between the so-called Muslims, Jews, and Christians.
All right, let's
People
go
had different
ahead.
nationalities that set up different nations or whatnot. The people who set up those nations wasn't even from there. People who set up or go in that area they call Gaul and turn that into France, they wasn't from there. That's why they changed the name to France. That's why they changed the name to Spain, Germany, England, all these particular names. Because the aristocrats, people who had the money and all that, they wasn't from there.
Darvis, you consider yourself a Moor?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you late, Sister Freedom. He been on this.
No, I know he said that in the beginning, but I just wanted to make sure that that's what I heard. That's all.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
No.
But let me go ahead. We're gonna play the clip. Hold on, Darvis.
But
13. Now I'm 57. I'll be 58 on my birthday.
Do you remember how it started? How they came out and told you how the conversation initiated?
No, I did with my crazy ass grandfather, my granddad.
Yeah, what he tell you?
They smoke pipe and tent and Indians. They got tribes.
Yeah, what did he tell you? How did he tell you was an Indian? Hey, how did he tell you? Right. I got you. So look, Pappy, Cherokee Pappy. When Granddaddy, hold on, Cherokee Pappy, when Granddaddy came and told you was an Indian, how did he tell you? How did the conversation go?
My granddaddy didn't tell me that. My grandmother.
Okay, how did that conversation go?
My grandmother told me. She said, you know, your granddad's a Cherokee Indian, and every time he drank that damn liquor and shit, he get crazy.
That nigga go crazy like an Indian. Yeah.
My mom and my brother, they getting paid from the Indians now.
Your homeboy say you lying. Who is that on side of you? Because I heard him say that his family told him he was Indian. Hold on, dog. There's somebody else in the background. Me. Please, what's your name, brother?
What's up, dog? He want to put everybody on the same.
Hey, what's up? You say your family told you was Cherokee?
Man, hell no, not me, dog.
Okay. What they tell you?
My birth goddamn more, dog.
You a who?
I'm a goddamn more. What's your birth?
Your family told you
I'm a Moorish American.
Yeah, you heard. Yeah, Pep, you heard Pappy say, did your grandparents tell you that?
No, my grandmama told me she was Indian too. Shit, I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, so why you something different than your grandma?
I go get my birthday now.
Hold on, Pappy. Hey, to the brother, how are you different than what your grandma is?
Mm-hmm.
And you wouldn't be here unless your grandma came.
The fuck up, man. What you mean? How you different from what your grandma is?
Right, you just said your grandma was an Indian, right? You just say your grandma was an Indian, but you were Moor. So
yeah,
how can you be something different?
No damn Indian, no.
So your granddaddy was a Moor. Okay,
no, granddaddy was a damn Moor.
So your granddaddy was a Moor. From where? From where?
Say what?
From where? He was a Moor from where?
Man, my whole fucking family from Mississippi, Alabama area, down south.
Man, nigga, y'all Indians, nigga.
Motherfucker Indian, man.
Man, ain't no damn Moors in Mississippi, nigga.
What the fuck is an Indian any goddamn?
Man, when that? Okay, your grandma told you she was an Indian. Why would you say that?
Maybe she had the wrong fucking name.
No, you ain't tell her that then, nigga. Why you telling that? Why you ain't tell her that?
Nah, he got me up.
Why you ain't tell her that?
Yeah, but my grandma ain't saying they were Indian. I just thought they looked like Indian.
Nah, man, you lying. So you just told her that she told you. Now you lying, saying.
No, I ain't think she told me no shit like that.
So how more look then?
No, check this out, man. Check it out. On the real tip now, when I was young, I went to Pensacola. I'm from Pensacola. I got some family in Pensacola, Florida. We went to that motherfucker. I saw my damn grandmama's sister, and the shit threw me off. He was like goddamn Indian sitting in there, you know, a so-called Indian, what they call today and shit. The long braids and shit like that, and you know, that's kind of like what my grandmama's sister looked like. Then my grandmama looked like half black and half Indian or some shit, because she had green eyes, light skinned, and shit like that, man. So, you know, but my granddad straight up mold, man, you know.
And he told you that?
No, I can see that.
Nah, man. See, if they ain't told you, bro, you can't go to making up shit.
No, look at, I ain't making up shit. I asked my granddad, my grandma.
And you just told me he ain't tell you that. So even if you asked him, he still ain't tell you. So yeah, he must have gave you the silent treatment, nigga. Because before you just told me that, you told me he didn't tell you that. So yeah, when you asked the question, he ignored you, nigga, or either you lying. There's only two options out of this, nigga. Either you lie,
okay, man, hold the fuck up, man. Hold the fuck up, man. You just go on and on like a goddamn female or some shit. You ain't
Man,
even the goddamn
brother, I
thing.
just let you go
Hold
on
the fuck up, man.
uninterrupted.
I don't get in all this debate shit. I just give it to you raw top. I said my
You just lied. No, you just lied off top.
Listen, man, my granddaddy didn't tell me that, but I learned that from my granddaddy.
Darvis.
Listen, man, my granddaddy.
You learned that shit from Darvis.
Listen, man, my granddaddy died. I was at the funeral. And when they buried him, man, showed me my whole goddamn family.
And they Indians from Mississippi, Alabama. Nigga, you a Creek Indian from Mississippi, Alabama.
Listen, man, hold up. We ain't from Alabama. What my grandma was telling me.
You from Mississippi?
No, we was in Mississippi, but she
and
said
then
we
you
ain't from there
migrated
either.
to Florida. Right,
said
nigga, that's like the Seminoles, nigga. You migrated to Florida.
I don't know. We had to migrate to Florida and shit. We migrated to Alabama after wherever the fuck we came. We came from Mississippi, but I don't know where the fuck we came from before that. My grandma said we wasn't from there either. But she said we had to get the fuck from around there and get to Alabama. That's how I got to Florida, because my dad dipped down to Florida when I was born.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But shit, I don't fucking know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but,
you got an Indian story though. That's all that shit that you saying. The migrations is the same migration that the Indians made.
Yeah, but I don't think they Indians. I just think they black, like they Moors, like
Ain't no such thing as black though. Ain't no black people though.
No, I ain't say I agree with that. Ain't no such thing, no fucking black people now. I'm with that bullshit now. I know I ain't that goddamn stupid, yo.
No, you ain't stupid at all, because your family told you, and you already told us what they told you. So you not crazy because you remember that. But we not gonna go against our family. They grandma love the shit out you, nigga. And if she heard you talking like that, she'll beat your ass if she was still alive.
Brother Law, you said you were about to drop off, so I know you said that this conversation serves no purpose for you, but did your grandma ever say that there was Indian in your family, or have you ever heard there's Indian on one side, both sides of your family? He dropped off.
I got a question for you, Dulcie.
Yes, Darvis.
Where did the term Indian come from?
Well, it comes from Indios. From my research, I know it's like Spanish, but Spanish also comes from Latin, so I don't know how old it actually comes from. But the story that Christopher Columbus actually says is actually incorrect. How they say it. They say that he was looking for India, which didn't exist. He was looking for Indios. He was looking for the people of God, and they were said to be from the Indus Valley. So that's where, as far as people say that Indians come from, but I don't believe, that's the first time Indios is used. But from what I know, it's Spanish Latin origins.
All right, cool. I got you. Now, this is what I would tell you, right? When they came over, they brought bishops with them. The whole purpose of the bishop and the whole dumb verses thing they talk about. I know you understand that law. That's why I asked you that. They came here. They brought a law.
Which law are you talking about? You talking about the early Virginia law? Oh, wait.
No, the dumb verses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Papafu that came from the church.
Right.
Yeah. These people came together and they set the dumb verses over here with Columbus them to find President John, to make them aware of what's going on. Now, everybody that was Saracens, all the Saracens and all them, they had to convert to Christianity in order not to become a slave or killed off. That's what all the little battles would not be fought over. They all had to get baptized. When they got baptized, they became Indian. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So now, if I know it sounds crazy, right? But do some research on it.
Wait. Okay, so let me get it, Wait, hold on. I get it, Darvis. I get it. Well, I have a question based on what you said. Now,
Okay.
so they have it recorded that at this moment, for that Papa Bull that came along with Christopher Columbus, they were taking the people there, and then they were stamping this title of Indian on them. Now, so my question is, did they record what those people called themselves previously, or do we have records or any primary sources of who those people were
Yes.
before we give them the name Indian?
Yes.
Okay, so can you
Yes.
give us a source?
Moors, baby.
Wait, no,
They were the
Darvis,
Moors.
no, Darvis,
Hey,
that's not what
Queen, the whole war was
that's not
between the
what
Christians and
I
the
asked.
Moors,
But
Queen.
Darvish, you know that's not what I asked, is there a source or some sort of record that shows what the
Yes.
people were called prior to them
Yes.
being stamped as Indians? You said
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, they
So
plenty
what
of them. You
is
go to Ben's archives.
now Darvis, tell us the source where we can find what they were called before they were labeled Indian.
The Doomsday verses. The same thing we talk about. They called them Saracens. All
Okay,
right.
so they called the people here Saracens.
Yeah.
Okay, but the Saracens is not a Moor.
Yeah. They are. They're the ones that
Okay,
don't want
where's
to
the source
listen.
on that?
And these are the Moors that do not want to convert the this Christianity thing.
You leaving out something though. This ties into the
There's
word
lots of shit. Don't get me
civilized
wrong.
and
There's not
uncivilized.
listen. I'm skipping through.
Uh-uh,
I'm not going
no.
word for
You
word. What's
leaving
going on?
out
I'm skipping
something.
through. All right. There's a lot of shit I'm skipping
Civilized
out,
and
but I'm just trying to get. I'm gonna
uncivilized.
get to the point.
Trash.
And listen, all right, cool. But anyway, okay. Because obviously you may not know. I'm gonna ask you, what's the origin of this word Indian, and how did it get applied?
Well, no, because you already told us what the origin
I'm
of the
gonna
word
say I'm
Indian
gonna
I
say
was.
know,
You
but
people.
said
that's
that
my
it
thing.
came
I'm saying
So
across
I'm
the
gonna let
listen,
the,
Papa
I know,
Bull.
but the king said
I'm
I
saying
let him
people
talk out.
call themselves
So
that
I'm gonna ask
because
him.
his land was called India Superior at one time.
Yeah, but that was after the Indian name though. Indian Superior that came up in the 1500s. There's more. I mean, this Indian thing happened in the
The
late
Southeast was
1400s.
also part of the West Indies when Christopher Columbus so-called sailed the ocean blue.
Yeah, I know, but it got named that later on. It wasn't that. It wasn't called that during that
Yes,
time.
it was.
No, 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 King,
The
King.
Indies,
The
the
origin,
Hindus said
the origin of the King. Listen, I
was
understand the
India
whole
back
Indian
then,
Superior thing. I got
and
all. I got
West
the little maps and all
Indies
that
was
shit.
the southeast of the United States back then.
Cool, King, and I understand that. But what I'm saying is this though: the people here did not call it that. The people that called it that were these people from with that new nation called Spain.
Okay,
That
so
was a
The
Spanish
people
map.
what
here
did the
didn't call it. Hold on,
Saracens?
hold on. The people here didn't call themselves Moors. That was a term that was applied to them when they left here, and somebody else was trying to call them American. So
No, no,
that's a
no,
new
no. The term
argument what
America,
you're saying
listen,
right there.
in the 1400s, this
You
place wasn't
saying you
called
saying that
America.
the term Moor derives from
King, the
Amaru.
term America wasn't invented yet in the
When
1400s,
nobody
King.
over here calling themselves that, there would be
Yeah.
no need to call themselves that unless they leaving the land.
All right, cool. I got you. Now, what I'm saying is, maybe according to the dude, Manny P. Hall, maybe he lying. But according to him, if you get that book, The Secret Teaching of All Ages, they got a little the bibliography section, and you check his sources. Now, if you can find a source to say that was wrong, then we can debate back and forth with sources. You know what I mean? Check legitimate other source. I'm not listen, King. If I'm going off something that's not true, and you
Listen,
got the truth to it, my nigga, it's
Wait,
your
hold on,
not
you
only it's
guys.
your
Hold on, you
responsibility to let
guys.
your brother know. Listen, King, this is what it is. So if you
Okay,
show me that source, then King, I'm evaluating and if he's right,
okay,
then I'll
hold
go with
on.
that.
Before we continue, we're gonna bring Bellagio in. Peace, Bellagio. Thank you for coming up. Do you know the history of the word Indian? And would you like to give us what you've always heard as far as the term Indian and where it comes from? You're unmuted, but we can't hear you yet. I don't know. I don't think we can hear you yet. You may have to go out and come back in. But while we're waiting for that, Sachi, what were you gonna say as far as the history of the word Indian?
What I was going to tell Darv is that my understanding on these words is these is things that other people like, not Indian, but like the rest of these words, like more. That's something that people called us when we left America. You know what I'm saying? Like that, it really just means basically black.
America. Listen, King, you know what? And I understand what you're saying, and I would agree with you to a point that it mean black thing because everybody was black. When we left out this land, we went to other lands. We use a nationality. The people who was writing the story then.
According to the definition, it actually means black. The definition leads back to Negro, and Negro means black.
All right, cool. I got you, but you gotta look at it in a denotative form, King, and as a noun. Now there's many
But
different uses
as
of
a
the word.
noun, Jarvis, we in 2023, as a noun that applies to this time, we should be able to define the people that the term applies to. And that's the
Exactly.
problem, is that no, Jarvis, the problem, like when people ask, okay, who are the people? And instead of it being like, oh, the people in this region, let's say the people in North America, in Peru, in North Africa, in South Asia, that's where the Moors would be located today. No one can do that.
All right.
The Moors
Listen,
can't
and
be
Queen, listen,
defined
and listen to what I'm
specific
saying, right?
peoples.
And I got you. I understand what you're saying. Listen, I look at CNN. I went to school also. I understand where you get that from. I dealt with that same question, Queen. I got you. All I'm saying is this, right? Once you talk about the origin, right? We cannot forget about these floods. These floods, after every flood, Queen, it was a whole new Genesis. A whole new thing went on. A whole new experiment went on. And after when, for whatever reason, it was another flood, and it wiped all that out. And a whole new people came about, and a whole new thing. So we start at the flood. Now we talk about the flood. After the flood, Queen, there was nobody else. Maybe there've been a few people here and there, but not enough to mean to make a big impact in the story. Most of the people that started populating these areas, they had many contemporary writers put names on them. If we get rid of all these Christianized names, we can get back to our real authentic tradition. Our ancestors were not Christians. They became Christians. Their names
Indian don't
changed.
come from Christianity.
Say that
Civilized
one
and
more time, King.
uncivilized come from Christianity, though. You keep trying to apply the term Indian to Christianity. It don't come from Christianity. The term
Gang.
civilized tribe and uncivilized tribe come from
Well, who
Christianity.
else is going around baptizing people,
Hold on.
King?
So before we
Who
get
else is
into
going
that,
around, other than Christians,
hold
who
on,
else is going
Jarvis.
around
Wait,
baptizing people?
Jarvis, before you get into it, Velazio, can you unmute, see if you can talk now?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Peace.
You
Thank you
want
for
them to
coming up.
continue?
Oh,
Oh
I
yeah,
was
no
asking
problem.
you as far as the Indian term of what they're going back and forth about. Are you familiar where the term Indian comes from?
So I've been wanting to look into that. I've been real busy, but I mean, I dare to say that it comes from our people. I really want to like prove it though and research it. I mean, because I mean, somebody coming here labeling, us a people of God, like when the old folks say, they call me everything but a child of God, and this is what Indian. We know this is what Indian means. Gentes Indios or Los Gentes Indios, God-like people or children of God. Like I would dare to say it come from us, but I want to research it and prove it. But yeah, that's what I know on it.
I'm gonna tell you something even crazier. It was us that enforced this shit.
I'm gonna tell you something crazy.
We made each other slaves who didn't adapt to that same situation because that whole Christianity thing, all that stemmed from here also.
Hey, dogs, do you have a
Yeah.
problem with being called black? Do you like being called black?
See, like it depends on the situation. I mean, if we just building with somebody who I think don't understand or don't
Or
have
no?
knowledge of self or whatever, they're not gonna understand that. But if I know you got knowledge of self you know what I stand on, then I would be it's like you know what I mean you trying to make a joke or trying to play me.
But
Because
what I'm saying
I
is
mean, because I
this.
know what you stand on, you know what I stand on. I wouldn't call you nothing if you don't. I know you don't stand on that.
All right, but what I'm saying is this. When you break down the term more, that's what it means, black. So if you have a
King,
problem, if you
king,
if
king,
you
king,
change
king,
your
king, king. Listen,
mind,
listen. I
it
know.
means
Listen.
Negro. Hold on, we can put up the definition. The
Yeah, pull it
etymology of
up.
more denotes the
Yeah,
Negro,
yeah.
bro.
That's what you should do. Pull
So
it
that
up,
means black. So why we playing
king.
word games? If you don't want to be called black,
Because
don't
you,
call yourself black.
king. Listen, brother. Sometimes we read these definitions without guidance. We misunderstand the way we use a dictionary. If you use it as an adjective, it can mean that because you're using it as an adjective, king. The first thing you got to do with a word to put it in the proper matrix. I'm talking about these
If
rules,
it denotes to the
linguistic,
word Negro,
101
it
all
denotes
over
to
the
the word
world.
black. No matter
When
how
you
you
look a
figure it
word
out,
up,
how
King,
you
when you look at a word up,
push
it's
it,
spelled,
it still mean the
is you
same
all see in
thing.
italics, and then the next thing is a letter beside it. So if
We
you
like to
look up
play
a word
word
and you
games.
see the word adjective there, and we read the definition that it may apply, but King is used as the adjective. We're not talking about it as an adjective, King. The word was used many times. It was used as a verb. It was used as a noun. I mean, listen. If you want to pull it up, pull
It
it up. But if
still
I was you, I
denotes
wouldn't
back
pull it
to
up
the
on the
same
screen. I would pull
word,
that up on the
black.
back
It's the
by
same
yourself.
thing as saying, don't call me Negro, call me black. It's like, don't call me more, call me black. Call me,
Cool.
you
I
still
got
calling
you.
yourself the same thing.
I got you, King. But listen, though, this is what we got to ask ourselves. Was our family here before 1492? But once we do our research, we understand that's when that term was applied to us. And it was term that was applied to us by us. We applied that motherfucking term to us and took us out of law. Period. We lost our inheritance when we did that. We didn't understand law then, like we don't understand it now, quite. But this is the information age. The Most High said the truth is going to set you free. We
So,
can't be, we
are
can't
you
listen.
saying
We
the
can't have an
papal
issue with the truth
bull?
when it comes to us. Know what I mean,
Wait, Jarvis, are you saying the papal bull is when that happened? When we did that to ourselves, labeling ourselves as Indian, taking us out of law? That was that papal bull.
yeah, that when the Christians came, that's the law they use.
And you said that it would be documented that they did that against the Saracens.
Yes,
So why is it that the Saracen etymology is people coming from the east?
because you're looking on Google. You don't got a dictionary. Get your real dictionary. Step your game up, scholar.
Okay, what's a real dictionary gonna say? What's
A
the
real
definition of
hardcover
Saracen?
dictionary, unabridged dictionary.
So
It'll
what is
take a
the
Saracen.
mhm.
A Saracen would somebody who don't believe in the motherfucking the whole Christianity thing, the Jesus thing. Saracen, what some people may call Muslims now, as a synonym. But that term goes back way further than that. The older the dictionary is, the further the term will go back. Sometimes we use Google to cut corners. We got to understand Google is a search engine.
So
That's it. There's an
Saracens,
algorithm what the fuck will come up on the screen when you match with that word.
so
That's that shit work.
Saracens aren't a group according to a specific landmass. They're anybody all over the world that did not adhere to Christianity.
Yes.
Okay. So are the Moors, is the term Moor just someone that doesn't adhere to Christianity?
A lot of them, yes. But they're more
Okay.
as Christians. More is a nationality, Queen.
Okay, so
Christianity,
that's my point. So it's a
yeah.
nationality that would be given to a defined group of people, right?
Yeah, those are part
And
that's a
then
part of that particular empire. During that
Saracen
time,
just means that you are not a part of the
yeah, that's a
Messianic or
religious thing.
Christian faith.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a religious thing. Yeah.
So how do we know which Saracens would be Moors and which one would not be Moors?
From studying, Queen.
Okay, so once we study, does the group that Are Moors, do they have a name? Do they have an emperor? Do they have a leader, a king, a
There were
queen?
many queen. There were every area had their own chief, their own emperor, their own whatever. Know what I mean, sultan or whatever, their own khalifa. Every tribe had that. There's thousands and thousands of them, queen, all over the world.
Okay,
Depends what
so
area you're in. And you
okay,
got to remember. So
so
I
when
thought,
is
I thought about. This is the
Kabul?
key. This is the
Okay,
key. You got to always remember now. They were trying to write the Moorish thing out of history because they don't want you to know who you were. So when it comes to the Americas, they try to write that out of history. But if you look at the origin of the word comes from that. The land was named after the plum serpent. The plum serpent name was Amaru. The land was called Amaru after the plum serpent. The name of the people that lived on the land of Amaru were Moors. And it's that simple, Queen. Within the people in that land that lived on the Amaru, there were many different spiritual diversities. I mean, there were many different tribes, many different families. Just like the word America, which comes from the Amaru. Within America, there's many different ethnic groups. There's many different spiritual movements.
right. So that's where the
But you can
question
still be a
is
Christian. You can still be a Muslim. You can still be a
yeah,
Christian or
that's a
Muslim and still be a
religious part, but
Cherokee.
the question
Yeah.
is the who is the who of the people that live here are the nationality more?
Everybody that live here, Queen.
So anyone that lives in any part of the Americas, from
All
north
right.
to all the way
All right.
south,
Listen,
they're
we
more.
talk about, yes, we talk about from the time of the empire. Remember, I told you now the empire and
No,
their
no, no, no.
father.
I'm talking about right now.
Yeah.
I'm talking
As
about
of
right
right
now.
now, yeah, the word morphed into America.
So if you're American, you're a Moor.
That's where the word come from. That's what I would say.
But
Now they call themselves Americans.
so any Russian, Asian, Korean, if they're in America, they're American, they're Moors now.
No, no, no. Come on, man. Come on now. Don't tell me you don't understand civics, baby. If you come here, then you come here. I don't mean
So
you.
you
You.
mean
You.
if you're born here, then you're a Moor?
No, Queen. If you're born here, you're American. The Moorish
But
Empire
an
fell.
American is a Moor, you just said.
Yeah, that's where the word came from, Queen. The words
Okay.
morphed from Amaru into what
But
we
the
call now
question is,
America.
who are the people who are Amaru, or who are the people that are Moor? That's the question. So you can't go around that. So
They're
if you
all
say
gone, Queen. The empire fell. All
so,
right.
there's no
Now
more
it's big.
Moors.
Now
So
follow. Listen
as
what
of
I'm saying.
2023, there
Listen,
aren't any
Queen. It's
Moors.
America now. The word has changed.
Right.
You know. You
So
don't
there
know
is
Spain
no
was
more
always called Spain. You agree with that,
nationality.
right?
There's no
You,
more nationality of Moor.
Queen. If there was a national, all right, cool. Say Spain, right? I was about to say Spain. That land, Spain. It was always called Spain. There were people there and had family members that lived there when it was called Al-Andalus. It had many different names. Now, if your family's still there, at the same, you stay that same bloodline, the people that been there when it was called Al-Andalus, when it becomes Spain, you still can use the nationality of Al-Andalus. You understand? That's still Spain.
No, wait, where? Prove that. Prove that someone has an ID card that says they're from Andalus. And
Queen, Queen.
Had it loose.
That's not what I
that
said, Queen. Listen,
they're
pay attention
exerting
to what
their
I'm saying, Mama.
nationality through
Mama,
the
mama, mama, mama,
15th
all right, mama. Pay
century
attention to
term.
what I'm saying, right? All right, let me ask you a question, right? If right now the government get together and decide to change this country name from America or USA, whatever, to say calculator, whatever, will you still be an American?
No, I get that part. You would be whatever calculator or whatever
Yeah,
that's what they
but
would
your
call it.
bloodline goes back before that name.
Exactly, but your
So you would
bloodline
have the right to call
goes to
yourself
a
American.
specific nation of people that can be defined. If you say that Moors are just Americans, then that would mean that it's everybody. If it's not everybody, you should be able to say, oh, this family is a Moorish family, this family is a Moorish family, or there's Moorish people in this particular
I know,
city,
Queen, but
in
I know,
this
but
particular
you
city.
can't go around America and say who's not an American family.
Did the Moors come from Anahanalus?
Everybody here would be an American family, wouldn't it be? No, Queen, it
He
didn't
said
come
that
from
they
Al
came from
Andalus. They went to
America
Al
and then
Andalus.
they went into North Africa and Iberian Peninsula from the Americas, right?
Yeah.
So, but the big question then is, who did that? What actual
Your ancestors.
empire did it? No, not my ancestors. I don't know. You would have to give me a name and tell
Obviously,
me
you don't
if
know
I'm
who your
related.
ancestors are
Hold on,
because
for
you,
me
for
to
some
say
reason,
it's
you
my
think your bloodline started in Let me ask you a question. How many people on the panel feel though their bloodline started in 1490? In
None of us
1490s.
do. None of us do,
Ah, so you feel
Darkness.
though? So if the word Indian don't go back past that, then I mean your ancestors had been something else, correct? They had to
Okay,
have called themselves
Delazio, can
You
something
you
else,
answer their
correct?
question?
you really
Yeah, I
can't
asked
say
you up, but
that,
ask
dog.
mine.
I mean, because really don't know.
What you mean you don't know?
You really don't know that. You don't
It's
know if
common
any
sense.
of
Yes,
great
you do
grandfather.
know. It's etymology, King. It's the whole science of the
You
morphism
can't
of
prove it,
words
dog.
and origin of words. It's called an etymology dictionary. Look the word Indian up in the etymology dictionary. And we gave you a legal clue. The Papa Boo. Excuse me, I said the Papa. The Papa Bull.
You can't prove it though. You don't know
King,
if
you can't get
they
no
was
more
using
proof than that, King. Listen, we talk about the origin of the word. And I'm giving you the law that they use to goddamn do it.
what
You
law.
can look at it in the Library of Congress. No congressional record that already been recorded.
Well,
Paul
let me ask
Dorsey,
you a
that was
question because I've been
even,
wanting
and
to ask
Dorsey
you.
would even say that would be a primary.
Okay, I want to ask you a question though. You said
Wait, what's up,
that
King?
uh they was
You
trying
come
to
here, listen, let me ask you a
hide
question.
the.
You come here to build with your boy, or you come over here to goddamn critique me?
I was just
All
I just want to ask a question. I ain't I don't know.
right, well, go ahead, King.
All right, yeah, but you said they was trying to hide the history of like I guess us being cowboys before Indians or something like that. I
That's
just
what I
want to
said.
ask like who was trying to hide it?
These people who came up with the educational system.
Darvis, can I ask you
Top
a
cat did a
question?
beautiful bill on the education system a little while ago.
Wait,
On how to,
hold on, Darvis. 1 second. Sister
all right,
Freedom, what
let
were
me
you
ask my
saying?
man question right
I
quick.
know,
Then
I
I answer
know. It was
yours.
just because
I'm
Sister
trying to
Freedom.
ask a question. Just
Oh, my bad, my
Yeah.
bad. So
about
listen, though, can we ask one at a time, though?
okay, Darvis. Listen,
All right, what is
I'm
Queen?
just saying all this talk about being a descendant of Africa. How come my grandmother never said that, or my great grandmother never said that? They all spoke on being native to this land. And I'm just saying, all of a sudden, now that we got the conscious movement going on and all this here now, it's you're a descendant of Africa. I don't understand that.
Queen. I never said I was a descendant of Africa, Queen.
I'm not
You
saying you,
misunderstand me.
I'm not saying
The
that you,
Moors, the term Moor
I
is
grew up
not
more.
only used in Africa, Queen. In fact, all those names, all those places that they named after the Moors Empire,
People,
all those are contemporary names.
you
Those
know
aren't
what?
the original names of the land. Those are new names, Queen.
I don't know what's this with this more stuff. We can skip that subject because we know that they came from North America.
Oh, the
And
question is, and it remains, and like even my husband said it in the background, and I've tried to ask this question so many different ways to you, Darvis. The question lies that we will, since we want to know who are the Moors, we want to know who's not the Moors. Like if they're the Atlanteans that went to conquer the world, and they conquered the world, and they're God's people that came from the flood, and it's who God used to populate the earth, then how is it that all human beings are not Moors? And if all human beings are not Moors, then how do you know which ones are not?
You know what? I realize what it is. Your problem ain't really with me. Your problem with God. God did whatever God did, Queen. Now, what I'm saying is this: the name America stems from that. If you call yourself American, if you think your bloodline been here before 1490s in that era, then there's a good chance that at one time they was a part of the Moorish Empire. That's what I'm saying, Queen. The
I'm
Moorish
just,
Empire had a time where it was stood,
and they
it
ain't
was
said
doing
nothing about,
good, and it fell.
yeah,
They went
they
to
ain't
war
said
with each other
nothing
all
about,
over the world.
they ain't say nothing about Moors either. Well, I
I
mean,
understand that, Queen, because they cannot put they had it by rule that they would not put that inside the regular curriculum of school. So just like your grandma went to school, just like you went to school, I went to school, my kids went, we all learned this, this misunderstood, I would say, history. And we was all tested on that same history weekly. I'm talking about for 12 years. By the time you graduate, this is so embedded inside your psyche that it's hard to convince the person that what you call indoctrinated. So now,
Okay, Darvis. So now I have a question. Okay, let's bring us
oh,
up to present day physics, since we're talking about the Indian term. What it doesn't matter now the origin of the Indian term. What does the
you call
Indian
yourself
term?
that? You don't think you said it'll matter?
Darvis. Hold on. Yeah, because it doesn't matter the origin now. We're talking law. We're talking civics. What does the Indian term mean in law and civics today?
Wards of the federal government.
So in law, Indian means wards of the federal government.
Equivalent to that. And off of the reservation, they make them civil little more too. That means they're in the eyes of law. On the reservation, they're sovereign. So they don't have to adhere to state and local government. So they have their own tribal government going on. But once you leave off those lands, you are stateless.
So why does the Black Laws Dictionary says it means the Aboriginal inhabitants of North America?
Because that's what the title they put on us. That's what the Indian
But
is. They
that's
are the
based on.
Aboriginal.
So that means that,
Everybody say they wasn't,
okay, I get it. That's the title they
but that's
gave
a
to us,
title that
and
they
that's
put
the
on them.
definition in law of what that title they gave to us is,
Queen, no,
which
no,
is
no,
the
no, no.
Aboriginal
What you read,
inhabitants of
Queen,
North America.
you read the legal definition of an Indian. That's all you read. That's Aboriginal from North America.
Right.
They don't give you. It don't. You don't have their status
But
inside there. You gotta look up their
isn't that
status.
extending of law? Okay, so you have to look up the status. You're saying the
Yes,
Indian
Queen.
status.
Yes, Queen. Yes. If that's what you're trying to figure out, where you want to go, you're trying to go. Yeah, that's based on your status. And like I said, once you leave off the reservation, you consider that's colored, Negro, or whatever wardship identity they want to give you, or whatever nom de guerre they want to give you. Shout out to Taj for the word. That's all I'm saying, Queen. Now, I understand that this term Indian was used and we call ourselves that, and I have no issue with that. But because we bringing up this Moor shit, we got to show the connection between the term Moors and the term Negro Indian. Because in history, it matters. Because if you think you've been born or your bloodline started in 1490s, then you sadly mistaken. You should go way beyond that. If you decided you think you go online and these AI robots filled with this Christian information gonna tell you the root of your bloodline, you sadly mistaken. All they got is Christian records. They can only go far to the first Christian. Before that, you can't go no further.
Oh, he's a Moor, Miss Nicole, but that's just not
It is
true.
what it is, though.
When we say the
Well,
status of
who
color,
went? I said
hold
back to
on,
who
Darvis.
went
Let me
to the
say
ancestry thing
something.
went past the
Let me
1300s?
say something really quick,
I
Darvis.
go
When
ahead, my
we
bad.
say the status of colored, when we say the status of Negro, when we say the status of black, and that it's civilis mortuus or it's a slave status, we say it because in law, the only time you see it in law is to address the slaves, to address the servants. That's where you see that in law.
No,
But you
Queen.
cannot. Yes,
No,
that
Queen.
is
No,
real.
no,
Yeah,
no, 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 no,
yes.
no, no.
Darvis,
Mama
let me
is not.
finish. Let me finish, Darvis. Then you can tell us somewhere else
I
you see black, colored, Negro
I got a
in
black
law.
low dictionary. I'm gonna
Then,
pull it up.
it being to erase the actual identity and nationality of a people. Other than that, it hasn't been in law. It's a part of the slave codes, not any other portion of law.
Queen, there's no such thing as slave codes.
There are the black codes are slave codes, the Christian codes are slave codes. There are codes and laws and ordinance that went for the slaves.
So they're not law. A statute is
Ordinances,
not a law.
acts,
An ordinance is
statutes,
not a law. A code is not a law.
they're a part of the law umbrella. But
No,
even
they're
so,
different. But don't worry about it.
if they would be, if you're saying they're not laws, then that would mean black, the colored black, the colored Negro, they're not in law at all. They're not in
Yes,
law
it is,
in
and
any
it's
sense of
defined
the
in law.
word.
I know,
So the
cool. All right. Now, if you
problem,
look at the
hold on,
word
no,
color,
hold
but
on, no, Darvis. The problem is that you can't compare that to American Indian because American Indian is in the Constitution. You
we're right
can't
in the car.
compare that.
Why
You
the fuck
can't
y'all
compare
keep
that to
saying that shit,
American
man?
Indian
Let me say,
because
listen,
American
I got a
Indian
constitution.
is in the
Let me get
law
back to this constitution
and it's
shit,
a
man.
protected status that says they have the
Queen,
right to their
Queen,
tribal affiliation and
yes,
a right to their own
exactly.
self-government. So
But
they
what
do
happens when you
not
walk off the
say that.
reservation, though, Queen?
Hold on, Darvis. They don't say that about black people. They don't say that
Queen,
about Negroes. They don't say that about colored people. So you can't
and I
say
agree.
that Indian
I
is
agree.
civilis mortuus.
It is.
How? If there's laws for the American Indians.
They got their own council. They have their own statute. They come up with on their own lands. But once you walk off that land, oh Queen, once you walk off the reservation, law does not apply to you no more. Not your law or our law. That's what I'm saying, Mama. Civil mortus. It means dead in the eyes of law. It does not mean Indian. I say that because if you put yourself in a status that term applies to you, such as that,
It's
it
very
makes you that. Civil mortus is a phrase, a legal phrase, and it has its own meaning. That's all I'm saying, Mama.
Well, yes, and civilis mortuus, I do know the meaning. You know, I know the meaning. It's dead in the
All
eyes
right
of the
then.
law, but that's not what Indians are. We can look it up
I
and
said
see as
it's a
far as
phrase,
federal
Queen.
laws that are attached
Queen.
to American Indians. They are
Yes,
not
and
civilis
it applies to
mortuus.
the yes, Queen, but it's for the federal. They got a federal adherence to. They got a contract with the government, so they
It
deal on
depends
a
on the
federal level with they.
tribe. That depends on
Queen,
the
let me
tribe.
Queen. I ain't cut you off. Let me look it up. They deal with the government on a federal level. They got communities with the government on their land. They're sovereign on their land. They do whatever they want to do on their land, long as it doesn't. I mean, that doesn't break no kind of federal law. But off their land, Queen, like if you decide you're gonna walk off the reservation and go say to the mall, that's not on the reservation. You stateless.
That's not
That's what I'm
true.
saying.
That's not true.
That's law,
That's
Queen.
not true. There's
Yes,
no law
Mama,
that
it
says you're
is.
only protected if you're on a reservation. That's not
On
true.
a Queen, once you're off the reservation according to law, you are identified as black or colored.
Okay, name the law. Tell me the law that is.
The rules of the census. I think it was called rules of the marshals for the census, the way the fuck what we doing the census and whatnot. It comes down to the term Indian. Because you got people using the term Indian that's still adhering to their own tribal thing and doing their thing. And then you got other people that left off the reservation and decided they want to live in society. I don't say society to me. They want to live I guess amongst normal neighborhoods or whatever, regular people. Or different people, have you want to say it, man. When they leave off the reservation, they ought to be enumerated. And they are called
Yeah, but they say
colored,
they
black.
enumerate them for the ones that are on the reservation, the ones that
No,
are
I'm not
not
talking about them.
on the reservations, the ones that are Indians not taxed. So it's not that they
No, the
only
ones on the
enumerate if you're
reservation are
on the
Indian not taxed.
reservation.
Yeah,
No,
the
you
ones on the
can be an
reservation.
Indian not taxed and not be living on a reservation.
Not without declaration. Yeah, once the one
Okay,
not once
I
yeah,
didn't say
but if
without
you
a
I know, but
decoration, but it's
that means
still
you have
you
to make
can
sure the
be not
government know.
on
I
a
got you, Queen. I
reservation.
got you. I know, but you have to make sure the government know that you who you are, and you got to carry this. I mean, the particular goddamn status.
Exactly. Okay,
Yeah,
boom.
off the
That's my
reservation.
point. So that's
Yeah,
my
but
point.
if
Meaning,
you walk off, if you
meaning that
ain't living on the
Indian. So
reservation, you got a
you just
regular
made the
driver's
same
license.
point, Darvis.
You
It
are covered.
means that Indian is not civilis mortus. If you can go
It
to the
is.
government and
It is. It just
establish
ain't taxed.
yourself, if you can go to the government and establish yourself as Indian not taxed, that by definition is not civilis mortus, because that has a did status, that has no status in law.
Queen,
You can't go to a
Queen,
court and declare
law
yourself as black
does not
and it have
apply.
anything benefits
You
you.
have to have
Law doesn't
law. Let
apply
me explain law
to
to you right
black
quick. That what
people.
it.
Exactly.
Let me give you a
So
30-second
laws
breakdown of
apply
what
to
law
Indians.
is. But baby, you don't
Laws
understand what law
apply
is.
to Indians, though, Darvis, right?
I no, Queen, no, Queen, not law. You may be talking about statutes or different codes or ordinances. We talk about law. Law is a bunch of treaties between different people. Within law, your treaty that's held within, I mean, your tribe or whatever, your nation or whatever, protects you in law. That dictates your
Okay,
status
so do
and law.
Indians?
I
But
said,
do Indians?
follow what I'm saying,
Wait,
Queen.
Darvis,
If
do
you don't
Indians
have
have
status
treaties?
like that, Queen,
Wait, Darvis, you just said laws are treaties. Do Indians have treaties with the government? Yes or no?
yeah, they got plenty of them.
Okay,
Yeah.
so again, back to the main point. They're not civilis mortus. Civilis mortus don't have treaties. They don't have laws. We agree. So you cannot
Yeah, but do you
compare.
read the
You
treaties?
cannot compare the status Indian
Yes, you
to the
can once you read the
status
treaties.
black, to the
Read the
status
treaties.
color,
They
to
only
the
apply
status
to those on
Negro.
a reservation, mama. You ain't on the reservation? That shit don't apply to you. You know
So
what I mean,
Jay's
motherfucker?
treaty. Wait, so Jay's treaty only says it will go into for people in a reservation, on a reservation.
Yes.
If we were reading.
In so many words, yes. Because in order to be appropriate, you can be appropriate persona, but you won't be appropriate jurist because you don't own no land. So you have to have land to stand on. To have standing, you got to have
Okay,
land.
but you can have your own land and not be on
Yes.
a
So, and if you
reservation.
own a reservation, it applies to you. You can leave off the reservation. Don't get me wrong, but
But
if you
if
leave
you
off the
exactly, but if
reservation,
you have land,
and
Darvis, don't you
listen,
have your own land?
yeah.
Okay, so it means if you were the status Indian, you could have the Jay's Treaty apply to you because you already have your own land. You don't have to be on a reservation.
No,
Your
no,
land
no,
will
no.
be
That
protected
don't work
under
like
the
that, Queen.
Indian
This
status.
land got to listen, Queen. This got to be land that was what they call so-called recognized by the government as being reservations. I'm not talking about your fucking yard. That ain't the same thing. Back in the days when a lot of the people left, the so-called Great Migration, what the fuck they call it now. These niggas gave up their fucking land and got paid from the government, and they went out west or went up north or went different places. The government took their land and made them reservations. They started bringing these Gentiles in and putting them on them reservations. Meanwhile, the people that used to own that land already gave that land up and moved out west or moved up north or moved wherever they moved at. That's how these reservations around here in the southeast got started. These people who go on these reservations, Queen, and look at these motherfuckers on these reservations, they do not look like you and me.
But they're Moors, right?
No, they ain't no fucking Moors. They're Indian.
Atlantean
No,
people.
they're Indian, Queen. And they got that status. And they reaping the
Indian.
benefits of an Indian. Which we're not.
You mean the
I ain't reaping
natives?
no benefits of an Indian. Them motherfuckers get paid monthly. They don't fucking work.
Yeah, the natives. They're not Indians. I mean,
No, they got that their status is Indian.
they don't even accept. They don't.
But it don't
They
really
don't even
matter. They
accept
collecting
being called
benefits from it
Indian.
though, King. Regardless of how we may
But you
feel
can't
about it.
call them
And
something.
I know they're not the original
We,
Indians. I'm not saying they're the original
it's
Indians.
not how.
Make sure I clear that out. I
All right,
know
go ahead,
they
talk.
ain't the original Indians.
Go ahead, talk.
But they're there now.
Well, stop calling them
Collecting
Indians,
off that.
man. Like
That's what they call themselves. That's status they have. That's their legal status.
they don't call themselves Indians. They call
King,
themselves
that's their
natives.
legal status, King. Word.
Bro, I talk to these people. We talk to these people every day, like on social media, TikTok, and
Did
stuff
you ask
like
for
that.
their
They call
ID?
themselves natives.
Listen, next time you talk to them, ask them for their ID. Or the tribal card, see what it say.
Them two different people.
But
Yeah,
it
they're two
says
different
Indian.
people, but it's still proving the point at the end of the day. I get what you're saying, Darvis, but I think you're mistaken because these laws aren't only associated to Indians in reservations. Even the census law that you brought up, it is to enumerate all Indians, so reservation or not.
No,
Anyone
no,
that's
no,
a
no,
declared
no, no.
Hold
You
on,
don't
Darvis.
you don't
Hold
even
on.
count
Just say
Indian
you don't
Queen.
cut me off when I'm
No,
talking and I'm
no, no,
talking.
no, no.
He
Darvis,
You
told
know
you
what?
cut
let me
people off,
finish.
man.
You're right. You're right. My
Okay.
bad. I apologize.
So the census federal law said they would enumerate those that are on reservation, those that are not on reservations, those that are on unsettled lands, those that are Indians not taxed. So there's a whole conglomerate of Indians that it was enumerating in the census, but it wasn't one type. So that's the same with these laws. Yes, for the most part, who they apply to right now are Native Americans, but that comes from a lot of people not even knowing who they are. Like, what we're back to the Kanye going viral for saying we're not black, we're Indians. A lot of people don't know who they are or have the paperwork for who they are to be able to go and update their status and for the treaties to apply to them. But you cannot compare that to the black status or colored status or Negro status that has no rights in law. We know the only thing that applies to it is the 13th Amendment, and the 13th Amendment sucks. It has no real provision because it says, hey, once you get arrested, we can take all these rights from you.
And 13th Amendment don't just apply to Indians, also apply to colors also.
I'm
And
saying it
black
applies to
and
blacks.
African
That's what I'm
Americans.
saying. And I'm saying it's
Yeah.
trash. It's
People
trash.
without nationality.
It's not real
Yeah.
protection.
Yeah, I understand. Well, it really ain't protection. What they're doing is change the standard of slavery. That's all the fuck that is. But anyway, though,
What's up, y'all? How
that's
y'all
what I'm
doing
saying.
tonight?
Father,
Peace, 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 peace.
peace, King.
What's good, True?
What's going on, Dulcie? Nisha, Sister Freedom,
Thank you. Hello.
Shakina, the brother Blasio. Darvis, you tweaking, bro.
Nigga, what I'm thinking about.
Man, you tweaking, bro. I'm gonna be quick, y'all. I was just enjoying the conversation, man. Shout out to y'all, man. But I just had to come up here and just correct you on some shit. Have you ever been to Oklahoma, bro?
No, You ever been to Charleston?
No. Have you been to Oklahoma, bro?
No,
All right, so until you go to Oklahoma and not just a drive through, actually be there, bro, I'm gonna need you to refrain from what you saying, bro. Because you
What I got to do
clearly
with
don't,
Oklahoma?
because you
What I
clearly
say
don't,
got to do with Oklahoma though?
because you clearly don't know the demographics of the people that's claiming to be Indian out in Oklahoma, bro.
King, I'm not talking about Oklahoma. I'm talking about Charleston.
All right, well, we talking about Indians
No, we
and
was
and,
already,
and
you just
claiming
joined the
this shit.
conversation, okay?
Yeah,
And
I
there's people
know.
here that
And
call themselves Indians.
hey, look, bro, you been cutting people off all night, man. I ain't gonna do
You know
that
what?
with
And
you.
you know what, Truth? I
I,
fuck
I
with you, so I'm
I
going to
fuck
let you
with
feel,
you. I
okay?
fuck with you. I fuck with
Go
you
ahead.
too. I fuck with you too,
Respectfully,
Darvis.
go
And
ahead, okay?
that's why I'm coming up here the way I'm coming up, because I fuck with you, Darvis. It ain't no ill will or nothing, but clearly you haven't been out to Oklahoma to see the demographics. So I'ma ask that before you speak on who claiming shit and who getting benefits of shit, for you to be able to put a face on that shit. And anybody that's been out to that region, I mean, I just started going out there maybe like a year and a half, 2 years ago. We're talking about all those tribal plates you see on cars. When you get next to them, you're looking at backwood, redneck white people and blonde hair, blue eyed white people. So you clearly see people still in one classification. So for you to sit here and speak on that subject and not put no context up on it, like, bro, you doing it a disservice and shit. And I think you really need to get out there to look at the demographics of what's really going on, bro. Even the shit, like they show us one picture on TV, but that ain't the majority of the people and shit out in Oklahoma and shit that's getting these tribal rights and shit like that. So, you know, man, I'm gonna just need you for one day, man. You know, man, just visit there, bro. Visit there when you got like 3 or 4 days to blow. Get a rental car and move around, and just start paying attention to license plates, pulling up on these reservations, and and seeing what's going on. And as far as like people that's not in Oklahoma and shit, like, yeah, on our allocated land, you know, our family land, yeah, we Indians. But the moment we step off of that shit, bro, we is citizens. That classification hold no weight the moment we step off our family land. We are citizens according to the treaty that some people did agree to in a way, but then eventually it got forced up on us when we start denying the treaty due to the fact that they never ever uphold any agreements into the treaties. But that's all I want to say, man. I'm gonna jump back down in the chat, man, and continue
Well,
the
Truth, I
show.
have a question for
Oh
you.
yeah, hold on. We
Jump
jump back
on.
down, okay? Me and you
Hold
building right
on,
quick.
Darvis. Let me
I
ask a
know, but the man
question.
came and critique me though. I don't get a chance to
Yeah,
defend
yeah.
my
Well,
girl.
Truth, can you stay for a second? And then, yeah, Darvis, you can go first.
Yeah,
All right, cool. All right,
that's
cool.
fine. I have no problem, sis, with that.
All right, cool. All right, that's what I'm saying, okay? I never was talking about Oklahoma. I'm talking about Charleston. There's reservations here. And the way the people you describe those reservations over there, they're the same people over here. Now, understand the stories of those reservations, where their land came from. The land came from people that used to own the land, that sold the land to the government and moved off. And they made reservations there. They start bringing Gentiles there. When I say Gentiles, I don't mean just plain white people. I'm talking about these motherfuckers with these wars and shit like that, these refugees and all that. They got all kind of funny looking niggas. If you go to reservation in Charleston or the Charleston area, there are people who do not look like us. That's what I said. Now, as far as Oklahoma, I don't know much about Oklahoma. When I hopefully, you know what I mean, maybe the stars line up, I can get out there and check it out. But I wasn't speaking on Oklahoma. I was speaking on here.
Well,
And we
you
were talking about the term, right? Now being we here, the etymology of the term Indian, where that came from.
I don't. You know me, Darvis. I don't like playing semantic with words because at the end of the day, I acknowledge people using these terms and I know the moderate understanding of where they're coming from, but I'm fully aware that no matter which one of these words we use and shit, we would never ever know if that's truly the word that the people call themselves. But from what we can say is due to historical documents is that anytime that the people did describe a word of themselves, it just technically mean the people. That's it. So I mean, I don't really too tough get into the wordplay because I'm fully aware that it's when we start applying shit that we see in our reality today without putting the full context to what we really talking about. And to be honest, most of the people on the East Coast that's on those reservations is our people. Even though it is a bunch of white people that's laying claim with this shit too, but this will be the East Coast is the place where you see the Negro Indian, and I'm just using that for layman's terms, so people understand what
Yeah.
type of Indian I'm talking about. It's when you start getting off that East Coast and start pushing into the interior and going west, where it's a lot more deceitfulness going on and shit.
I feel what you're saying, King. And what I'm saying is right. I don't know about the whole East Coast, but I know the area I'm from. The people that's on these reservations do not look nothing like us.
What reservation you go to?
Like my uncle's side, them boys Cherokees and whatnot. Know what I mean,
They got the little reservation up there, but if you go to the reservation,
And what you see either white folks, Negroes, or mixed
yeah,
breeds between white folks and Negroes.
white folks
Right.
and yeah, white folks and mixed breeds.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see whites
And
in the
some of them,
mesquite
so a lot of
group.
them, the boy look some other. You got some of the other reservations. I mean, you got some funny looking niggas. There's one right there in Dorchester. I forgot the name of the damn place.
Well,
But we
that
seen the
makes
boy.
it
We seen the boy at the
make
gas station one day. We was going hunting.
that
Like
makes it
I
make
forgot.
motherfuckers a little funny and shit sometimes.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, dude.
But they reaping the benefits of that nationality. Excuse me, I won't say nationality.
I wouldn't disagree
That
with you
term.
on that though,
That's
brother.
yeah. So that's what I was saying. All right. So what I said, you disagree with it then? Other than Oklahoma misunderstanding we had, because I ain't never spoke
Well,
with Oklahoma.
it was just the contents that when you were speaking with those about the term Indian and the
Yeah.
benefits and shit, and calling them Indians when we know in actuality, even the understanding of what an Indian is, we know that these people is not that. They're
Yeah,
pretending.
I agree.
They're pretending
Yeah, and I
all the
agree with
way.
that. And I
So
agree with
I was
that.
speaking more
I
on the
said what I was
context
saying.
of the way that you were speaking on it, brother.
And I would say the
Yeah.
fact that
So
they're
basically,
even
you agreeing with what I was saying then?
pretending and they're under the status, that shows that the status is beneficial. That status does have some benefits that some people are even willing to pretend to be. No one's gonna raise their hand to pretend to be black, to pretend to be colored. They might say, "Oh, dress up in blackface," or say, "Oh, I'm just dressing as Beyonce for Halloween," but none of them are signing up for the status black. But the fact that there's a whole group of people that aren't Indian, but they're signing up to be Indian, just shows the benefits it has in law. But truth, I had a question because you brought up the citizenship, and I'm really being that once you're off your land, your family land, or once you're off the reservation, you're considered a citizen. My question is that a bad thing? And if it is, what benefits would there be not being considered a citizen when you walked off your family land?
Well, I think it'll be more what's your intentions when you leaving and shit. You feel me? If you leaving like a lot of us did, especially like my own personal family, we left for economic means because the region that we are living in, where our land is at, is being economically deprived, in a real way, in a harsh way. Uh, so it just all depends on what your intentions is when you leave, and it's also what is the significance and and the legal ramifications of your family land as well too. Like I say, like we got seal stamps on our land and shit, so it holds a different meaning. You feel me?
And to get that, I mean, based on your land, what is your land status wise? Was it
Well,
Indian? Is it Indian land?
Well, yeah, it's allocated land. You feel me? The agreements that was made during the treaties. I mean, at the end of the day, it's part of the treaties. We was supposed to become citizens. We never left, but they was going to acknowledge, the land that your family. They like to throw tribe, but a lot of times those was family, close family ties and shit of a multitude of people, different families coming together. They got intermarriage and shit, so real family connections. It's all about what's the word I'm looking for? It's all about, how did that land come into existence and shit. We never left, and the part of that treaty was, whether if you agree with the treaty or not, if you stayed, they was going to force their citizenship up on you regardless. But the way that the land was registered, let you know who those people is. So with knowing how that land was registered, when you step up on there, it's a whole different type of way how they got to interact when they start trying to approach that land. Even if they come up on it, for the most part and shit like that. Like if like it have been times like sheriffs the road through the roads and shit like that, and more than likely, motherfuckers knew the sheriff and shit like that. So it was good interaction. But if a nigga really wanted to get on some bullshit, it'd be like, nah, man, you get your motherfucking ass the fuck up off of here. You have no right to be here right now. Go get a federal agent to approach us on here. Now, I never seen that type of interaction ever happen, but knowing, how this land is legally registered amongst this system and what's applied and what's attached to it, I know that we have every right to get down like that if we choose to and shit. You feel me? But at the end of the day, after that agreement was made, shit, we became citizens of this government as well too and shit. I hope I went too long with it, and I kind of
No,
asked
you
what you was
answered the
asking.
question. So, Darvis, what do you feel about that? I mean, if people are going to acknowledge themselves an Indian and they're really not having any kind of difference in between, I guess, benefits wise between you and them. So, what's really the bad thing of saying that they're Indian?
Queen, I have no issue with Indian. I understand law. That's it. So I understand the legal. I mean, status for using these particular terms. I understand what law protects and what law don't apply. Now, basically, what King was saying, the same thing I was saying. On your land, you sovereign. But when you leave off the land, you same thing as anybody else. That's all I'm saying, Queen.
Isn't that the same for Moore?
Honestly, more is nationality.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, but it's a nationality that you live here. So when
A
you're out and
nationality
about,
provide. I know what a
when you're out and
nationality is.
about
I
here,
agree with us now.
you're a
Again,
citizen. You're just a citizen like everyone else. If you went to travel to California right now, Darvish, you'd be a citizen like everybody else. You
United
get to
States.
be a Moor at Goose Creek, where you're from.
Queen. More the way I'm talking about the term Queen is a nationality. All right. So when I'm dealing with,
That is not
uh,
a nationality. I don't understand that.
don't worry about it, Queen. I'll help you out if you have a question about it. If I
It's
can
not-
answer it, I will. But if I can't answer it, I can't answer it.
Well,
Wait,
nationality got a government backing it up in the army
Yeah.
too. So where's the government and the army at?
Morocco.
Who the fuck said?
Man, we got our own.
Hey,
Listen, there's more conflict course and all that operating right here in this land right now, King. Y'all know that. Y'all laughing as if y'all don't know that,
Nah,
but y'all know that.
nah, man. We just being realistic about
Yeah,
this
we are being
shit,
real.
bro.
So
Like,
let's be
right.
realistic. So you understand there is a Morris conflict. You
where,
understand
Yeah,
there is bylaws. We got our own
Sister
conflict and all
Freedom
that.
grew up in
where's
the
that? The
Moorish
UN?
paradigm. Sister Freedom,
No, right here.
Does Darvis sound like people you grew up with? Did they ever say that they're native to America and that it's a nationality?
Well, uh, I've heard some of them say it, but when I asked the question about it, because it doesn't make no sense to me, it just sounds like some name that the undone people put on us back in the day, like they calling us niggers, something like that. It ain't what no like he's saying it like it's some nice thing we put on ourselves, like some name we put on ourselves, and that's not a fact at all. So I don't know how you can from calling me ugly and now I'm just using the name like and saying because we ugly, we all just ugly. And you was calling me ugly as a bad word back in the day. That don't make no sense to me. And they weren't in America. So I don't know where and what. Yeah, I've heard him say, it, but that sound like that Noble Drew Ali talk that Johnny come lately information. How you going to say I'm something that some negative came from a negative term back in the day? The Moors, yeah, the Moors. Who gave us that name? We didn't, and we were offended by them saying that about us. But now
One
they
second,
feel like
Darvis.
it's
I know
something.
you want to respond.
All right.
Yeah, but I definitely agree with what you're saying. And since you brought up a negative name, I wanted to get everybody's because I was trying to bring up the edition that the definition comes from, but I couldn't get that. So I got the screen up so everyone can see this as far as what they asked about Nigger, the hard nigger. And for all y'all that want to clip it, go ahead and clip it. Because everyone was like, Marcus was like, oh, they're going to file a case and clip this. Clip it.
And tell him to read tell him to look at the screen.
See the screen come? Hold on. Yeah.
You said with the ER, right? I want to make sure I got the right one.
Oh, I
He
said
said he didn't mean nigga, he meant nigger.
Person of any origin, of the U.S. American Indian. I can't spell it.
Okay.
It's too offensive. Go down. But that's what it says on 3. What's the first definition of the word?
Nigga, that's
Okay, so you see how it says nigger, and this is in a previous edition of the dictionary. So I think it's the 3rd or 4th edition. A dark-skinned person of any origin. In early U.S., it was usually with reference to American Indians.
Yeah. Hey,
So,
did you say that y'all had a consulate, bro? I'm sorry,
yeah,
y'all.
no.
I could have sworn I
And
heard that.
where,
Yeah, what I said.
Jarvis, where
Listen,
can
listen,
we
man,
call the consulate?
No,
man.
ain't no listen, bro. You made a claim
Yes, there's a
that you
Morris
gonna have to
consulate.
tell
Yes,
me
there is. Yes,
where is that
yes,
located?
there is. Yes, there is, King.
Where's
They
that
got them. They
located?
got them in a couple of different spots, man. I know
Where?
they
Give
got
me
one.
one.
I know they got one in I think it was Pennsylvania. I think there's one in
So a Morris consulate in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think there's one in Baltimore. I want to say. I don't know for a fact. I'm not a part of the Morris Science Temple. Make sure I throw that out there. All right, so do not hold me no issue you may have with the temple. I cannot speak for the temple because I'm not a member of the temple. But what I can say that yes, there is a council out there. Now you can find somebody that's a part of the
Okay, so
temple,
in the
and
temples,
they can
you're
answer that, and they
saying,
can answer that for you. I don't ask you
wait,
about
so
this.
in the temples, you're saying those are the consulates, but not that there's a
No, what I'm
national.
saying is, Queen, I cannot speak for the Morris Science Temple
But
because I'm
no.
not a
But you're
member.
saying though the
But you can.
consulates are in the temples, right?
That's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what
Okay,
I'm
so
saying.
where are the consul?
I
Where's the
don't know how
consul?
you get that. I just told you, you got to find a Morris Science Temple member, and they can explain that better to you. I don't want to misrepresent
Okay,
nobody.
so that they're
You
in,
know what I
that's
mean?
not necessarily in the Moore
No,
Science
listen,
Temple,
listen, listen, listen,
just
listen.
that they would be
That's
the ones
I'm
to
not
know and
a
can point.
member of the Morris Science Temple. I don't have no
I
issues
get it,
with
Darvis, but
nobody
I'm
part of the
saying as
Morris
far
Science
as the
Temple.
consulate, you're saying that it's them that can point us to it.
So
The
they got
Moore Science
diplomatic
Temple mission.
community. They got diplomatic community and they got an embassy.
If we go
I'm
to
not
the
speaking for
MSTA, they'll be
nobody.
able
Listen, man,
to
it was so crazy.
educate us.
I know there's somebody in the chat that's part of the Morris Science Temple. Ask me no
Nah, man.
time.
No,
That they
nah,
can speak to
man.
that.
Nah,
I don't want to speak for
man.
somebody I'm not a part of, King, and I don't
Then why
misrepresent the
did
boy.
you bring? You already did that though when you
You
brought
asked
it
me a
up.
question now, do they got a consulate? I said, yeah, they got a consulate.
I asked you that because you said it, so you
Yeah,
already
and I
brought
said,
it
yeah,
up.
and I agree, yes, they do got a consulate. I don't and well,
Man, you tweaking,
But to
bro.
I
get
said that.
information on it, we got to talk to a member of the Moore Science Temple.
Ain't no so crazy, because you know a couple of them. You can call right now.
I
Call
mean, I've
commission.
dropped
You
the
got a phone
link. If
number.
you're
Call
from the
commission right now. I know I'm saying,
MSTA,
but if you
you
really
can
trying to
look
find
them
out,
up.
if it's about information, right? Y'all really trying to find out about this shit? Doty got commission number right now. You can call commission right now. You can probably get the address. Oh, you really don't want to find out. You're trying to trap dollars today.
So
I
I feel
can't.
you. Don't worry about it. It's all good,
It
though.
ain't no
At
thing.
least
I
I know
mean,
what's
I
going on. I know what's going on. Y'all boy crazy, boy.
Darvish, you
My
You're
people.
funny
crazy,
as hell,
Darby.
man. That's crazy.
Hey,
What were you gonna say, Sister
Chanel.
Freedom?
I was
Oh
just
yeah.
saying, everybody has their own opinion, so thank you anyway, Darvis. But it's still Johnny come lately talk. But you know, hey, that's
Why you
the
say
right.
Johnny come lately?
That means that the since like After the death of Noble Drew Ali, people starting to talk like you.
All right, cool. But what I'm
That's
saying is, right, Queen.
I'm not saying anything derogatory concerning that.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I got you. I know. I got you. But this is this is why I'm gonna give you a reference though. That was going on before the Noble Drew Ali.
No, it
The
wasn't.
Subject Free More.
It
The Subject
wasn't
Free
in the
More Act was passed.
positive. It
I know,
wasn't
but
in
the Subject Free More Act was passed in South Carolina in 1790.
it wasn't in the
1790.
positive though. We didn't
Huh?
like being called a Moor. I said it wasn't in the positive.
What you mean within positive?
We didn't like being called Moor.
Wait.
Who said that,
So for
Queen?
the Sundry, no, since you brought up the Sundry Act, how many people did that apply to?
Anybody that went above that status.
Okay,
It's
do they
that
know? Do
to
they know
protect
how
that
many
status.
people went into that status as far as that?
Think about
Was that?
how would you know?
Hold on, Darvis. I'm not done with my question. Do they know anyone that went into that status? And then for the people that went into that status, was it passed down between
Compound questions.
Darvis? Was it passed down in people's families to say we're Moors, we fall under this Sundry Act?
Cool. You finished? All right. This is what I was
I
saying.
hope you
All
listened.
right. Queen, I got you. I got you, Queen. Listen. Listen. I know you. Listen. It seemed like you had that question. I mean, the cut weight for me, dog. Word. But this is what I'm gonna say, right? My great grandmother was Sylvia Whitley Pinckney.
Bet she said she was Indian.
No,
I know
her her uncle signed an act. That's what I'm saying, Queen. That's what I'm saying. These my people, Queen. My mother's last name is Rutledge. Because I know you read it because you had that in the cut because you've been waiting to hit me with some shit. My mama name is Rutledge. These are my people, Queen. I'm not playing. I
No,
was
no,
normally
no.
brought the back during
I
this
was
time,
just
but don't worry about it.
asking as far as it. No. I was asking, and I did know as far as some of your people were a part of it. That's why I wanted to know: is it passed down? Because my question would be then: are there a lot more people than we know in South Carolina, at least, because the act was done in South Carolina, that consider themselves Moors since the Sundry Act?
Cool. Now, as far as how many people would do it or consider themselves Moors, I'm not sure. I don't know. So don't try to get me in line. But what I will say is, I'm a Moor. I consider myself that.
But you consider that we're all Moors falsely, not just
No,
you.
I didn't never say that. I don't know why y'all put these words in my mouth. I ain't never say
We be
what you
telling
were.
people all the time that they're
I
Moors,
told Top Cat
Jarvis.
he was a Moor.
Exactly.
I remember a little video show a little while ago. You heard the little part where they had Mama Chief came on there. Did you call my phone?
Before you, yeah, I still got
Mama
that up.
Chief, me and Mama Chief had the same last name.
And
That's
she
how close
said,
family
"Stop
we are.
calling her more, nigga. We heard the
Yeah,
phone
that's cool.
call."
So follow what I'm saying. Follow what I'm saying, right? When she got on the phone, right? She was talking about this Indian thing. And like I was saying, I would have no issue with the Indian thing. I have people in my
It seems like
family.
you do though, dog.
I know it seemed like that because you don't really understand me. But don't worry about it, King. If ask me and I can tell you. Word. And that's simple, dog. I'm easy to fucking find, King. A lot of my family deal with this shit on a regular basis. I don't have no issue with the Indian thing. But sometimes I get into confrontations, and people I get in confrontations with are other Indians that have issue with the Moorish thing because they don't understand that a nationality and tribal affiliations are two different things, and they all can coexist at the same time. Once we understand that, you can still be American and be Kasadi and be Amniawia and be Choctaw or whatever. You can also be a Christian. You can be a follower of Judaism a Mormon. You can still be all that and still be American.
Okay. Let me let
Can
me let me
you
let me let
name
me say this.
3 top
Oh shit, no
benefits?
man, I'm not there.
No, of the nationality, like why people should have a nationality. 3
Man,
benefits.
listen, because your nationality determines your status in law and your standing in court.
Hey, peace out, everybody, man. Y'all have a good night. I'm getting
Peace,
the chat.
Juice. You have a good night.
Peace,
But then
King.
that's the point then, Darvis. Like as long as you feel like you have a status in law and everything, that's good. The Indians do too. So,
I'm not knocking that, man. Listen, I don't have a problem. My mama, listen, man. I
your
don't have an
mama's an
issue with
Indian.
Indian.
Yeah, I
I
know
don't
your
have an issue
mom's an
with that.
Indian.
I don't have an issue with that. All right, you can be an Indian and a Moor. A Moor is a nationality. The way I'm using it is a nationality, and it
But
helps me when I'm
some
dealing with
people are
law.
just they're doing Indian and being an American
Well, I
as a
can't speak for
nationality.
them. I can't speak for some people. I'm Darvis. I can only speak for Darvis. If you got
But
any question in Darvis, I
why
can
I'm
explain
saying that,
Darvis. I don't know
Darvis, is
why people do other
because
things.
what I'm saying is that there's no major difference of you saying more is your nationality than someone saying American is their nationality. So yeah, the tribal affiliations can be different. Depending on if you want Indian status or whatever tribal affiliations you say you have or ethnicity. But at the end of the day, defining yourself as a Moor or saying you're American, there's not much difference in between.
All right, cool. And most of the time, you're right. You be correct. But when there's an issue in law, that's when it comes into play.
Give
Because
an
America,
example.
believe, all right, cool. I know. Contrary to what you may believe, America is a continent. It's not a nationality. You can be a United States national. Understand that. But America is a continent. You cannot be a. It's not the same thing. You may be used as a ethnicity, but not as a goddamn nationality.
So give an example in law.
What's your nationality, Queen?
I'm an American.
Queen, America is not a nationality.
I'm a United States citizen.
You're a citizen. You don't have a nationality. Basically, what you're saying. Cool. Now,
Okay, so
so
what's the
cool. I
difference?
got you. I got Queen. Come on, I got you. So now, when there's law come into hand, right? We got to find what applies. All right. Being that there's no nationality, there's no treaty between the U.S. Inc. and your people. So now we do have what they call civil rights. So now civil rights can apply to you. Most of those rights are protected also under parts of the Constitution. But we got to find out what the Constitution is because we make it seem like the Constitution is some kind of goddamn word of God. That's a charter for a corporation made with indigenous people of the land. That's it. And it protects the people, not the wards or the citizens. That's how that works, Queen.
So, but you're saying a U.S. citizen doesn't step out of the U.S. and have a nationality of American.
Most U.S. citizens claim they could be a United States national, a national of the United States. If you go in heaven, I mean. But if not, then you still sit it as a citizen. They make you a corporation, and
Yeah,
then
and
all
they
that shit
protect
goes
you.
back to
Like if you something happened to you, they would protect you. Your
what?
government, the United States government.
Depends. I guess it depends on what the fuck happens. Because we got a lot of people that went out there and didn't get no protection.
And they won't get no protection.
Exactly.
You're a bad bargaining chip.
I
Hey,
want
some
to tell
people's
you.
protection took longer than others, but they still got protection.
Cool.
Griner's home right now,
If you want to.
and she
Yeah,
got
but
she
she's
got
part of
treated for the
LBG. She's part
worst,
of
the worst
LBGC.
of people.
Yeah, but she's part of that community though. Them boys damn they got Jewish
What
power.
community? She got She got it because
LBGQY.
she's American.
LB, you know what I'm talking about.
America came and got her, not LGBT. America came and got her.
I know, but they pulled the strings behind the Democratic Party.
Exactly. That's
If she was a
that's the
regular
only
girl, if that
person
be
they
your ass
can.
nigga, you think they came and got you?
No, no, Darvis.
Hell no, they would have came and got you. She's a star. She's world
No,
known
that's the only
worldwide,
reason she was
nice and
smoking
famous,
like that up in
and she's
Russia.
part of
Like she
LBG
couldn't get
community.
arrested is
LBG
because
community
she
got
was
so much power
places.
right now that they can goddamn get the attention of a lot of these politicians, especially being that we dealing with a democratic goddamn government right now. And these Democrats, they got close ties with the LBG community.
Actually, it was a big power move for the U.S. It wasn't an LGBT community move, I don't believe, because U.S. got Russia to release. They gave up some big players as far as it. So I don't know. I don't think it was just an LGBT move, but
I think it was
No,
all
they
I'm
got some
saying is,
Americans back. That's it. They got some Americans been there for 50 fucking years. We ain't never tried to negotiate for her until this I ain't called no bitch. This lady came into play. When she came into play, now they start negotiating with these niggas that have been sitting on that motherfucker since the
exactly, and that's
goddamn
what I
80s,
mean. Like
probably.
it was a power move. It wasn't
Yeah.
necessarily fronting as
So
far
they
as
really did
for
it for them niggas. Them niggas, they've been in the military and actually fighting for America. Garno just had a little bit of weed in her.
But all I'm saying is that any time that happens, a government would have to be the one that advocates on your behalf.
But then you had the same thing happening with Kim Jong Lee Daddy, I think his name. Forgot his name. When Dennis Rodman went over there and got them boy.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It
And he
was
wasn't the president. He ain't had no government.
the
They wouldn't release him to the government. He went over that mother with them boy and brought their ass back.
right because of social media. Because social media moves like that. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you're talking about North Korea. That's because him and dude are friends, and he was able to get to friend status by being the status he has to meet him. But yeah, the
Yeah,
North Korea Kim Jong whatever. Yeah, they're friends.
yeah, cool.
Kim Jong Un.
I
Yeah.
don't know how cool you can be friends with, but anyway,
Well, enough to get someone back. Is that what the
yeah.
Moors plan to do? Be
See,
friends with
there you go with
someone?
the Morris thing again. What's your issue with the Morris? I know what I think, man. I think
I
your
think
master
as
teacher
far
fuck
as
around and
it,
lost the debate bad, and you feel bad for being this goddamn student. So now you hate all Moors
I
because your
don't
master
even
teacher
hate
got
the
smashed.
Moors, Darvis. I'm not even
They
hating
used to
on
be
Moors.
immortal. I
But
don't
the
understand this
the
shit.
question would be, which was always a thing, which I would say none of the other teachers deny except you, is that the Moors don't have the conglomerate. They don't have people working towards the government. I mean, there's all types of things that could be done if people
You know
were
what?
working together, but they're
I got
not working
commission number.
together.
I got commission number. Let me ask you a question.
You
How
gonna
can I
call
use the
him?
phone? Yeah, how can I use the phone to call commission right now? 'Cause I got his. I forgot I do got his number. If I go to my dial screen, will it still play, or will it kick me off?
Yeah, we won't be able to hear you when you're calling commission, but I guess you could call them and tell them to come. I could drop the link.
All right, hold on a second.
Why don't you just send him a text?
Damn, I ain't think of that shit.
Because Darvis is old.
Hey man, that's all right. A lot of niggas gotta get old. A lot of niggas don't get old. You gotta remember that shit. I
Will
can't
you
remember a
ever
lot of motherfuckers, bro.
travel? Will you ever travel out of Goose Creek, like even around the states or anything for any of the trips? See different
Yeah,
things.
of course, of course.
Where's somewhere you would go first?
I don't know. Never really thought about it. See, man, when you get older than me, man, you really don't think about shit like that. I don't know.
Yeah, man.
Is there any like state that has like Moorish history that you're like, oh, I need to go and see it? Even out maybe in Peru or anything? Do you
Yeah,
know
but
if
see,
you'll be able to see
I,
the Amaru or different things like that?
no, I'm an Israelite. Also, know what I mean? So,
Okay, so is there
yeah,
any Israelite sites that you're
yeah, yeah,
dying to
yeah,
see?
yeah.
Like which ones?
We don't have none. We didn't really deal with idolatry, and that was considered as idolatry. That's why we went to war with each other.
Has
What
God
is idolatry for the sites to have
idolatry?
a site?
No, because these different things were worship. If you look at it now, you know Quetzalcoatl really ain't a person. You know, the Amaru really ain't quite a person. It's a I don't know what the fuck it is. You ever seen it? You ever seen on a picture of it?
The Amaru, I don't.
Yeah.
Only, not really. Only Tupac Amaru and stuff like that. But
These
Quetzalcoatl,
are
yes.
these are gods that the people were worshiping.
Yeah, the Sumerians worship Amaru, right?
I don't know about the Sumerians, but could have been. I know a lot of them people worship them. And
I
when it
mean,
comes
who
like
had
to
them
the Heat
as
bread,
whose god is Amaru? What group of people had the Amaru, Jarvis?
I thought the Sumerians worship Anu.
Oh yeah, it is Anu. So who had the Amaru?
So yeah, who had Anu?
Okay, I'm looking it up. It looks like it's the Inca. So Darvis, is it the Inca you're talking about as far as with the Amaru? The Inca god? Oh, he must be talking to Commission or trying to.
what I'm saying is that the word Inca doesn't go back that far, but you know the term can apply.
Right. Okay. So
Yeah.
Inca doesn't go back as far to be the Incan people, which I can
Yeah, but all
understand.
these different gods represented the plum serpent. Matter of fact, according to the dude, Manly P. Hall, they said America, that's what America met. Land of the plum serpent, according to him.
In the book of Secret Teachers of All Ages.
Say it again?
I said, is that in the book of the Secret Teachers of All Ages?
Yeah.
You remember Manly P. Howard was a very, very high Freemason, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about Freemasons, Darvis?
Shit. They hold information that a lot of motherfuckers don't got.
That could be true, but you
It
don't see
is. It
them as
is.
always also people that come out and give misinformation, or they withhold information and give the people different information so they don't know the
Right.
truth.
No, what I was saying, they give out the information, but though I guess sometimes you have to jump through hoops or find somebody or find a way into them boy little circle. But if you know them boy tell you the information. They write it down. They got it in books.
So wait, did you see Kanye's rant, Darvis, the full rant?
I didn't see the whole thing, but I seen part of that Top Cat had a little short and he had a video of them yesterday.
Okay, so you saw the part where he was talking about some bloodlines, the Medici, the
Yeah.
different people that are gatekeepers. So you wouldn't call masonry or the 33% a part of that as far as when it comes to the gatekeepers?
Yeah, but 33% doesn't ain't referring to the population of people. It's referring to degrees. And remember now, we were the
But
first Masons.
that they
But we
are,
were the first Masons. You understand that, right?
but now, even if we were the first ones, I'm saying right now, are they the gatekeepers?
See, far that shit there go, man. I don't really got much proof. So I mean, I really can't fucking say. I do know one thing: they hold information, and
I mean,
They got a lot of different power. They little outfits they're a part of. They carry a lot of weight.
Yeah, I
I
mean
would
the
say that.
yeah,
33rd degree. What were you
Uh,
saying, Blasio?
yeah, it is. We do got proof that they are gatekeepers when they have undisclosed source things to say. They'll cut out your tongue if you reveal these secrets. Like it's apparent that they're gatekeepers.
yeah,
So
but
why would they give us? They have hold on, they have levels like to their degrees to their chapters. So why would they keep all this secrecy, reach the highest level of their chapter, and come and give us what they know or the truth, as per se? Why would they do that? They wouldn't do it. Like
let me
so,
ask you a question.
what I was saying is that we can't just fully go off for everything that Manly P. Hall wrote. Like it has to be like critique, like real good, real
Yeah, and
thorough.
I agree. I agree. That's why I qualified. I says according to Manly P. Hall. That's what I said. According to him. I heard it other places. And I mean, also don't get me wrong. But I said according to him because the quote was read. It's supposed to be one of his quotes. But let me ask y'all a question. Y'all do understand they were also Indian so-called Freemasons and secret societies. Y'all agree to that, right?
Yeah.
That
All
there
right,
was
cool.
what? You said what? Sorry.
Indian Freemasons
Oh
or
yeah.
secret societies.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right. Some people have different
Wouldn't some of
movements,
them be gatekeepers?
depending on what you call a gatekeeper.
Someone
I'm not in
that's
the
not
board.
trying to give the information to the people.
I guess you can say. There are a lot of them, boy, man, they do take oaths and whatnot. And I mean, because some information wasn't supposed to be sealed until the days of goddamn Pisces was over with. Once the age of Pisces was over, then these books supposed to be revealed. The time Pisces is over with. We in the age of Aquarius
Yeah,
now. Everything
but
get
I'm gonna just
revealed
say
now.
this: knowledge, knowledge is power. As they say. So I don't think they would go through all this, secrecy to just give away the knowledge and be left powerless.
And I agree with that also.
Yeah, so and I mean we do have a lot of Masons in them families. I have a Mason in my family. I know for sure there's probably gonna be way more than just him. But it doesn't stop them from being the gatekeepers or what they signed up as Masons to do. So yeah, I think when it comes to information being given by a Mason, you do have to take that in consideration. I would look to the time period, look at what was happening at the time, and correspond what's being said with what's happening at the time because that matters. They made an oath to different individuals, to different I'll say leaders. So, what those leaders were looking to seek or their agendas at the time matter to what these people say. So, when did Manly P. Hall write that book, by the way?
Shit, that was a good question. Hold on a second.
I think it was like in the 20s or something, wasn't it? So,
Let's see something.
Yeah, I was right. 1928.
1928.
He wrote that book.
Yeah, he did.
What? That's what say you make lucky and see shit. But yeah, it's supposed to
What?
be a pretty old book. If you check it out, man, listen. Those who don't got the book need to check the book out. Give you a different view of things, and you can go back and cross reference it and see what's going on with it. Maybe you find fault in it, maybe you don't. I don't know. Till you make the travel, though, you'll never find out. But it's talking about these different philosophers that started all these movements, different cultures, what they dealt with, and all that. Powerful book, I would say. What do you think, my man? I know you don't like the dude, but would you say the book is a powerful book?
I'm gonna say that it just has some. It has some information. It has some stuff in there. It has some information. I don't dislike Manly P. Hall. I'm just
True.
weary of him, because
Yeah.
I
Gotcha.
know what he took an oath to, his pledge, what he was a part of,
Yeah.
and I'm never gonna, disregard that. And
Yeah, I
so,
got you. And listen, you got to take that. You got to keep that in consideration, and I agree with that.
It's like Blavatsky. Blavatsky
Yeah.
or something, I think her name
Madame
is.
Blavatsky,
Matter
yeah.
of
Yeah,
Blavatsky, yeah.
I wouldn't say don't read her, don't see what she says, but I damn sure wouldn't say take everything she says as law because it's true and it's history. I mean, definitely
Right.
read what she says, but be skeptical of what you're reading. Know that it probably holds a lot of myth, because a lot of legends include myth. Some legends can be true, but most are just based on a true story because they're legends.
And remember now, myth is just something that you cannot prove right now. That don't mean
Right.
it's not true.
And it's something that can probably never be proven because it's a fairy tale in the
Yeah, but that
first
doesn't mean
place.
it's not true though.
Some fairy tales can be true, but a lot of them aren't true. A lot of them
Yeah,
are
but
not true. A lot of
it
them
didn't
are
matter.
folklore and myths that
Yeah,
are
but it didn't matter
fictional.
no more to talk about the esoterical shit. Now, you can't say it was fairy tale. I can't see that.
Well, I
You
got a question about a fairy tale, or is this true? All right. Is Santa Claus a pimp? Because what's up with the ho ho ho's?
They compare
They
Santa Claus to a pimp. I mean, there's only Mrs.
yeah.
Claus that we know, but
No,
if
all
you
the
got all the
reindeers
elves,
are female.
maybe. Well, yeah, oh yeah, all the reindeers are female, but that'd be bestiality.
yeah, no,
I would
all the
say is the
reindeers no
little
damn.
elf, so maybe
All the
he's like a
reindeers are no
dope
females.
dealer type of
All
thing because he
reindeers
has
are
so many.
Yeah,
female.
those
What?
Rudolph ain't
females.
no
That's what I
female.
heard.
Rudolph is a
Reindeer are
man.
females.
He had to
Yeah.
lead the hoes
Man,
again.
Dasher and
Yeah.
Dixon and the
No,
men
all
names.
them were reindeers.
No,
Reindeers,
reindeer are females.
right. So is Santa a pimp?
Oh, time out. So y'all saying all the whole breed of reindeer? There's no male reindeer. Is that what y'all saying?
No, there's males, but the ones that are like the winter ones that Santa uses are female.
Why they got man names?
You know a man named Dasher and Dancer and Prancer.
Right. Those are kind of stripper names. Sakina got a point.
Will you tip somebody named Dasher?
I'm not tipping no woman. I don't care what her name is.
I feel
Probably
you.
not Dasher. Comet, Cupid, Vixen.
Right. I'm gonna ask her, did you fall? I mean, recall? Okay, I didn't mean to disturb y'all groove.
Oh no, I gotta source up. I always source up. So, who runs the sleigh? Girls. Science says Santa's reindeer are actually
You
all
better
female,
source that.
Darvis.
Every last
And
one
who
of them.
said that?
Surprise. Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, Blitzen, and yes, even Rudolph are ladies.
Come on. All
The
reindeers.
original eight, ooh, a visit from St. Nicholas. That sounding, I'm with you, Sakina. What kind of visit is St. Nicholas doing? But anyways, the original eight first introduced in 1823 poem, A Visit from St. Nicholas, aka The Night Before Christmas, as well as the infamous red-nosed celebrity of song and screen Rudolph, are commonly thought and referred as males in culture. But according to science, Christmas carolers and holiday hangers have had it all wrong all along. Edinburgh University professors Gerald Lincoln and David Baird told the UK's Telegraph that Santa's reindeer can't be male for one simple reason. Only female reindeer still have antlers at Christmas. This male species shed
Man, that's a
their
goddamn
headgear
lie.
before mid-December.
Man, listen, that's a damn lie. I just killed.
you so
Man, I got
you
11-point
you
buck on my wall right now, and I killed that motherfucker dog the day before New Year's.
and you look down and you know it's a male.
Yeah, because the mother got a dick and he got antlers.
It might
11
not
points
be a
too.
But it
deer.
was
I'm
a
proud of that
reindeer,
motherfucker
and
too.
it was a
Elk.
reindeer, not a
It
deer,
might
or
be
it's
an
some
elk.
other, or a moose, or
Yeah, that's a
another
moose,
species.
dog.
Right. It might be an
No,
elk.
it was a deer, white-tailed deer.
It might be
But
an elk. Cause
no,
them they do get big. Cause I
yeah,
used to
it wasn't no big like no fucking elk. Bro. It
they get
was listen. In Charleston, we got this area here, man. We got white-tailed deer. Sometimes you may run across what they call a mule deer. It might be a big ass deer. But ain't no fucking elks around this. I wish it was an elk around this motherfucker.
mm-mm. I know y'all eat a lot of the roadkill is ridiculous around here. I just want to say that. But let me say this and then I'm gonna be quiet again. Um I remember Dustin there, I told y'all once, just to say that Darvis is right. I remember I told y'all one time when I was in North Carolina how I was wandering off trying to look for a park and I wandered off into an Indian tribe. And the only reason they let me on there is because I was brown skinned. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Right. And so otherwise um they said that they didn't like white people. And so they let me on. They they let me chill out in a park. They had a park, and I told you that they only moved enough trees to build their houses and the driveway. And so that was in that reservation over there where I was. And they had a park. They had their own park over there as well. And they had some kind of community center or something over there. But yeah, I was. It was like I don't know. It was almost like somewhere that didn't belong there, almost. And I was like MapQuest lost. I was like I didn't understand it, but yeah, it
What
was
did the
neat.
people look like?
Um, they look like sunburned. Um, they look like us, but they look a little sunburned us. But they kind of look Arabic, but they look like us too. They
Yeah,
look
that's what I was saying. They don't look like us. I don't know what the fuck the people is, man. We
yeah.
might have had sex with them, but they ain't quite white.
They,
They ain't quite. I don't know what the fuck the
yeah,
people
they
is.
look like they right. They could go for Mexican or Puerto Rican,
Yeah,
but they darker than us.
Marvel.
But they like sunburned or yeah. It's something to describe. You're right.
Yeah, and I think because it's like the mestizos, but when you're talking about a mixed people, because the mestizos is just like mulattoes, really, they're just mixed with different people. So sometimes you're getting some that may look more so-called black because they're mixed with so-called black, while
No, they're
others
not
look
really like
more
black. They just
Mexican.
Yeah,
or more
black
Hispanic
dark,
looking.
they got a pretty tone. It's not really like a black dark. It's like a darker almond.
Yeah,
Like
I know what you're talking
yeah,
about.
All I'm gonna
Because
say,
like there's different shades of like Hindu India, where they can go to really dark, darker than us. The Dalits that they call them, or the untouchables, they get darker than us in India. But
yeah, but they don't get
they
that
have
damn dark.
different
Them different
looks to
people.
them as far as
how
their
dark you
darkness.
gotta be? That's a good question. I don't know how dark you gotta be. It's like I ask myself that too. Shit, how dark you gotta be though?
So what area that tribe? I mean, that reservation was at? Like what state was in?
She said it was in North Carolina, but do you know what part of North Carolina?
I was in Carborough.
True. Mm. I'm honestly, man, I don't think the people like us neither. We
But
tripped around on one of the motherfuckers, got lost trying to find a goddamn DJJ holding place and went on a little reservation.
tell Saya to come up. Drop the link. Let Saya come up.
Oh Lord. Okay. I'll do it, I guess. Saya. Yeah. Just know, be nice tonight. But here, this is why I bring them up of India. See, I was saying this tone, like a lot of them can be darker
Like the
than a
one
lot of us
we met.
too, but it's like a different type of
Yeah,
tone. But these are, yeah, the Dalits of India. I
Yeah.
don't even know if Dalits, I mean, we call them that, and I've seen people call themselves that. So I don't think it's completely offensive, but I believe it's an exonym. I don't know what they call themselves, but their caste system in India is pretty horrible, to say the least. But yeah, so they have a different tone, but it's still dark skin.
I always used to call it pale black, like pale black skin. Like, but I have seen ones that's darker than us, like over here, like in America.
Right.
Right.
A lot of them boys I see over here look more like almost like a more yellowish or something.
who?
Well, I've seen it both ways, but
Me?
they are black people that originated from
Yeah,
Africa. Yeah,
I would
I
agree
don't
with that.
know.
Like
No, I'm talking about the people over here. My bad. I'm not talking about the people over there in
No,
India
I'm
now.
talking
I
about
was talking about that.
this guy's
I was on a
comment on the
reservation.
screen. Not you.
Yeah, it's someone typing that the Dalits, I guess is what he's saying it should be, and not just Dalits or Dalits, descend from Andaman or Nicobar Islanders.
I would say that they're descendants of Dravidian.
Yeah, I think so too. The Dravidian people.
Yeah.
But then it's like, how old are the Dravidian people? And of course, they're going to say they came from Africa too.
Nah, a lot of
Right.
them Jews
It just
came from
never
over
is.
here.
You said
Huh?
what, Jarvis?
A lot of them
What?
Jews came from over here.
No, Dravidians, not the Druids.
Yeah, they're Jewish. They were called like Jew. I don't know, man. Fuck it. It might be two different people.
Oh, you said Jewish. Oh,
Right.
Druid, no with a D.
Yes.
Druid.
The Davids and the Dialands.
Yeah,
oh, the
but
Druids.
Dravidian people are Southern Asia. They're from Asia.
So who were the Moabites then?
Those Lot kids,
Huh?
grandkids, Lot grandkids,
Whose grandkids?
Lot.
The Hebrews say they Chinese.
Okay.
The what?
They were Lot's grandkids.
Yeah.
Okay, well wait, how they become Lot's grandkids if they were related to
because his name was Moab, and the people that followed on the syndrome they called Moabites.
okay, well, let me backtrack because um these are only questions. So the Daviots or the Daviots or whatever, I don't want to missay that, but those were related to who? David or Daniel
All right, you said the Davyites or
or Dan?
you talking about Danites?
Like
Yeah,
the tribe
Danites,
of Dan?
yeah.
yeah, Danites. Yeah, they were from tribe Dan.
All right. So
According to the according to some book, they call them the Spartans.
all right, well we gonna skip that because that's when the Romans changed that, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
right. So we ain't gonna go into that. Not yet. Okay, so
What
um
little mother? What?
when the Daviots was in existence, then you had um these were descendants of Ham and Shem and all of Josephats and all that, right?
We say Yosafat.
Well, you know what I'm saying. These were Moses' kids, right? Or no, or Noah's kids, right? Noah's
Yeah.
kids,
Yeah.
grandkids, right?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So one of these was a land, and they changed and they made it into a name.
In those days, the people that lived in the land were named after people. That's how a lot of those Hebrews identify the lands after people that lived on the lands. That's why instead of using the term Egypt in most Jewish books, they say Mizraim.
So they did that with the word Mary. What is that word when y'all say that God provided food out of the mist? And the mist was the word. Mary.
I don't understand. Um, I don't understand.
Okay, well I'll come back to that.
Uh,
So um when because I'm trying to get to this piece where Moses and this land, because you saying that because Moses is supposed to be related to Ham
yeah,
and
they'll be
not
cousins.
right.
Yeah, they'll be cousins.
Okay, and you saying he related to who?
But he was descendant of Shem.
And he, and so okay, that's the where I'm at. So Moses was not of Shem, he was of Ham. Well, I mean, right, he was not of Ham.
No, But then when he became the king of Kush for a while though, and married somebody, a queen, a princess or whatever, and she was of Ham descendant, but I don't think they never did nothing because she was complaining about he never touched her.
He had to
All right,
touch her.
so now do you remember that conversation about Habshat Haru? Hatputshet, is that her name? Queen
That's
Hatputshet
just
that
for.
was married to Moses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay, so do you remember that conversation about her pulling Hathor and well not necessarily Hathor, but them pulling Moses Moses from the Nile?
I understand what you're talking about. When his mother's supposed to put him inside a basket or something
Right.
and send him down the river. Yeah,
Right. And so the misconception or the confusion about Ramses the second and Tuthmosis the second being the true story of Moses and not being, because that name would be more the truth of the story of Moses being of Tuthmosis the first, the second, and Moses following in suit, and that's why he did not get the name, because it followed the suit of Tuthmosis the first and the second, but because of this not being this blood related son, this it went to Tuthmosis the third, and Moses was not an Israelite because everybody knew at that time Hebrews did not exist, and so therefore the story was again massaged, and so because Moses was not an Israelite, Moses was an Israelite at this time. They were not killing Hebrews, they were killing Israelites. The Hebrews did not exist at the time of Moses. Am I right?
No,
When did the Hebrews exist?
a while before that.
When did Job when did what is this man's name?
Jacob fight with the angel. You
No,
talking about?
when did Jacob become
To Israel,
yeah.
once he Jacob went to live with his uncle because he had issues going on with him and his brother, and and the airship.
Was that
So he
after
had to go
Moses
live.
or before?
That was way before Moses. Hold on now, make sure. Yeah, that was before Moses.
So when did the Hebrews become Hebrews?
They already been Hebrews. All Hebrews, they all were Hebrews, but some of them were Israelites. Jacob descendants were Israelites.
When did they become Hebrews?
Matter of fact, Jacob should have happened before Jacob. Yeah, Jacob was before Moses.
And Moses was still an Israelite.
Moses, yes. The Israelites were also Hebrews.
Not at
All right,
that
so
time.
Yeah.
Darvish, the
Well,
question would really be which one came first, Eber
Hebrew.
or Jacob, because
Yeah,
it say
Hebrew.
that the Hebrews come from Eber.
Yeah. Or they gave they
Which one
named
came
Hebrew.
first,
Yeah,
Eber or Jacob? I can't hear
Eber
you.
came way before Jacob, but Jacob he came before Moses. Yeah, because yeah,
Anyway, Darvis,
yes, ma'am.
you learned a lot of stuff tonight, honey.
Not really. I got to mess with you, baby.
That's terrible.
I was messing with you, man. I learned a lot.
I don't know why. So, what's up with the Hebrews? They
We're
supposed
trying to figure out that Moses come before Jacob, and then the term Hebrew, who was the first Hebrew,
So let
and
me
that goes
ask
back to
this
the
question.
dude
Is
Eber.
Abraham's son Jacob.
okay, so if he changed his name to if he changed, why was it Israel and then he goes back to Hebrew if he was an Israel?
He's still a Hebrew, but he just when he corrected his status, once he got out of servitude, he corrected his status. So he
So
no longer was called Jacob. He became Israel.
everybody went back to
Well,
Hebrew.
Israel and El huh?
Everybody went back to Hebrew, although they were Israelites,
No, Queen. Only Jacob descendants were Israelites.
and everybody else was Hebrews.
Yeah. And whatever your last name is, you still one of them. but your kids will have the same first name as yours. Like I mean, like your descendants will be whatever you are because you got married or whatever reason your name changed. So all your kids are that, but they're still whatever your last name is. You get me? They're still Hebrews, but they're Israelites.
Okay, so I'm glad somebody said Jacob wrestled. So because Jacob wrestled, that means he didn't take the name, but the land became the name regardless.
No, the land was never called Israel. The people were called Israel.
But they got the land right now calling it Israel.
Yeah, but that ain't happened to the 40s though. That's not the original name of the land over there. Those so-called people over there in that land that call themselves Israelis, they're not the people of that book. Hell, people they got beef with it, call themselves Palestinians. Ain't the real Palestinians neither, but it is what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, who are the real Palestinians and who are the real Israelites?
The Philistines.
You know what, Dustin? You just started
Israelites.
for the night, girl. I'm gonna get you.
Right, I did try to start shit, but Saya's gonna come and start
Peace,
more shit than
Saya.
me. So peace.
Peace, y'all.
The Palestinians seem like they're some type of mixed breed people. You know, what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Look like some. In other words, like some Africans mixed with some other kind of people, European or something.
Yeah, it's something. They're not indigenous to that land either. But it is what it is. And then the whole story, another thing you gotta remember about that story didn't happen over there. It happened over here and was told over there.
What story?
The whole thing about Jacob and all of them.
Wow.
All that shit happened over here. But then as we traveled, we took these stories with us.
So when they were in captivity in Persia, that's over here too?
Yeah.
What about
Persia's in America?
what about when the Greeks invaded them from the north? So Greece is over here too?
Yeah.
And then when they were captured by the Romans and they were being persecuted by the Romans over here too?
Yeah, man. Shit. Everything over here, King.
Okay, when they escaped down into the Sahara into Africa, so Africa's over here too.
They never use that term Africa. They
I'm
never
just
use
saying
that
that's the
term
story.
Africa.
When you think
Yeah.
about it, that's what you just said. All those places, the whole old world is over here.
Yeah.
And so over there doesn't exist.
Now I do. Because we wouldn't have called none of the areas, start naming them places that, giving them biblical names.
So instead of just naming the places that were already named here, they were Africa, they were Roman Empire, they were all of that, but they changed it, erased it, and then just put it over there.
Now, far the
Now they
term
call it.
Africa. I don't want to be thrown into the don't just say nothing about Africa. That's over there
I mean,
that was up there with the Carthaginians. But
I
far
mean,
as all the other terms like
you talk about their
fucking
fight. You talk about them being in Egypt and all that stuff.
yeah.
So you gotta include
Yeah, there was
Africa,
a place over here called Egypt.
right? So you can't eliminate Africa now. You just want to take
Yeah,
it
but
back.
Africa was the name of that continent. And it was a name that was given to that place that was the boy overthrew my man in the Punic Wars. Fuck this nigga name is
And
the
so they were there.
Carthaginian man.
So
What
they
the
were there.
Carthaginian nigga
So they were
name?
there in that continent. They were,
Hannibal.
yeah. So they were there in that continent.
No, those are Punic Wars. And that's where
So
that name Africa came from. These names are biblical names. These happen over here.
so you're
Because
saying
Egypt and all that is over here.
so all that ancient history that we see, the pyramids and everything over there, that's not really Egypt or nothing like that. That's something else. That's
Yeah, we went over there and built that.
Oh, they built that later.
Yeah.
What point in history you think they built that?
Man, it's hard to say, man. If you go to these archaeologists, man, them boys say like around about 4,000 years ago, some shit like that, man.
They
If
just
we deal
built
with
up the whole
archaeologists.
Egyptian empire, just the whole thing, whole
No.
civilization, all
That
those
place
things.
over there they call Egypt, man, it was set up there based on this how can I say it? Astrological alignment.
So they made the lie up 4,000 years ago.
No, King.
Oh, they
Egypt was,
actually had the civilization there 4,000 years ago. Okay, what was it called
yeah, but
then?
it was called Egypt.
What were they calling it?
Huh?
What were they calling it?
Man, there was a few different names. I can't tell you what they were calling themselves 4,000 years ago, okay?
No.
I don't want
I
to,
mean, what do
I
you
can't,
mean?
not accurately.
Okay. What about the other place, the fake Greece over there? What did they call that?
Mm-hmm. I know people over here went over there, colonized the area,
So the
and they
Persians over
populated
there,
the people.
the Persian Empire, that whole thing is fake. What were they calling that back then?
Persian Empire, these Persians left from here, went over there.
I mean, but you're saying the whole empire that we know to be the Persian Empire, you're saying that was all fake. So I'm saying, what would they
No, I
call
ain't saying
it?
it's all fake.
It was, was it over there or not? I'm getting
It was
confused.
all that, the Persians really started over here.
So it's really over here. It wasn't over
Yeah.
there. So that
But you
empire
talk,
that was
remember,
over,
empire now, the empire is different now than what you call a colony or civilization or something like that. Empire is a group of more than one nation.
thank you for
They were
that
going around
definition.
conquering Turkey and all that, but they were going around conquering different lands all over the place.
All right, so that Persian Empire was over there. What about India? Because I know the Persians, India is right off the border of the Persian Empire. So is India over here too?
As you can see, people called it over here India before they called over there India.
All right, and on the other end, because on the far east end of the Persian Empire is this other big giant place called China. So is that also over here too?
Yeah, there's a place over here called China also.
China's over here too.
Yeah.
So in the
Okay, listen.
old world, what
If
did
you
they
look at
call
these
that
ancient
China?
maps,
What did they
it'll
call
blow your
that
mind.
China? The place with the billion Chinese looking people over there. What did they call that back then? And what did the
Manchuria.
Chinese people and the Chinese people here? What do they call them? And you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
That one is it
that
1
place got
billion
its name
Chinese
around
here?
the fall of the Soviet Union. And that name China got apart.
Again,
But it was a
at the fall
corporation.
of
It
the
was not the
Soviet Union.
original people
Do you remember
around
when the
that time,
Soviet
yeah.
Union fell? I mean, that's not a long time ago, right? 30 years ago.
Yeah. Word.
Okay, so what do you mean? That's when China got its name 30 years ago?
Yeah, around them times. It's a new
No,
name, a
30 years
contemporary
ago.
name.
China just got called China 30 years ago.
Something like that, King.
You know we're being recorded, right? And you know this is on video, man.
Word, Google
Just
it.
think of
Let's
what you're
find out
saying.
exactly how old it is.
So
Google
you
it right
don't
now
think
while you're on your phone.
I'm just saying
Google it right now
Google
and find out exactly. Because I know there's a place over here called China, but you talk about that place over there, they call China. We used to call it was originally called Manchuria, but let's find out how old that name, that corporate state, China, how old that is over there. Google it and find out. I'm on my other phone dead as fuck.
No, I'm
That's a good
really
question.
not gonna
Real
do
talk,
that.
that's a good question.
How old do you
Let's
think
find out right
Chinese
now.
food is? How about that? Have you ever had Chinese food when you were a kid? Because it would be hard to have Chinese food if the word China wasn't already out, right? I mean,
Yeah, the
Chinese
term Chinese
movies, you
food
never
wasn't over
watched
here.
them when you were a kid? I mean, I'm pretty old. Maybe I don't know how you could think that. I'm just confused. You're
It
thinking
is
in
what it is, gang.
1990, 1991, you're thinking,
Listen,
I'm
gang.
thinking,
You know what I had to do one time, man? I had to try to forget all the shit I thought I knew and open my mind up and reinvestigate all this shit that I was
somebody
told.
tricked you, bro. They
No,
tricked
coming to
you.
find out. No,
You
real
need to
talk.
remember that stuff.
King, listen, when you look at the origins of those names that you find over there, you hearing all the time, these are contemporary names.
Mm-hmm.
Some shit ain't that fucking
Contemporary
old. Ain't none of
names.
them, most of them ain't even ancient.
You know,
You
a
got a
lot
few of
of
them places
people
over there that
understand
may be ancient, but China's not. I know that much.
ancient Chinese secret. It's little sayings like that. They go
Yeah,
all the way back to the
that's what they call
70s
a
and all that. You
misnomer.
saying that didn't
That's what you call a
exist.
misnomer because there's no ancient
Yeah.
China.
Mm-hmm. And where was Bruce Lee from?
Big fucking California.
He's from California, huh? And where we call him? What was his nationality?
American.
Uh-huh. That's what he called. Mm-hmm.
It's fuck,
And what
listen.
language?
I
And
think
what was
niggas
his
from
name?
San
And what
Francisco
was
or
his,
some
what was
shit.
his name? And what native language did he speak?
I don't know what the fuck he spoke.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the dude personally.
All right. But it
Yeah,
was
but
none of that. He was never considered Chinese or anything.
He didn't speak English. He needed an interpreter for all his movies.
so they say.
Ain't that something?
Mm-hmm.
I heard the mother born in California.
No, he wasn't.
Word, they could have get even from
The whole
China.
thing I'm getting at is the dude's Chinese. We know Chinese is not something that came out in the 90s. This dude is like straight tripping. Anyone can hear that. Even though he's
This
trying to
nigga is
pretend around it.
Californian, dog.
It's like you
A
can't even just be
Californian dancer too. A
now
hell of
that
a
we're in this
dancer.
discussion, you can see a person. It's like what point or what kind of thinking they have when you just can't admit. And you gotta admit that that's totally just. You can't just think that China, the name of China just came up in the 90s. There's no way you can
And
think
what year
that.
did China get his name?
Do you know what I mean?
According to World History Encyclopedia, the name China does not appear in print in the West until 1516 CE in Barbossa's journals narrating his travels in the East.
Once you say
1500s,
19
man.
what? Yeah,
The
19 what?
1500s.
Okay, now why'd you say the fall? The goddamn Soviet Union, bro? Why would you say that?
Because that's the name. That's what
So
when
you
I
was
looked
off
at that, what it
600
said.
years. So you just was off by 600 years. 600
That's what it
years.
was. Yeah, listen, I told you I ain't know exactly. That's why I told you to Google it.
Why would
But I
you sit up here and act
because
like
all
you
that was
knew and
part of
tell
Soviet. Because
everybody?
all that was part of the Soviet Union. Anyway,
Soviet Union didn't exist back then. Soviet Union is a union of Soviet states, man. Do you think they existed in the 1500s? It's difficult to
nope.
talk like this,
It ain't
man.
that
Come
long
on,
though.
man. You can't pretend your way through. We can have a
1500 in the Middle
conversation,
Ages
but
though.
when you start trying to pretend, it's not gonna look good in your own video being recorded. This goes down forever in history. Your grandkids might see it and be like, "What?
Yeah,
Granddad
I
thought
found
what?"
out. Yeah, I found. According to them boy, they say that motherfucking born been in the 1500s. Nah, them boys said. Hold on, that's not it.
Now, as far as the Jewish Hebrews go, what even makes up a Hebrew? Like, what determines what a Hebrew is?
The bloodline.
A bloodline starting with who in the Bible?
Some try to give it to give proper to dude Eber, but according to
But that don't.
Madam Blavatsky and other goddamn philosophers, they say it go back further than that.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got some
Eber.
people that say that Abraham was the first Hebrew. But
Right. And why would they say Abraham is the first Hebrew? I know why, but why would they say that?
because he was dealing with a certain religion. He was a Kabbalist.
No, because he was supposed to be the only one practicing the true way of God. Like he's supposed to be following Yahweh or
He was
whatever.
a Kabbalist.
That's supposed to be it. So it wasn't a bloodline for him. Because he had a father, Terah. But Terah wasn't a
Yeah,
Hebrew. Was Terah a Hebrew?
yeah,
No, Terah wasn't a Hebrew. Where
yeah.
does it say? Okay, so
Hebrew.
let's think about it. Let's think about this. So
Nah,
Terah was a
they were
Hebrew.
Chaldeans.
So if Terah was a Hebrew, what he was a priest of who? He was a priest of Nimrod. Was Nimrod a Hebrew?
Yeah, and he
So
wasn't a
now
priest. He dealt with
Nimrod's a
all kind
Hebrew.
of idols.
You're not even reading
Terror
the
dealt with all
Bible,
kind of
and
idols. He wasn't really no goddamn priest like
oh,
that.
that's
He
what
really
Hebrews
ain't
do.
followed the
Hold on.
tradition.
Which one is it? Listen, Hebrews. To be a Hebrew, you got to practice the Hebrew religion and culture. So you
No,
can't
man,
just
no,
say
no, no, no,
you
no, no,
can't
no, no,
sit
no,
there.
no, 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 no. If you know, every book start off with a genealogy. When they start naming the people, it was a
When
bloodline
I asked
connection.
you for the
Man,
genealogy,
listen,
you
if
got
you
lost.
notice the book, but the first chapter of every one of those books start off with the genealogy of
Okay,
all the characters they're gonna be
let's
talking
stop.
about.
Slow down. Hey, slow down. Listen. Okay,
So it's a
so
bloodline
Nimrod.
thing.
Hey, listen. Nimrod's the son of Cush. Is Cush
Yeah,
the Hebrew?
yeah.
You go
Because
by
Noah was a
genealogy?
Hebrew.
Huh?
If
Cush is a
Noah's a
Hebrew?
Hebrew, then all Noah. If you a Hebrew, what that make your kids?
Right. So when
What that
when
make
when
your
it was
grandkids?
when was any of them Hebrews? That's not what they practiced. They
Noah
didn't
was a
practice that.
Hebrew.
You got to practice following.
No,
You
no,
got to
it was a
follow way
bloodline
Yahweh.
thing. It wasn't. It wasn't.
No.
It wasn't that. It was
So
a
they all was
bloodline
just
thing,
Hebrew.
King.
Okay, so all lines are Hebrew. Now these are the lines that birth Shem and Ham. So they're all
Yeah,
Hebrew. So
yeah,
Shem, Ham, and Japheth's all Hebrew now. You don't
yes.
follow the Bible then. You're clearly not
No, you
following.
must not follow
So
it.
so
What do they
what
call them in the
path?
Bible?
So
They they
according to
they,
this,
they, they
hey,
called. They
so
gave them that
according to
name,
you,
Greek
so
or
according to
Hebrew.
you, so now what he just said is that everybody from birth, from the beginning of mankind, everyone is Hebrew.
That's not
There's
what
no
I'm saying. You
Gentiles. There's
said
no
that. No,
Gentiles.
nigga, don't try to
There's
throw
no
that on
need
me.
for this. Listen,
I
there could
told
be
you
no
that
Gentiles.
Ham,
No, they can't
Shem,
be
and
birthed.
Cush were Hebrews.
You messed up.
That's what I told
They
you.
can't be birthed.
No, King, I thought you
All
read the
three
book.
sons that populated the
I tell
world
you what.
only populated them
Listen,
as
listen, King,
Hebrews.
King,
You
King, King,
just said
King.
it.
Open the
You
book
just
up
said it.
and see.
No,
King, no, 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 no. I told you what I said. You try to make it what they call a straw man argument.
ain't
I
no
don't
straw man
understand how
argument.
the fuck you
I
get that
asked you
from,
where the
King.
Hebrews
I ain't never
started.
said that.
You said
I told
Hebrews
you
start with
Shem,
who?
Ham, and Cush were Hebrews.
I ain't say all men. I ain't say none of that shit. You came up with that.
Are they the father of all
But
men?
no, I ain't say
They're
that
not the
neither.
father of all men.
I didn't say that.
So
You said
who
that.
is the okay? So there are other men that aren't birthed off of Noah's 3 sons.
Well, I imagine they would be
There
because
would be.
everybody didn't get killed in a flood.
Oh, everyone didn't get killed. So the story in the Bible doesn't start with Noah and his 3 sons. It don't start over like that.
Started in Genesis.
Right,
And
and it
Genesis
all
was after the
starts over.
flood.
Yeah, Genesis the beginning,
But
and it
there was a
starts with
flood before that.
and it starts with Noah. When it starts over, it's with Noah. Then he has his 3 sons, and then they populate the earth. And if Noah's a
Yeah.
Hebrew, like you said, he has 3 sons, and they're automatically Hebrews, then everyone
Yeah.
under them are automatically Hebrews. So the whole world is all Hebrew, according to you. How you reading the Bible? Now,
Cool.
everyone on this
Well,
thing,
all
I
right,
know they're
cool.
religious.
Yeah, and according to the
These
Bible,
people
yes,
super
I would agree
religious.
with
They
that.
got to be
But
thinking all this
but
religious stuff
according
you
to
been
history, though,
talking.
but according to history, there are some people that didn't claim to
You've
get
been
caught up in the flood.
now it's according to history. What history? You got
Yeah,
to go by the Bible story, man. Don't
you
try to
can't
mix
go by the
something else
Bible
in.
story. It's just the Bible story,
It's the
King.
thing you're going
You
off.
still got
Ain't
to
no,
trust.
you can't listen. It's a
No,
make
nigga, that's the
believe
way you
story.
go. Listen, King, the way you process your information is the way you process your information.
No, the
That's
people
not the way I
listening to you
process
can hear it.
information.
The
All
people
right,
listening can hear. You just
I
said
know.
that they're automatically all Hebrews. And now you're saying, hold up, in the Bible, there were other people that weren't even related to Noah and his 3 sons. Like, no, the Bible's telling you that's at the beginning, and that's starting a whole population of the earth. That's the repopulation, right? Repopulation of the earth, and there's no other people. We're dealing with that. That's how you
Next
got to
question,
go with
right?
the story. You can't start talking about history and all this other stuff now.
Were they not
Deal with
fallen
that.
angels?
Okay,
Were
so
they not
now,
fallen angels that
now,
didn't
now
get caught up in
listen.
the
Now
flood?
we know.
Because you act
Now
like you
we
know the
know.
book. I know, but you're
So
talking
now,
fast, but you ain't saying nothing.
so now he just told y'all that Canaan,
No. Everybody hear what
he
I
just told
say.
you
You don't gotta
Cain.
tell the
I'm
people
sorry, he
what I
just told
said.
you
They
Cain is
hear
a
what I
Hebrew.
said.
Look, he said Cain is a Hebrew. Look who else is Hebrew. Everyone in the Bible now that's under those 3 sons are all Hebrew. The good and the bad. They're all Hebrew.
And
But that's not how the story goes in the Bible. That's why they had
you
Gentiles
gotta
and
read the Bible
Hebrews.
first.
Hebrews come
First thing
off
you
the
gotta do is read the
Hebrews.
book, man.
Yeah, I read it very well. I know it very well.
Yeah, how you not get that then?
I know it very well because I can tell
Then
you
how
bull.
you
That's
how you
how
how
like
you
I can
lose
tell you
that
no.
then? So how you
I'm
miss
reading it
that
with
if
you.
you
I'm
and
getting
that
it
why
from
people
you.
crazy?
I'm
Yeah, you
getting it
go
from
over here
what
to
you're
be
saying.
contentious, my nigga.
You're saying it and you get saying you're
Talking
getting
about this
mad.
damn book that you
You're
obviously
getting
ain't really
frustrated.
read like you claim you read.
Yeah, I
Because if
did.
you
You're getting
read like you
frustrated because
claim
you
you
don't
read, you
understand what
know
you read.
everybody they spoke about in that book. The first
Yeah.
chapter of that
Look at
their
that.
book
Now
started
you're
with a
swearing.
genealogy,
Now you're
and they
swearing and
connect
you
them to other
believe it.
Hebrews,
And you
and they
believe it,
all
you think
connect
you
to
go to
Adam.
hell.
That's
You,
king. That's
they
that. That's
all
what
in.
it is. For those who
That's
read the
the
Bible, they
difference.
understand that.
What would make Abraham different? The thing that made him different was the way he was living. This is why they say he's the first Hebrew, because it was the way he carried himself in life, living the way Yahweh wants. You can't pretend to read a Bible and not know that. Come on, man.
King, the
When they
word Hebrew
say
was used in the Bible before
when they
Abraham.
talk about
That's how you know
him
that.
being the father,
Because the word
when
was
they
used
talk
before
about him being the
Abraham.
father, this is what they're talking about. They
The
talk about the
Bible
way
didn't
he's
say that.
living. Yes, it
They
is.
said it.
Yes,
Who
it
the
does
fuck
say it.
did? They
Yes,
said
it
that.
is.
The
Yes,
Bible ain't
it
said
is.
that. No,
You don't know nothing
nigga. Now you're
about your
lying.
own fake
No,
religion, man.
nigga. Now you're lying.
You don't know
That
your
word
own
was
fake
already, listen,
religion.
that word already
Now, if it
used
wasn't
to
now, if it
identify
wasn't
people
about the way
before
he lived,
Abraham.
if it wasn't about the way he lived, and it was about his genealogy, then he would be a Cushite. He would be the son of Terah. Terah would be a prince or priest and priest of Nimrod. Nimrod definitely was not Hebrew. We know that clearly in the Bible. We know Nimrod, and we know Nimrod is
How could
the
he not
son
be
of
Hebrew?
Cush.
If his
Nimrod is a
granddaddy
Cushite.
Hebrew. It
Nimrod
don't
did
really
not
matter, but
follow
Noah was
God's
Hebrew.
rules. So we know
Noah
that
was Hebrew.
we know that
Noah was
Noah was
Hebrew.
not a Hebrew. That's not how it begins.
Yes, the
No,
fuck he was.
no, no.
Okay, you know what?
Hey, you know
Go back
who
and read
Noah
it
is?
again.
Hey,
Go back
let me
and
give
read it
you,
again.
let me give you a better breakdown who Noah is.
I don't
Noah
need
is
a
related to,
breakdown,
hey,
King.
check
We
this
just
out.
not make the King
Noah,
listen.
hey, guess who Noah is the grandson of? He's the grandson of Methuselah. Guess who's
No shit.
Methuselah's the grandson of? Enoch the Ethiopian. That's a Cushite
If her
bloodline.
name wasn't Enoch the
Hey,
Ethiopian, nigga, stop
yes, he
trying to
is.
throw shit in there.
I
That's why I say
said,
about y'all fast talking niggas.
I
Y'all
just told
quick.
you,
You talk fast and you try to slip
look up Ethiopian. Who the fuck are you, Ethiopian?
I just broke down the line before the biblical, before you get to Noah. I just showed you where Noah is the grandson of Methuselah, who is the grandson of Enoch the Ethiopian. I'm trying to find your Hebrew line. You can't argue and discuss this with me. You're not on the
Nigga, how the
level
fuck
to
you mean I
talk
can't
any of
discuss it
this.
with
And this is why you're
listen,
mad.
dog.
It's your
Listen,
religion.
King, listen. King,
I just
listen.
gave you a pass.
I
You put no
understand the
Hebrew in it.
book. No, you talk fast and doing some shit that don't belong.
It's
You
not
just said that
talking
nigga was a
fast.
fucking Ethiopian. The term Ethiopian didn't exist then, nigga. That's how I know you fucking lying.
It don't have to
The
exist
term
then
Ethiopian
for
didn't
us
come
to
around to the
refer to
Greeks.
it, dummy.
Apply that to them
It don't
boys.
have to exist
All
there
right?
for us to
So it was
refer
way
to it.
before there was any Greeks. I said, stop trying to
It
see I'm
doesn't. We
fast talking,
using
nigga.
words now.
I really listen fast because I know
You
y'all niggas gonna try to throw some
look
shit
at
up
your
inside
language.
this.
Look at your
Nigga.
language. You can't
But that was
control your
nice little
language.
try, my nigga, but
You
I'm a
probably
fucking scholar.
high and drunk.
All right?
You
All
probably
right?
fucked up and
Listen,
out of
King.
control.
Stop that.
All that
I can
religious
show you
talking
3
fake.
different
You
books
don't
of
live it.
Enoch I got, King.
You're
I
mad.
understand who Enoch was.
You're mad.
All right? What I'm
So
mad
who's
about?
where you
Let
from?
me ask you a question. Why
Where
Enoch
Enoch
had to go
from?
in the woods?
Where's the
Why he
stories
had
at?
to go hiding?
Where's the stories located at?
What you mean? Where's it located at?
Enoch's. When he talks
In
about, you don't
here.
even know he's in here.
Yeah, the Americas. That's what I said.
Oh no, here we go again. No,
Okay,
not
hold
this
on,
again.
you guys. Hold on, you guys. Peace, Big Chief Top Cats. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right, you know.
Peace, big
Uh oh.
Peace.
Oh yes, this is the one I've been looking for. Peace.
Is that LB show y'all got?
Peace,
I
brother.
didn't know y'all gonna have LB show on the show
Oh, you
tonight.
coming on with jokes? Okay, look at insult and jokes, but I understand when you starting and you weak. That's the best way to start. Come on.
And you know what I'm starting to see a trend of light skinned Pan Africans. I mean, you
He
got
wants to
Chris
go into it,
Harris.
so it's a lot of shit talk now.
You got
You want to do the knowledge,
the
or you
other
want to talk?
guy,
You want to crack jokes?
the top cop,
You want to try to do knowledge? You want to
and
talk jokes?
Sarasu City,
Top Cat,
Reggie,
cartoon character name.
Reggie. You know, I'm starting to see this trend of light, bright, almost white Pan African revolutionists.
You talking slow and drunk.
What is? How you doing, brother?
What's wrong? Why you sound like that? Why you sound like that? You speak your character, man. You sound like an old drunk skirt.
Brother, hold on? I want to be clear. Did I hear you say you've been waiting on this? Nigga, you been jacking your dick waiting to talk to me, nigga?
Any of you drunk dudes that
you been jacking your dick waiting to talk, nigga? What the fuck
now
you
you
mean you
talking
been waiting?
Stuff. See, look at all this
My
stuff
bad,
you talking, ladies.
Look at them, ladies. What do you mean you been waiting on
look
this?
how you talking. Look how you talking. For clowns
what you been
like
waiting
you,
on, man? I'm a say, hold on, fam.
That's why you talk about everything but
now hear me out, brother. What you doing waiting to talk to me
about
for?
Nothing. Look, he don't want to talk about nothing, ladies.
First I want to talk about your name, brother.
He's scared of discussion.
First, let's no.
He wants to get in an argument. He wants to talk trash. He don't want to talk the subject though. I'm ready to talk the subject, y'all.
What subject? What subject exactly, brother?
You came in doing the same.
What subject? Hold on, Doris, get out the way, cause you didn't. Doris, get out the way right quick.
Both of them at the same time. They
say like, nah. Focus on me, like bright. All right, check this out, white boy.
They scared.
No. Hold on. You said this. I don't want to talk the subject. What is the subject?
You scared to death, punk. Talk the subject.
What is the subject? What's the subject?
Your fake Indian thing or whatever you gonna call
my fake Indian thing, brother. You sitting here with Ghana in your name.
Do you know what it means?
Do I know? It don't mean nothing.
Okay, you don't know what it means.
It means it's colonizer talk.
Go read
that Kwame.
Go read the etymology of the word and then come back.
Brother, that was just created.
Now let's talk about
that was just created by Kwame Nkrumah, brother.
It's named after the ancient Ghana.
Your granddaddy named after your granddaddy older than the name of Ghana.
All right, named after the ancient Ghana Empire. Dumb.
Empire. What year was the ancient Ghana Empire?
Now we're Ghana.
Nah, where we going? Hold on, family. Before we get to the other question,
let's go.
What year?
All that trash talk, you ain't get to no question.
Hold on, family. Wait a minute. Hold on, white boy. Why are you trying to use your complexion for the protection?
Now you break your name down. Now what's your name?
Why are you trying to use your complexion for the protection?
What's your name?
What's your edge up here?
What your name mean?
You are not American. You do not have an American face.
Look, now see how I could give my name, ladies. Now look what he does when it's time for him to.
His name is Ghana. Do you have a passport, brother?
So that's
do you have a passport?
That's 1-0. I answered what my name
is. Do you have a
passport,
brother?
It's a meaningless, just like anything else he got to say.
Do you have a passport?
That's why That's why he can't even say what it means.
You
He
don't
has
even
no
have a
meaning for it.
passport, but your
He
name is
has no
Ghana.
meaning for it. And what he's back to is trying to insult because he cannot
Brother, I'm
discuss what he's
asking a
supposed to.
question. Family,
Your
is my
other
mic
kid, they know
working,
you the
y'all?
Indian dude, right? You the
Yes, your
aboriginal
My,
mic
dude, right?
works.
so
Yeah,
y'all
let's
can't
talk.
hear me. Okay, cool.
Let's talk. Let's
So
talk.
he's avoiding the question. And the question
Let's
is,
talk.
do you have a passport? This nigga ain't
You
even
want
got
to
a
talk?
passport.
Right,
Boy,
right.
I'm
So
so
let's
sick of you paying
because you're
But how
asking
you,
dumb questions that mean nothing.
man,
Let's
yeah,
go for
you
real.
know what?
Let's go
We're
for
going to have
real.
to start some
Okay.
guidelines in order to be a
What does that mean? What
Pan-African.
does that mean? What
First
is a
off, we're going to have
masculinity?
to
Think about
start
what
off
you're
with
asking.
having
It
a
has nothing to
passport.
do with the subject. You
Yeah,
trying
how
to get
you
off the
got an
subject.
international mind and
He
you
wants to
don't
get off
even
the
have
subject. You want to
authorization
try to, he
to
thinks that
international travel,
blackness or
brother?
anything like that is some kind of
Brother, you don't even
thing
have
that they
the
gonna soak
ability
up in
to
the dirt.
international
He's
travel,
very
but
ignorant
you
and
sitting out
scared.
here with
Hey,
an
listen.
international mindset.
Hey, what I want y'all
Are
to do
we
is look at the
serious
clock.
right now?
No matter how much he's talking, how much is he talking about that Indian shit? I bet you he
Boy,
won't talk
man,
that.
what's wrong
I
with you
bet you
and
he won't talk what he's
Pan-Africans and
supposed to do.
passports?
He's
I
gonna
would
make
think it
jokes.
would be the
Think
Moors
about
out
it.
here who don't want passports,
Look,
but for some
he's all on
reason,
jokes.
these
He all on the
Pan-Africans
jokes. He's all on the
do
jokes.
not have passports.
Look,
How you,
he's
do you
all
even
on
have
jokes.
plans on going to
Look,
Ghana one day,
he
brother?
all on jokes. But look it. But
Do
what
you
does he
have,
say about
hold
being
on,
an
man,
Indian?
calm
What do you
down.
say
Can
about
we
being an
calm
Indian?
down, y'all? I think he's a
Are you an
little
Indian? Are you an
excited.
Indian?
I think
Are
he's a
you
little
an Indian?
excited.
Hold
Are
on,
you an Indian?
Saya.
Let's look at you.
He said
Wait,
he been waiting on this dose. I
What's up?
think
yeah,
he's a
I
little
heard him say
excited.
it. I heard him say it when you popped up on the screen.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
So
Definitely.
Boy, I
Saya,
done made his night.
Saya,
I
you
done made his
said
night
you
tonight.
said that Ghana is based on an ancient empire. Can you tell us which ancient
I
empire
said
they
what God
have
do.
in
Yeah,
Ghana?
what God do.
Wakabi, and what year is
I
that?
said what God do. What God do.
Wagadu, and what year is that?
From 300 BCE to 900 BC. I'm sorry, BC. 300 BC to 900 BC. What you laughing for?
And what language did they speak?
I don't speak that language. I don't remember.
I ain't asked you did you
Okay,
speak
but
it. I
listen.
said
Now
what
I'm
did
not
they
claiming to
speak?
be. Listen,
I
I'm not
didn't
claiming to be
tell you
I'm not
that you
claiming to
were,
be from the empire. Now
brother.
listen. So
Dochi,
listen.
can
You
you
asked me the
ask him,
question. I'm not
Dochi?
claiming
Because
to
he
be from the empire.
want to
I said I
fight with
took on
me.
the
I don't
name.
want to
Listen.
fight, bro.
Listen. So the
I don't
name.
want to fight.
So the name means
Dochi, can
something.
you ask
So the
him?
name Ghana means something. You know what I mean? So it
Listen,
means.
brother,
What
we're
what
It
does
past
means.
that.
All right. So
what
the
does
name.
Ghana mean, and what
No,
does
If you
it
can,
hold on. Go back to the
if you
question
can
that
read
I
the
asked him.
etymology of it, it means
What
warrior
language?
king.
Because he gave you a
Hey, so
name,
that's what
right?
it means.
So
It
ask
means
him what
warrior king.
language is that in,
Now
Dochi?
what does top cat mean?
Because he want
Now
to
you
fight
asked
with
me
me.
that. Ask him what his name mean now. Why
Top
you
Cat
asking
Top
me that?
mean
Cats,
the
Top
best
Cats
that
is
ever did
English.
it.
Top
That's
Cats
what it
is
means.
English. So what language is Ghana?
It's English.
Okay, so what's Wagadu? What language did they speak?
I don't know the name that they spoke. I
Boy,
just
you
said
out
that.
of there,
I'll
boy. That's
explain.
how you know you
I don't recall.
lying.
Listen, I don't
Told
recall the
you.
name that they spoke, and I'm
Well, I
not
know
claiming
when a
to
nigga
be
be
for
lying,
anything. I
man.
took the name for a reason because
You
of the
took
title.
it
It
because you
means
heard
warrior
some
king.
other
Period. So period. That's what it means.
illiterate
Now
nigga say it,
what does
right?
top cat mean? Now
So you
what I
sitting
thought
here
he was gonna talk.
regurgitating
Now
some shit
really,
that you
now
heard
what I
from
thought he
another
was gonna
nigga,
talk was some
and now
Indian talk.
when the lights
But
on and
notice
it's
now
time to
this junk
show
in
up,
here. Now
you
this
ain't
junk been on
got
here all
no
the time. What he
answer.
said about being an Indian, he won't
So
even
that
claim to
means
be
you
an
sitting
Indian.
here with a
He
name that
won't
you don't even know the
claim to be an
meaning of.
Indian. He won't claim to be an Indian right now.
You sitting
He
here
won't
with a
claim.
name that you
That's
don't
what
know
I
the
was talking
meaning
about.
of, that
See,
you don't
that's what
even
I
know
was
the
talking about.
language
No
of.
matter what, no matter what he's saying,
Are
he's
we
trying to switch it off.
serious?
He trying to switch it off, but he don't want to be Indian now. He don't want that discussion. That's what I was waiting for. I tear this boy head off. He don't want to talk about that because he know
Brother,
we
you're
fake
not
with it.
even an
You fake with
African.
it. You fake
What
with it.
is your
You want see?
stance?
He keep trying to talk to me, but he won't
What
talk
is your
back. Pay
stance,
attention
brother?
to
What
it.
tribe you
He
from in
won't talk
Ghana?
that. He won't talk that.
Boy,
He
ain't no
won't talk
light
that.
skinned
Scared
people
to
like
death.
you in Ghana. Boy,
Scared
they
to
son to
death.
burn you up.
Scared
Boy,
to
you
death.
need
You don't want to
sunscreen.
talk. He ain't no abo.
Yeah, you need sunscreen when you go
I dare him to
outside,
say
nigga.
anything.
Africa is not
I
the
dare him to say
habitat for
Indian.
you, nigga.
Hey, I dare him to say Indian. I
I
promise
bet you, I bet you
promise
won't
he
lie
will.
and say you don't use
This what I do.
sunscreen. Do you
He
need
bottom
sunblock?
cat now. He
Do you
bottom
use
cat.
sunblock?
Hey, he on the bottom of my
No,
shoe
that's
now.
a
He's
real
scared.
question,
He
brother.
ain't never gonna claim no Indian in front of me.
I
He ain't
see.
gonna
I
claim it
ain't
because I
gonna.
tear
I
it
ain't
apart.
gonna. Nigga, I'm
I'll tear the
Kasadi
whole thing
Indian,
apart.
big Indian, right in
He ain't
front of you.
discussing it.
Know
What
what
he's
you gonna
doing is
do,
talking.
little
He's
African
bickering.
boy?
He's
They
arguing,
get
talking
burned by
trash.
the sun. Boy,
But
Africa
what he
too
won't
high for
do,
you, boy.
hey, what he won't do is
Africa
talk that
never,
Indian
boy,
talk.
you burn
Look,
up out there.
he's saying anything else, but he won't
Yeah,
talk
boy,
that.
that son to be
He
on your
won't talk
ass out there
Indian.
in Africa, nigga.
Yeah. What you talking? Where that Indian talk at? What tribe you from?
Well, he just said his tribe. He just said his tribe, and he just
I
said
didn't
he
hear it. What tribe he said? What
Oh
tribe?
man,
What tribe
man,
did he say?
don't worry about it, bro. You
Hold on.
don't
What
know.
tribe did he say?
Same
Kasadi.
tribe you from?
No, that's what tribe he said.
I'm from the same tribe as you.
He won't hide it. Told you. He don't want to talk this.
I'm from the Kasadi. I'm from the Kasadi.
Him or his boy don't want it.
Listen, brother,
There's no
listen.
discussion happening.
Huh?
It's
Say
jokes.
what now?
There's
Light
jokes.
yellow nigga,
He
light
wants to tell
bright.
jokes, but he don't want Bill, y'all.
Hey, so let's build in.
That's
What's
it.
up? Come on, man. Let's get out there,
That's it.
man. Let me see what you
Which
got,
tribe are
man.
you from? I want to talk about black
Okay,
people
I'm from the Kasadi tribe, brother. What you want to talk about?
Kasadi tribe?
Yes, sir. What you want to talk about?
And what tribe is that a member of? What big group?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Is that part of a bigger group?
God
Like a bigger
damn,
nation?
nigga. Am I going to have to, are you the teacher or,
That's
you
why
know,
I'm asking
who
the
grading the
question.
paper? Because if I'm giving answers, they ain't grading my own paper
Okay,
now.
you getting mad at the first couple questions?
Nah, brother. Okay, so we
related to any
joined the
bigger of a
Muskogee
tribe?
Confederation, brother, in 1540.
Is it part of any of the 5 civilized nations?
You tell me.
I'm asking you if you know about this place you claim to be from and the people you claim to be
If
from.
you know, then you wouldn't ask me that, brother.
Is it one of the 5 civilized
No,
tribes?
bro, we're not one of the 5 civilized tribes, brother. No.
Hey, listen, I want someone to keep score.
Goddamn, do you know anything about Indians? Nigga, talking about you been waiting on this conversation.
He can't answer that question.
Do you need to go get your notepad or something, nigga?
He's doing a lot of talking, but no answering. So that's one
He
question
did
I want you.
I just answered you.
No, he didn't answer it.
Boy, this nigga, I told you, I'd be scared to come online, man. These niggas here.
It's not
Boy,
one of
they
the
be- they be-
five civilized tribes. It's not.
Were they? Did he say yes or no?
Brother, no, for the third time, no.
They're
not part of.
And you're supposed to know that if you're having this line of questioning, brother.
Okay,
you should have the answer to your own question.
Which state are they located out of?
Oh man, Lord have mercy, brother.
I mean, you're the one.
See, these niggas here, you know what it is, Doshi, you know what I figured out?
What is it?
Cause see, I be getting a lot of mail, and you know they be sending their pennies to me and throwing their bras on stage. I think some of these niggas want to fuck too.
See all this?
Yeah, I really think these niggas after that. These niggas trying to come out the closet. Hey, let me tell you something, young man.
Look,
you didn't want to have no conversation with me, bro.
When I ask you what state,
you trying to get to know me.
No, when I ask you what state,
man, you trying to get to know me, man.
No, when I ask you what state,
hey man, listen, homeboy.
Look what happens to him.
Hey man, let me tell you something. Hey, white
what
boy.
happens to him. Look what happened to him.
Listen to me. Listen to me. It ain't number light skin. I like the days when there were dark skin revolutionaries. We need to go back to black ass dark revolutionaries. Cause these light skin nigga, man, boy, I think it's something sus. I think it's something about you. You mean to tell me you got 15 minutes to shine and you ain't talked about nothing?
Yeah,
you don't know none of the answers to the questions you asking me or nothing or something. Yeah, nigga, I done figured it out. You tricked me to a conversation after telling me this is what you had been looking for and waiting on. Oh, nigga, how long you been waiting?
Look at all this talking, trash talking, everything, but he ain't answering.
Oh, no, man. Listen, brother, the debate is over with.
Look at his emotions.
The debate is over with, brother. This is not a debate for you. I understand now. Nigga, I see clearer now, nigga. You got some Dwight Howard shit going on, nigga.
All that shit talk ain't helping you. People can see you're hiding from a question.
Where you from, young man?
I asked you which state. That's all you got to do.
Where you from, young man?
No, just answer the question. If you serious,
where you from, young man? Relax, brother.
You will be a man.
Brother, relax. See that masculine shit. You will be a man. That's them niggas. Boy, y'all gotta watch them. They feel like, oh man, this is crazy. Live on Unscrambled Mind, a nigga hitting on me. Y'all see that wild guy? I gotta start coming over here. Y'all got these light skinned Pan African niggas. I bet he got a red, black, green tattoo somewhere on him. That nigga, what African chain. That nigga, nah, man. This nigga, I came over here to debate. This nigga trying to hit on me. This nigga told me he been waiting on this day.
Look,
I remember I told my prom date this. I remember I went to the prom and I had a nice tuxedo, man. Boy, that was the night of my life. And I told her we was under the stars. I said, I just couldn't wait for this day, this night. And I just can't believe it's here.
This is recorded.
I didn't know what to do with myself.
This is what I do to dudes. This is what I do to these dudes.
Lord, hey, you ain't doing nothing to this dude. I don't know what you do to dudes.
Hold on.
They weak.
You can keep doing what you doing to dudes, but you ain't doing nothing to this dude.
The question
I'm
was
gonna
for
tell you
Trey.
that
Yo,
right
this is
now.
everything he went through. Everything he
I'm gonna
went through
tell you
because
that
I
right
asked it with
now,
state.
light skinned nigga. You
Look at all that
between
talk.
you and
Just
Chris
because I asked it
Harris,
with state.
y'all, you
That was a simple
zesty, light
question.
skinned,
See how
Pan
emotional he
African
got?
revolutionists. Listen, man.
This is a bad kid in class. If y'all any teachers watching,
Lord
this
have
is how a
mercy.
bad kid in
You know
class
what?
is.
I mean, it's time for me to go to
He's
bed.
trying to
I'm
class
gonna
clown
go
his
to
way
bed,
out of
man.
the question. Cause
I
he can't
feel,
answer.
Hold on.
Sister
Saya,
Freedom,
wait a
you
minute.
lucky
Hold on.
I don't call you two and tell them that I've been assaulted on your show. Ah, this nigga here that assaulted me, man.
I didn't
It wasn't
expect
I'm
here.
for
finna
that
go
to
Karen on this nigga, man. I'm finna call the laws and scream like the white lady on the scary movie. This nigga trying to fuck. This nigga done hit on me, man. And y'all sit there and watch. Ain't nobody take up for me. I don't feel safe over here no more. And I don't want no more Pan Africans around me, especially the light skinned ones. I don't want to go back to the days of Khalid. I'm talking about Khalid Muhammad Black. Yeah, we need to go back to them black ass nigga, man. They wasn't on this type of time. Listen to me, brother Gunner. You enjoy the rest of your night, bald head ass nigga, light skin, LB Shore. I don't know what tribe I'm from. Looking ass nigga. You a white boy, nigga. You a European, clear cut, nowhere around the nigga. European, Dominican face ass nigga, Spaniard, mestizo, mixed ass nigga. Nigga, you came up on the tender loving care and hugs from a white woman. I'm looking at you, nigga. You got a white granddaddy or something, nigga. Ain't no strong black man raised no nigga like you with the feminine energy, nigga. And that nigga look at you right there. You on the that's your profile on the gay porn site. Nigga, you a motherfucker, boy. I don't know. That nigga done ran me high for the night, man. I'm finna smoke the rest of this blunt, man, and go to bed. I feel like I enjoy y'all night, ladies. Thank y'all and good night to y'all. And this nigga's a creep. Nigga, you a whole creep. Bald head, fake, Antonio Banderas face ass nigga. I'm finna go, man. I'm gone, man. Y'all be cool.
Peace
Good
out.
night.
I get out this motherfucker.
That's it.
I know. But Saya. Okay, so there are no states. There would be no states for indigenous people if you even believe that Native Americans are the American Indians. You would have to comply with. They wouldn't have the state lines that colonizers came and put someone in. So tribes don't have just one state affiliation. They don't have one state I guess a headquarters or corporation. That'd be more of a business than a tribe.
Right, I understand that. So when we look back, we would have to use the state that we know, the graph. So when I asked the question, that's what I was getting at. We'd look back with the states we understand now, look back at the map, and just say, oh, this would be this area. That's what I was trying to get. Usually people know that when we discussing these kind of things, because how else will we look at it? You know what I mean?
Well, you seem like
Hey,
you're
bro, I
looking
want to
at it
ask you.
though as a way that you know you're not an Indian or you know people are not Indians, as if they
I'm
can't
looking at it in a,
answer your
I'm looking
question.
at it in a way to find out.
Hold on though, Saya. Hold on. What were you gonna say, Blasio?
Not just I wanted to know who he was referring to when he said him and his homeboy.
Whoever he was with earlier, or whoever was with him, trying to laugh with him, co-signing or whatever, that is fake jokes.
I guess they would have to be me.
I don't know whoever was, but yeah.
Oh, y'all, don't pay me no attention. I laugh at everything. I'll be high.
Right.
No, I'm a laugh. It's funny.
Everybody be high.
Right. But everyone
Yeah, it
wasn't
was
laughing.
funny, bro. But I mean,
Yeah.
shit. I mean, you got yeah. I mean, yeah. Top cat the bro
But
though.
I
So I
knew,
mean,
like when you said it, I knew that was gonna happen because you said, "Oh, I've been waiting to talk to you."
Right.
And
I thought,
Yeah, any of
you know
those.
what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
definitely
I thought,
any of
because
those.
you
Because
went in at first. So I just thought, Saya, you was
yeah,
like, you know.
I knew that was gonna happen. That's what I was talking about. I knew that if he step up, I shut him down and run him up out of here. But they can't answer questions. None of these fake people. They're
so
fake
you feel like you
scholars.
just shut him
hold on.
down right now,
That was very
Saya?
clear. He look how emotional he got. He couldn't answer the simple questions and he ran. Instead of holding the discussion, he
What do you
came
mean?
on like he
Hold
came
on.
on like
Hold
a
on. Hold
hero.
on.
He came on with his
I
chest
want.
out
I want.
as if he was gonna make some
Homeboy.
kind of statements and make some kind of sense and counter what I'm saying. Because I'm clearly counter him. And I clearly
What
was
do you
talking
what?
about it. And you know what I'm saying? So he knew my
Yeah.
position. I'm saying he on some bullshit. I think that people that they roll with them on some bullshit. I challenge it. Now he came here like he was ready, and then he curled his tail up. He started yelling and crying and trying to make jokes, just trying to say a whole bunch of jokes like a class clown. I asked a question. All you got to do is answer him to be in a discussion. But instead, he wants to make a bunch of jokes as if he can't answer the question and he's embarrassed and he wants to run out the classroom like a little kid. And that's what he did because he can't deal with a real discussion. And ain't nobody rolling with him can. Because if they could, they'd be willing to have a conversation. Dudes like him will block me. They'll never have a public conversation with me because they'll be exposed. They're very dumb. They only can fool people that are ignorant. Intelligent
Yeah.
people will
So
pull their skirt up.
Top Cat's not a fake Indian, bro. I'm
He
not
is.
either. And
That dude's a clown. You see how he act. You
he's
see his reaction. His reaction tell you
yeah,
everything. We didn't get through 2 questions. It was done. These are baby questions.
yeah.
The things I had to hit these dudes with is major. They're not even real competition.
He
But
actually answered all your questions that you asked, other than the
no.
state one that you got to. But I don't know. As far
Well,
as
I'm sorry.
you,
What did he
you
say?
have
He
to
said,
address the
I
whole
asked him
fake
what Top
Indian.
Cat meant, and what did he said it meant? You
Oh,
said
top
you heard
I
the answer.
mean, it means the top cat, like top
That's what
the
he said.
baddest of them all. That's what it means. Like,
That's
Well,
what he
it's
said.
English.
That's
It's
what he said.
English, but you were saying you know what Ghana means, but Ghana comes from a different language. So I
I
think
said the
what people
etymological
are trying to
definition.
get is what language did Ghana come from
Right.
before you ask someone what the
I said it's
English
English. It's a,
being
it's a,
a
it's
top
an English.
cat
I said
means.
it's English, and I said I'm using
So
the
Ghana's
etymological
English.
definition
But
of it.
you
So
said the
the
name comes from an
etymological
ancient
definition of it.
but you
So
said
when
the
I get
name comes from an ancient empire that
yeah,
existed
yes,
from
yes.
300
So
BC to 900 BC.
yeah, being that yes, so being that we speak English when we look back at the
Right.
Wagadu
So
Empire,
they spoke
we look back at
English
the
in that.
Wagadu Empire and we say that's the Ghana Empire, the ancient Ghana Empire. And what does that mean? It means
Okay, so
warrior
that
king. It
Ghana
means
is a
warrior
name
king.
that we
So
have
yes,
for it.
so the warrior king, that name for the African Empire, I like that. You know what I mean? I like that. So that's what I wrote with. So I said,
Who
what does
named it
Top
that?
Cat mean?
Who
So
named
what
it
does
that?
Top Cat that?
Wait, who named it that? We know what Top Cat means. It's English. Who named it Ghana?
I don't know who named it that. Do you know?
Well, I mean, have you researched it at all? It's in your
Yes,
name.
yes,
Why did you
yes.
include it in your name?
Yes, I just told you why because it means black. It means warrior king. So I like that. It's an
Uh,
African.
I also
It's the
see
you
name of
feel
an.
like
siblings.
a warrior
It's the
king.
name of an ancient African empire. You know what I mean? It's not one of these fake Hebrew names or a fake Abo or trying to be Indian or anything like that. You know what I mean? I went with
It's a
an
fake
ancient African
African
empire.
name.
You know what I
It's a
mean?
fake
So,
African name.
well, you can call it that. That's your choice. That's your choice to call it what
Well,
you
you
want.
said it's not what the people call themselves. It's a name that came outside. You just don't know when it came in. But
I didn't
you
give a
acknowledge
timeline
that
or a
Ghana
timeline
is,
of when it
you
came in or
keep
when it
saying
didn't.
Ghana is an English name. So the empire obviously
Mhm.
didn't call themselves that. They didn't speak English.
Right. And your whole beef about the name is what? What is your point you're getting at with it? I don't get it. What are you trying to prove with it?
What's the difference? Why do you feel like that one's such a better name? It's still
Because I mean, the
English.
person counted me. I
You
had the
said
name. I
so much
came in the room.
about the fake
You asked
Indian
me a
name
question.
having a
Listen,
fake Hebrew
you're having
name.
a hard
But
time of
if you
asking a
have an
question and then
English
listening.
African name,
Are
how
you
is that
bothered or
not
something?
fake?
Listen, every time you ask a
You asked
question,
me a question, Saya. So you were like, what is my problem with it? So you're gonna have to listen to understand my
no,
problem.
you asked me that.
No. You just asked me what my problem is with Ghana.
No.
Yes,
Oh,
you
okay, yeah, go on.
did.
Okay, yeah, I did. Okay.
Okay, so you just said fake Hebrew names, fake Indian names, fake whatever names. You said Ghana is an English word, and African empire, an ancient African empire would not speak English. So making that would make Ghana a fake name too. Whether you feel like it's something you attach to spiritually or it's strong, there's no difference than someone that calls themselves warrior chief
Thank you.
because they just want to call themselves that, just like you wanted to call yourself the fake African name
Is this
Ghana.
the short version of the answer?
I just said what I said. I know you didn't
Okay.
listen.
All right. I get a chance to reply or something? You're long winded. All right. So what I
Oh,
meant by fake, I meant
I'm
by like when I
long-winded.
said fake, I meant the Hebrew, like you know what I'm saying. These are make believe things. You know what I mean. You know it's not real. It's a story about a planet being created 5,784 years ago. And you know what I mean? That fake shit like that, or somebody taking any old fucking name that don't even apply to the names used by a tribe they would be in and just throwing it up there. You know how you motherfuckers do, Chief Big Toe or something like that. But he didn't do that. He came in, and in the beginning, I didn't care about names, but he wanted to come in. I said I took my name because it's an African name of an ancient African empire. He took his name because it's a cartoon character on TV, Top Cat. Old cartoon cat supposed to have been cool in an alley or something. His friend
It's
says
plenty, dude. I know plenty of guys. I know plenty of Top Cats, bro, in real life. Like
it's a
Top Cats.
cartoon
That's like
character,
real.
right? When I grew up, it was a cartoon
No,
character.
like real
You don't remember? Do you remember
guys
the
like
cartoon
named Top
character?
Cat.
You remember the cartoon character? It might have been
I
before you was
didn't watch.
born.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it wasn't. But
it probably
I
before
did.
you. All right. So when I was young,
Nah.
I grew up in the 70s. He might be old as me.
Well, how old?
So
You grew up in the 70s?
yeah, yeah.
Damn, you
Don't
acting
let the
like
look
that,
fool
man.
you.
You ain't got no decorum, bro.
Yeah. Well, neither do you. You know what I'm saying? So I'll give it to how I get it.
Oh, I don't.
Now, you know
I
what I'm
would
saying?
say he's been pretty quiet. He's waited to talk. He hasn't cut anybody off. I would say he's pretty good
I've
with
been
it.
cut off many times. So yeah, and I've been called
Oh well,
names and
maybe by me. I
right.
don't claim to have great
I never
decorum,
called you.
especially
That's
on the
clearly,
show that
definitely, that's true.
it's something that I'm featured on and not something that Saya is featured on. So
Right, right.
I mean, you've been
Yeah.
sitting
So
up here slandering
anytime
Indians
Indians
the
are there,
whole
I'm
thing. I
always
haven't said anything to you, bro.
yeah. So I'm always yeah, but I'm
And I
always
stand
ready
on Indians.
for the Indians. Yeah, I'm always ready for the Indians. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? I'm always ready to ask some questions because they just to see if they know what they're talking
Well,
about. Or if they
what's your
really
problem? What's your problem with Indians? What's your problem with that? What's your
no,
issue?
there's no problems at all. I just like to ask them questions. They just don't like to answer them. They get mad and run. I don't know what it is. I wonder what their problem is.
so that's why you were waiting. You were excited to have Top Cats come on because you've been waiting to ask him questions.
Any one of them, yes. And it ain't just him. It's all every time I can catch someone that really feels strong in their position that can answer questions that are willing to have a discussion about it. I'm looking forward to any of them, especially the ones that know, because the ones who don't know, it's no fun. They'll be saying crazy stuff. Oh, we're 9 million years old and just crazy. You can't trying to have a conversation, but you're just saying, oh, what this dude was saying earlier, just totally outlandish things. And that's too difficult. So I would like the people with recognition in this little community y'all got. The people that's supposed to be smart, they're supposed to be the big wigs and all this stuff. I'm like, let's sit up and have a quick conversation. 5-10 minutes. I'm sure it wouldn't even take that long. And I'm sure it'll be done. And then everyone can know the truth. So that's why I look forward to it. But this always happens. Every show, anywhere I go, when it comes to these guys, they always do the same thing. They get mad, start to cry, run and block.
I didn't see a lot of crying, but I'd say it's maybe something you should check on your delivery or how you ask questions. Be more open minded.
So the name
Try
calling
to
to
have a
me.
conversation. So
Yeah. So the name calling everything, you had no problem with that. All this stuff about my complexion, all these
I
different
mean
jokes
that came afterwards.
that
I
came
was
after
just
my
like,
question. So it's after my questions. I see what you mean.
it was
I guess it's
after
a
you
class
were
thing.
like
Maybe it's a
you were
class
gonna
thing. Maybe
take
it's
the
about
head
how you.
off and stuff
Maybe it's
like
about how you were
that.
brought up.
You came
Maybe
like
how
we
we
were
were
gonna
brought up. Some
debate.
people look at different things as respect. Some people respect, brought up certain ways. Where I come from, when you talk like that, that's pretty disrespectful. That's way out of line, but that's acceptable to some people. Some people were like trash, and that's all they know. Hey, we have a discussion. Just come out and start calling all kind of names and talking all kind of shit, and everyone try to pile on and laugh because that's where they come from. I
All right,
understand.
homeboy,
I
enough for the
understand that
whining.
culture.
Enough for
I
the
understand that
whining,
culture.
okay? So
I
what you want
understand
to
that
do?
culture. I've been around it.
Let's have the conversation.
What?
Let's have the conversation.
What conversation? Who this?
The boogeyman.
Oh, you came back.
Boys,
All
don't
right.
get that hat. Come
All
on,
right.
man, with the excitement shit, nigga.
Shit. Well, I
Stay
got happy.
yeah, your fault. See,
Listen,
that's what I'm saying, bro. I was
I got
so
you
Christian
happy.
and shit.
That I'm happy you
Nigga,
back.
I'm not gonna want to talk to you.
Cause you mad cause I'm happy you back.
But
My
what is you
fault.
happy?
My fault, man. God, I look forward to the discussion.
Oh
We'll
man.
add a
Lord.
pause.
Pause, brother. Pause.
I can't even do anything and I gotta pause. Just to laugh
Oh
and say
man.
welcome back. My fault. Don't
Lord
even
have
do that.
mercy.
It's a
Jesus help
class thing, I
him.
guess. My fault.
Put
I
a
don't
hedge
understand.
of
I'm trying to learn
protection
your
and
culture.
take the
I'm trying to learn your
demons
culture.
out that boy.
I'm trying to learn your
Hey,
culture. My
Top Cat, you
fault.
know the
Oh
boy say
Lord
he was
have
born
mercy.
in the 70s?
No, I was born in 1970.
Yeah, he
brother,
say he born in the 70s.
what do you want to? Let's have a conversation that you said I
Yeah.
ran from you from.
All right. Yeah. So because I was trying to trace back and say you said you are a Native American. Is that
I'm
full
not a
blood?
Native American. I never said
Indian.
that.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you call it. What do you call it? Indian. What do you call
American Indian, brother.
it? An American Indian.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now that's the English words, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and you trace your family back. How far do you? How many generations do you go back to your tribe?
Excuse me.
How many generations go back to the tribe that you're from?
It's all the generations. I mean, go back to my parents, their parents, their parents.
Wow. Okay. All right. So your parents, they're not related, right?
No, sir.
Just to make clear. So wow. So one American Indian.
Both
just
of
so
my
happened to
parents,
marry another
both of
American
my
Indian.
parents are American Indian.
And both, and
Again,
then both,
we're not Native American.
Okay, American Indian. And then both parents on each side was married to Native Indians too, huh?
Correct.
Okay, this is already amazing. Hard to find that in this country. If you, honestly, if you ever look that up, it's very difficult to find.
Right. If growing up in a white household, y'all might not have those conversations. So.
Right. So now, okay, now they all were Indians, all the way across, cousins and everything, and they're all of the same tribe.
It depends. Which side of the family. No, sir. My mother's from a different tribe. My father's from a different tribe.
Which tribe your mom's from?
She's a Cherokee.
Oh, damn. And your father's from which tribe again?
Kasadi, brother.
Can you spell that for me?
No, sir.
Can you?
I think I'm doing too much.
I'm just trying to get an idea. I want to look the tribe up. I want to get some. Listen,
I understand, brother, but it's very difficult to have the conversation with someone who don't qualify.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I understand. All right, so you saying?
I mean, because you don't even have the answer to your own questions.
I understand that. I'm asking the questions though, so please relax. Now you said you can't spell the tribe. All right.
Sound
how
it out.
How can I look up anything
you can
on the
sound
tribe?
it out.
All right. How can I look up? Is it possible for me to look anything up on this tribe? Like, how would you do it if you wanted to Google them? How would you do it? If you can't spell the name?
I would use Google as my main source, brother. Are you a Google type of guy?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
use
Wikipedia.
Technology.
Wikipedia type of guy.
So let me get this. So you don't know how to spell the name of the tribe. We can't Google.
I never said that.
Tribe.
I never said I didn't know how to spell the tribe.
All right, can you spell that?
I told you to sound. I told you. I answered that. I said no, sir, and I asked you to sound it out.
All right, yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that, but I want to look and verify what you're saying, if you don't mind. You know, just for respect for anyone watching and for myself, just to see that you're not bullshit.
Well, brother, you can do that
I
on
can
your
just
own
say any
time.
word real quick and then just go on.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
sir. Since you didn't come equipped with the information, I feel like you should study on your own time. Right now, we're having a conversation.
Okay.
This is not a study group right now, brother. So if
you're
you have
not
any studies, you should do those on your time.
So for the record, I won't be clear for anyone paying attention. It's not going to tell us the name of this tribe. He's going to say
I told you the name of the tribe, brother. Don't be disingenuous. I told you the name.
He told us the name, and some of us on the panel know how to spell it. Know the tribe.
All right. Well, I'd like someone to please, if you can help me out,
brother. No one. Why do you need help? You've been waiting on this conversation, and you need help. While you were waiting on the conversation, did you know that you needed help while you were waiting?
Yes, definitely. I know that we'd be. Yes, that's why I'm asking questions.
You always knew you would need help.
All right. So to verify this question, does anybody want to say what it is, or is it going
to? No. You're gonna have to help. Listen, brother. I informed you that study group is on your own time.
All right. So I did want to know who this mysterious tribe his father he claims to be.
Okay, they're not mysterious, brother.
And his friends say they know, but they also, for the sake of this.
Okay, brother, you're talking. I thought you wanted to talk to me.
Okay, no, that was just okay. We'll move to the next question.
I thought you wanted to talk to me. Okay.
Yeah, we'll move to the next question.
Yes, sir.
So this mysterious tribe that your father's from.
Okay, right.
All right. Which today states of
brother,
today,
relax. Why you breathing so hard, brother? Calm down. Why are you breathing so hard?
Which state are they located in? Which state today would that tribe be located in?
America.
Which state in America?
America, brother.
America is a continent. Within
Alabama,
America,
Louisiana,
okay.
and Texas.
For the record,
Alabama,
for the record,
Louisiana, and Texas.
Alabama. It's connected to all three. Alabama,
Brother,
Louisiana,
you
and
asked
Texas.
me a question, nigga. Is Alabama, Louisiana, and Texas
I'm not
connected?
a nigga. Not a nigga.
Well, brother, is Alabama, Louisiana connected in Texas? Yes or no? Or are they connected?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, I
They
mean,
are.
you want to connect Louisiana?
Yes or no, brother?
With Texas?
Or are they connected? Yes or no?
Okay, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
why
I mean, damn, nigga, yes or no?
I'm trying to put your people. So that's where your people's at.
Brother,
Right
all
right, so
we're
no, I
gonna
just
move
want to make sure,
on, but I want to establish something right quick, brother.
I want to pull up a map. I'm gonna pull up a map. And
You got, brother. I told you study group is on your own time. You said you wanted to debate.
Okay, my next question. So that tribe. Now, during the Indian Removal Act of 1932, what did your tribe, your father's tribe, do? I know what your mother's tribe did. What your father's tribe do?
You know what my mother's tribe did. Are you sure about that?
Right. Yeah, she a Cherokee. I know the Trilogy.
Are you
but I want to know what
sure?
I want to know what your father's tribe did.
Okay, well, my father's tribe, we fought in the Seminole War. And Osceola is my 8th grade ancestor. So, brother, at the time of 1830 Indian Removal Act, we were fighting what is called the Seminole War, brother.
Hold on for a second.
Are you Googling?
No.
You got the Googles?
You're in a different part of the country now. You know that, right?
No, sir, I do not.
Your tribe that you just talked about is not over in Southeast, you know what I'm saying, in Florida with the Seminole. It's not in Florida, Georgia with the Seminole.
Blessed
you know what
be
I mean?
thy name.
The tribe your father from
Blessed be thy name and the Holy Father.
Way over.
Thy hands
about 100
on
miles
me,
away,
Lord.
right?
Thy hands on me, Lord.
Saya, are you familiar with the Indian migration patterns or anything?
But Osceola was born in Alabama.
I'm very familiar with it. And I'm asking a question and I'm hoping to get an answer from you.
Osceola was born in Alabama.
I know Osceola. I know that. But
okay, so why would you ask that question? Again, your brother, you're asking questions and then you're answering them.
Okay. Well, the Seminole War is documented, right? We understand that. So we know the tribes and everything that participated in that war. And guess what tribe didn't participate in? The Mixel Clique.
Brother, I'm not here to learn, brother. I thought you wanted to debate.
Listen, we are debating.
We're debating. Okay, so this is your last question, and then it's my turn, right? To ask questions, right?
No,
this is your last question.
Listen, no. The question.
Wait a second. So I don't get to ask
questions. How does he not to get to ask you anything?
Right. I'm trying to be fair, brother.
Okay, because I don't even know what you're asking me about, but I'm trying to find out.
No, don't worry about it.
That's why I was excited. Remember, y'all wanted to know why I was excited, and I said, "Hey, I wanted to talk to him because I had questions about his being an Indian."
Okay, brother. Well, you got your questions out.
He's excited to see me.
Do you have one more? Do you have?
Oh, y'all was all cocky and happy earlier, but now he seems that he don't want the questions because I'm just starting. I'm just getting the beginning, and now I got to start.
Oh no, brother, my time is valuable. Brother, and I've given you, brother. I've been fair.
How many questions am I get to ask?
This is your last one. This is your last one right here.
You don't want to have a discussion.
Yeah, one more, and then it's my turn. And then no, hold on. You get to ask questions after I go, but I get my turn, right, to ask questions.
What do you mean? What are you going to be talking about?
If it's a discussion,
don't worry about it, brother. You'll find out. You'll find out when it's my turn.
So you just said this is a discussion. A discussion
about what?
is a dialogue. So it has to go back and forth. So you get to ask one more question and then allow him to ask questions to you and then let it be back and forth.
Yeah, it's simple, brother. And it's fair.
Okay. Well, how many questions he get to ask me?
Come on, man.
Well, you've gotten to ask 6 or 7 so far.
I didn't ask 6 or 7 questions. So
brother, yes, you did.
All right, and it's going to be about Indians?
Don't worry about my line of questioning, bro. You just
okay. So yeah, this is a weird.
Did I ask you for your portfolio before?
I was excited to talk to one of these Native Americans, and they were going to tell me about Native Americans.
You have one more question, brother.
I didn't know.
You have one more question, brother. Can we get that question?
It doesn't really matter what I ask because you're not going to answer questions. So okay, One more question. Okay. He said, what did he say about the Indian
This
removal
nigga's
act? I
really
said, what does
breathing
it?
hard.
He said, I asked him, what does people do during the Indian removal act? And instead of fighting for their land, they didn't fight to protect their land over there in Alabama and Texas and Missouri. He said they didn't fight for their land. He said they went to Florida and fought with the Seminoles. You know that's a crazy lie. It wouldn't make no sense. But that's my last question. His people didn't defend their own land. They just gave it up and they fought with the Seminoles. It makes no sense.
Okay. Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Where do we start? Where you from, brother, if you don't mind me asking?
United States.
Correct. What country? I mean, what state?
Massachusetts.
Okay, you one of them. Yeah. Do you have any white family? Do you have any white lineage?
Possibly.
That you know of?
Possibly.
So that's a yes.
I am an African American. Most of us have 30% European.
I didn't ask you, but listen, brother, we're not doing the African American. Do you have a white grandparent? Yes or no?
No.
A white great grandparent?
No.
So where does the white come in at?
I don't know, but has to be in this somewhere, so it doesn't make a difference.
Okay, correct. What African tribe were you from?
Well, I want to call them tribe, the ethnicities, and it's quite a few.
Quite a few. I hear that often.
Yeah.
Would you mind sharing some of those with us?
Yeah, because what happens is when people.
Well, no, brother, we don't have to go to explain.
I
would just like to be provided with the tribe.
Yeah,
we don't.
That's why, and that's why you say you hear that a lot. So in case you hear that a lot, you must understand when you take people and mix them with a whole bunch of different tribes, and then, you know what I mean. When they,
what was it, like an orgy?
They're gonna
what
be
you mean, like an orgy? It was one big orgy going on.
I mean, that's a sick way of thinking of it. When we
I
talk
mean, damn, look how you worded it.
But I mean,
when you put a bunch of people together and they get the fucking,
maybe
I mean, nigga, you worded it like that.
That's not the way I would word it. That's not the way.
I mean, well, that's what it sounds like, bro.
My mom's and pops would never teach me.
Okay, well, how about we not generalize then, and let's get specific and get some names of these tribes instead of saying everybody got together and start fucking. How about we not generalize and be specific and direct, like as the question was direct?
I understand the way you talk.
Okay,
and the women right there
you understand.
Too. And the women right there too. But I understand.
Okay, no problem, brother.
Your mother
we shouldn't be going back and forth.
We're not. I'm just this way your mother.
Okay, thank you, because this is the dialogue that you wanted, right? You've been waiting on it. Yeah, so, brother, again? Let's try this again. Can we get the name of the tribe that you're from in Africa?
Mandinka.
Wow, you're a Mandinka.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where did you get that information?
23andMe.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And they told you that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What else did they tell you?
Mm-hmm. You got to ask the questions. They told me a lot.
They told you a lot.
And now we about 4 or 5.
Hold on, now wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Down the line. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So your Mandinka family was where in Africa?
I don't understand the question.
What part of Africa was your Mandinka family living in?
I'm not sure.
Mandinka. You're sure that they were Mandinka? You don't know where they live.
I'm going by. You're just going by what the DNA say.
So no, let's go by what your bloodline say. Like who? So you don't know where they live at, but you know.
Okay. So how many questions he got now left?
Hold on. This is just my third question.
No, that's not.
Yes, it is, brother. This only 1, 2, 3. Them hoes hurt. But this just the third one, bro. I got 4 more. So I hope you got your shoes laced up. I got 4 more. Cause we gonna be fair. We just want to be fair.
Remember, there's no one helping.
Okay, no problem. So again, before we move on, it's still the third question. I want to answer. Hopefully, we can get an answer out of you. Okay. So, can you name us Okay, you say you can't name the area that Mandinka was in.
I can name a
Okay.
few. Yeah. I said,
No. You say you can name the area that was in.
They were in Senegambia.
No. I'm talking about your specific people because I'm sure that you don't come from the entire
So I just named a few
Mandinka.
of them,
It would be just okay. So, what year did they get to America? Because you're from Massachusetts, right? What year did your family get from the Mandinkas get to Massachusetts?
I don't know what year we got here.
Okay, that's the second I don't know in a row. One more and it strikes out.
Okay. Strike out of what? It's about this is
no, brother, relax. You're right. I shouldn't have said that.
Okay,
I shouldn't have said that. Okay. Next question would be, what port did the Mandinga slave your family?
I don't know.
Brother, that was very rude of you to interrupt me as I ask my question.
I don't know.
I'll try this again.
I don't know.
Are you being sincere with me right now, brother?
Absolutely. I don't know. You can dwell
brother,
on
I tried my best to be cordial.
I'm trying to get through the questions quick.
And you said you wanted to have a conversation, and I wanted to show you respect as a man.
Let's do it. You got two more.
So you're being sincere. You truly don't know what port.
There's no way of knowing. You know what I mean?
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. Are you a descendant of slave in America?
Yes.
Can you name the ancestors that was a slave in America?
I can't, but not off the top of my head. I have done my look.
Not off the top of your head.
Not on the top of my head.
So
I can't think of
what
the names.
Would it be in your back pocket? You want to get up and go check your coat pocket? I know.
No, it's in my phone, and I could
maybe be in the drawer, shoebox.
No, but you know what I can tell you. But I can tell you.
No. I don't want to. I don't. No. Hold on. I got one more question, brother. We're gonna be respectful now.
During that time,
brother, we're gonna be respectful now, brother. It's over with.
Listen, okay.
You don't listen, brother.
Charles Hamilton.
I have one more.
Charles Hamilton was my great grandfather.
Relax, family.
He was. Now you asked, was he enslaved? He was enslaved, but he was also free and allowed to fight.
Brother.
Listen, he fought the Civil War. I'm answering your question.
Brother,
don't get mad.
Brother, relax.
So yes.
Relax, brother. Relax.
So yes,
relax.
I just answered your question.
Okay.
I did point out the family member that was a slave, and also
you pointed out the family member that was a slave,
and he fought in the 54th Regiment.
Relax, brother.
Your people, help free your people. You're welcome.
Relax, brother. You just told us you didn't know.
You're welcome, but I recall
any
that
guy named Charles Hamilton is not from Africa. He's from nowhere near Africa.
Yes, he is. Yes, he
is. What part of Africa?
Listen, he's born in America.
He's okay. So I just told you he's not African. I asked you for an African ancestor, and you gave me an American ancestor who fought in the Civil War, brother.
Yes, you asked for an ancestor that was.
I asked for an African ancestor. I asked you, was you a descendant of an African
that
slave?
Was one I gave you off the top of my head. Okay, and that was.
I asked you, was you a descendant of an African slave, and you gave me a Civil War hero. Are you serious right now?
Yes, that's right. Many of the Civil War.
So if you got, you know what? I can accept that, brother, under this condition, right? Hold on. No. You may be right. You may be on to something, right?
Positive. You got one question.
Okay, hold on, relax, brother, because I want you to hear me. Because I want you to hear me. Now you might be on. You may be on to something, right? Now, what you would have to do is provide us with what African tribe that this Hamilton guy comes from. If you can do that, then you've answered the question. If not, and like it's another, I don't know.
But you know, I already did my DNA, so that's cool. I understand.
No. You did. Okay. We didn't do Charles DNA.
Your final question. And your final
Uncle
question.
Charles. We didn't do Uncle Charles DNA though.
Yeah, listen. And your final question.
My final. Hold on. We're gonna get to it, brother. Hold on. You have to know how it works. Is brother, we get past. We get your answer and we get past. So, brother, you gave us information that we didn't ask for, but I'm a fair guy, like I said. So I'm going to give you a chance to answer and tell us what African tribe was Brother Charles Hamilton from.
I can't tell you that.
Thank you for being honest. My last question. This is my last question, right? So my last question to you, brother, was Have your mother and father ever told you that they were from that they were descendants of Africa?
Of course.
And if so, what tribes?
They didn't tell me which tribes, but of course they told me I was from Africa.
So where did they get the information?
That was your last question. It's
Say,
time for
okay,
mine.
okay. Look. No. That's a 2-part. Because if you answer that, hold on, brother. Listen, you don't just get away with that because that's a 2-part, just like the one before.
Okay, the second part. No, they didn't say.
Okay, so the second part. Okay,
they
so
didn't say
did they okay, where did they get the information that they were African?
They studied it. Oh,
out of a book.
My turn.
Hold on, out of a book.
Come on, we got
no, you done. We're done. Listen, brother, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother. But on the way out, when you say they studied it, did they study it in a book?
He went way over 7 questions.
Was it a book?
I'm letting him go with more and more. Y'all ain't stopping.
No, it's okay, brother. We're done. I mean, we're good. We can shake on it. But was it a book that they studied out of? What were they studying? Was it a book?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I wasn't there with them.
Lord have
I wasn't
mercy.
there with them. So okay.
Lord have mercy, boy. You have been on candy camera. Okay, can you look at this? Can you do us a favor and smile for the camera? No, brother. Actually, this interview is over. Okay, I think I got enough footage.
Brother,
I think we have enough evidence to goddamn slam the gavel and say that you are not an African. I think we got enough evidence to charge you with false flagging, being a fake African.
Look at the emotions. It's my turn.
Yeah. I think we have enough. I think this case is closed.
He's nervous.
The jury, the DA is gonna love this.
Look at the
we got all the evidence, and we got a statement. The brother is not an African.
Grown man.
Okay.
You cannot.
Now you wanted your conversation. You got your conversation, brother.
Doesn't work for him.
Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you, Sister Dosey and Unscrambled Mind.
Tuck that tail.
Oh no, brothers, don't turn. Now I'm finna leave. He trying to look at my ass on the way out. The nigga talking about that tail. Tuck the tail. Come on, man. Why would you make a gesture about my ass when I'm on the way out the door? I just said I'm finna leave. The nigga talking about tuck that tail. Listen to me, light skin.
We all know. Look at
hey, boy, you lucky, boy.
He asked all his questions, but he can't stop talking.
Boy, you lucky, my nigga. Say that. I'm gonna give him a coat and I'm gonna go and get up out of here. But say, man, this nigga here try to look at my booty on the way out the door, man.
Look at all that.
This nigga talking about, yeah, tuck that tail, boy. This nigga, I'm gonna give him a coat and my keys and I'm gonna go and get up out of here. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night, man.
This is what happened. You got to tuck that tail and run. Never try to stand with me. These dudes are jokes. That's what I try to tell y'all. He not gonna want to have no conversation like that. He's just not prepared mentally. So he just thought he would come back and he could bluff his way through to y'all and anyone else watching. Make jokes, ask some silly baseless questions that have nothing with him proving that he's an Aboriginal Indian, American Indian, anything like that. He's unprepared mentally and he knows it. What he does is like a little crack fiend. These are like crack fiend little hustle scheme talks that he do, and the other little dudes in this community do. They think they can outslick you by talking and acting like that. When you try to reply, they think they can make jokes and do things and gather people up like a little high school kid. But it's all just to avoid the conversation because they can't handle it. They're weak mentally, feeble-minded. They only pretend, and they know they can't pretend with me. So with me, you got to run or you got to do that. Sit there, ask a bunch of baseless questions, and then run. That's just fear. We can have a regular discussion.
How are your questions good questions, but questions get asked to you, baseless questions? What constitutes as a baseless question?
Well, to me, we're discussing. The discussion is Aboriginals in America. That's why I wanted to see him. That's why I said, oh, excited to meet one of these people. And it's supposed to be a person that really knows I have questions for him. That was the whole thing. Now, all this about asking me questions and all this other stuff, you can do that, but what did it have to do with what we were talking about? I
can tell you what it has to do with.
I was excited
what you're talking about, Saya, because ironically,
I wanted the opportunity to question him, but
and if you go back to what you asked him in the beginning, in comparison to what he asked you, you both asked similar questions.
But what do
So
my
the
questions got
main
to do with
thing when
anything?
you're talking to, which he's not an Aboriginal, he's an American Indian, but
Yeah,
this
that's
tends
the
to
same
happen
thing.
with any Aboriginals, any American Indians, as far as when it comes to people like you that have a lot of questions.
You're
You
supposed to have
want to know
questions.
what
People are
tribe
making
they're
claims.
from. You want to know who passed down this information. You want to know how they got the information. You want to know which grandparent, or if any, or how many are actual American Indians. There's all these questions that you guys
And
want
those are
to
the
ask
beginning,
about
right?
proving that
And those
they're
are
American
beginning,
Indian.
right?
But
And those are
on the
beginning
flip
questions.
side, but on the flip side, when someone asks you questions to validate the African side, that's when it becomes baseless. That's when it
No, well, I
becomes
gave answers. You see that mine
pointless
was DNA.
questions.
Mine was DNA, so the rest of the questions were kind of weird. You knew mine
Well,
was DNA. So when you asked them, that's why they were baseless,
now,
because you
but
already
now you
know.
have to
I already
prove
told you.
DNA
I
means
showed you my
something.
genetic.
You have
I
to
asked.
prove that DNA means that it can give you the tribe you're from, and
Right. Well,
especially the fact that you
you can
gave
check
a
your DNA.
tribe.
Well, can your DNA tell your
Then you get
stepbrother?
Asaya, calm
You,
down,
you.
breathe.
I know, but
I
you
know you
talk a
were
lot. You
saying
just
that
go a
other
lot
people
without
are
talking.
emotional,
Letting
but
people
you're
talk.
very emotional right now.
I'm not
Breathe.
emotional at
We're
all.
just
I'm not
talking.
emotional, but you talk
You
over
sound
me. You
pretty
do it a lot.
emotional. You
It's like
sound
you
pretty
don't pass the mic. You keep the mic and just try to talk over and over and
well.
over.
I think this is unscrambled minds. I mean,
But it's like a scrambled mind to talk over people, though. That's not unscrambled.
well, no, we're supposed to be talking with each other, Saya. We're supposed to be talking. It's not the
But you try
Saya
to talk
show or
condescendingly and then
anything.
talk
And we
over me, which is
can we
bull.
can schedule some time with you if you really want to like talk about yourself, really get an interview, all this other
Yeah,
stuff. But right now, it's just
yeah, I
supposed
don't
to
care
be
for
a
that.
dialogue.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't care for
So
that. I
I
don't really
know
care
because you
for.
come here. You come here to argue. You
I don't
usually
come to
come
argue. I
around this
come to have
time.
discussions.
Yes.
Y'all
Well,
just get mad.
to be
You
a
just don't like my
discussion,
position.
it has to be a dialogue back and
He
forth.
said you get mad.
I barely get to talk. What are you talking about? I've been on your show. I've
What?
never been on for a long time. I've only get little
What?
spurts, spurts.
Who's that talking now? Wait a minute, I ain't got my glasses on.
Saya said he barely gets to talk when he
I
comes
barely
up
get to talk. I
here.
barely be on the show. So
But wait
how
a
many
minute,
times
so
have I ever been on?
Saya,
How
how
many
right,
many
times have
it's
I ever
times
been
have
on
you
here?
come up
somebody
here?
does not have to agree. You know, we because we are the original people of this planet. You were first everywhere you go in the world.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? So
Of course.
everybody does not have to agree with you know, someone else's standing on who they want to be called the beginning. You understand? It
Right.
just doesn't make no sense that somebody has to
Right.
have this one particular name because we did not have that original name.
True.
You
But you
know
know
what
why?
But no, let me
We.
finish, Saya, because I was actually talking once
Oh,
you
damn.
I
interrupted
am
me.
All right.
You can
sorry.
come
I'm
afterwards.
sorry. I need no.
No, what I was saying basically, and I agree with what you were saying, Sister Freedom. But what I was saying is the difference. What happens is the hypocritical nature that it comes from having one ideology to the next.
Facts.
If someone has questions about someone's ideology, it's always like, oh, so offensive. Like, why are you asking me questions? But then it's like, but I have all these questions for you. Why do you think this way? Where did this come in? Let me know everything about you because I want to know how you end up thinking like this. And
No,
I just don't understand how it can't just be a dialogue like where it's back and forth. But you
because
see
they
that
run.
why it ends up being very hypocritical because it's
Because they
always
run
one
or they talk
side that
over.
wants to
They
question
overtalk.
someone, but they don't want the dialogue. You're saying over talking while you're still talking over
Because
me.
you overtalk. You keep going. I know. When am I
Uh,
ever gonna get in?
You didn't
After I'm done, Sai, you can get in. You just wait for me to talk. And then once I'm done talking, you can come in. It's that simple. But you overtalk people that you don't like what they're saying. But that's normal as far as it, especially from people that are hypocritical, which I'm showing your hypocrisy. You asked almost the same exact line of questioning to Chief Topcats. And when he asked you the same back, because you had a lot of I don't knows, I don't have that information, I don't know their name, I don't know that. I don't know this. It was baseless questions for questions that he had the answer to. Now you can go, Saya.
Saya.
You can unmute now.
Yeah, that was
Saya.
the full thing he ran. I'm saying whenever we get, I let him ask all them simple questions. He asked 20. He did ask at least 13 questions. He just kept going, asking more and more. That ain't really getting nowhere because really the discussion was, I wanted to see him. Y'all wanted to know why you wanted to see him. Because this one of them Indian dudes or whatever he's claiming. I have questions I want to ask him. And he's supposed to be one of these top dudes. So I'm always hunting these dudes. This House of Consciousness, whatever these top dudes y'all got, I always look to have discussions with them. But they always run. And a lot of them keep me blocked, scared to have a discussion. So, yes, when I got a chance to talk to him, I was excited. I thought I'd get a chance to have questioning. Not, oh, let's have a quick debate. We can do that, but that's not what I was here for. I want to ask you some questions about the things you proclaim. Now, as soon as I get to asking him, it's stop. I only asked 3. You're acting like I asked 7. And then he gets on and asks a whole bunch and runs. Like, that's not a real discussion. It's make-believe. And then you come in acting like you're backing him up and solidifying what he said. It's like, no, this dude said a bunch of bull. He's mostly spent all the time trying to make jokes and talk trash, thinking he can bully someone that way, but it's weak. That's like, you can tell this dude not street, just the way he approach it and try to come at me like that. It's not going to work or take me out of mode because the way I'm working, already see I got him cornered. He can't answer the questions. It's too weak. And you see that. You got to see that. The only reason why he ran after that because he knew the next line of question was going to be much deeper. He has no second line. His first line is just, his whole thing was just try to say, I'm not African. We're not African or related to Africans, which is, it's ridiculous. You know, that's a whole, you know, gonna have to try to say the transatlantic slave trade didn't take place and all kind of crazy theories, which I'm willing to debate as well. But as I said, he wasn't going to stick around for that. He really can't handle it. He's not an intelligent dude by any stretch of the imagination. He is very, I guess you would call it street slick, like a crackhead. That's crackhead conversation. Him, all them dudes, crackhead. Think they can out-slick you and out-talk you by making jokes or trying to bully other people around them into joining in to act like they're really making a point when they're really not. It makes no points because these dudes are idiots.
Okay,
but
do
like
you
I said,
feel better now?
Do I feel better?
Yeah. So can
About
we
you?
go back to the conversation now? I was just making sure you rant. You took a breath. You paused. You got to say everything you wanted to say.
What do you mean? We're done talking? What do you mean? I don't talk no more?
No, I'm saying we could get back to the
Do you ask that
conversation.
every time someone's finished
I
talking?
wanted to make sure you were venting and got
Well, when
all
you heard
your
me be
venting
quiet
out.
and you heard the long pause, normal people usually could just know. But if you don't know, yes, that when I stopped there and there was that long space in between, that actually meant I was done with the conversation.
Okay, good. I just wanted to
I
make
thought you
sure
might have been
all
able to
your
recognize that,
feelings.
but I
I just
understand.
wanted to recognize your feelings.
Not everybody can
You
catch
had
that.
a lot of them. So
I know a lot of people ain't gonna catch that. Maybe that went over
here's
your
a
head.
virtual hug as well.
I know.
Like
I
some
know.
tissue.
Do a rain dance. Do a Indian rain dance for me or something for the pain.
I mean, I don't need to. You're doing so much crying. The rain already came down.
Like the Trail of Tears. Oh yeah,
so,
Cherokee Trail of Tears. Oh yeah.
Let's get back to the actual conversation because I don't
The
think you
Indians.
addressed my point at all.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
I was ready for. I said that. I was ready for the second line.
You
I
feel
was ready
like
for the
they're
second line of
baseless
questioning.
questions because you
No,
have
I answered all the
DNA
questions. I
tell
answered all the
you as
questions I
far as
could.
a tribe. So does that tribe that DNA tied you to specific location in Africa where it's from?
Yes. So it doesn't matter. I'm not fighting for that.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
you're
matter.
not claiming the Mandinka that you said that.
Yes, I'm
is on
claiming
your
them. I'm
DNA
claiming them. I'm claiming them. I'm claiming Ghana. I'm
Okay,
claiming
so
the
do
whole
they
West
have
Africa.
a
I'm
particular
claiming
region
black
where
people
they're from?
everywhere. I'm claiming black people everywhere. I'm not
So
claiming. I'm
you
not claiming
claim
no
the
fake
Dalit
Indians though.
people of
I'm not
India
claiming
as
the
well.
colonized. See what happens when you get colonized? You get broken and they make you break away from who you are and where you come from. They make you hate it. That's how you know those who colonized and broken because they never going to embrace Africa. You should, if you've been colonized and you came up in America and you're black, you should never embrace Africa. Your indoctrination is to break you as far away from Africa as it can. That's its objective. And you can see it in the way people talk, in the way people think. So when you see them and they push so far away from Africa, you know, of course, because we live in an anti-African society. So of course, if they were broken well and they were raised by broken slaves with broken thought, then they'll never associate with Africa. And you can find that anywhere you find colonized people in the world. So you get to Australia, you get to the Aborigines, you'll see the same conditions. You get to India, you'll see the same conditions.
So that makes them all African?
I didn't say it make it all African. We're all African. You're totally lost with that. No, I said black people everywhere. I love black people everywhere, and I connect with them. I associate with them. I look at us as one, and you know what I mean. I'm in unity with them, regardless of where you from. You're
So
black
do
in this
you
world.
look at all black people as if they have African descent?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, yeah. In that case, how can
So
you
you
not?
view them all African?
In that sense, but you don't. It's not necessary to be. It's not necessary in that sense. The title African do not necessarily have to be there, but the fact that you're black, that just has to be there. If that's there, it's all up.
Well, that's that's based on melanin. All human beings have melanin, and
Thanks.
it's you have to believe in the other things that the colonizer has told you about science to believe that science only produces one kind of people in one place or anything. I don't think there's anything wrong with feeling like a conglomerate of people around the world or anything, but I think it's more so wrong when you think everyone has to come from a singular place, or they can't have their own origin story, or everybody has to be pride in being the same people. Because most people overseas don't feel like that, and they have pride from where they're from.
Right. Yeah, I don't know the people you're talking about, but yeah, definitely. If they were colonized, they should. Everyone should be separated. That's the main thing. The main goal of the colonizers was when they went around the world to do that, to separate everyone's connection with Africa, the whole link. You know, I mean, to have people confused. That's why you'll see all these shows like these. You'll go up there and people will be like, these people would be talking about people outside of Africa and be like, they're not black. Like, they're clearly black. And then y'all will be like, no, they're not. Like, it'll be a
And
debate on something that you can
you've
see
been
with
to
your eyes.
Africa, right? You said before you have traveled to Africa.
What'd you say?
You have traveled to Africa before.
You have?
I'm asking you.
What does that have to do with anything? Where I go
I'm
and what I do
asking
with my
you a
life, I'm not
question.
getting
I don't.
nothing personal about what I do is important. So I'm not gonna go into that.
It's
Please,
personal to know if you've been
yes,
to Africa
anything,
before.
yeah, anything like that. Any movements I make in life, cause y'all take anything out of context. So no, there's no discussion about anywhere I've been or haven't been. It's not important. We can talk knowledge and talk subjects and talk things, but let's not talk personal
How
shit.
is where you've been not a part of knowledge?
How I just told you. Now let's talk about other things, about where
No,
I'm
you
from and
didn't.
what I do.
Okay, so what exactly do you feel like we need to talk about on this show
Oh
that's not yours?
no, I'm not saying you need to talk about it. You can talk about whatever you want. I just was saying that some people are so
Obviously, I
confused
can.
due to colonization that they can see black people and not even know that they're black. They'll be like, oh man, Melanesians, they're not black. They're in Southeast Asia, like just insanity, just totally, can't look at the definition and understand a word and look at the people and see the match and say, oh, they can't even do that. They're totally clueless. But that's done intentionally by those who colonize us, those who indoctrinate us with fucked up views of ourselves, of the world, and of where we're from. They did it intentionally. And you see it play out, especially in people who claim to be anything but who they really are. That's what colonization is meant to do.
You don't know who you are.
I know who I am. I definitely know
No,
who I
you
am.
done a DNA test and you don't even know who your family is. You don't
I know who
know
my
who
family
you
is.
are.
Yeah, I know who I am. Very much, very well. Now, you know
Yeah,
who
a
you are.
DNA
That might be
test
something
just
different.
gave you Mandika, and then it gave you percentages of many other regions and regions that the Mandika aren't
Right.
even in as far as your
Right.
DNA test.
Right,
But you
because I
tie
wouldn't be just
yourself
one
to a
group.
tribe that
Right,
you
because you
have
couldn't.
one
How could
region
you?
of them, and
Yeah,
you
because you
don't
wouldn't be in
know
one.
who you
All
are.
right, see, y'all don't
You're
understand this
just
too.
happy that you
Y'all
got your
seem to,
trinket. You're
y'all
happy that
seem to
you
have
got
a
your
misunderstanding.
bracelet from
Y'all think gonna be
Ancestry and
everyone.
from 23andMe,
Y'all
and
think
you
everyone's
want
gonna be
to
in the
hate
same
on other
bloodline all the way
people
down. Like that's
and say,
crazy.
oh, they
It's
don't know
crazy that
who
you
they
think that,
are.
but
They
everyone's
don't
gonna be
know
from the
what
same
they're
tribe all the
talking
way
about.
down. Like it
But
don't even make
you
sense that
have
you
a
think like
map
that.
of Africa that would list a whole bunch of places, more places than the Mandika are from. I'll
Because
keep
it ain't just
saying that.
Mandinka. That's
More
one. It's a bunch
places
of
than the
names,
Mandika
fool.
are from.
What is
But
wrong
yet
with
you
you?
claim the Mandika tribe
Which no, I
without
didn't just
one
claim that was
single
one. He
person that you
named
know
one.
in
He
your
asked for one.
ancestry that is Mandika.
You keep talking, but he asked for just one. There's many different ones. There's many nationalities on
But
there.
you don't have
You know what
one
I'm saying?
ancestor
But you know what I'm
in
saying?
one
But
of
I know
them.
you don't believe
You
in
don't
DNA.
even
I
know one
understand that. You
ancestor
don't
that's in
believe in
any of them.
DNA. Your type
You
believe in
don't
because your
know a
grandmother
single
told you.
ancestor in any
You
of those
know your
tribes.
stories
You
coming from
don't
some
know
people that had
one's
no
name.
language.
You don't
They
have
passed it down. It was
anyone's
a
name
rumor.
that's in any of those tribes
Listen,
that you're related to. You don't
listen. You
have
can try
one
to. You
name.
can't argue with it. Did you do your DNA? Since you want to discuss DNA, did you do yours?
Yeah, it's on the way.
It's
It's
on the
actually
way.
going to come in
You
January
didn't even
1st.
do
And
it yet, and you in this discussion. So
I
you
actually
talking
talked to
about shit
Sonetta
you
because
ain't even
I told
participate.
him I think it would be a good idea for me
What
to
took
come
you
up
so long to
there and
participate?
reveal my DNA once it
What
comes
took
in.
you so long to participate? Was it money
I'm
or
only
you just
going
didn't?
for the ancestor because the other part isn't true. It's a lie. What they're telling you is a percentage of a percentage that you're from a particular place.
Can they
So
determine who your stepsister is?
they can, again, that's autosomal
Can
DNA,
they?
which
Oh,
that's
they
what
can
I said.
determine. Oh.
Saya, you asked me a question, so you're gonna have to actually
Yeah,
close
yeah,
your
yeah.
mouth
But
to
no, there was. I
listening.
didn't ask you a
You
question.
can't hear
I threw that out in the air. It was a hyper.
I'm gonna say, a nice saying that my father used to tell me. He said, "A wise old owl sat on the oak. The more they talked, the less he spoke. The less he spoke, the more he heard. Why can't you be like that wise old bird?" So, if you want to ask a question, you're not going to hear the answer talking over me. If your whole objective is to listen and learn, you're going to have to let the dialogue happen. And at some point, you can't be moving your mouth and listen at the same time. So you asked me why it took so long for me to take the DNA test, and if I believe that it can tell me who my I think you meant half sister is, and not my stepsister, because stepsister wouldn't be related. It could tell me my stepsister if it had a tree and we had the records as far as um, them being my stepsister, but you mean half and be related. So yes, it can tell me who is my half sister, who my cousins are, up to even 10 generations of family, because it's called autosomal DNA, which shows the DNA that is passed down from generation to generation through family members. But then there's the mtDNA, or genotyping DNA, that supposedly can be compared to tell me what region I most likely was from 5,000 years ago, which is a completely different type of DNA test and completely researched in a different manner than just seeing if I'm related to someone. So I take the autosomal with better credibility than I take the actual mtDNA geographical test, because if you look up any white papers, they will tell you that it's only a percent of a percent chance that you're from a particular place, especially since all DNA is 99.9% alike. They're really guessing with genotyping to say who's alike and who's not, and how much of relatability that means. Now, Saya, you can go ahead and ask your next question or speak from here. And you need to unmute. Saya, you're going to have to unmute. Yeah, mtDNA, though, they do it for geographic genotyping. So it's a little different than just mtDNA that's going to check if you're related to someone. Oh, he must need to come back. Good morning, Lolita. Try to talk now.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yes.
can see.
All right. So you're saying also what's on that DNA map? What is the chances of you being from somewhere that isn't on that map that they show you?
There's a high percentage, because you would have to take in consideration how much DNA they've collected in the first place, how much DNA that in the white papers they tell you that they throw out from a particular region because it doesn't match up and they don't know how if this is more indigenous to the region or if it's more foreign. So once you get down to the nitty gritty of everything, there's going to be a high percentage. A lot of regions aren't going to pop up, and that's why you're going to always see as more and more DNA is collected, you're going to see constant changes as far as the percentages going up and down, or even different places appearing on your map because now they have more evidence of DNA that they can compare to.
Wow. So what you're saying is, just to be funny, okay. So is a chance that even though all that DNA says Africa, I could be mostly Chinese. Is there a possibility of that?
Oh yeah, looking at you, I can see it.
Mm-hmm. You can see where I'm possibly Chinese. Okay, that's recorded too. I mean, I'm gonna take it that you were joking, but okay. Yeah.
But yes, there's a
But
possibility that you're from
that's
any region
also
that
yeah,
they don't actually actively get the genome DNA's
yeah. This
evidence from to compare as far as genotyping. And then again, it's very likely that they don't even understand as far as the comparison to say the regional at all because of the fact human DNA, which when we're going into this genotyping of the protein coding, it's 99.9% alike through all humans.
right.
So even a white boy would be 99.9% alike to me. So what they try to do is break up your DNA, your whole genomes into little snippets.
So what are
And
you looking to find when you get
comparison
yours?
and see what comparison and what differences are to see what region is, which is very questionable that that's an accurate way to tie you to a region.
So why'd you pay for it, and what you're gonna do when you see yours?
I like I said, I paid for it for the autosomal DNA. So autosomal DNA is actual DNA that's passed down within your family. The
Oh, you're
more
looking for family
family members
members.
that take it, it will
So you.
actually better your chances to get more evidence in building the tree. So all I did it for is to build my tree and get information of a side of my family that I don't have any information for.
Hmm. You think you're gonna find some Indians over there?
I know I'll have some Indians. My grandma always told me we were mixed. We had Blackfoot, Cherokee, Creole, and African.
Wow. She really told you that?
Yeah, my grandma told me that.
How old was your grandmother?
She was around 84 to 88 when she passed, somewhere around there.
What, you don't mind me asking what year she passed?
1999.
So that'll put her around 2015, huh? That's when she was born, right? Around
That would
2000,
put her where? Where?
around 2015.
You mean 19? It's 1916. 1915,
Yeah, I mean
1916.
19. That's what I mean. 1915,
Yeah, yeah,
1916. Yeah, that's what I thought I was
exactly.
saying. Okay, yeah. So okay, yeah, that's it's kind of after the Indian Removal Act and everything, though, isn't it? This is way down the line after slavery, after
It's
everything.
after slavery, but like you
Uh,
said, the Indian Removal Act that you're
mhm.
talking about is from 1932, right?
No. I'm not with the one from 1830. But to go back, because I'm trying to think of your grandmother, and I think I remember. Let me see. So your grandmother, she told you. How old were you when she told you?
She had been telling me this from a young age, so I've always asked her, but I would say I was really into it when I was 8 years old to 12 years old. I got a lot of stories from my family.
Wow. And your mom, she just never thought to tell you this, huh?
No, my
Strange.
mom said the same thing.
If your mom told you, why would you
Oh, just because my grandma were very close, I bring up my grandma because my mom got it from my grandma. And
nice.
her grandma. So my mom would give me more of the stories of what she'd be talking about with her grandma. But me and my grandma were really close. We're ride or die. She stayed in my room until she had to go into the nursing home because dementia. So um,
Did she
Yeah.
have dementia when she was telling you this stuff? Do you know?
No, it would be after dementia. You can tell it's really bad. It's the worst Alzheimer's that someone can have. So, no, they're not cognitive at all. They don't even remember who you are for the most part.
Your grandmother, was she born on a reservation or something? Or I'm trying to see where the connection. How she
No, she
was.
wasn't a Native American. She said
Oh.
Blackfoot Cherokee.
They're not Blackfoot Cherokees, not Native American. I don't know.
No,
Is if I Google
no,
it, if I
it's a
Google it,
difference. Native American and American Indian are not the same thing.
no. Could you tell me the
No,
difference? Cause I'm not.
you can Google $5 Indians.
I know what a $5 Indian is. Yeah. That's
Would that not
the
be
ones
the
who got
Native
their name on the
Americans?
doors, scrolls, and everything. But
Yeah, and would that not be the Native Americans?
I don't know. I think they call themselves Indians as well. American Indians. I don't know what they.
But isn't that applied to the Native Americans, the 5 civilized tribes?
I think it's applied to everyone that's on a has a reservation. Everyone that has a spot on a reservation in this country. That includes the ones out west that weren't part of the 5 civilized tribes. They got reservations too, and they consider the American Indian as well. But yeah, so your grandma. So I'm trying to go back. So 1916, she's born. So she's definitely not like on a reservation or around a bunch of Indians and all that. So she's probably, where was she at? What
Oh,
city?
well, you can't say she wasn't born around a bunch of Indians. She was born in Shreveport, Louisiana. They had lived in Rosewood, Florida, and then migrated after that, after the massacre.
Okay. Oh yeah. That's Seminole Wars. Right after that, Indian removal. A lot of them went from Florida to Louisiana. Okay, so hold on, your grandmother did in 1915? Nah, because that was long before then.
Rosewood would be 1923.
Oh, you talking about the Rosewood Massacre? I thought you meant with the Native Americans when
Yeah, and they still lived in Florida for a little bit. They went to Orange, Florida, different parts of Florida before completely moving up north to New Jersey.
So your people went to Louisiana too. That's the same thing that the Seminoles did. I guess it must be easy just coming off with a ghost. So she must have been in West Florida or something, huh? No. She's not from Florida. Hold up.
Yes, she would be. Yeah, my great grandma would be born in Georgia. My grandma was born in Louisiana.
Hold up. So she went to Louisiana from Florida?
From Georgia. But then they lived in Florida from like the 1920s to the 1950s.
And you said that's the Blackfoot Indian.
Yeah, Blackfoot Indian, Cherokee, Creole, and African.
And saying the Blackfoot. And where's the Blackfoot located out of? Like, you know what I mean? On the map
I don't know.
today.
Do you know?
On the map today. I could Google it real quick. You think it's going to be near Florida?
Who knows? Look it
You
up.
think it's going to be anywhere near where your grandmother's from? I'm thinking. Because it's going to have to be. You know that. If we go look it up, it need to be where you're saying.
Look up Blackfoot, Louisiana. Even look up Blackfoot, Shreveport. See what it says.
Okay. So she was a Seminole at first, and then she became a Blackfoot?
She never gave me the name Seminole. She only gave me Cherokee and Blackfoot. That helps.
So she was originally a Cherokee, and then she became a Blackfoot? Because she came from Florida. She came from Georgia. She's not a Blackfoot then, obviously.
My great grandma came from Georgia. And
Right.
mainly, most likely, it would be from different sides of the family, like how most tribes work.
So your great grandmother she's from Georgia. She has a baby. That's the grandmother we talk about, born in 1915. Your great grandmother she's not a Blackfoot, clearly. So what was she?
Well, you are what your mom is, so yeah, she would consider herself Blackfoot.
But she's from Georgia.
My grandma is from Shreveport, Louisiana.
Your great grandma, according to the
my
story,
great grandma is from Georgia.
Right. So the Blackfoot ain't in Georgia at this time. You know what I mean? They're in Louisiana, remember? So which your grandmother?
At what time?
Your great grandmother.
What year are you saying that they're not in Georgia?
Okay.
Wait,
In the
what
story,
year? Hold on. What year are you saying that they're not in Georgia?
what I'm saying, in the story you're telling, we got to start with a great grandma. She's living in
I
Georgia.
get that. You're saying that they weren't in Georgia at the time. What time is that? Give me a year.
I
Give
mean,
me a year range.
the time your grandma was there, I guess. What I'm trying to
You
say
said by
is,
the
I'm
time
trying
my
to ask.
great grandma was born in
Yeah, that's
Georgia,
when your
right?
great grandmother. Yeah, your
Yeah,
great.
so give me the time frame that
Uh,
Blackfoot Indian would not be a part of Georgia.
well, I don't know what time. So she was a Blackfoot while she was in Georgia. Okay, I'm just clearing that up. I didn't know that. All right. So she was a Blackfoot Indian while she was in Georgia. What part of Georgia are the Blackfoot
Usually
Indians?
Blackfoot or anything like that would be passed down, by generation to generation. So it would be based on who her parents are. I don't, that's the side of my family that I don't have the information on. So that's where I would be using the DNA to
So
get
we
the
don't really know that
cousin.
she's Blackfoot. That's just kind of now. That's just kind of in the air because they're like,
Oh,
hey,
well,
there's no Blackfoot in the
it's
area that
based
she's born at.
on what she feels about herself. So yeah,
Well, what India? What does she claim?
she could have been like you and just randomly read a book and
Okay.
started promoting Ghana, not knowing where Ghana came from,
I
and
hear
then
all that, and
dressing up
you're
and
going the
reading
route of
books.
your
Like,
boy
so
now.
yeah, there's
You're
definitely
going the
that.
route of your boy now. Now you're trying to
Hold
be
on,
funny, but that's
Saya.
okay.
Hold
I
on,
see what's
Saya.
happening. You're
Hold on,
unraveling.
Saya. Didn't you say something to me? So hold on.
You're
There's
unraveling.
definitely that
You're
chance that
coming
she
out of
was
pocket.
like you and that she
Yes.
just believed it and just got it from a book or something like that and I had
Okay.
all the information and put it
So now
down.
that we took
But
that
there,
part.
there is that the time frame that it was that this is coming from, and then
Mm-hmm.
just going as far as to build on the information in a whole, which is a little different from you, that's in a
Yeah.
different
So
time
your
frame
great
that would have
grandmother.
collegiate. Hold on. They would have the collegiate, have the Masons, have the different people that are promoting this or pushing this narrative
This one I'm on
in
rant.
in comparison to someone that's born in the 1890s and how many people are pushing the narrative on her that she's Blackfoot. So again, I know that there's possibilities. That's why I am building the tree for myself. But I would say that it's a less possibility that she was at the time being bamboozled to think that she's something that she's not, more so than you at this
Wow.
current time.
So yeah, that was a long one. But yeah, so wow. We
Yeah,
just
just like
narrowed your
every
family.
time you
So you
talk
can
is a
go.
long
So
one.
right now you can go far back as 1915 is the best you can do right now. I'm
No,
glad we
my
established
great
that.
grandma would be 1890, and that's
No,
my
no,
mom's
great
side.
grandma. We don't know who
Wait,
she is. That's what I'm
yeah,
saying. We don't know what she is. We know the Indian
but
up to
I'm saying that
1915.
you said I can go back as early as only 1915, and that's not correct. My great grandma was born in 1890,
But you
but
don't know
that
nothing
is
about her.
on
Remember?
my mother's side. So that is not how far back I can go. I go back
Okay, let's talk
further
about
on
this
my
one.
father's side.
Okay, let's get that one. Let's get that one. Take her apart too. All right. Now, where was she born at?
You're not taking anybody apart.
Well,
But who
I
is
mean, breaking it
she?
down. Well,
Who
we
is
found out
she?
we found this grandmother that you
You
thought was
said, where
Blackfoot. We
is
realized
she from? Who is the she?
the other grandmother you're talking about now.
Oh, my father's grandmother. Okay, yeah, she would be from New Jersey.
Okay, that she originated from New Jersey. Okay.
No, our
And
family originates from Virginia.
okay, but she was born in Jersey.
Yeah, she would have come to Jersey from my great grandma coming to Jersey through the Great Migration from Virginia to New Jersey.
She is the great
In
grandma.
the 1903. She would be the grandmother. I have
Thank
a
you.
great grandmother that's her mother.
Hey man, I mean stop y'all bill, man. Let y'all know peace, man. I'm about to fall up, man. Y'all boy be easy, man. Great bill.
Peace, Darvis. Good night.
Yeah,
Oh.
peace.
Peace, Darvis.
Yeah, peace, Darvis. Yeah, so wow, so the great grandmother born in Jersey. Is she of the Indian group in Jersey?
No, she wasn't from an Indian group as far as I know.
Okay. Let's get one of the other Indians. Let's just see what we can do. What about the grandfathers? Where they from?
My grandfather's from New Jersey, and then all my greats are from Virginia.
Hmm. Are any of them Indians?
So far, since I've only gone back to 1810, um, the earliest
1810.
I'm at is a freedman and colored status.
So We actually haven't found any Indian yet because even the 1815 grandma, she really not Indian because she's going off a grandma who's the Blackfoot, but then we know she ain't even from a place where Blackfoot is from. So her Indian thing is
Not
fake.
necessarily because you don't know where the Blackfoot are from. So
We know it
we
ain't.
don't
We
know
know
if the
it
1890s
ain't
is
Georgia.
not a place where Blackfoot is from. No, we don't know that. You haven't said anything as far as the date of where they are and what dates, which regions they would be. So
You are the Blackfoot.
no,
What you talking about?
do not know that Blackfoot Indians were not in Georgia in 1890. That's something you just made up. Peace, Sachi.
How y'all doing?
Doing good.
I come to see what y'all doing and what y'all talking about on here.
Apparently, Saya got knocked off. I don't know if that's his phone that just finally gave up and was like, okay, gotta go, or if he's coming back. But as you can see, he has a lot of questions for Indians and Aboriginals.
But he can't answer none of these questions himself though about his own family. That's the real issue. That's
And
the
that was
thing
the
we
point I
had.
was making before. It's about the hypocritical because like someone will be like, "Oh, these questions are stupid," or "These questions are baseless." When people are asking them, "Okay, what tribe are you from in Africa? What region did you
Uh-oh.
come from? What's the name of someone that actually says that they're African?" and so on and so forth. But then they ask the same questions. Where has Saya asked me any different question than from what Chief was asking him? But it's always baseless when they're getting asked because of course they don't have all the information being African. They're just going by
Listen,
DNA.
we're
But
not
they
stuck in a
expect
situation.
you to have all the
We know Africans were
information.
brought over here.
They
It's a
expect you
world
to have
known.
all the
It's everyone
information
knows it.
being
It's
Indian,
also
even
a
though the
world
Y'all the
Indians
only
are
ones who don't
enslaved.
want to
who's
believe it. It's
already
different.
here.
It's not the same kind of argument.
It's all,
Indians,
yeah, it
people
is. So we
people
ain't
that are
in
calling
Africa.
themselves
We in
black Indians,
America.
the
Yeah,
reason
we
why
is
you're
in
gonna have to prove
America.
it
You
because you're
have to
making a
prove your
claim that
claim.
nobody you're making a big claim. Me saying I'm
We ain't making no
Yeah,
big
you're
claim.
making a big claim too, Saya. People that are saying that they're African are making a
it's
big
a, it's
claim
it's
because
not a
they
big
don't
stretch.
live in Africa. Well, because you kind of jumped in as I was talking, which we talked about this. Like, I
We can
really
still
think
see
that
it.
saying that my father gave me is going to help you so much if you really hone
He
into that saying.
you should listen to your father, the Indian. Let him tell you it. Whatever he teaching you is wrong.
My father is deceased. But
Hey, but
Sorry to hear
listen
that.
anyway,
though. Listen though. This how
the
crazy it is.
conversation at hand.
Yeah,
Okay.
let that dude stop talking. He drunk or something. He's not.
Nah, I ain't drunk.
No,
I
you're
got plenty of
sounding
sense.
more drunk. You haven't even let anyone finish
What's
what they're
crazy
saying before
is
you're
if
jumping
He
somebody
in.
say
talk a
something about your
lot,
So
but he don't make
grandmama,
any
you'll be
points.
ready to fight, but you don't want to respect what she said you was. That's what's
Man, I don't like the way
crazy.
you talk, bro. You just a disrespectful dude, man. You gotta go to
Man,
he's
sleep,
you
man.
been
You drunk.
disrespectful the
disrespectful.
whole
You're
time.
not smart, and you're
Right,
very disrespectful.
No,
exactly.
you not smart. I run circles around you on any topic
You
you
don't
want
run
to talk
circles
about,
of
sir.
nothing, man. Nah, man, you're very dumb, man.
Anything.
Not in a bad
Anything.
way,
Bring your
man. You
topic.
just ignorant, dude.
No,
You the
you
simplest
ignorant.
things. You don't
The
know the
ignorance is
simplest
you been up here
things.
spewing all night is why I came. Matter
Dude,
of
you're
fact,
fighting, you're mad, you yell, you talk trash, you do a lot of think you're a comedian. You want to do jokes. You don't want to talk like an
no, you
intelligent
can't
adult.
answer no
You're
question.
not an
You up here
intelligent
push.
adult,
You
man. You're
want
like a
people to be
really dumb
lost
dude,
like
man. You're
you.
a
This is
bad
the
kid in
problem
class, man.
with
You
you
the type of
guys.
dude, when I was in class,
Don't
I get up and
project
punch
your
right in the
losses
mouth.
onto
Like, dude,
people. She can answer the
you
questions
not,
better than you can.
you
You
not that
can't
dude.
answer
I
no
answer.
questions. The man asked you the
It's
exact
not,
same
we not,
question
we,
and you got
Yeah,
mad
the
because you
but
debate
couldn't
ain't
answer
that.
him.
The
hold on,
debate ain't
y'all.
that.
So and hold on, Saya. So I noticed like this, you have the same insults for Sachi as you had for Chief Top Cats, like the same exact ones, and you barely even heard Sachi talk to even know what his premise is. But again, that's the point. That's
Who am
why
I
it's
talking to? What is your name?
hypocritical.
What
Hold
is your
on,
name?
Saya. That's why it's hypocritical because
What's
of
your
the
name?
fact that you feel like it's a hyperbole to be
You
like
talk
we're
too
American
much. I
Indian,
promise.
and you want so much proof to be like, okay, how are you American Indian? Give me all this information to break down you as American Indian. but you're saying that it's not fantastical to say that you're African, even though you're
Way too
not
much
from
proof.
Africa, you're not living in that region. We don't know if you've even ever been to that region, nor if you really talk to any Africans as far as to know African lifestyle or culture. Most of the time, all the cultural things that you know about Africa, you got from a book, from a
You don't know
white
what I
person.
know.
So it's really questionable of even the cultural aspects that you understand about Africa, but yet you want someone to break down everything to prove that they're American Indian. And the question is, why can't you do the same for Africa?
Right. So in your world, you're thinking, hey, it's an even playing field. People don't know where African Americans are from. It's an equal debate. Some half the people of the 7, 8 billion in the world think we're from America, and the other half think we're from Africa. You thinking it's some kind of big debate like that? I'm sorry, that is not the
Yes, sir.
reality we live
I
in.
don't know
In
how
the real
slow
world, don't
you
talk
is,
over
but
me while
it
I'm
is,
talking.
sir.
See how see how see how
The
Chief is
only
talking,
people that
and you
preach
was
this
quiet.
American
See how this
or
dude
African
can't be
American
quiet.
crap is the
This is what I
United
be
States
talking about. These
government,
dudes don't
sir.
want you to talk. That's all they do. Y'all try to talk over me every time. You can't pause. He had no chill because you don't want the truth to come
Man,
out.
listen. Bring your
You
topic and I'm
scared of
gonna
the
beat you
truth,
up
man.
on it.
You can't deal
You
with the
can't
truth.
handle the
If you
truth. You
could,
don't
you would
want the
shut your
truth. You
fucking
fighting
mouth
the
for a
truth.
minute, man. You can't just be
You
quiet
want
and listen.
everybody to be you. If you from Africa, be from Africa, but don't try to
You
make everybody from
you
Africa.
be
That's
from
the
you be an
problem.
Indian,
Why do
man.
you
You be
have
an
a
Indian.
problem with us being who
You
the
be
hell we is and standing on what the fuck our
I
family
don't got a
says?
problem with it. I don't got no problem at
So
all. You could
what's
be an
your
Indian.
ignorant?
I
Why you got
expect
so
that
many
from a
goddamn
colonized
questions that you
person.
can't answer?
I expect that from a
Why
colonized
you got
person.
so many questions
I
that
know
you
what the
can't answer
colonists,
about
I
our
know what the
family lineage and who
colonizers
the hell
do.
we is?
I know the colonizers would go around the world telling
The
people what they ain't.
colonizer,
I know they went
colonizing
around the
is saying,
world
hold on,
taking people's
stop, because I'm
culture
sick of you saying
and
that. Colonizing
replacing
is
it with
saying that
their
all
culture.
people that look
Yeah,
like us is from
yeah,
one continent
yeah,
and giving the rest of the world to
yeah.
everybody else. That's
They can't
colonized,
get
but you
no,
want to
they
talk
don't. No,
about
they don't. No, they
colonized.
don't.
You
If you
working
dumb, you
for the
think that.
colonizer
No,
pushing this
you
message
don't. You
right
don't even
now.
understand it. That's why you think with a colonized mind. That's the way you think that way, and
How I'm thinking with a colonized man, I'm saying the
yeah,
world belongs to us.
you
We
want to be a
aboriginal
slave.
to the world. If
You
you
want to
see a
be a
black
slave,
person on their
man.
land, he's probably
I say that.
aboriginal to it.
I
That's
say
what
that.
I'm saying.
I
You
say that.
saying that the
I
white
say that.
man had enough power to
You
put
said
us on
America.
boats and ship us
You want to
all
be an
around the
American
world and all
Indian.
this crazy
You
crap.
want to be American Indian. You think yelling gonna make you right, but it ain't. Either you drunk or you retarded. Why you yelling?
No, you
You ain't going. You
retarded.
a
You been
fake
up here
Indian,
talking
man.
retarded all
Nothing
night. You can't
about you.
answer no questions about your
Nothing
family,
about you.
man.
Nothing
Shut
about you
up.
is Indian.
You
Nothing
can't
about you.
answer no questions
Nothing
about
about
your
your
But
own
culture.
you
damn
can't
family
answer
and
Nothing
any
standing
about your
on it.
questions
culture.
to
I
make
answered.
you African, Saya. And
Okay. Okay.
everybody that
So
has
okay.
any answers for you
That's
about
cool.
American
Okay.
Indian, they
Right.
have way more
Right.
answers than you have for African. You
No, they
have
don't. They don't have
no
no more.
answers.
Yeah.
You
Now.
have
Now.
no answers for African.
No, you have
So
no
even
answers to be
someone being
American. You're
like they
claiming
have
to
their
be what you ain't.
grandma that said that they were some
Yeah,
tribe from
you
India, that's
claim to be
way more than what you
Indian.
have.
You
Because you
claim to
don't
be
have any
Indian.
of that.
Look at how you
You
jump
don't
back
have
and
a
talking
grandma
again.
that
You keep
told you that you're
you back
African.
talking
You don't
again.
have a
You just
great
had your
grandma
chance.
to tell
You
you
just had
no.
your
It's
chance.
You
You
actually
ain't
I
claim
come
to
back.
be
came in.
African. You
It's
can't
actually I
prove it.
came
We
in,
can prove we
Saya.
Indian.
So
You can't
that's
prove you
fine.
African.
Hold on,
We got our
Sachi.
family standing with us saying we Indian. You can't even
Exactly.
do that.
Exactly. And so you can't even do your family
You
telling
just
you
trying to
this.
talk over
You
me. Just like I
can't
said,
do
that's what you're gonna do. That's what you do.
no because you can just listen and then we'll make sure and I'll make
If
sure
I
Truth
talk,
Sachi is
hurts,
no.
man.
muted
If
up.
I
The truth
talk,
sting a
I'll
no.
little
make
bit, don't
sure
it?
Sachi is muted up. Everyone will be muted up for you to respond.
Look how many
But
turns you
it's
took. You keep taking.
okay. So I'll add you back in a second. So the point of it is that it's hypocritical because again, you're asking for things that you don't have. You don't have this information either, but you're standing 10 toes down to tell someone else that they're not what their family passed down to them because so many people know that they're African, but you can't even prove that claim that you said you think it's 50-50 that black people think they're Indian and that black people think that they're African. There's a lot of black people that have always said we have Indian heritage. There's some black people that believe they have Indian and African heritage. Who knows? That's something that has been passed down in the community for a long time. But what's not really happening is people knowing their family for themselves. So you want someone that's American Indian to prove it, show that they know their family, show that they have the records, match it up to what's being said. But you don't want to hold yourself to that same standard when it comes to being African, because African is a continent. You should have at least an area and a tribal affiliation, and your tribal affiliation isn't in your DNA isn't matching up. Your DNA is completely different from what your tribal affiliation is. So, at literally every point of contention that you're making against any American Indian on the panel is the same thing you're experiencing, except you have no one that told you were African but school.
Wrong. I've been told you, my mom's and everyone, my family, my grandparents, we all know we African. So that's crazy when you say no one told me that. And then we see African culture all over America, especially within African Americans. You don't see you can't name the fake Indian culture that we supposedly have.
Everything you
But you
do
can,
is Indian
no, see
culture.
how
You
you're
don't do
talking over me
nothing
again?
African. Stop
Every
lying
time
on
I
Hold
my
start
on,
to
motherfucking
talk,
phone.
you
Sachi.
You
go
Hold
do
to
on,
is
war.
Sachi.
African.
Why
Hold on,
can't
What
this
you do
Sachi.
dude,
is
what
Let
is
him
what you
wrong
do
with
finish.
is
y'all?
Hold
It's
African.
on,
like
What you
Sachi.
do
impossible.
is
And
African.
you'll get
Yeah,
right after him.
yeah.
Let him
You
finish.
see, I told you the weakness in these people. It triggers them. Soon as I get a sentence, they lose it. They can't handle one
You
question, and they can't handle
lying.
one sentence. They go
Everybody in the
crazy.
world know nothing
Shut
that the
him up. Mute his mic. Shut
American
this lame up.
so-called
He
black
doesn't know what
person
he's
do
talking about.
have nothing to do with Africa.
See,
We don't do
see.
nothing like
Now,
Africans.
now, now,
Stop lying
y'all
on us, bro.
don't want to hear the talk. So there
Well,
you
he
go.
said that his
There you go.
family taught him that he's African. So go
Yeah.
back to that
He
point. You
might
said
be
he's
Yeah.
African,
family.
Okay. So shut this dude. Why
the
can't he shut up?
issue
What
is,
is wrong with him? Is
if
something
you
wrong with him?
African, be
Can
African.
y'all
Don't try to make
explain what's
everybody
wrong with this
else
dude?
African. We not.
Why is this dude? What's wrong with him? Why
Yeah.
can't he
So
just be
hold on,
quiet?
Sachi. Okay. And so Saya, you were at your family saying that you're African. If you could go back to that, please. And Sachi, please be stay muted. Go ahead, Saya.
Right. So, yeah. So, anyway, there's more than enough evidence to see that African Americans were brought here into America. We know of the transatlantic slave trade. There's no debate about this. Too much information out there for people to be pretending that it didn't take place. So, for any black person here to make claim and say that they're related, it's clearly we can see that episode of history has
Hold
taken
on,
place.
Sachi. Hold on.
Now, what these people are trying to claim is something that's not documented history like that. Now, I believe, just like you were saying, I mean, I don't even know if it was you. Let me take that back.
We
But I
can't
believe
hear
if someone else said,
uneducated. Don't say it's not documented
God
because it's
damn, we
documented.
just
We
we
Yeah,
can't
bringing
hold
this
hear
on,
out.
unrated
Sachi.
Bro,
Hold
news.
on,
Don't put
Sachi.
he's
your
there
We'll
like
talk
a
about
unrated
that
opinionated
next.
news on
Hold
retarded
on,
everybody.
man. He's like a
Sachi. Hold
bad
on,
kid, just
Sachi.
out of
We'll get
control.
into that next.
They're
I
just so
promise.
stupid.
We'll get into
They're
the history
very,
of next of
very,
what is
very ignorant.
documented, what isn't
It's
documented.
about class, you know what I
But
mean?
go
If
ahead,
it's
Saya.
about
So
class. A lot of people around here just have zero class. You can tell they raised in trash areas or something. But anyway, God
Nah, we from the
damn.
South. We don't fuck with
Yeah,
you,
I
Lord,
don't know.
because you
You from
niggas
the
always
trash
pushing what the
area. I don't care
cracker
what part of the
want
South
to
you
push
from.
on us. We been saying the same
Listen,
shit to
man.
yeah,
y'all
I don't know.
niggas
That was some
since day
white boy
one.
Massachusetts ass shit for real.
Yeah,
Like, oh,
yeah,
you from
yeah.
trash place.
Trash? No, no, yeah, yeah. Well, that's
Massachusetts.
trash.
You know
I think y'all. I
Massachusetts
think
is
it
right
shows your
by like
class.
Maine and
Yeah,
stuff.
it's
That's what
class. Yeah, you can see the
Stephen
way you behave,
King
like
be
how you keep
writing
talking over
about.
me. How whenever it's my turn to
But
talk,
yeah,
y'all
hold
keep
on,
talking over
because
me.
I mean, you did kind of disrespect, and I just had to get my little joke in.
Yeah, no, that's
So
what I meant.
because
Yeah,
the
that's what I meant by trash.
people
Yeah,
are
that's why.
listening to you emotionally rant, and this is technically Unscrambled Mind show, so I kind of like to interject.
Right, talk over
But
people.
Massachusetts is
We
like
call it
right next to
trash.
Maine, and Stephen King be writing about that. So when they talk about
Stephen
like
King ain't from Massachusetts.
Massachusetts and Maine and stuff, all I think is about like a
He's
whole bunch
not
of
from
white
Massachusetts.
people and coldness and all this other stuff, not like a whole bunch of black people. And for you to think that the South or somewhere is trash in comparison to Massachusetts, like,
Yeah,
oh no, that's some white people shit. But
yeah.
go ahead.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't talk about the place. I never said the South was trash. I said that your behavior was trash. You know, the way you were raised, but that's different. And I mean, I think it's a class thing, but that's something different. And it's not to insult you. I mean, it's just the way you are. You talking over me, keep trying to prevent me from talking
Nah, it's a
all night.
difference
Just keep
between
doing.
us
See how you doing again?
and you
That's what
fake
I'm talking
ass
about.
Africans.
It's incontrollable. I'll never get a chance to talk because every time I go, y'all always keep doing it over and over and over. That's what I mean. It's like you
Well,
can't
you
help it.
said quite a
It's
lot, but go
so
ahead
it's so
into
it's so
the.
it's so ingrained in your culture and who you are and the way you were raised that you keep doing it and acting like it's normal behavior. You
Yeah,
know,
we must not be African. So go ahead and go from here.
right.
Call
So
us
maybe that's
Sachi.
some kind of Indian thing. But yeah,
Exactly.
so go back. So yeah, clearly we can see African culture all throughout the Americas, all within African American in our behavior in Africans, Americans all over Central, South, any part of America, you can see the culture. You can clearly see it. What we don't see is any cultures of, let's say, Cherokee or something. Like you're not gonna hear that, see that, or anything. You don't see cultures of all the things that they claim. In
You
fact,
eat cornbread,
we
nigga?
can't even put
Do you eat
pinpoint
cornbread,
on
nigga?
down.
Do you
Listen,
eat
Hold
the
on,
stuff
cornbread,
is
Sachi.
nigga?
Hold
due
on,
up. Well,
Sachi.
that's what I'm
You
talking about. It's class. It definitely has something to do about. I don't know if I mean I live in the South. I said where I came from,
But you
but
do have a
I don't know.
minute
I mean,
left.
people that like that. That's pure trash. That is uncontrollable, just
I mean,
ignorance,
you just rambling on
stupidity.
saying a bunch of
It is.
lies,
It's
though.
the
I can
lowest.
Yeah, well,
So
hold
you
on,
know what,
Sachi. I
1 minute, you
understand he
just
has
can't
1 minute
really.
left. Let him close out his
Yeah,
minute. 1 minute.
So I didn't. Oh, so the whole time he just kept jumping in, and that was my time. So I didn't even really get to start. But okay. So we'll start at. Tell me my first sentence. You just said, "Oh, you were going on your family." That's where I would be starting at. That's my beginning sentence until I got interrupted, and now my time is almost up. But it's a class
You've
thing.
actually gone. We usually do 2 minutes. You've actually gone longer than 2 minutes,
Yeah,
but you
but
left
without
that
interruption.
you left that,
No,
and this will be without
no.
any
And no one
interruption.
told me no 2 minutes. I didn't watch no one's 2 minutes. So
Okay,
whatever. It's
yeah,
not a
and
chance because
right
y'all did
now
good.
I'm
You did good.
establishing the 1 minute
Right.
because you
Okay,
talked
it's
a
a new
long
thing.
time.
Okay, so it's a new
So,
thing.
okay,
So it's a
it's
new
not a
thing.
new thing. 2 minutes has been going on all night.
Oh yeah,
So
but no one ever
again,
said it. Okay.
where you asked where you left off, you were talking about your
I'm
family
done. No, I'm
passed
done.
down
Well, go on.
African.
That's the answer. Yep, and that's it. I guess go on next. Do your thing.
Okay,
2 minutes.
I'll mute
2 minutes. What's on
you.
the clock?
Sachi, go ahead and tell them about the real
7:07.
history.
Man, I'm combined. Man, he got me stupid right now. I can't even think straight.
You was raised like that.
No, yeah, sound good. Crackle.
7:07.
Mm-hmm. First of all,
Uh,
the
uh,
problem we having in America is
uh,
niggas like
uh.
him want to give all our culture to other people. That's why we can't have shit for ourselves. That's the whole big gripe we have, and that's why we delineating and finding our true roots and our true history and find out who the hell we really is. Because we tired of giving everything we create and everything we do. They want to say it's somebody else's besides ours. Like you talking about, we practice African American. Everything we do is African. Cornbread from America. I don't. The music, everything we do is from America. It wasn't made in Africa. It was made in America. Like I don't understand this. But go on, cause I'm kind. I need to smoke me a blunt. He didn't. My head hurt a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
understand.
was super weak.
So yeah, so there was a lot of misinformation that Saya was saying, and peace, Keely. So I'll kind of go into some of the other stuff, which obviously his family's not misinformation as far as them saying and passing down that they're African,
7:09.
of course. But what the misinformation would be is as far as where the transatlantic slave trade is going down. First off, he said or alluded to the fact someone saying the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen or doesn't exist, which is not something that anyone on the panel even said all night. So I think that's someone that he's particularly thinking of that never said anything, so don't know what he meant on that. People believe in the transatlantic slave trade, but people also know that the Indians were enslaved at the same time, and there were a lot of Indian wars going on previous even to any African stepping foot on this land. The Indians
7:10.
were being taken. Saya,
Absolutely,
you're
absolutely.
gonna have to be quiet and listen.
7:10.
Listen.
You have one.
You can't. No, you don't tell me what I have a minute on my show. You're a guest, and not even an invited one. Someone that just came up. So, anyways, so when it comes to those things, people understand that Africans were here, but they also had to understand the Indians and the roles that Indians played in history and what was happening amongst the Indians. So when you just assume and say, okay, well, we just know African history, that makes me African, that doesn't really work, because if you really look up the transatlantic slave trade, slavery, all the wars at the time, then you'll need to know that a lot of stuff was happening in America at the time, and you would need to know your family to know where in the story that you are. but a lot of people, they don't actually investigate. Even the people that sadly have the means, like someone that already did their DNA test and can build their tree and really try to go back as far as they can, but really they're content with saying, oh, I have ancestry from the 1800s, and that's enough for me to tie that to Africa without really looking into their family. So really, a lot of people are saying, hey, look into your family. No one is saying that the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen.
Now, I've definitely heard the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen. That's one of the biggest arguments coming from Indians, to me anyway. Maybe not to y'all. These fake Indians anyway. They act like, no, it did never happen. In fact, it was opposite. They say black people were taken from America and sent to Europe and sent to Africa instead. It wasn't this way. But that's just crazy things that come out of that community. And I'm not accusing any of y'all particularly of it. I just
Some of
wanted to
that
get it
did
out there and
happen
kill it.
though.
He can't control
Some of
himself
that did
again. As you
happen.
see it again, every time I talk, it happens. There's no way.
No,
Mute don't work.
I gotta tell you the truth, bro.
Mute
Some of
this
that did
dude.
happen.
Mute
Some
this
of these
dude. He
folks
had nothing to
worked it
say a
out.
minute ago, but as soon as I get ready to talk, he keep finding something to say. That's called cognitive dissonance. All he's trying to do is prevent me from expressing my thought. To get back to it. Now, as I said, if you were to search with these Indians and try to find a culture that they could connect to African American culture, like show it anywhere in North, South, Central America, show the, language connection or anything. When you ask them to do that, they can't. You can clearly do it with Africa, but you can't do that with these tribes. You don't even know the culture of these tribes. Like, they didn't make anything that stands the test of time, that stands out, that anyone can attest to. Like he can't even say. I don't know if that's the same dude. It was dude earlier, Top Cat. Can't even say the damn tribe he claimed to study where his people from. Can't spell the name. Dudes know nothing about this culture. How do you associate it with being black in America? Cornbread. Like we didn't, like the same way you try to eat cornbread. You ever see us eat fufu? That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
Guess
When you see
what
us
though?
taking a
Guess
hand,
what though?
no, man,
Ain't no
talking over
fufu
me is
without
something
America
that has
though.
something to do
Wait,
with the way you
Sachi,
were
wait,
raised. It
Sachi,
has
wait,
something to do.
Sachi. Let him go.
He cannot do it. It's the culture of this place. It's just uncontrollable. I don't know. But
Especially when he ain't saying
as
nothing. Tell me, just
yeah,
let him.
anyway, when I get my 2 minutes, it's my turn to talk, and I just want to express myself without being interrupted by ignorant people. But it seems that in this community, y'all just can't do it. My 2 minutes each
You
time is
keep
going to get
throwing shots,
interrupted.
and then you
You
the ignorant
cannot
person
control
up here.
yourself. It's something about the way
Nah,
you're
fuck
raised. I
this.
promise you. There's
First of
no
all,
way.
we
Yeah,
talking
it is
about
because hold on, Sachi, and I'll
It's something
pause your
about the way you're
time right
raised, man.
now
It got to
because
be.
yeah,
You just
since
can't hold your
you
tongue. It's
did
my turn to talk.
you get, and
Y'all can't.
I was giving you
The two
actual
minutes.
3 minutes, but
The
your
2 minutes.
time is paused. Hold on, let me say something and preface something real quick. And again, it's my show, y'all. So you did like if we want to say something, if Sakina wants to say something, if Sister Freedom wants to say something, they get to say
While I'm
something. We're
talking, right? But while I'm
unscrambled.
talking, I know.
We're unscrambled minds. So hold on.
Yeah, but
We're getting the show together, Saya. It's our show. If it's such a big problem to be on our show, then why not leave? But if you want to be on our show, then just chill out for a second. Let me preference. So yes, I paused your time. You're going to get to start on your time after this. Please everyone mute up. I think what's really happening is you're making digs, like you're saying things like, why am I even on the show? Or who can deal with people like you? You guys were raised and all this other stuff and doing all this ad hominem attacks that are going to make people come at you, especially men. You know how men are. So you're purposely trying to make people go back and forth and then saying, why are you going back and forth with me? How about trying to stick to the point? Try to do it without any ad hominem attacks. We understand you're from white boy Massachusetts, that you feel like is so cultured, and you're such a white boy that's so sophisticated. Good job for you. But what we would ask is without any ad hominem attacks, once I start your time, you give your points. Okay.
all right. Now, did your dad raise you to talk about me, or just to see? That's another thing with colonized people. Y'all
Oh
think that
yeah,
you can
my
keep
dad did.
a lot of.
Let me pause it.
Okay,
Cause
okay.
you just
Come on,
came for
come
me
control
again.
yourself, please.
You just came for me again. So first off, yes, my dad did teach me that. My dad taught me that we don't kiss ass. Okay. A Wheeler thing is to kick it, not to kiss it. So I'm not gonna kiss your ass. I don't know who you think you are, Saya, but you're gonna have to calm the fuck down, take it back several notches. I told everybody to mute up while you're talking. Respect. I would lay off bringing up my father, saying what my father did or didn't do, and I would stick to what you're arguing. So again, I will bring you back up, and I would say without the ad hominem attacks, get to your points.
I get to my point, but each time I begin, you're sitting here talking shit about me now. All this white boy shit and all that. That's shit you need to talk to your father about, or your mother, or somebody else. That's not something you talk to me about. That's nothing to do with me.
Girl, what you think is
You're
girl?
hold on.
I don't want to hear nothing. It's bitch.
Can't get y'all to be quiet every single time.
I'm serious.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Goodbye, Saya, or whoever you are.
Yeah, it was a lot. I was trying to get him to get whatever he had out, but everything that he was saying was a lie anyways. I was just going to wait for him to finish in preference, but people do have their own language. They do have their own culture. They do know how to spell their own tribal name. It's just not on you to be able to be like, "Oh, what's the name of your tribe? Spell it right now. Speak your native language right now. I want to hear it." All this other bullshit that you can't do for Africa because you're claiming a whole damn continent, and you're not even claiming one region. You're not even claiming some place that even has 5 languages. You're claiming thousands of languages, and you don't even know one of them hoes. So yes, all the things that you're asking for someone to prove that they can do is really disingenuous because you can't do it. You're just going to be asking them, "Oh, speak your native language," but you can't speak no African languages. You're going to ask them, "Oh, prove your culture," and say things that are cultural, but you can't prove what your actual culture is without bringing up a whole bunch of shit that's just tied to the whole continent. So again, that's all hypocritical. Yes, Akina,
And
what were you gonna say?
they're the Boston. I kept trying to figure out when you said Massachusetts, right? These are the slave traders, slave ship trader, buyer, owner, everything you want to call them, and
Right.
everything about exactly. And that's the whole thing. That's why he's the way he is, right? Alpha, everything about him, right? The
Girl,
British,
it's not
yeah,
alpha quality.
right? Because that's where the
Man is
that's
not alpha.
they're British.
Stop
They're
Those are not
British,
alpha
right?
quality
That is not alpha.
at
Right.
all.
They're not alpha. That's that attitude, that ego. You see what I'm saying? That
Right.
so when Top Cats asked about the white in them, you see what I'm saying? That's mighty white of you. That's what made me think of that movie. When dude said that's mighty white of you.
Yeah, and see, I was even being nice. I wasn't even gonna be like Top Cats was right with him being white or being like he acting
Yeah.
like a white boy till he said to Sachi and me talking about we must be from places that aren't civilized or anything. Who says that but some
Right,
white
but
ass
that's
boy shit?
he's a colonist himself, right? Because Massachusetts is the first one of the British places, one of the first colonized states is Salem, right? And all of that
Right.
other little crap are going on. Right. They were doing all that stuff with witches and can't come on, y'all.
Now he in the chat saying stupid stuff.
Right.
Look,
That
he was up here calling us colonized. He was the most colonized person up here.
Johnny lately little boy. He's a puppet.
Yeah, so I
Being
mean,
a,
when you
going
think
on and get
about that,
along,
right?
repeating stuff he don't have no idea about at
Hey
all.
man, wake
Right.
up. You're in the world through white people eyes. Wake up,
They
man.
were also mad about the Mason Dixon line and trying to keep slavery and you can go on and on and on about all of that. You're right.
I don't know what's wrong with that little boy. He crazy. But when he started talking about people, parents, and all this here kind of stuff, that's when you gotta go. I don't like
The
that.
man made a statement. The man made a statement said he loved all black people around the world.
Welcome. Did the
But
Indians
why he
fight
hate the Indians, the black Indians?
in the Civil War? The Africans did help the Indians fight in the Civil War. What are you talking about? They came together. That's what the Buffalo Soldiers were, the Africans that helped the Indians fight in that war. What are we saying?
Were they Africans? Now, see, that's the question.
The thing were they were slaves. So if
Well, they
Yeah,
weren't slaves. They were now with two
the
different
Buffalo
countries.
Soldiers were slaves that were trying to be free.
Okay.
Oh, exactly. So if they
Okay.
were slaves, then the slaves were Indians, and they were also the Buffalo Soldiers. You're a dumbass if you think the Buffalo Soldiers were two troops. They were something the 10 and I wrote it down somewhere. There were two different troops. There were only two troops of Buffalo Soldiers. They were black, and they were ran by and for a distance of time, and then one black man ended up being a platoon sergeant over one troop, and so they were helping out the Indians in the war. So I don't know what people talking about. They need to cut that out. So
Okay.
anytime because the French was about the only ones that was helping out in that damn Civil War, trying to help put an end to slavery.
Sakina,
Yeah,
you saying Buffalo Soldiers were slaves, right?
yeah.
Okay, from Africa, right?
Listen, Freedom.
I'm asking a question.
The Buffalo Soldiers were slaves. Now, where did the slaves come from?
We don't know.
Let me
Exactly.
say,
So
let me make
my
one thing
thing
clear.
was if the transatlantic slave trade,
Um,
so therefore
they
if
were
the
not
Buffalo Soldiers.
slaves. Number one, they
Okay,
were
well,
not
all I'm
slaves,
saying is, so
and
if
they.
we gonna if y'all saying the transatlantic slave trade didn't exist,
No, I
then
never
the
said that.
Buffalo
Don't add
Soldiers
words to
came
my
from
mouth.
wherever they came
I
from.
never said that. Never said
Okay,
that.
well then that's where the Buffalo Soldiers came from. I said they were
Okay,
slaves
I'm gonna let you go ahead and say it.
from Africa because the Buffalo Soldiers were slaves that were trying to be free.
They were trying
So
to
if
be
all
slaves.
the slaves they say were from Africa, and and now we have Indian slaves. But
I'm just gonna say, read the story again. That's all I'm gonna say.
according to what they said, that the Indians were freemen, X, Y, and Z. And so I don't have to read the story again because there are so many stories on Buffalo Soldiers that it's going to be an opinion of whoever wrote the story of the Buffalo Soldiers.
Not when my grandfather fought in the Buffalo was one of the Buffalo Soldiers.
Okay, well, again, there are so many different stories up to the documentary I saw, and that man said when it came to the Buffalo Soldiers, we were there, and he was black, and he
Great
said,
grandfather, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, but
and he
Indians can
said,
be black, and I think Sister Freedom does have a point.
That's
As
what
far
I'm
as
trying to say,
that's
but
all I'm saying too. So this documentary with this
that's not
black
what you're
man,
saying, sweetheart.
that is what I'm saying, and he was a slave, and he was black.
Yeah, but a slave in black is not synonymous with African. I think that's what
Listen
Sister
here.
Freedom is saying. As far as to say that the
I know y'all
Buffalo,
have a problem with being African.
it's not having a problem with being African.
Okay, well,
Listen
all I'm
to.
saying is if the transatlantic slave didn't
Please
exist,
do not do
No,
that.
no, we're not saying it didn't
okay,
exist.
well
But
then
listen to
all I'm
this.
trying to
We're
do
not
is say
saying that
what
it
all
didn't
I'm
exist at
saying is what
all,
history
Sakina.
said without y'all trying to erase what it said.
No.
Y'all
We're
trying to
not
say,
saying that it didn't
okay,
exist,
well,
or we're not
history said
erasing
that,
it at all,
okay, well, I'm
Sakina.
done.
But
Because history never said that there was people here that was of nothing and all of this other stuff.
Okay, yeah,
History
I did
said
know, but that's all
transatlantic.
we're
Yeah,
saying,
he do
Sakina,
say
because
that.
it's untrue when you're saying history
Okay, well,
never
I'll be
said that
damned.
the Indians weren't enslaved. That's not true. Slavery started in the 1400s.
Okay, well,
African slave.
what part of
Hold
that
on,
has
Shatina.
anything? No,
An
no,
African slave didn't step
no.
foot here
That's
until
now.
1619. There was
No.
already slavery in Florida in the 1500s.
No, y'all
before
just
there
trying.
was
No,
any
y'all
African
changing the
slave. I can
game
pull
up.
it up right now.
No, you
Nobody's
can
I can
pull it
pull
up
it up
right
right
now.
now when it said
Anything
the
on
first,
Google right now is
where
going to
the
change the whole thing. But I can pull
African
up a
slaves
book.
came.
I can pull up an encyclopedia, and I can pull up a few other books that's going to tell you something different than what your
No, they're gonna tell
2000
you that
whatever
slavery
source
began
is going to tell
way
you
before
now.
some Atlantic slave trade. Remember, the white people came over on this land.
Yeah,
It
same
wasn't that
white
they was
people that's
already
telling
here.
you something.
What?
Right. What
I
white
don't know
folks
what you're
told
talking
you
about. I don't
something.
even know what the argument
Tell
about.
me
Let her
something.
have her 2 minutes, wrong or right. Let her get it.
Well,
And
go on and have your 2 minutes wrong or right.
that's what I said.
Okay, we're gonna go here. We'll have it right here so we can go
Right,
over
there
this
you
place.
go.
So it
Google
says in
source.
the late 1619, 20 to 30 enslaved Africans landed in Point Comfort, today's Fort Monroe, in Hampton, Virginia, on board the English privateer ship White Lion. We know that White Lion is the first slave ship that had Africans that came into North America. They are said to be from Angola. This is the first time Africans made it as far as to the Americas.
What does that have to do with the war?
Okay, because look, because you'll find out right now. 1500s slavery in Florida.
That's in Florida. They don't have nothing
So
to do with
okay,
the
so
war.
there was slaves in Florida before an African even stepped foot here.
They don't have
That
nothing
means
to
that
do with
it's
the Civil
clearly
War.
documented that other
It has
people
nothing
were
to do with
enslaved
the
than
Civil
just
War.
Africans here.
This
Oh
ain't
my
that,
Clearly
God.
documented.
Dulcinea.
So what you said about it not
This
being
ain't that,
documented that anyone
Dulcinea.
else was slaves, then
This
how
ain't
come
that,
there was
Dulcinea.
slavery before
This
Africans
ain't
even
that,
got here?
Dulcinea.
It's
This ain't
what?
that, Dulcinea.
It's
Good
not
try,
what?
wrong guy, Dulcinea. You
You
can add
just
up
said
all the
that
slaves you want
Africans,
to,
you said that
Dulcinea, but
there
at the
was
end
no
of the day,
slavery
Dulcinea, the
documented
Civil
before
War,
Africans.
Dulcinea, had
Mr.
more.
Freedom, didn't
It had
Sakina just
slaves,
say there was no
Dulcinea,
slaves
and
before
all of the
Africans?
I don't
slaves,
know what the argument is about because
yeah,
Sakina, you are
add
going
up
to
all of the slaves
lose the argument.
that when you get
You're
through
going to
adding up
lose
all
the
of the
argument. If
slaves
you're wrong, you're
that were
wrong.
enslaved, the Civil War didn't happen in 1619. The Civil War happened in what?
We know that.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
that's
So
after
why are you
We the
enslaving
one that
both
determining
was
how many
Indians and
slaves came in
Africans. That's enslaving
1619
both
in
Indians and
Florida when
Africans,
we talking
clearly.
about a civil war that happened years later? Like
We
that
are.
don't make
Oh
me
my
sound
God.
like nothing. So
They're
that has
calling
nothing
everybody
to do
African.
with what I
They're
am
putting them
talking
all in one
about. So
category.
that source has nothing to do with what I am talking about. I appreciate you showing 16, 15, whatever year this was when those slaves came, but that has nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade or any other slaves that came that fought in the Buffalo Soldier platoons, neither one of those two platoons or that war. Thank you very much.
You welcome, baby. It's her 2
Okay,
minutes up
yeah,
Now,
now.
are
Sister
y'all
Freedom,
through?
will you go ahead and tell
I
her
just
about
want to
your
Yeah,
know.
I'm
tour?
through.
Can I
And
ask
as a
y'all a
matter of
question?
fact, I'm
I
gonna
just
have
got
a
one
good night.
question.
Shimon Hotep.
Thank you,
Shimon
I just want to
Hotep,
ask
sweetheart.
y'all a
Tina.
question.
But hold
How can
on,
y'all
before you
prove
ask
He
a
that
question,
left.
African
Tati,
slaves
What
was
kind
we
of
can
real?
mess
go
is
ahead. Hold
that?
on,
How do
Tati,
you
one
leave just
second.
because?
Let Sister Freedom talk about her family member that's actual Buffalo Soldier, because this is a problem that we have in this community. It's a major problem that people read things, they read books, they read articles online, they read Wikipedia, and they're Wikipedia scholars now, and they want to down someone that actually got the history from their family. That's crazy. That someone will have a Buffalo Soldier in their family, have the story, like I have the story, and it's like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Wikipedia told me the truth. Go ahead, Sister Freedom. What do
What
you know
I'm
about
trying
the
to say
Buffalo
is,
Soldiers?
we know that the nonprofit organization called the United States, okay, had put people all in one category. If your skin was dark, they was calling you African American. Okay, even if you're not from Africa. And let's keep in mind when the soldiers were sent out to fight the Indians, once they got there and seen it was their own people, they turned back. Okay, So how are African going to see Indians and say they their own people if they weren't their own people? That's how they got the name the Buffalo Soldiers, because the Indians gave them that name. I don't understand what the problem is. I don't understand why two people can't be right.
No, but I had to come back for this though, because I just remembered you said that your grandfather now
Wait,
came here off of the slave
never
with the
said that.
quarrels name. Yes, you
Absolutely. I'm
did.
a Quarles. Never said that.
Exactly. And
Never
then
said
so
that.
you
I'm a
said your
whole
descendants came here from the Quarles name off of the descendants from Quarles.
Okay.
Okay, so therefore you can agree.
Never can and never did say
Oh,
that.
so then they weren't descendants from the Quarles name.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about? I
When you
am a
say your
Quarles,
descendants,
and my
exactly, and
family
so
was
that was the
in this
Quarles that
name
the
prior to the slave trade, is what I'm saying. My family's from King William County, Virginia, and Richmond, Virginia.
okay, and the
Okay.
Quarles name
And
came
what are
from
you
what?
talking about? What are you talking about?
The
Got a
Quarles
whole
name came from what?
From enslaving
Exactly.
enslaving
Indians,
the people
Sakina,
that was called
enslaving
that.
Exactly.
Indians that
You
were in
came back to
Virginia. That's
say
where
what
she got the
about
Ain't no
my
Quarles
Indians
from.
family?
named Quarles.
Yes, she's an Indian named
Oh my
Quarles.
God.
They enslaved
Pocahontas was not a
Indians.
Quarles.
There was no
I don't
Africans
know what you're talking
there
about,
in
Sakina, or
Virginia
why you
until
came back up.
1619.
This
There was
shouldn't
no
even be an
No,
Africans in
Deidre,
argument.
shut
Virginia
It
until
it.
don't even
No.
have to be an
1619.
argument.
Stop
Sister
it.
Freedom can go back to the 1500s. So in the 1500s, there was no African in Virginia at the time. So only people in Virginia
I can
were
prove that
actually
different.
Indian, were American
Okay.
Indian. So the
You
Quarrels
seen
came
Luke,
and
he
they
told Coach he
actually
been
enslaved
there.
Indians. And I proved to you that Indians were enslaved. And it's well documented. Even Jane Elliott came up here and said that Indians were enslaved before the Africans.
If
Every
you want to call
historian
them
knows
Indians,
this. Every
I call them
historian
Native
knows this.
Americans.
We only argue this in the consciousness community amongst Black people.
No, that's not what I was saying. I said the Buffalo Soldiers, right? Again, were the slaves, right?
Oh goodness. Okay.
Well, let it be.
I said
Well,
okay.
yeah, they
Okay,
were
because every time I say something
wait.
about Africa or slaves or whatever, it just upsets your stomach.
Who?
You.
What are you talking about, girl? You are making up stuff as you
No,
talk.
because why are you going,
Because I want to say something, but you came back on the panel and interrupted me. That's why I said, let you get done all that you have to say
Well, when did
so
you say
someone
that?
else
Because
can
I
say
didn't hear that.
something.
All I heard was
Well, no,
I
because she
said it
was
several
telling a
times.
story. She hadn't finished telling the story of the one that's
Well,
a
I
Buffalo
wasn't finished
soldier
telling
that
my
she
story
knows
when
is
I got
from
jumped
Virginia.
That's
down.
why I keep saying,
When y'all
You
start
jumped
jumping me
down.
down, that's why
calm
I left.
down.
Because y'all started jumping me down and I couldn't even get in my story when y'all got to telling me about, yes.
You need to re-listen then.
I'm just going to
Okay.
rewatch it. That's what happens
Let's
to me,
ladies
though.
and
That's
let's
okay.
everybody got time. But
All
let
right, go ahead,
actual
y'all.
Sister
Enjoy
Freedom
y'all
Man,
show.
say as
y'all,
far as the
You
Buffalo
enjoy the
always ride
Soldier.
show.
with it.
That's the most that's selfish to say what you got to say
Wait,
and soon
hold
as
on.
somebody
Yeah,
say something.
just
Enjoy
go
your
into it,
show.
Sister Freedom.
I'm
We can
so
talk
sick
about
of
it
that
later.
mess, man. I'm
So,
sick of it.
Sister Freedom, we'll talk about it later. You go into the Buffalo Soldier that's in your family. So the person that it goes back in Virginia, they've been in Virginia in a long time.
What I'm trying to say is when the Buffalo Soldier, they were sent out to attack and kill Indians. When they got where they were going, they realized that it was their own people and they turned back and didn't kill them. That's how they got the name Buffalo Soldiers. And I'm also saying that Europeans put everybody in dark hue and call them African American, because when they see people of color, they say that they're African when they're not African. I'm not saying that we're not descendants of Africa. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is I'm not saying that we all are have is or African, are African. That is what I'm saying. Just because your skin is dark they put you in the same category as Africans. Not saying that you don't have to have African in your family. What I'm saying is everybody is not African just because you are of dark hue. They put you all in the same category. How you gonna see your own people and kill them? That don't make sense. So why didn't they kill him? What was the reason why they didn't kill him? Well, how did they get the name Buffalo Soldiers? Sai, you wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Everybody
he's
is the
wrong.
same
It
category.
is,
But
but
it's
I
okay
think it is a good.
if that's what you wanna say. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. The story's not gonna change.
Hey,
They listen to his
slaves don't
answer.
mean African.
They
Slave
were called that
mean
by Indians
whoever's a
because they were
slave.
and had hair of
It's a bunch
buffalo.
of colors go on slave. It don't mean just African. It was white slaves, Asian slaves. It was
Right.
all type of slaves.
She said I
We
always get
didn't
jumped
jump
in.
you down, Sakina. Sakina, you don't even know when you be jumping into, but we love you, and no one was jumping you down. I think you were just
Sakina
misconstruing what
down?
other
She put
people
down
were saying.
herself.
We understood what you were saying about Africans, but the point that was the disagree was you said that slaves mean that they're African, and the point of it with everybody being mad about in the chat is that it's very unbelievable that someone could be African down the line when you're tracking their family history back and they're here before any Africans
Look
even
at this.
got here.
I'm sorry. Cooking with Billy. Bob Marley was goofy. With that song, especially when Jamaicans got totally destroyed by French Africans. Jamaicans are African, silly. They're Taino Indians. They're also the Arak Indians, and they will tell you themselves that they Africans. So that's why I said when I'm here, I really wish some Jamaicans, I'm gonna start them a channel so they can tell you the truth about themselves instead of you speaking on what you think about them. You don't know what you're talking about.
African is actually on their census over there.
I don't know what
In Orion Nebula, there were white slaves. That's why there's a
absolutely. It's
Homestead
always
Act.
people talking
And
about
if
what
you
they
go and read the Homestead Act, Saya, you would know that there's white slaves. But I guess the fools on the
white slaves,
panel read
Mexican
more than the
slaves,
fools in the
all
chat.
kinds of slaves.
Exactly.
I don't understand.
There was
people.
Chinese slaves too. If you actually go and read into South American history, but I mean that might be too much for y'all to actually read actual history instead of going and cussing in the chat. Orion Nebula, you can cuss all you want. It won't stop.
I don't know what Orion. I'm
But
sitting
it's
here right in
simple.
Jamaica right now. What are you talking about?
Simple. Google work. All you gotta do is take all them ethnic groups and put slave trade behind it.
Saya, you can't send links because you're not a moderator, so none of your links show up in the chat. American Plains Indians who fought against these soldiers referred to black cavalry troops at Buffalo Soldiers. Yeah, because they went against the Native Indian. Indentured servitude is not a qualifier.
They were sent to go against them. They were sent to, but that don't mean that they did it. You look like me. I look like you. What's the how? Why? If you go to somewhere,
No, Saya, your links won't even show up. Your comments of links won't even show up in the chat. We won't see them because you're not a mod, so no one sees any links that you're dropping. Indentured servitude is not a qualifier. That's up to you. Your history is trash. Yet you're listening to us. We're not listening to you.
I just don't understand how you come over
Google and Wiki.
clear as day that they said Christopher Columbus
Google white
over on these
cargo. Read the
lands
book.
and seen the people over here
White
and thought they
cargo. Read
were
it.
the same people of African descent, or even people that lived in India that looked like they were African descent. They all look the same. How can you tell the difference? It's what's being said by European people that came, or Spaniards that came on these lands. How could you tell a difference? But they enslaved the people that was already on the lands. How do you think I ended up with the last name Quarles? Because the England And the Britons, people that came over on these lands, enslaved the people that was on these lands before the Atlantic slave trade.
Hey, dude in the chat to keep typing. Read Carter G. Woodson, Free Negro Owners of Slaves, 1830, and tell me how could all of them be owned as slaves, all of them, and none of them be white.
But they enslaved their own people before they even enslaved the black people that was already on these lands, or people, I'm gonna say people of dark hue that was already on these lands. They enslaved their own people first. And matter of fact, they was treated so bad in their countries, that's why they came over here.
We don't need to thank you. You're still here. Your view has counted. And you'll most likely be back again so you can cuss in the chat and be mad. We enjoy y'all being big mad in the chat.
I hope you go read some of this stuff and take some of this
They
information
not
down and
going
go
to. They
learn
not
from it.
going go. They blocked me to debate behind my back. No one blocked you. You're not blocked, Saya. You could even come back, I think. You were just kicked from the panel just then because you were doing too much. You were cussing. You were doing a lot. So you needed to chill out. I think the only one that's weird is y'all. Y'all be weird. You're staying up till, I don't know if y'all East Coast, it's 5:23 in the morning over some people that you don't even like, importantly. We don't know what the fuck we talking about, but you still listening to us. And we should thank you for listening. It's like, no, we don't need you to listen. We don't need your view. But
This all I want to
you
know.
obviously need some entertainment, so you're welcome.
If that identity, listen though, if that identity he was pushing was real, he wouldn't have to knock on your door like Jehovah's Witness with it.
I'm big made. I am made. Self-made. Your history revisioning is wild. You need me.
How we need you? And I was born before
Who said that?
1988. He pushed
The
African
Orion
Americans. I
Nebula.
was born before
Oh,
1988.
Orion, what's wrong, baby?
Right. Need a hug. I can't tell that's a girl or a guy. But I hope it's a
If his
girl.
name is Oren, it could be girl
The
or boy.
Orion
My sister
Nebula.
name is Oren, so it could be girl or boy. But we don't mind
You better
listening to
chill,
what
Saya. You
say.
better calm down.
I
Read a
mean,
book,
Ain't no
Saya,
cussing.
please.
Calm the fuck down.
Go get Carter G. Woodson, Free Negro Owners of
Right.
Slaves. Get that. Read that book. That's gonna change your mind on everything you thinking.
I don't remember people's grandmother telling them though, you are African. You are African. You know, I just started hearing that, and I'm in my 50s.
No,
I
you
just
I got pop.
absolutely
come
started
up
hearing
here
that.
and have a dialogue, Saya, but be
And when you
prepared to
watch movies,
dialogue.
I
Ain't
didn't
I
no,
see
came
her.
stop
home
talking
talking about
shit.
I was
Ain't
African. It
no,
got
hold on,
pop.
y'all, because I'm about to let him up. Ain't no stop talking shit and just learn. Ain't no shut the fuck up and just learn. None of that. You are not qualified to teach us. We're all at the same level here. So we're having a dialogue, and that's what we expect, a respectful dialogue. Okay. You're not the only bougie white person stuff. You know, I can have tea and biscuits too, and I know biscuits are cookies. So chill out. Okay. Peace, Saya.
That has gravy with
Peace.
my biscuits. I'm from the South.
Peace, peace, peace. And
Those
so
are actual, but those are Southern biscuits. I'm talking about the English biscuits and tea. Those are cookies. Go ahead, Saya. That's what's the swag Saya beyond. He needs
See,
tea
as soon as I
coming up.
got back on, it's still those kind of things. But I understand. It's just
There's
the
nothing
insults you
wrong
had.
with
I
liking
said
tea, Saya. Oh
I
my God,
understand. No, I really do. I
my
really do. I
African
like the
husband
environment.
loves tea.
I know. I love the
I
environment.
had
I
some
come here.
tea a couple minutes ago.
Yeah,
I
I
love
come. I know when I come in, I expect that. That's but it's all right. It's all right. But let's
Hey,
talk
stop
about it.
acting like
Let's
that.
talk
Don't
about it
do
though.
that.
What we was talking about? Buffalo
Okay,
soldiers.
well let's talk about this. Let me say something without being rudely interrupted. And I'm not saying you're the one that's rudely interrupting me. I'm just saying everybody has the right to have a point to what they feel and believe. But I know I'm a whole Quarles. I know what I'm talking about. Okay. My family was on these lands prior to the Atlantic slave trade. Okay. When the Quarles family came over, they invaded our tribes. That's how we ended up getting the last name Quarles. Okay, and if you've ever heard of Benjamin Quarles, which is also a family member of mine, Langston Hughes, also a family of mine. I can come up to date on some of my family members, the Braxtons, Billy Porter, and more with the last name Quarles. And my family kept a history. Okay, you can go on Google and pull it up.
They take any Indian names?
Yes, the Pamunkey Indians. I
What,
always pronounce that a little bit.
which Indian name? Which Indian name they take?
I just gave you a tribal name.
Which one?
Oh my, I'm not gonna repeat it. I'm just
I'm
not
sorry.
gonna.
Those names you said, okay, all those names you said are Indian names?
No, what I said was my family was already on these lands. The Pamunkey Indians. We even have Cherokee in my family. You can look it up right now. Just put QUARLESN, okay, and it will take you all the way back to the 1500s, early 1600s.
That's weird because you know the problem with that is the U.S. Census only go back to 1790.
I'm gonna say it one more again.
Oh, you're not using the
My
census.
family was
What are you
already
using?
on these lands
What are you
prior.
using? What are you using as a
Baby,
when you go back and
baby,
you're not using the census?
baby.
Hold on, Saya. This is what you keep
You are
doing. With what we
telling
gotta
me,
say about the respect factor. Remember, it ain't your show. We will make sure you are respected when it's your time to talk. Right now, it is not. Okay, go ahead, Sister Freedom.
okay, I don't have to prove, first of all, my family to you because it's my family. Okay.
All right.
What I'm saying to you, they were already on these lands prior to the slave trade. I mean, to the Atlantic slave trade. What I'm trying to say to you, sure, we all can have African in our family because we mixed in with them, but that does not mean that they weren't here prior to the slave trade. We know that when so-called, what's the name, Christopher Columbus came over on these lands, there were already people of dark hue on these lands. What is wrong with that? Especially if y'all saying that people were all the dark hue people was all over the world. What is the problem?
Okay.
What is the problem? I'm trying to figure out
Sister
what the big
Freedom is
deal
done.
is.
It's gonna go to Keely.
I don't understand that.
Is that a question?
How do you think that they would have got the
No,
last?
not to you. It's rhetorical.
How do you think they would have got the last name? They didn't just come up with it. My family goes so far back that they got a crest. And I have to admit, yes, there's a lot of European in my family line. Not that I want to accept that, it just is that way. You know, I'm just saying, what is the problem with that? No one's saying that we're not, we don't have African descent. I'm not saying that at all. Not at all. What I'm saying, what the fact was, it was dark people on these lands prior to the slave trade. And I'm only calling them blackets so we can be on the same level of thinking. I don't see what I don't see what the problem is. Everybody on this panel, parents have spoken to them about Cherokee Indians and different forms of tribal names. I don't understand what the problem is. Why do they have to be lying about something? Now, that's just it. You can say whatever you want to say past that.
What? Okay, so now Akili, thank you so much for your patience. What's up?
What's up? Man, I love it. I love it. Peace to everyone, first of all. I just got one question, right? And mainly to the those that prescribe to being American Indians, right? And my question is this, especially those that claim they had no slaves in their family, right? My question is, which one of your family members right?
Make sure you
That
say,
was
you know, I never said that, Akil. Make
no,
sure
no,
you
no, no. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. Anyone that claims to be American Indian or Aboriginal, right? Which one of
anybody
your
what?
ancestors? Anyone that claims to be American Indian or Aboriginal to the Americas.
I'm saying that my family was, but I
No,
didn't say
no,
we
I'm
were
not. Right,
slaves.
right. But I'm not speaking to you particularly. I'm speaking to anyone. So if you want to answer it, that's cool as well. But I'm speaking to like anyone, right? And my
Yeah, he's
question
not
is, right?
saying you said you don't have family that's
Yeah,
slaves. He's asking anyone in the American Indian paradigm, especially those that say they do not have slaves in the family. I don't think Sachi said. I think Sachi has
right,
said that there's no slaves in his family, but he's
right,
Aboriginal. Okay, go
right.
ahead.
Okay, right. My question is, right? Which one can show or prove an ancestor of theirs that spoke or especially wrote prior 1865 that they were Indian or Aboriginal to the Americas? Because that's the question I never got answered.
Nice,
If
nice
you
one.
if you never had if none of your ancestors were slaves and they were free and they were out here doing anything, most likely educated, where is their writing proclaiming to be Indians or Aboriginal to the Americas in your family?
It's a
But you will have
backbreaker.
to ask that same
So
question about African
Sachi,
though.
That's a
yeah,
backbreaker.
go ahead and
You will have
you
to ask that
answer
same
first since
question
you
about
don't have
African. There's no documentation saying they're African. The census don't
No,
say they're African.
no,
None of the
I'm not fighting.
American people say they're African. None of the stuff
Hold
papers they
on, he gets to
newspaper
answer
clippings
however he
they
answers.
sell, they stuff they wrote. None of it say they African either. The only people that say we African is the school system and other people, not our family. Do y'all not get that?
Okay,
Right.
Bellagio, are you there? Or we'll go to Sister Freedom if not.
Okay, it says here, no one knows for certain why, but the soldiers of the all black 9th and 10th Cavalry regiments were dubbed Buffalo soldiers by the Native American Indians they encountered. Encountered mean came to, met up with.
You can encounter a murderer, and he can kill you.
What?
That's not the point. Go, keep going. Sorry, I'm muting
Anyone
him.
you can encounter. It could be
Hold
good or
on,
bad.
hold on. It's not. Hold on. You're the one that I keep gotta tell you. It's
I'm gonna
not
do
your
this one more
turn.
time.
It's not your
On
turn,
theory
Saya. You'll
claims,
be called
Encounter
when
only
it's your turn.
means
Oh,
So
my
let
fault.
me,
When
Sister
is my turn?
Freedom.
Saya,
It's Sister Freedom's
Saya, let
turn.
me finish this, please. On theory claims, the nickname arose because the soldiers' dark curly hair resembled the fur of the buffalo. Another assumption is the soldiers fought so valiantly and fearlessly that the Indians revered them as they did as the mighty buffalo. Now, listen, this is what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is you don't bark. I don't come to your town where you at, Saya. I'm just using it as an example. See you, and me and you have some form of resemblance. Knowing the enemy don't look like us, and I kill you. The enemy is not ours. I bark up on you, and you mine. Why should I kill you? If he killed them, they wouldn't have been able to name them that. Why would they name them that if they killed them? They couldn't if they did, right?
Okay, and
They
then
didn't kill every single one of them.
don't forget Achilles' question. Achilles' question was: is there any written documents or
Wait a minute.
anything prior to slavery that says that your family is Indian? Especially, you should talk about the Pocahontas lineage.
It's
Oh,
all type of
hold
census
on a
records
second.
and
Let me
stuff
go
that say
back.
that though.
My question.
Okay, she's gonna be right back. Your question was as far as lineage wise, before the 1865, anyone that
Right,
has any kind of primary sources or written
right.
document showing that they're Indian. I got your question.
No, no,
But
no, 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 no.
are you
Be more specific, like in your own families, because since we do big on genealogy, right? In your own family, did
yeah, this
any
is
of
about
them,
people's own
right,
families. We're talking about
right,
genealogy showing this.
right,
Yeah.
right. Okay,
But
if you can
that's kind of
show,
Bellagio, are you there?
hey though, that's kind of an asinine question when we saying our grandmamas told us.
I'm talking.
He's saying prior
1865.
to slavery, though, or prior to slavery ending, because slavery would be 1619, according to your narrative. But we can do prior to slavery ending. Yeah, and I was gonna. Okay, yes, Sister Freedom, you got it.
Ridiculous.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean, or Orion. If
Question asinine though.
I don't
Yo.
have a real last name, I don't have people in my family. I don't understand. What's the big deal? I don't understand what the big deal is it to our people that we couldn't be related to people was already on these lands and be related to people from Africa. What is the
Right,
problem?
sister. Right, Sister Freedom. Can I answer you real quick if I may? Right. The problem, right, is that we not saying that there's not been mixture between the people, right? What we talking about or what we fighting against, right, are those that of more of a pan-African point of view, right? We fighting against those the extreme point of views that talks about the transatlantic slave trade never taking place, that talks about every single black
Oh, I'm gonna
Americans
fight
being
against that too. I'll fight
no
against
right.
that too
Yeah,
because
that's
I know
cool.
that it took place. It
Right,
definitely took
I heard
place.
right, but your voice, unfortunately, in this Indian paradigm is not the loudest. Those with the loudest voice in the Indian American Aboriginal paradigm, right? They claim the transatlantic slave trade never took
Why
place
you
or was
worried
in
about our
reverse.
paradigm
They
though?
they
Well, hold on, hold on,
claim
hold
Yours
on.
they
Why
really
does our
they
paradigm and what
claim
we talking about in our paradigm even bother you? Why does it even
because it's a
affect you if it ain't
because
got
it's a
nothing to do with you?
because it's a lie. It's a lie.
No.
Well, it's
You
not
can't.
necessarily a
It's a
lie
lie
because
because
Keely, you're
You
not really
can't.
telling the truth. They don't really say
You
the
don't know what the
transatlantic
truth.
slave trade never happened. There
And
are
why? And
aboriginals
why
that
is
say it,
something
but
about
for
our
most,
lineage so much of an issue to everybody else outside of our lineage? We talking about our lineage, not yours. So why does it matter to
no.
you?
Hold
well,
on.
but,
Let me
but
finish. Let me.
hold
Why
on,
does
Sachi.
why
Let me
does
say
why does
something. Let me say something real quick. Sorry, y'all. But because it's not really true that this whole narrative that keeps saying that people are saying the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen, even saying that it happened in reverse is saying it happened. So no one's saying it didn't happen. People are saying it didn't happen like it was told to you, and that's where Pan Africans are having a problem with. But the main problem that they're having is that they don't know about these wars. They don't know what was happening in America at the time. They go by their narrative, and then their narrative says one thing, and then they want to contradict it, like Orion in the chat right now. Your narrative that you accept says the first Africans that came to North America were from Angola, and they came 1619 from Virginia. It was 20 to 30 African slaves, and those are the first slaves to step foot in North America, according to the history, period. So that's not history that I've told. That's history that are in the history books. You can't deny it. So now, when they're finding that there are slavery happened before, and historians are saying it's Indians, people that are in this paradigm want to say, no, they're African slaves from 1500s. No, that's not what your narrative says. So the whole point of Keeley is people can give you what you're asking for, but it's never in reverse. African and Pan Africans can never show any of those things that they're questioning either. They can't show in their genealogy someone showing that they're from Africa.
And let me
No
say
one
this too.
here is
When
showing it. No one here is showing it. No one in North America is showing that they have any family member that is coming from Africa. Go ahead, Akili.
let me say this real quick. The Honorable John Mercer Langston, Virginia. Wait a minute, let me 1890 to 1891. John Mercer Langston was the son of Ralph Quarles, a Revolutionary War captain and wealthy landowner, and Lucy Jane Langston, former slave of Ralph Quarles, whom he proved emancipation papers of early. Wait a minute, but I don't want to move loose. Jane Langston was of Indian origin and had close blood relations to Indian tribe of who? Pocahontas. Do I need to read it and say it again?
Mic drop. Mic
Thanks.
drop. But guess what? They're going to say now all of a sudden it's not reliable. Now
And
all of
that's
a sudden that
because
precious Google that
that's
they've been going
because
to all night
the
because it backs
plantations of
up what you
Captain,
saying.
the
Now that's
plantations that mean
you
owned,
can't go by that
that
source.
mean owned, okay? Don't tell me that the Europeans that came over on the lands didn't mix up with my family that was already on these lands, okay? Now this is prior, okay? Because I have, if I go into my information pertaining to my family, Pocahontas' name square up right there. I said where my family was from.
Hey,
But
I don't
we're
even
not we're not pushing back against
Sister
admixture.
Freedom.
We're not pushing back against that.
The reason why I said that is because when somebody mentioned Pocahontas, okay, because you know what, my family is so into my family. My family is really, really into where they do research pertaining to my family because of all of the mixture, because of the rape that took place with my great-great-grandmother. We try to find our family. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to say what didn't happen or anything. I believe that we're a mixture of Africa and the people that was on these lands. But can't nobody tell me about my own people, my own family.
We're
And
not
I don't
trying
even
to
see
do
what
that.
the problem is.
Yeah, but we're
And
not,
it's
we're not trying to
Okay,
do that.
so but
it's okay that I might have 2%, 1%, 50 little quarter of a percent. You still can't tell me about my own family and my bloodline. And they
Right.
did
Can I?
mention it for Oriana, or I wouldn't be saying that.
no,
And
there
that's okay
Orion
if
is
I got
just too much.
2% or
They just doing
1%.
too much. Don't worry about them. I'm
He's
blocking
not
them.
getting a chance to
But
speak. Let him speak.
But no, I'm asking Akili a question. I was saying I blocked Orion. So Akili, the
Right.
question is, can you answer that same question you asked the American Indians using genealogy only, proving that you have an African slave in your line?
Right. That's a great question, and that's one, right. Unfortunately, even the brother that's in the panel right now, brother Saya, right, he has to do more research on his genealogy first of all before even being able to have this type of discussion with those that know the genealogy and doing that research. That's very important. Like, DNA test is great, but without a genealogy, right, it's not going to take you nowhere because you need to be able to trace and see who was who
I
in your
did tell you I
family and
traced
what.
mine, right? I did tell you I traced it back. You heard that part?
Right, right.
I traced.
I'm on your side of the street. I'm just saying when I listen to the dialogue, it sounds like you versed in your genealogy compared to others, right? But that's number one. But number two, also, right? When you're talking about, you can tell with my accent, right? I'm not from America or nothing like that, right? So I'm looking from outside. I just know what I know and know in history and read primary sources and so on and so forth, right? And just touch this point. We
You
not
breaking up
taught
bad, man.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, sorry, it's breaking up. Mute and unmute again and then try.
Is that better?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Hey, brother
Right,
from
right.
the other land, I need you to understand that that's not our
Right,
history.
right,
That's
right.
history being told
Can I just
about us.
finish my point, please? Can I just finish my point, right? And you can say what you need to say, right?
Now I
So
was trying to give you some proof though.
my
Like,
point is this, right?
Akil, is that you speaking, baby? I'm just making sure that you speaking, right? Where you
No,
from?
He's in
Where
UK.
I'm in the UK. I'm in the UK right now.
Oh, I love your accent.
I'm not from there, but I'm in the UK right now.
This says Quarles family tree. I don't know who was up. William Quarles, descended from William Quarles, Lord of Barony Quarles, who came in the 1420. Boom. Again.
From where? From where?
Scotland, England, Britain. I know my family started off
That's
European. I know. But I said that already.
but
I know.
Can you do the Indian? You can do the Indian like that?
They had color back then though.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
European.
How do you think we got the last name? Was the enslavement once they came over here? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and she already approved that they enslaved some Indians. That's how
When they
Langston
came
Hughes are
over
in her
here,
family, and
y'all are
who
calling them
had a
Indians.
descendant of
So
an
the
Indian
Indians kept the
slave.
name. Why would they keep the name? What they
They
didn't say
enslaved
enslaved.
them.
No,
They
but they
were
came. How long
owned
were the
by
Indians
them.
enslaved? Indians
Yeah, a
Yes,
weren't
lot of
enslaved
us
long.
Indians have these
obviously we
names.
got last
Where did
name.
Indians get their freedom from
And
slavery?
because mainly why they kept name or
I can't
kept
believe y'all
names.
still up.
I know,
I don't
Nisha. You
understand.
know, it's always how it is. And
And what
for
year do you think
me,
Indians got
once
their
I'm
name, their
up
freedom?
this late, hold on, Saya. You asked the question, Saya. Don't do it.
I
Dialogue.
never get a chance to talk either. I'm
You
still waiting for
know,
my chance.
because you asked the question. You asked the question. Hold on. Nisha, I know. It's already almost 5 though. So by this time, I'm gonna have to be up in a little bit anyway. So I just be staying up. Either way, I have to stay up. But so yes, Sister Freedom never said as far as that there wasn't a slave or anything. She always said that it was the European that came and enslaved her people. That's where the quarrels came from. She
That's
said
what
as
I said
far
from the
as the
beginning.
Langston Hughes connection, other family members in her lineage, they were already in America when the quarrels came and
Yeah,
enslaved
that's
them.
all I'm
And it's
saying. What is
well
the big deal?
documented that they were Indians and in the line of Pocahontas, which is documented. Even she can Google it and
So
find
the
it,
quarrels
which is all wait, hold up. See, again, you can Google it and find it, which you guys are Google scholars. So how are you going to go against your best source, your favorite source? Google will give you the information about her family and tell you that her family members are Indians and they were enslaved by the Quirrells.
And let me say this also to you. I don't know what the big deal is. You know that we got the last names from the slave masters. I mean, I don't even know. We even some of us married into the families and stuff. I don't
I was going to
understand
say
what
that, so
the
I'm
deal
sleeping.
is. I don't know what it is. It's not denouncing our African side because the
Yeah.
Africans came over and had sex with the people that was already on these lands. I don't see what the big deal is as to why you can't be both. Why are you denouncing people? What is the problem with that?
we would
What do
say
you
if we get a
have?
chance to answer.
Is what do you have
Can I?
against the native people that was on these lands, and why do you feel like the people on these lands don't have the right to love and take care and take up for their bloodlines as well? You can still be African descent. I don't get it. I don't get why is it that we want to
Can, I,
be African
can we
so
answer?
bad that we denounce parts of our
You have to
bloodline?
wait.
I know this is the same question over and over all night.
I try to answer the question, to be honest with you.
No, Akil, I know what you're saying is when the people say that there was never a slave trade or there was never any Africans. I understand. I'm with you on that, Achille. Just
Right.
to let
Okay.
you,
Okay.
I'm with
Okay.
you 1,000,000,000% on that. Yes, it was an African slave trade, and also the people that was on these lands were enslaved. I don't see what the problem is. Why can't we love each other? I don't see what the problem is. We know we were all enslaved. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Can I answer?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So what I think is one of the main issues that people have is that through colonization, it what they do is make people reject who they are, their culture, and everything. This is we know for a fact. So as black people, when we see other black people do that, the first thing you're going to feel like, oh, this is a person with a colonized mind who rejects their blackness and their Africanness. And a lot of times you'll hear that. So when you speaking to people that are Aboriginal, Indian, anything, they a lot of times, and not just them, Moors, Hebrews, and all that, they'll reject anything associated with black or African. This is evidence of self-hate. We as self-loving Africans, we see that and try to reach out. We want to reach to people and say, hey, you don't need to feel that way. What you're feeling is wrong. Why you're searching to be these other people and these other cultures to avoid the trauma of in association with slavery, to be associated with people who are looked down upon across the world, we're trying to build them up. Even though it seems like a battle and we're going at them, it's really just to say, no, you don't need to feel this way. You don't need to feel like you got to gravitate to these other things. Were there black people in America. Let me clear this because I know I've been arguing all night and it sounds like I'm totally against that. Not something I'm against. I always believe that black people have been all around the world. Definitely 100%. But I don't think all of America was just black by the time of the colonization through Europeans. I think that's at that point, I don't think it was a high population of black people in America. Do I think
Well,
there were people
you
black
don't think
in
don't
North?
mean it
Wait,
ain't.
hold on,
Right,
Sister
right, right.
Freedom.
Let
Let
me
him
just say
finish.
my
Let him
thing,
finish.
regardless if it stink or whatever. You know what I mean? So I'm in along lines with y'all. I've been promoting shit like this for many years, but I think it got out of hand, and I don't like the way it's going because a lot of people who are uninformed and just have a feel with self hate, they're doing that, and we're at a point in history. In time that we need to unite as a people. It's a big changing event going on. We want to be together. We want to think as one, and we want to take on this challenge that we have ahead of us. So that's one of the reasons I feel like I need to fight against those who claim that. Even though, as I said, I have a lot of argument for y'all. You know what I mean? But just the way a lot of people who embrace that ideology or embrace that idea that they are Native American, a lot of them are doing it for self-hating reasons, and those are the ones I have problems with. If it's not behind self-hate and you have that connection, which is a strong possibility for many different reasons. I mean, black people escaping from slavery, whether it was African or not, marrying
30
into Native
seconds.
Americans. Yep, they can marry into Native Americans. Many different things. And world travel is evident. We've done it for many years. You've seen it all over the planet, different continents. You see us there. So of course that's believable. But it's a self-hate issue. I think most of us have a problem with, and that, to answer your question, is why we kind of combat it.
Okay, can I
Okay,
say
hold on. I
something?
think
Can
we
we get
should answer
another?
this question. Hold on, y'all. I think we should answer this question. I'll say first, how do we know who were the Africans and who are the natives? I think the main point is by searching through your family. All this narrative of, oh, you're searching, you're trying to make it do something you're not, self-hate, all this other bullshit. It all goes down the drain when you are going through your genealogy and seeing your family and seeing where your family is in history. No one can say anything to you once it's that. But when it's everything else but that, then of course people can come at you because you have a doctrine. You're going to Google, you're going to Wikipedia. You're like, oh, these things that can't tell you who you are going to tell you who you are. Even if you think you're African, that's a disrespect to your family because I never understood it. African culture says that you care about your ancestors. You know your ancestors' name. You pour out libations and say their name. So to not even care about what your great great grandma's name is makes no sense to me, whether you say you're African or Indian. You know who you are by searching your genealogy. Okay, Sister Freedom.
Thank you kindly. And I agree with a lot of things that you said, just to let you know that, Saya. What I'm trying to say is, I don't know if everybody knows on the panel, I'm almost 60 years old. My grandfather passed away. He was in his 90s. His brother just passed away. He was in his 90s, which means they was born in the early parts of the 1900s. Okay. Which means my great grandfather was in the 1800s. That's only two away from me. Okay. Just two generations. Just two. We're now in the 1800s. Okay. He had his own parents. He had his own parents, and he has his own parents. That's only 5-6 generations from me. You mean to tell me that my great family don't know this? See, y'all young. So I don't know how far back you
No,
can
I'm
take
about
it.
your age. I'm close to your age.
Okay. I don't know everybody's age. You understand what I'm saying? All I know is you can't, when somebody just said, how can you tell the Africans from the Indians? If you were of dark hue, it may be kind of hard to tell the difference, especially when we don't know how the world how people got where they were at. And just keep in mind, Africa only got its name in the 1700s. So no, they did not call themselves African in the 1700s. The early 1700s, I think it was 1719, the name started spreading around Africa. How can tribal people call themselves African when the name wasn't even there? We're sitting up here fighting about something that wasn't even there. They didn't have the name Africa. So why would they be calling themselves African if Africa didn't exist? The word didn't exist. I'm not saying the continent wasn't there. What I'm saying is they didn't call it Africa. So
We
the
call
people,
it that now.
wait a minute. What you say? That might have went through me. Go ahead.
We call it Africa now. So that's what we
Right.
unite under.
Yes, but the people didn't call it Africa then. So why would they be calling themselves African if the word didn't even exist?
Because that's what it's known as now to the world.
Why would they be calling the people who lived at that time could
I
not
got a question for the panel when y'all get through.
wait a minute. You're not hearing me.
It's like
You're not
every
hearing me.
continent where everyone's from. That's what people call
Listen, you're
themselves.
not hearing me. I'm saying the people that were on these lands or even those lands didn't call themselves African because it wasn't called Africa. Do you
And Indians
understand?
didn't call themselves Indian.
Oh my goodness. I'm not even saying they called themselves Indian. I said the people that was on these lands during that time could not call themselves African because the name did not exist. They only
Okay,
could call themselves of the tribal names. And even the people that was on the African continent couldn't call themselves African because the name did not exist. Do you get where I'm coming from now? We are
The
calling
name did
ourselves
exist.
of African descent now because we're using that name. But you can't expect a people to call themselves African when the name did not exist. The name wasn't there.
The name,
So how you gonna
the
call
name
a
was there,
person
sis.
that's, oh my
The,
God.
the, the
I,
name was there,
I
sis.
want to
But
ask them a
no,
question
just
though.
Well, she was
Hold
she was
on,
saying at
cause
a
they
certain
making this like
time, and no, it
they making this
wasn't.
like
If you look back as far as on maps, you can see the first map when Africa came up, and in the first map where Africa comes up, it's a small portion of Africa. It's not the whole continent as
not
it's
the
right,
known
whole.
right,
today.
right,
So there is not an
right.
old map that says that the whole continent was Africa. So her whole point, primary source is not going to say Africa. So all these people saying my great 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 grandmother is African. Oh, I was passed down African. All this other stuff. It doesn't make sense. Most people, when they have a culture, they pass down their culture. The Mandinka don't pass down Mali. They pass down their Mandinka tribe and their cultural
what
practices.
if they're from an empire?
Only
What if they're from an empire?
I'm talking, and I'm not gonna let anybody overtalk me. Sister Freedom, be nice, but I don't give a fuck. I'm not nice. So, um, so they're not gonna pass down uh country lines that didn't exist. They're not going to pass down country names that didn't exist. They're not going to pass down continent names that didn't exist. If you're talking to your family members and things are passed down, they're going to give you authentic names, authentic tribal things, authentic culture. So what she's saying is not that Africa is a real thing in 2023. She's saying, how is it that people are saying Africa was passed down to them as information when Africa didn't exist at the time?
What about the original names? And some Afro-Asiatic. I'm not disrespecting nobody or a tribe. I'm trying to make a point. I'm not disrespecting my descendants of what we call Africa now, but we didn't skip past Akibulan.
Can we
We
give an
didn't
answer?
skip past Asia. We didn't skip past Ethiopia. All the names that it was prior to it even being called Africa. We are skipping past all of that and just saying Africa, and it's not fair to your family line. It's not fair to even your African, if that's what you want to call family line. It's not fair because if you do that, then you erase parts of your bloodline. You erasing who you are just to make an African point. It's not fair to the greatness that was before you that had tribal names. That's what I'm saying. When they do the DNA, they take you to Africa, and when they take you to Africa, they give you different names in that bloodline. But you still are not going to find out who you are just because they gave you these particular names, because names have changed. It's not fair. It's just not fair to your heritage that could have been on these lands. It's not fair to your heritage that came from what you call in Africa now.
So
It's just not
what
fair.
should we unite under as a people? What should we unite under if not African?
Okay, you are from where? You're from America, right? You have American culture. Am I to say that? And that's not erasing your African or your tribal heritage that could actually have come from these lands, right? You are an American with American culture, with American language, American dance, American song. Everything about you is American.
Like a person that was
It's
kidnapped and
African.
raised by his kidnapper. You say embrace it. You say
Okay,
the kid
so
that's kidnapped and
you
raised and got
don't know
all
a
that
person.
from his
That's who you
kidnapper.
are.
He got all the culture of his
Hey,
kidnappers. You saying
I
embrace
want
that?
to ask you a question.
Is
I'm
that what
just
you
Is
said?
y'all
saying,
Is
baby,
that
y'all
what you
y'all
just
let me
told
reporting
me?
finish,
these
Is that
Sachi,
Africans?
what
then
you
I'm
just
gonna give
said?
it to you,
You said if
Sachi.
you
No,
can,
If you
that's
got a
not what she
glass of
just
coffee,
said. So go ahead and
That's
jump in
not
and
what
let
I'm saying,
Sachi.
Sachi.
I
I'm
want to know if you
trying.
got a glass of coffee and you put some sugar in it, do it turn into a glass of sugar.
Well, I
It's
with me,
Saya that's
Sachi, yeah,
talking,
because I
and
put women. You
keep
need to
unmuting yourself, Saya, and you'll be
Sachi,
kicked next. It's not
Sachi,
your turn, and you keep cutting people off. And
yo,
that's
it's
why
never
I'm
my
not
turn.
blocking you, but you keep cutting people off.
You keep
I
never
don't
giving me
mind
a
that.
chance to
You
talk.
yes,
Look,
you do.
I don't
You
mind them
wasn't
look,
you
talking.
you're not
literally. It
letting me
wasn't
talk.
your turn. You asked questions to Sister Freedom. She obliged you. That's why I said she's nicer than me, because I would tell you to shut the fuck up while I'm talking. She doesn't do that because she's nicer than me. But you're
I
still
am
cutting
nice.
her off when she's talking. When you talk on long ass rants and you say everyone else does it, we've given you longer than 2 minutes all night. It is 5:03 in the morning for me, and I don't give a fuck if you're not on this panel to talk. If you want to talk, you're going to be muted up. You're going to wait for Sister Freedom to be done, and then you're going to talk.
That's why this nigga's dead.
Okay, Saya. I'm trying to hear what it was that Sachi said, just so we can make sure I heard him. I don't want to
I
not
said,
hear what he said.
I
But
said if you got a glass of coffee, because you already showed it with people
but
already
wait a
here.
minute, Sachi, for me, I'm saying do it the other way around. I got a cup of sugar and I put my coffee inside of it.
Nah, what I'm saying is if you got a
Too much
couple, you
sugar in my
already showed it with people here. So that's the cup of coffee. If you put sugar in the coffee, do it turn into a cup of sugar?
It turns into a cup of coffee with sugar in it.
That's what
So
I'm saying. But they want your coffee to turn into sugar because you put coffee in it. It was already people here. You don't turn into an African. You mixed in with the people that was here.
Yeah,
After
that's
so
what I'm
many
saying.
generations,
I don't
your
know
African
what the
blood really
problem is
gone.
with that. I don't, Sachi, for the life of me, I don't get that. I don't see what the problem is. I don't see why we, and if the argument is that everybody came from Africa, if that is the argument, Saya, I don't know, because I have my argument with that. Me and Dulcinea gets cussed out for that. You know what I'm saying? At this point, I really don't care, because it wasn't called, the people weren't called African. So I don't know what this big deal is, why people are acting like, what I'm saying, that even if that was the case, that millions of years ago, people came from what we call Africa. Now, when do you establish your own self? Even though that's impossible to me, that everybody could have came from Africa. It's just totally crazy thinking to me, but that's my own thought about it. I'm just saying, we are arguing about stuff that, I really mentally be sitting back trying to figure out, what is this argument about?
Hey, if we put the same blood quantum that the Indians got on the Africans, would none of them cut the mustard? That's
At
all I'm
all.
saying.
And I'm
So
trying
hold
to
on,
tell
you
you,
guys.
none of
We're
them.
gonna let Saya come in. Saya, I'm gonna even do 3 minutes for you, and everybody mute up while Saya's talking. Let Saya get what he has to say.
All right, thank you. I ain't really got nothing for that, but you know, I understand the rejection of Africa, but as I said,
Still saying
most of that comes from just anti-African sentiment, which
It's
everyone in
not a
this country
rejection of
is raised
Africa.
with.
It's
nobody.
not
Everyone's
just
kind
of
of
the
given.
truth.
It's an
Please,
Stop
indoctrination.
saying we
please,
reject
y'all, let
stuff.
him
Yeah.
just
Stop
go ahead
projecting
and
stuff
go
on
and
us
Let him
like
finish.
it's
just say it,
bad, bro.
Sachi. Let him say it,
You
Sachi.
see, I told you when I
Sachi,
talk,
let
I
him
tell you
say
what
it.
goes down. Not a
Because
Yeah,
you
I
keep
muted it.
saying
I muted it,
nonsense.
Saya. So yeah, y'all, please don't come unmuted. Please let him talk. Please,
But
please.
but but make sure,
I really
Dulcie,
appreciate
when you
that.
say that, you have to say, baby, I gotta say, Dulcie, when you say that, you gotta tell him to not Keep letting that fall off the tip of his tongue. No self-hate here. Nobody is rejecting Africa. Nobody said that. He just said they mixed in. So when you say that behind somebody who said that we mixed in together, that is it's wrong. It's a
Let me know
lie.
when it's my turn.
Well,
It is
he
your
has a
turn.
lot of stuff that he's wrong about, but if we don't let him get it out, he just gonna complain and say that we never gonna let him get it out. So just let him get it out, and then we can tell him why he's wrong afterwards. Go ahead, Saya.
All right. Thank you very much. I know this is tough for you because you're really busy tonight. But okay. I don't know why we just don't. Let's take a look at some of the pictures from the 1800s of the Indians. There's plenty of them online. They got them way back, black and white, way back, all over the country, dated and everything. You should go check out some of them and let's see how much those Indians look like us. That would be fun. And since we can do that on this show, we should do that. But got a strong feeling that's something no one on here is gonna want to do. Maybe one brother, but
I'm gonna put up primary documents. We can go person for
I
person.
can't
What you
get my
want to
whole
do? I'm gonna put
conversation
up
out, but
songs. I'm gonna put up
some kind of
music
way,
with people speaking their language and
some kind of way,
everything.
they
What you
just
want
got
to
to
do?
jump
The
in when I'm
man that
talking
created
because there's
blues
no
was
way.
an Indian
It's
man.
impossible.
Hold
It's almost like
on,
it's
hold
magic.
on, Sachi.
It's like magic when I talk. That's called cognitive dissonance.
Please let him finish. Go ahead. Keep going.
All right, thanks. Yeah, so that would be one that would be very easy. And then they'd have to explain it because it would be before, the changing of before they were told they're not Indians. That would be one thing to look at. Another thing I wanted to look at, someone was talking about their great grandmother. I mean, I feel you. I knew my great grandparents on both sides, my mother and father's side. One of them born 1896. That was my great grandfather, who was a Buffalo Soldier, not the one I talked about earlier, Charles Hamilton, but another one on my mother's side. And I knew his wife, which is my great grandmother, who was born in 1898. And on my father's side, I knew my great grandmother, who was born in the 1800s. And again, none of them claim to be Indians. I know we all have different situations, but just to say, because some of y'all say that, or some people say that, oh, everyone had that. That's not my experience. Definitely not at all. Not close to it. For as Indians, again, things I want to ask, like they don't seem to, all the ones I've seen, all these groups, they don't practice anything like that. Like they don't talk or discuss anything about the culture of these natives. Like they'll be like, oh, I'm from the Buffalo tribe or something. But then you don't hear anything about them, or they just fight about they're not African, but they never like big up the nation that they're from. Not anything about the culture, not anything. They can't even make the association between the culture of the tribe that they claim and
Here he
African
go with all this
Americans.
jibber jabber. Stop
Yeah.
throwing accusations, bro,
This
that you
dude
can't
cannot hold his
prove.
tongue for nothing. There's no way to stop this
Please,
dude.
Saya, let him go.
Man. All right, so that's another one. As I said, so they just like absolutely no
Tell me
connection at
something
all.
about Africa. Stop throwing them accusations, bro. I'm sick of this.
Damn,
Y'all
man, can
Africans
y'all
always
get this
come
dude?
around
He's
and
out
tell
of
us what we
control.
can't do. We can do everything
But
you saying, and
Sachi,
you can't do
just
none.
let him finish
He
though.
gonna
Let
get
him
he
finish
get
because all he's going to say is that
he
you
got his
can't
panties
control
in a
yourself.
bunch.
So let him finish. Let him say
You
whatever
can't
he
tell
got to
us
say, and then
nothing
we can
Something's
about
prove
getting
nothing
him
we
him
a bunch.
talking
wrong. We
about.
can easily
Every question you
prove him
ask, I
wrong.
can answer, boy.
Yeah,
He
there's
told
something
us to look up a picture of an
we wanted to
Indian
see,
in the
not a picture,
1800s, which
not
we
a
can
picture. We want
easily
to look at a
do.
bunch of them.
Is find a picture of an
You
Indian in
not
the 18.
authentic. You don't
No,
know.
I
Sachi,
didn't say.
hold on, because we can disprove him easily. He said,
Yeah,
find a
yeah.
picture of
It says
someone
my turn.
of an American Indian in the 1800s and
Yes,
see
he
what they
said.
look
Now look at
like.
that.
And we
Now
can
if you're,
easily
yeah,
do
yeah.
so. So just
Right.
let
So
him
since it's my
finish.
turn to
Let him
talk,
finish what he's saying.
yeah. Okay, now that was pretty slick and devilish, and what she just tried to do. But y'all pay attention. I ain't say that. That would just make her be able to just go find one particular picture and post it. Now, of course, I wouldn't do something.
Why do light skinned
Try to
people
slide
always
that
talk
in.
like that?
So of course, I would want to look at a bunch of them. Let's pull up a whole thing of pictures of the Native Americans in the 1800s and just look at them so we can kind of get an idea of what they looked at in those
No,
times.
you
We can
couldn't
even
just.
look at them along with Buffalo Soldiers. We can put them side by side and all of that. I mean, we got technology. It's easy to
I
do.
mean, like, do you not
We can't
realize that
stop this dude.
every
There's no way that I can talk without
Please,
losing
every
control.
Sachi,
question you
please,
How
please,
many times
please,
has it been?
because I can't keep his time going. I have to stop his time, and it keeps
I
giving
can't.
him more time. So please. He
He
only
does this
has
on purpose.
45 seconds left, but he has 45 seconds left because you keep interrupting. He would not have 45 seconds left. So please, no one unmute. Let him finish. He's getting some extra time, and no one should unmute while he's talking. Go ahead.
All right, it's very difficult when I keep getting stopped like that, but okay. Anyway, so that's what I'd like to do. Look at those things, you know, what I mean, those pictures. That would be fun, you know, at least 50 or 100 pictures or something. You know, because, you know, you could pull up the pages on Google and you can see a whole bunch at one time. That's why I'm saying so many. You just skip through the pages. And then we can kind of get an idea, you know, as I said, and I'd like to see those with the Buffalo Soldiers, you know. I know some people were up here saying they didn't realize that the Buffalo Soldiers is how America moved west. When America was clearing the Native Americans out all the way west, that was the front line. That was the Buffalo Soldiers. This wasn't their friends. They was coming through and he was pushing them off the land. And they act as a police force, you know, for the United States. That's why in one way, they're heroes, of course. But in another way, when you look at them in history, they're fighting with the U.S. government. And it's not really probably something you want to cheer for, especially if you consider yourself a Native American. And
All
some of
right,
the
time. All right, so Sachi, you can go ahead and respond to what he said now.
I just would like this man to answer for us any one of them freaking questions he keep asking. Cause like, do you not realize how much of an ass you look like up here asking questions that you can't answer? Every question you ask, I can answer for you, but you can't answer none of them about the shit that you claiming. This is the crazy shit that we talking about, bro. Like, and you constantly trying to punch down on us like we have a problem or we have a stigma about something. That's not what it is. We acknowledging the damn truth. You can't put sugar in a fucking glass of coffee and it turn into sugar. It's still a glass of fucking coffee.
Okay, so thank you, Sachi. And we can go to Nisha or Sister Freedom next,
Beautiful.
but I'm just gonna be showing pictures. We're not showing 100 pictures right now. He's ridiculous or whatever, but he's mentioned a crazy ass number, of course, because he
like a
knew that
page,
there
like a
was gonna
Google
be an
page of
excessive
images,
amount of numbers
a Google page.
where you can show. And
I'm
again,
not home.
Messiah, it's
Sorry,
not
sorry.
your turn, and you know I don't let people over talk me. I don't
I'm
know when
saying
you're
though,
gonna
Sister
understand
Freedom
it or
already
not, but I
told him
don't.
keep it
So,
here.
So
anyways, we're gonna go and
This
get
is
this, show these
asinine. He
pictures that
already
he asked
told the
for
man keep
of
it
the
here in America.
1800s, and we'll go in the Buffalo Soldiers as well. He did an extreme amount of number just because he knew that people would be able to do this and show you the different Indians. But we're gonna just see them and then go into the Buffalo Soldiers as well. This is in
I feel like
1838.
This
I
is
feel
tricky. This
like
is sneaky, but go ahead.
I don't this conversation. I mean, it's a good
It's deceitful, but
conversation,
it's sneaky.
but I'm just trying to understand what the big deal is.
Thank you, Nisha.
If you haven't actually sat down and did your genealogy and you could couple it with DNA, not for the percentages of
You're showing Seminoles.
Be quiet.
You're showing Seminoles.
What
not
is wrong
because
with you?
not because of the percentages, but because of your ancestors. Um, then really you don't really have a leg to stand on unless you did the work to see, because everybody's story is different.
Thank you.
Everybody wasn't one thing or another. Because reality, we really don't 100% know. That's why we always keep having these conversations, because we really don't know unless you do the work for yourself. I mean, we could say this, that, and the other. And I was looking at some stories on YouTube where African Americans have actually found African family members. I just pulled it up a little while ago, and it shows that people really have that connection over there. It shows that. As for me, I haven't ran into any
African cousins. So who's to say that my people wasn't always here? If some people have found an African cousin, I haven't. Who's to say that my ancestors wasn't always here? They could have been. We really don't know.
And just to be saying it, what did your DNA? Did your DNA have Native American in it, Nisha?
It had indigenous, yes, ma'am.
Thank
It do.
you. And did you ever see Nisha? She's chocolate with red tones, and she has all the features of an Indian, if that's what the word that y'all want to use. I'm not really, I use native, but just like the native people have the dark tone, you should see Dulcinea, the dark tones that they have. It just is what it is. So that's why they got it mixed up with the African people and the people that were on these lands, because they were of dark hue. They dark, but you can see the red tones in their skin.
What is the
Or it could
percentage
just
of our
been
Indian?
black people,
Yeah, that's why they use the
black
word
people here.
yes.
Who knows
What
where?
about that
Who
percentage? Why are you
knows
skipping that
where
part?
they're actually from? Who really knows?
We're
Like
talking
100%.
hundreds of years later, Saya.
So I mean,
Saya, what's wrong?
this conversation about
It's,
who ain't this and who ain't that
but
is crazy.
it is.
Black
But
people,
then Achilles,
yeah,
she can look like a Igbo woman. Do you know that we did my bloodline for my cousin and it came back? We have Igbo. I showed it one day. Remember I showed it to you, Dulcinea? Or I told you what was on my cousins, and it was straight
Yeah, yeah.
Nigeria. I mean, I'm just saying. So, but that doesn't cancel out the people that was on these lands. And I don't trust the DNA thing like that anyway. But I'm just saying that would make me have Igbo or Yoruba or whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying she's beautiful, we're beautiful, they're beautiful. What's the problem? The main ones arguing about this are the men. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's ridiculous.
And to the Igbo, which is an exonym, they ain't call themselves Igbo, but to the Nigerian fact, they actually talk about this in the DNA testing because their synopsis is that the major ports should show the most DNA likely or like a likeness to African Americans, but the one that African Americans are mostly connected to, according to the DNA, is Nigerian. So they're really trying to even understand that story of how is it that so many DNA tests are coming back Nigerian and not from any of these ports or in these port areas, like or where they say the gold slaves or anything like that. They're not getting the numbers that they expect to get. So they're trying to see what does that tell us about the story as well. But it could be that they don't know what the hell they're talking about with DNA. That's what I think. They don't
What
know
gets
the story.
me, Dulcie, is my
Southwest night.
my own kids, Dulcie.
How do you
I
not
have
know that?
one child that looks just like me, right? And
You've been talking the whole time, huh, Saya?
the whole
The
with the
Igbo are Nigerian. You didn't know that? You really didn't know that?
Igbo is an exonym, which
It
I
is.
said,
It
and
is.
I
They're
said
Nigerian.
let's go for Nigerian people.
They're
I
Nigerian.
said that.
Igbo is in Nigeria. Igbo land.
we know that.
Igbo is an
We know
exonym.
that.
Do you know what an exonym means?
Listen,
Then
lady.
you need to look it up, Saya, because it's an
Listen.
exonym.
You act like they're not Nigerian. There's DNA that says they're not. As
No,
far as African
I
Americans are related
said,
to
I didn't
Nigerian, but they're
say
not
that they're
related.
not Nigerian. I said Igbo is an exonym.
They
So
refer
let's
to
use
themselves as Igbo. They
Nigerian.
refer to themselves as Igbo.
Now they do. They didn't before
Yes,
because it's
Indie
an
Igbo.
exonym.
Yeah,
It's the same thing as
yeah.
Darvis refers
Doesn't
to
matter.
himself as more.
Doesn't
It's
matter.
the same
Just like
thing
most
that
of the
you
Native
don't
American
believe that the
people.
people that
Just like most of the
identify
Native.
themselves as Indian should identify themselves as Indian because you say that it's an exonym that they got from Columbus. So again, Igbo is an exonym. That's what I said. I didn't say anything else, but Igbo is an exonym, which it
Can
is.
you show the picture of my great grandmother and grandfather? Dustin, I just sent it to your phone.
Yes.
And the G is silent.
One
Don't
of them is
pronounce it.
my great grandfather,
I never
Right.
said a G. I said
It's
exonym.
King William
I
County.
said when you pronounce the
And my
damn
great
name.
grandmother.
No, it is an exonym.
I didn't say it was exonym or not. I said the way you pronounce the word.
Richmond.
Yes, that's how you pronounce it.
I
Exonym.
said you don't pronounce Ebo with a G. You don't pronounce the G. There is no G in exonym. So what are you talking about? Do you not hear
Ebo.
what I'm saying?
It's Ebo. What's the problem,
Right.
Sire?
That's
It's
what I
an
was saying. Exactly.
exonym. It
That's
doesn't
what I
matter
was
if you
saying.
say it with
She's
G or
stuck on the
not.
word
It's an
exonym. I told
exonym.
her not to pronounce
It's
Ebo
an
with a G. I said don't pronounce the
exonym.
G. I said don't pronounce the G, and she's stuck on it's an exonym. It's an what
It
that got
is
to
an
do with pronouncing
exonym.
the G and Ebo?
She
What
can
did that
say
got
it
to
that
do with
way
it?
if that's what she want to say it. What's the big deal?
Right. I just
Ebo
said
is
don't
an
pronounce. I'm just trying to
exonym.
educate her. That's what we here for. Trying to help her. You don't want your
There's
people walking
no
around saying
education
looking
from a
stupid when they speak. You
misnomer
know what I
or
mean?
anything like that.
You
You
know what I
can't
mean?
educate
You
me. You
know,
don't know
I'm
where
just trying to
Ghana
help
is
you.
from.
That's all. You know, hey, don't be
You aren't
mad. Don't be
helping because you're
mad. Don't be
miseducated.
mad.
A
Nah,
miseducated
nah.
person can't help
I've
another
been schooling
person.
you all
You're
night. You know what I
miseducated.
mean? And
You
you're
don't
upset.
know that you
Y'all
didn't know
see.
that Evo is
Showing
an
it.
When
exonym.
we traced
You
your
don't
grandmother,
know
we
where
got back to
Ghana comes from.
1915.
You don't know the origin
You
of the
claim to be
word.
Blackfoot, but your
You
great
don't
grandmother
know
from
anything.
Georgia.
You don't know
You didn't
anything as
realize
far
that
as to teach someone.
the
You will
Blackfoot Indian
never
from
be able
Montana,
to teach someone
they
about
from
something
North.
you
They
don't know, Saya. You don't know that what an exonym is. You don't know as far as what they were called before they were Igbo. You don't
You
know where
don't.
Ghana comes
No.
from. You don't know who
you
originated the
claim.
word or what year it was originated from. You don't know any of those
Oh,
things, so you can't help elevate the conversation when it comes to things that you don't know. You're
He
not
from
trying to
Massachusetts.
elevate the conversation. You're
Go
not
holler at the
trying to
Wampanoag
elevate
friends
me
and
with
say they'll get you right.
education. All you're trying to do is over talk or be a debate league or whatever with a woman, which is cool because we saw what you were coming at when Top Cats came in. It was definitely low key weird, but at the end of the
Y'all
day,
see.
I thought you were just obsessed with
Da, da, da,
coming at
da.
me. But
Baby. Can
Asaya,
you
you're
show
not
the
gonna be
picture?
able.
Is it possible for you to show the
Said your
picture?
grandmother was Blackfoot, and you said
Yeah,
she's from Georgia.
I'm sharing it
Blackfoot
to
are from Montana, dum
to
dum.
the
And
computer.
I'm gonna
So
send a
when you
picture
did your
to
Hey,
mommy
genealogy,
too.
how did you do
why
your
do you fight
genealogy
so
all these years
hard
and not
about
know that?
folks' family and who they say they family told
How
them
did
they
you
is? And
not
who,
know
like,
that?
why is it so hard for you to
How could
accept
you
who
get
these
busted?
people is,
You don't know where your
man?
great
Like,
grandma was from? Come
what
on,
does it
man.
burn your soul so much that her granny said she was Blackfoot? Why does it hurt your
And I
feelings
do
so
know
Video
much?
where my
is the
great
black
grandma is
one.
from. You dumb. I have all four of great grandmas.
Yeah. You said she from Georgia, and you said she was
I mean,
Blackfoot,
like,
but you couldn't be Blackfoot from Georgia because the Blackfoot are from Montana.
You
They from
wouldn't
damn near in
if
know.
Canada.
somebody
You
telling you
wouldn't
to say, let's
know.
ask you,
You
what is the
don't
issue
You
know.
fool!
though?
I know,
Listen,
I
Why
you
do
know.
they
don't
Anyone
listen?
that
know.
watches
Who
this
her
could look on a
grandmama
You
map
is?
real
go
quick.
to
You
Wikipedia.
could just Google on a
Wikipedia is
map.
not knowing, Saya. You don't
Yeah,
know
you
that.
can Google on a
You
map to
Oh,
don't
where
know.
the
Yeah,
Blackfoot
you can
Indians
Google and get
reside,
Wikipedia
I
because
and
you're
you
a
just
would
like to
know.
Wikipedia
know.
scholar. You're no
And that's
different
how you would know. I
than
didn't
the
say
other
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia
I just
scholars.
I
would
didn't
like
say
But
to
that
Wikipedia.
know
doesn't mean you
why
know.
You
they
don't got to go to
can't see
Wikipedia
Wikipedia. You
doesn't
can
and
mean
go
you
what the
anywhere
know.
online and
issue
see
is
that.
with it.
Anyone can do it.
And
So
how is
you
her
think everyone's
grandmama
stupid,
being
but no,
Blackfoot,
people will go look.
No, I
Cherokee?
don't think
People are gonna
everybody's
go look.
stupid. I think
People are
I
gonna go
think it's
look.
Exactly.
mainly
They're gonna
just
go
you,
look and they're gonna
Saya.
see.
I don't
Do
think
you think?
everybody's
Listen to
stupid.
this.
It's just really
Do you think
you.
they'll find a Blackfoot tribe in
Why
in
does it
Georgia?
offend you so
So you
bad,
saying
cuz?
people can't move? Are is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
he's
You
dumb.
saying that
Nah. Oh,
people
He's
okay,
dumb
cannot
okay.
as hell.
Yeah,
move?
they
Are you
can, but
He's
serious?
yeah, they
dumb.
can, but she'd have to date back though. That's the
But hold
problem. She did a
on. But hold
genealogy. She would have been able to do that. When she did
no,
it, she
no,
was
no, no, no,
stuck.
no. You got to understand that if even though her grandmother was her great grandmother was born in Georgia, that's born. But you don't know where her great grandmother's mother
People
was
are
born
from.
at.
Does she know?
People move around.
Okay, where
And
did she move?
the Blackfoot,
Disrespectful.
and he's
Okay, where she
wrong.
moved?
She's wrong
Tell
in
the
the
story.
basis of he's saying that
Not you
Blackfoot
not
is
coming up.
from. No, I don't have to tell the story, Saya. It's the same reason you can't tell any story about Ghana Ghana. You don't know who came up with the word Ghana.
When
And
you
you
was
don't know
acting
where
like
your family is
biology and
from.
you
It's the same portion. So no, you can't hold someone to a genealogy standard that you're not holding yourself. You can't go further back to the 1800s than your family, but you expect someone else to come back to the 1600s because you got a DNA test from 23andMe that says you're Mandinka. No, that is not you going back in your genealogy to the 1600s. That's a DNA test that's saying you're Mandinka, even though it's giving you a whole bunch of countries in Africa that don't have
Yeah, and
Mandinka tribes.
23andMe is not even giving the results like that.
It's
Ancestry
not.
DNA is not even giving the results like that, man. It's not giving no tribes. It's not doing that. It's giving you a country and letting you go
How
for
can
what
they
you
test for
know.
culture?
Yeah, and he's
How can
just
they
saying
test
what
for
he
culture?
feels or whatever, so he wants to hold other people to a different standard. But that's why I'm
I
like,
knew
no,
that was a
you're
lie when
dumb.
he said it.
Because first
They
off,
can't test for
Blackfoot does
culture.
not come from Montana. That's you Wikipedia in. Again, you have to understand that states didn't exist when these tribes exist. That's why when you ask what state affiliation does a tribe have, there's not, it doesn't work like that. There's not a different state affiliation for each tribe. It shows you don't really research this history at all. And
And
then secondly, as far as just going into where the Blackfoot would be, or being like, oh well, someone is born, where someone is born is not who they are. That's the whole point of why we're having these problems today with the DNA test.
And
Migrations are
hey,
real. Where you're born does not mean that's where your family has always been.
right.
That just
I
means that's
want to know
where
why
you were
y'all still
born.
Said
recommending these
that.
DNA tests
You would have
when
explained
it's
that.
already
You could
been
have said, "Hey,
proven that
yeah,
the
my
what's
great
name
grandmother was
people
a
told
Blackfoot
they
from
people
way
don't
up in
take it.
Montana, but
They
she
killed
came
them.
down and traveled down, and then she moved to Georgia." You didn't say that.
Blackfoot is
You
not
said they
from
were from Georgia.
Montana. You made
You
that
said
up.
they were from Georgia.
Blackfoot is not from
You said they
Montana.
was
You
from Georgia.
made that up. Blackfoot is not from Montana. You
I don't
made
know.
that.
Saya just want to argue tonight.
He
Saya,
does
what you
want to argue.
Hey,
Well, what
No,
he
I wanted
really
to find
is, the
out.
problem is that this is he feels like this is a Top Cats an affiliate channel,
That's
and
what
he
happened.
has some kind of thing for Top Cats. So
No,
he's been waiting.
I got
He
some
just
kind of thing
revealed
for Top
tonight
Cat.
he's been waiting for Top Cats to come
please
on
don't
this
come for
moment.
Top Cats. Please don't
That
do that.
is, and that's where
Don't come
he's
for
really
Top
doing.
Cats.
He's arguing with he
That's y'all
wishes
Top
that he
Cat.
would have gotten
He
to
wasn't
argue with
top
Top
tonight.
Yes,
Cats.
he is. Yes, he is. So
He
if that's
wasn't on
what
top of
you
his
you
game
did
though. He
say
ran
that.
off. He tucked his tail and ducked off, just like I
No,
said
he
he would.
answered all
yeah,
your
He
hey
questions,
would,
man,
just
and
like
you
I
didn't
said he
hey
answer
would.
man, the
When
any.
y'all
man
sent
beat
me
You
to
your
that
didn't
ass
other,
up
who
answer
was
on
that
Tab
other
any
dude?
Handle.
questions. Sai, you didn't
Hey,
answer
sorry,
any other questions
sorry,
he
I'm just
asked
gonna keep it
you.
real
He
with
had
you. The
answered
man beat you
all
up
of
with
your
one hand
questions,
behind his
all
back.
of them, and you didn't answer any of them. But it's clear that he wants to argue. It's clearly who he wanted to argue with. That's why he comes here every night to argue, to sharpen his knives or whatever, or his iron or anything, and then just to pray, I guess, the Top Cats will come up and give him the time of day.
They all run. They all run.
Why
And
would you
you
think they
expect it.
would
I
run
tell you
from
what's
you?
gonna happen
I
before
don't
it happened.
understand.
Listen, I'm gonna call it before it happened. I said I tell you every
Hey,
time I'm gonna
bro,
ask a couple
you
questions,
a
and before we
punching
get to three
bag,
questions, they
bro.
gonna run. It's guaranteed to happen. Y'all the strongest ones, the women. Y'all are. Y'all the only ones. I give you all the props in the world, and I don't mean that in no kind of other way, but in the full honest respect. Y'all the only ones that put up with me. All them dudes
Saya,
curl.
what's your
All
purpose
them
though?
dudes curl and block me.
What's the purpose in this?
To the same way everyone else, same purpose as everyone else. We just hold a discussion. We just talking, putting the information out there. Let the listeners hear something good. Let them get that information, weigh it out, and determine who's right and wrong. Let them see. You know what I mean? I mean, the
You
same
can't
thing
tell
y'all want to do.
somebody in their family that they wrong side. That's disrespectful.
That's
That
what.
is my great grandparents. Do you see my great grandma Ami? Great, just my great. That means my grandfather's mom and
So
dad.
they not rocking none. Okay, none of the native stuff at this point. Huh? They
What?
were free.
That ain't what you
Oh,
see. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
that is
You got to
native stuff.
hold on. I need
That's
to
not
explain this
African
to him.
stuff.
That picture you got in your head of an Indian with them feathers, that's not
No,
us. We
that's
right,
dress
not
like
right,
that.
right. We're
right.
not
I
talking
didn't say that was, but I'm just trying to
about
say,
Yeah,
feathers.
these
what
aren't
did your people?
African clothes. These
What did
clothes
your
you don't
people
get
wear?
into
What I'm
Africa.
saying
These
is
are these
them
are
feathers.
dresses and different
What
wear that
year is
you
this
would
picture?
only see in the Americas. You
What
would
year
not
is this
see this
picture?
in Africa at the
What
time.
year?
I have to
What?
look up the year. I didn't even look that up. I just took a picture off my phone and
Come
just
on now, and you know I know cameras. So you said great, great. Think about it.
No, just great. That's my great
Okay,
grandparents.
great grandparents. Okay.
That's my
You
Okay.
great
probably got a
grandmother
cousin in
and
the
my
back of
great
there.
grandfather.
So
Who
we
my
talk about within the last
This is the
120 years.
Quarles. My grandfather is the Quarles. She's a
I know
caring.
some Quarles personally. One of my
Who
teachers when I
you?
was a little kid was Mrs. Quarles. My favorite
Where you
teachers. I still
from?
remember her.
Where you
Huh?
from?
True story. I
Where you
said I'm
from?
from Mass,
Okay. But what I'm trying to say is
Massachusetts.
Quarles is a very unique last name. You're only going to find it on, and this is not to be smart. Most of the time, it's with European people with the last name Quarles, and the black ones, we are related to them by blood. It's not something that we like or have to. It just is that. You can't take
Right.
it away. You can't change it. It's just that it's not a last name that you're going to. And let me tell you what her name is, Virginia Quarles. They call her Bunny. You see her hair all up? It's down past her behind. It's her. That's why they call her Bunny, because her hair
They
was
call
so
her Bunny?
bunny.
That's the same? No, where's she from?
She's from Richmond, Virginia. Now I'm not gonna say what.
Hey,
And you don't have
hold
any
up.
proof
No, no,
before you
boo. I'm
start
not
lying,
joking.
Saya.
Hold
You
on.
have no proof that anyone in
Hold on.
Africa was
No.
called
All
Bunny,
right,
so
check this
don't
out.
even
Listen,
do
dude.
it.
Listen. Does she have a son named Ronnie?
No, she has a
All right.
son. She has three boys. George, my uncle Big Jim. That's what they call him, with Big Jim, and my uncle Alfred. Those were her boys.
Any of them? None of them out of Boston? Connected out of Boston?
I'm not sure. The Quarles family is a little bit spreaded, but when you see them, most of the time they're light complected because of the mixture. They're
Because
light
this lady,
complected.
because there's a lady, Miss Quall, I swear to you, was a teacher, but
I'm not
also
saying that you because they all.
she was
I'm
close
not
to my
saying that you're
people, and
wrong about that.
we used to call her Aunt Bunny. No bull.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Do you see? I'm just trying to let you see the heritage in them. That's all
Yeah.
I'm trying to say. You don't
Okay,
see
that's cool.
somewhere where
That's
you would
cool.
say, "Oh, these is African people." You don't see that in my
What do you
great.
mean? Africans wouldn't be dressed like that if they was in America
I'm
at
not
the time?
talking about their clothing. I'm
What are you
talking
talking about?
about their looks.
How would you know the difference?
That's what I'm trying to say. When you look at them, you're not going to say, "Oh, well, they just look like African." No, what you're going to say is they look more native than they do African.
No,
But listen, but I'm not going to say that they don't have African descent, because they do with the mixture. Now, that's
I don't see the
just my
native part at
great.
all. I
That's
don't see.
just my great.
I don't see the native part you're seeing.
You don't see. You know what? I'm just.
Yeah,
Who
because
just
he's been
pointed it?
seeing it as what
What you see
You
is
he
see
African. Hold
sees
pictures
on,
as
that
far
the
as
pictures that
no, no, no,
a
no,
that's
no, no,
different
no,
not.
no,
type
no, no.
of
We got to
Native
ask him a
No,
American.
real
help me out.
question.
But
What do we see
hold
in
on, hold
ethnicity?
on, hold
African.
on. But I get what you're saying as far as it, but even at the time or anything, no, an African wouldn't be dressed like that. And as far as
What
when it
time? What
comes
time is
to
this? Y'all don't have.
like the
What
places,
does he
like I
came
think someone said the Freeman Bureau earlier, like the Freeman Bureau automatically means African. When the Bureau was first established, it was called the Indian Freeman's Bureau. So they were freeing the Indians first. So yeah, they could be like, oh, African later, but maybe. But it was called the Indian Freeman's Bureau. So when you're seeing freedmen, you got to know maybe they're Indian because they on an Indian Freeman Bureau.
Oh,
But I would say, as far as these features, no, we know, and we have pictures of Africans at the time. We can look as far as what Nigerians looked at the time, and you would say that this person could be mixed, but you wouldn't say that this person is all the way Nigerian. We have
No way
pictures
possible
that
you
look
could
like
say that. What I'm trying to say is Dulcinea just showed pictures of how dark Indians looked. Now look
No,
behind.
what she showed you was pictures of
Oh
Seminoles,
my
who
God.
group was an Indian tribe that had a mixture between African Americans and Indians.
But
So
that's
when
what
you're
they
looking at those
did,
pictures,
though.
that's what she did
What's
to be
wrong
slick.
with you, Saya?
But what you wanted to do when a person's slick like that, what you want to do is ask them to pick particular tribes of Indians and say, let's Google them and pull up
Saya, you know,
images.
you say a lot of stuff that's
Because
very
the
disrespectful.
question is not whether you see dark Indians. The question becomes, who are all the other looking Indians? Who are they at that time?
Oh,
And
you
this is
talking about
before.
see? But I think that you have a problem with these white-looking
What you
Indians.
need to
No, this is before,
understand
but this
is
is before
Yeah,
the
because
Dawes
he's
Rolls.
talking. That's why I keep saying
I'm
it's
talking
about
about
the
I'm talking
Native
about Indians because what I'm
Americans.
talking about is Indians before the Dawes Rolls. Before you say, oh, they changed the Indians to Negro. Before all those claims, you can still look at the pictures and see the
Saya,
people.
baby,
You can
baby.
see
I
the people
do. I
from the.
really
You can
do.
see the Trail of Tears.
I think you got a television state of mind. Okay, you are
You can
looking at.
see.
Can I finish what I'm trying to say, Saya? Please do not. Just right now, please. What I'm trying to say is, I think you have the Native Americans mixed up with these white-looking Indians that has, that has kind of stolen. I'm not even gonna say stolen, but I'm gonna say you mixing the two type of people up, and that's kind of wrong because we're not talking about the
From the
Indian.
1800s. Look at the pictures from the 1800s. That's what I
Oh
said.
my
How
God!
do you
there
explain them?
were
From the
no
Trail.
Native Americans in the 1800s. The
You
Native
see any
Americans
of those?
derived from the Native American Know Nothing Party.
Who are you saying that these people are? Dulcie, explain the picture that you just put up, baby. Did you
Okay,
put
so
the picture up?
this is a picture of a group of Nigerians in the
Do you?
1800s.
Thank you for putting
So
that
it's
up. I thought that's how
clearly,
you was
you can
doing it.
clearly see
Oh
everything
my
that she
God!
said is correct. They could be mixed with them, but they don't look like them. You can tell that they're mixed. You don't know what conglomerate. People are going to be like, oh, it's because they're mixed with European and white and all this other stuff. That's why they have the features. Well, that's the point. The point is that they're mixed now. They're not African. They don't just look African. They look mixed or whatever that they are. And Sachi's point is, okay, if you're mixing with people that are indigenous to America, at what point do you stop being indigenous to America to be the African that you mix with? Because usually it's just the African mixes in with all the indigenous culture. So you
And
have
people
to
need to say the
prove
people from that
a
continent.
long history of African culture that you really can't prove. The best they can do is say is that they're mixed and talk from that perspective, but they don't. They talk from a we're African perspective, and we're shutting down anyone that says that they're not mixed with African. But we know not everyone is mixed with African.
It's not even fair that he would do that. Look at
I
him.
promise you would never post that.
Let me
No
see what
Indian
you
would ever
look like.
post that.
Put yourself up. Let me see what you look like, Saya.
Nope, my picture is up. You can look at it right there.
I can't see you, Saya.
No,
You can look
Who
right
would
at
we
the.
never posted?
no, we
My
can't
picture is
see it
right
Who would
anymore,
there.
never
but that's
posted? They
fine.
saying
You
it
can't
every
see the
day.
picture of me.
Rappers saying it
No,
to
we could
everybody.
go
They let
back. I
everybody
could go
know.
back to Top Cat's roasting him. I don't know if you were asleep at the time. He had his picture up at
Top
that
Cat
time.
trying to roast. He got clamped.
He roasted. It was
He
funny.
got crushed.
But
That's why he ran. He couldn't handle 3 questions. Like I said, he couldn't.
Man,
And
you
I
been
said that. And I
outmaneuvered.
told you
Cats
go what
ain't
happened
running
before it
from
happened.
Do you realize
nobody.
I
that you
told
got
you
right,
what
he
capped?
happened
didn't
before
run
it
at
happened.
all.
Stop playing,
Hey,
He
Saya.
I
came
did
back.
tell you before
He
it
even
happened before
came
it happened
back.
though, right? I did call it. I told you. I said they all do it. And they all do it. Not one of them want to stand to the questioning. That's the
Okay,
truth.
let me say this.
That's a
I'm in
fact.
Jamaica right
Whatever
now.
excuse they make, it's never
You
let's
I'm
get
in
can't.
it.
You don't
Jamaica right
have
now
It's
with
nothing
never
to
all
let's
these
get
stand
it.
beautiful,
They're
on.
too weak.
beautiful black
These dudes are
people.
You
minor
have to
league.
have something to
They're
stand
they
on
good
to
to
answer
y'all.
man question.
Sachi,
You
just
know
let
that,
him
man.
go. He just
To
needs to
y'all, they
feel
smart. To
like
me,
he needs to
it's
feel
clear.
like it because
No,
see,
ain't
the
no need to
first
feel like
thing
nothing.
he expressed with
Mhm.
glee was like, "Oh, goody, Tomcats came on. I've been
That's
waiting
right.
for the
I was
day.
looking. I said I
I've
was
been
looking because
waiting
y'all
for
can't handle it.
the day."
Right. And what he do?
Like he clearly comes over here waiting for
Yeah.
Tomcats.
I'm waiting for any of y'all top people that think they're really smart and know it so we can have a discussion. But I promise you, after a couple of questions, they're gonna break out. They cannot handle it. They
Man,
not, they not, they not,
listen,
they
bro.
not built for it. They just
But
Bro,
pretend.
you
again,
not
They
built
Sister
for a
pretend. They're gonna
Freedom,
talk
his
conversation
shit
with
like
picture
y'all
was
do.
never.
up
They
You
at
not.
not
that
built for
time.
a
I think
They're
conversation
gonna
with the
we
talk shit,
lowest
but they
could
really
scholar
go
don't want
back
the
around
and
here,
forth.
conversation.
bro.
See how when I talk, everyone
You're
start talking,
not.
all that shit happen.
You're
It's
not
every
built
time.
for a
It's
conversation with the
every
Lord
single
God on
time, and you
our
make
tears,
excuses
bro.
on
Just
why.
being
You
honest
make
with you.
excuses on why. But the truth is,
I'm
you don't
telling you
want
the
the truth
God's
to be
honest
heard.
truth,
You
bro.
got to try to always talk over me. You feel the
I'm
need to.
telling you
It's
the God's honest
undying.
truth,
You
but
can
you're
see it
not ready
because
for the
every
lowest
time,
person on our
if someone
scholar
watches this
level.
video, they'll
The
notice it.
lowest
Feel like
person, the
every
beast
time
through the
Saya
truth.
starts to talk, this dude jumps in, everyone jumps in and starts to talk over him every single time. They cannot help it. Every time. And that's because the truth is coming out. Even though y'all got hours and hours and hours to push your
What
point of view,
truth?
you
You
still
ain't
want to
answer.
have more
Stop
time than me
lying to the
because
people. You can't
because
answer no
because
question.
you don't feel strong
Name
in your argument.
your
That's why you keep
African,
over and over and
speak
over,
your
keep
African
trying to
language right
over it.
now.
Y'all all
'Cause I can speak
together and y'all
mine.
taking all the
I can
time
speak my
and you're
language.
still
Can you
trying to
speak
push it
yours,
because
sir?
you don't feel
I
strong
can speak my
and you
language.
talk
Can you
over
speak
me
yours, sir?
because even though I have much less time and I'm only by myself,
That's all
it's
I'm
easy
saying.
to
Like you
see
keep
how
on
flustered you
challenging
get when
us
I talk.
when you
It's
can't prove
easy to
nothing
see for
about
someone
nothing
that's
you talking
intelligent,
about. And I
they
can
can
show and
look.
prove everything I'm
They can look and
saying.
say, yeah, every time this brother talk, they try to jump or talk over him or kick him off or do something. They'll block him. They never want to have that straight conversation because they don't feel confident in the
It
things
is
that they're saying. And
nothing.
they know when
It's
I
a
do,
nothing
it's
burger.
bombs. They know it's
You
bombs.
don't drop
And they
no
can't argue
bombs.
with
You
it.
don't drop no
You can't, you
facts.
can't,
You don't
you can't
bring no
answer questions.
information.
You
It's
can't
just
handle
straight
nothing.
nothing
Y'all not
burger.
studied.
Can't
You don't
ask
even
you
know
no
your own
questions.
Hold
language.
on,
And
hold
you
on,
gonna
That's
get
why
Sachi.
he's
Hold
doing
on,
it.
Sachi.
That's why he's doing it. That's why he keeps doing it. Oh, no, hold on, hold on. It's gonna keep happening all night. It happens every single time. He can't
Sashi,
help it.
Sashi
It
is talking.
shows his
Like, if you
insecurity.
just gonna be
I can sit
quiet.
back, but it shows his insecurity very weak and very
Wait a minute.
unconfident in the
just
things
Why
he's
do you
don't
saying.
get
shut
to say
up.
that,
You
Saya?
know,
Why do you think you, Dustin? Can you do me
Hold on.
a favor?
Don't ask
Mute
him a
up when
question yet.
Sashi can talk, because this mess that he's saying is just shots and rude
Oh
ignorance.
yeah,
it's
I'm about
rude
to
and
let
ignorant.
Sachi go as far as it, but I wanted him to finish and let him finish now.
They can't.
Well, you'll be finished now, but and because I
Hmm.
wanted to say, you can hear the rant. It's like a whole bunch of
Okay.
crying. There's no reason
Right.
to even have to
Right.
cut him off because all he's
Right.
doing is crying over and over again.
Right.
He's saying that
Right.
people are running away from
They
him,
run.
but
They
no
don't
one's
want.
running away. And you see that every time that I start talking, he cuts me off, but I haven't cut him off. It's literally
You
he's
always
cutting
do
me
it.
off,
I
and when
don't give a
I'm
fuck.
talking, he cannot
But
possibly
it's
sit
what I
back
do.
whenever
What you
I'm
gonna do?
talking. He cuts in every single time, and I'm showing you his lack of decorum. So every time
Hmm.
he comes at another person, he
Picking
cannot
up on
let
y'all
a
culture.
younger woman than him
Your
because he
daddy
said that
taught
he's
you.
almost Sister Freedom's age. I'm not Sister Freedom's
Hmm.
age, so he can't even let a young
You a little
woman
girl.
speak when they're talking because he wants to actually be like, oh, over talk the whole time. So he has no
Hmm.
real respect. He just wants to call out the other dudes for something because he feels like he should have a mic and he doesn't have this mic anywhere else. I mean, I've seen him on Soneta's platform before, but not recently. So it's probably like he doesn't have this mic anywhere else. He's afraid to go to the people's channel he actually wants to talk to because they let people come on all the time by just
Which one? No, I
dropping
just
into
don't
the
know him.
chat,
I
and
go
you'll
to him.
never
I
go
go to
on
him.
there and
Name
go
him.
and click on their
Name him.
chat and be like,
Name him.
okay, I'm gonna go up. Top
Hey,
Cats for one, he always drops the link in
what's
the
the name of
chat.
his show?
You could go to his.
No, what's the
You
name of his
can
show?
type in
Okay,
Top
I
Cats
guarantee
the
you the
same
next
way
time he's on. Hey,
TATZ, and
okay.
no one else is gonna come up.
Hey,
I
listen,
promise
listen.
you,
How much
no
you
one
want to
else
bet
is
he
gonna
blocked?
come up but him.
How much you want to bet he blocks me? I won't last a
Oh,
half a
I
show.
don't have to. I don't have
How
to
much you
bet
want to bet?
anything. All I know
But
is
how much
you're a
you want to bet?
coward.
No, how
All I
much
know
you
is
want
you're
to
a
bet?
coward because you could have been gone on his
No, I didn't
channel
know where his
and
show was.
get
I hunt them
blocked.
down.
But
I tell them
instead,
that.
you're talking about a
Hey,
Disneyland fairy tale,
hey,
a challenge as far as into the
hey,
book
remember
of
y'all
the
send me
future
y'all
that you can read into,
remember
and still
Aboriginal
over
Power?
talking. Still
Y'all send
over
me
talking a young lady,
y'all sent me the
still
over
haven't
y'all
let
sent me the
someone get
Aboriginal
in, but
Power.
it will complain about Sachi over talking him when it's man on man conflict because he's so coward. He can't do a man on man conflict. He wants to do a man on woman conflict
It's
instead
all
of
your
just
favorite
sitting the
men that
back
high
and
pitty. So
shutting
stop
the
it.
fuck up and then
Stop it.
waiting
I ain't
to
gonna keep
actually
on
speak
being
his
quiet
turn.
while you
But
picking
you're
on
just
these
seen
ladies,
how he's
Sean.
Stop it.
talking over me the whole
Stop it.
time, right? It's my turn.
Because you've been
And he
doing it all
hasn't
night.
shut up
Fuck
at
you.
all as far as during my
Like I
turn,
said,
right,
I'll
Sachi?
be at
Sachi,
Top
you see
Cats.
that? He
I'll
has
be at
not
Top
shut up
Cats.
or be
You be
quiet for
there.
one
I
time
ain't
But I
gonna,
during
you
my
gonna
guarantee
be
turn.
you,
But
quiet.
he
I
Cause
gonna
you
haven't
block
on
me.
these
muted him
ladies,
I
yet,
Sean.
just
guarantee
to
he
show
gonna
that
block
he
me.
has
That's that
absolutely no
advocacy
For
shit.
decorum.
sure.
He said
That's
that
that
people are going
advocacy
to
we
be in the
talk about.
Y'all
audience
definitely
talking
Advocacy.
can't
about
hear
That's
he
me.
that
has
Y'all
so
out of
much
advocacy.
control.
decorum, and look at him. He can't
Y'all
be
are out of
quiet for a
control, man.
second.
It's sad.
He can't be
It's
quiet
sad.
for a second
You're
while
emotional.
is talking.
You're unraveling.
Still going, still
Can't
going,
get
still
control.
talking.
You be all right.
Still won't be
This is what I
quiet.
do.
But he thinks he
This
has
is what I
so
do.
much
And this is
decorum.
on your
He thinks he
platform with
has
your
so
audience
much
and your whole team with
sophistication.
you.
He has
And this is how
so much
easy it is to
all
stir
this
you
that
up
he
and
wants
get
to
your
say that
whole
no one else
so
has. He called people crackheads.
so
But
easy.
who's acting like a crackhead right
So
now?
easy.
Who can't sit back and be
She's all
quiet
wild and out
because
of
the cocaine
control,
going
young. That's
in?
her main
Oh, because
part is her
Massachusetts, I
long-windedness.
forgot
That's
you
her
wouldn't be on
strength.
crack, you be on
Wait,
cocaine,
girl.
right? So anyone that
Long-winded.
has the
Men don't
cocaine,
even
But
run their mouth like that.
that's not gonna help her.
right? Maybe
Very
Being
feminine.
it's meth.
long-winded ain't gonna help
Maybe
you.
it's
It
meth
doesn't
because
take
it's
away from the fact of what I
Massachusetts. So
said.
it ain't crack, it's meth. I
Top
forgot.
cats,
It's
Aboriginal
opioid.
power.
Hey,
Oh,
man,
Aboriginal
It's
power
something
blocked
like
me.
that that he's
Y'all sent me
saying.
there last week. Y'all sent me
You
there last
supposed to
week.
be a
Aboriginal power blocked
man.
me last
Hold
week.
on,
One
stop. You
show.
supposed to be a
One
man.
show.
Every
You
man
dudes
know
are weak.
that you
And this
got to
dude's
have
weak. He
legs to
definitely
stand
weak.
on to be in a
He
damn
think he
conversation. That's like talking about somebody's car and you don't have a car. Every man know that. You come on, bro. You 60 years old. You supposed to be a man. You can't answer none of these questions, and you answering questions. That's like talking about something that you don't have. That's not manly. This is little
And
weird. This ain't the
Sachi,
high
he's
school.
complaining about men going back and forth with him, and yet he cannot even be quiet when the woman's talking. He wants to go back and forth with me. He's afraid to go back and forth with you guys. That's why he keeps over talking me and wanted to go back and forth with me. But anyways, as I was saying before, because it's
you
clear
block
that
my
no
mic
one
while
in the
he talking
audience
out.
will be talking about how Saya has this wonderful decorum that he's showing that he
Yeah,
doesn't
I
have.
overtalk any of y'all, none of y'all.
You're over
What
talking
you're
me
trying to
now.
do
I'm
is keep
still
trying to,
haven't
yeah,
gotten
yeah. I was over
Now,
talking
be
him
quiet
too.
or I'm
Still
gonna
ain't
keep
over
muting
talk
you.
while I'm
But you're
trying to talk
mad. You're
now.
upset.
Man, be
And he
Don't be
quiet,
will,
man. Let
upset.
and
this lady
again,
talk,
he'll
man.
complain and
Don't be
cry when
upset, man.
Sachi does it to him. He'll cry when Sachi does it to him. But he will do it to a woman. That's so weak. He weak as hell. But anyways, it ain't about him being weak, even though he's weak. And he wants to go back and forth with me, but he will cry if a guy's doing it. Like, mute him, protect me from Sachi and Tomcats. But anyways, we'll let you cry in a little bit. So back to the actual conversation. I think it is one of those things that we're just going around in circles. It will always be this hypocrisy. Akili came up here, Saya comes up here. It doesn't matter who comes up here. They will always ask questions that they can't answer themselves. They'll always want a deep dive into genealogy that they can't do themselves. And people will say, hey, we'll just do the genealogy. No one is telling them that they're not African. No one's telling them to not have pride that they're African. No one's even saying that they hate Africans. Everyone's just saying, hey, well, to know that for sure, get that information. Know who your family is. Get their names and know where they're from. Know
David
what
Bell
tribe
wants
they're
the
part.
link.
Know their actual culture.
There it is, David.
Yeah, I'm putting the
What
link in the
language you speak?
Are you done,
No.
Saya? Because that's how you was really still talking. I thought people was.
He was talking the whole
man.
time.
Yeah, the whole time. I just went
Like
through it.
it was
I
like
was
Saya,
like,
what's
fuck.
what's your sign? I
Yeah,
can't
that's
even
what I do.
imagine what your
I
sign
figure, you
is.
know, shit, y'all do
Saya,
it to
what's
me.
your
And
sign?
when I
What's
do
your
it back, I
sign,
wonder
Saya?
how to
he
be.
was
I wonder
talking the
how to
whole
feel.
time in the
The
back.
whole
Wait a minute,
time
don't
just
say that,
going.
Saya.
And
Saya,
no
I'm
matter
asking you a
what, it
question.
really bother
Saya,
y'all. And I know. And that's
Saya,
what I like.
Saya,
Because I
I'm
like
trying
to
to ask you a
really dig
question.
into you. Now you.
Saya, what's gosh? Them asking this fool what his sign is because I had to stay away from that man. He must be a Virgo or something.
I'm a bet he's a Gemini.
Let's try.
What do you say, Sachi?
No, he not no Gemini. He better not be.
What do you think he is, Nisha?
I don't know. Let's see. Let's
I'm
put some
saying a
bet
real
on
girl
it.
is sound like a Virgo.
I think he
What is
might
this
be a
mythical
Leo.
bullshit? What is this
Saya,
mythical
when's your
bullshit you're
birthday?
doing?
Saya.
What is this mythical bullshit you're doing? I don't
Saya,
play like
when's your
that.
birthday?
Yeah, I don't play like that. I don't like
Well,
those
what
little games.
sign are you, Saya?
I don't even go into all that. I don't have a sign.
Well, what sign are you? It doesn't matter
I
whether you
don't.
do or
Yeah,
not. So I'm
I'm
asking.
not. Yeah, I'm not gonna entertain any of that. I just think it's childish, man. Something I
It
used to do when I was
is.
a little kid, man, with the little girls. What's your sign, baby? Things like that. But grown people really
That's
having
why I
adult
think
conversations.
it's a Gemini. I think I'm spot on.
Adults
And
having
he
that, man.
does the way he cuts in and
The
everything and
constellations ain't
stuff
constant.
and his personality. It's just
Year
giving
old man and
it's
think he know
giving
more about
not.
person
It's
Man, this
scamming
dude,
definitely.
this
you.
drunk dude need to be
That's
quiet.
what's
He's
childish.
dumb as hell.
What's childish
He
is
can't
seeking
pronounce
to
no
know
words.
No, he
Can't
because
pronounce.
doesn't
you
need
know
to be
more about
quiet
you and
because
your
you can't
family
be
than
He
you
quiet
very
do
because
and
you have
ignorant.
no
That's
yours.
how he.
respect for me. So why would
Well,
I
yeah, he
continue
is.
to
It's a
mute
real
It's the
Sachi
way he
feminist.
out for
talk. It's
you? I'm
terrible.
not gonna mute Sachi
He
out for you.
definitely
Sachi,
graduated from the
unmute
5th
yourself
grade and
because
nothing
you
more.
showed no respect for me. So fuck showing you any
Naya
respect.
is a
I
very
don't
feminine
care to
man.
do it anymore. I would have done it before,
You
but
That's
now
can't. You
Naya's
gotta be a
no,
lady at all
everybody
Naya.
can
times.
overtalk you
You
because I
know,
don't
you
give a
struggle on
fuck.
being a lady. That's the problem. I'm trying to help you, but you like really.
Nah,
No,
bro,
I
you
don't
ain't
need
saying
your
that
You
all the
help.
know,
time,
I
bro.
don't
Let
need
her
your
I'm
help,
talk.
just
It
really
ain't my
trying to
Sachi.
help
own
you,
I don't
man.
room.
need
You
Let
a
her
don't
weak
have.
talk.
bitch
You
to
don't.
help
her.
me.
Trying to be more of a
I don't
woman,
need a
and
weak
that's
dude
why I
to
try to
help
taught you to
me.
respect. But you
You
struggle.
can't
You
get
know
a
what I mean?
girl
And when
that's
you be
on here
nice, when you
arguing
be
I
with
don't know.
nice,
girls
He might
saying
be
the
a
V
you
word
Virgo.
here.
He
And
might be
he
a
know,
don't
Virgo.
got
I'm
no
with you.
girl
I'm
talking
with you,
about
sister.
he trying to tell me how I
you
need
can't
to
get a
behave
girl.
like
That'll
a
be the
man.
last of my
Virgo.
worries and shit. You
He
know
He
what
don't
I'm
have
must be a
saying?
no
Virgo.
But
woman.
They will not
He
but
be
ain't got
people like
Why
nobody
you,
he
cooking
had
you know what
for
I'm
telling her
saying?
the
him.
You
boss
holding
thing?
the
He
Let
man
ain't
her
would
got
be
talk.
impossible.
nobody
Cause
in
look
the
how you talk.
kitchen.
I
No
know you don't
one
got no
washing
man.
his drawers. No
You could
one
tell.
rubbing
And
his
now, if you
head.
had
He
kids,
don't got
you would
none
be
of
at
taking
all
that.
care of them.
times.
So you either don't got no kids or you don't take care of your kids. Cause who would be up at this time in the morning unless you older and kind of got money? What
Now
would
you
you
get
be
ready to
doing?
make my brother get online. Now you don't
Okay.
want that.
Hey,
Okay,
But I'm
no, but just
No,
an
he not
assumption.
gonna
Just
get
an
on. He not gonna
just an
get
assumptions
on.
make
He
an
can
assumption.
stay
ass
with
out
his
of you
man.
and
You
me, man.
working?
Don't do
I mean,
that
what's
shit,
going on?
man. You
Cause
don't
she
know what
young. I'm
that
just
woman got
saying.
going
She's
on. What
young.
type of shit that was?
You know what I'm saying? Damn, man.
First of
Hell,
all,
what
she's
do you
not
say?
a single woman, so you
What
dead
type of thing
wrong
ever?
and
What do you say?
disrespectful.
What
So
type of
first of
things ever
No,
all,
he
wait
was?
a
can he
minute,
can say
mute
whatever.
his ass, because he first of all he must be thinking that you a single woman and you doing all this shit by yourself, but she's not. So what he needs to do is quit being disrespectful, okay? And it's not that serious. Like, you come on this panel just to freaking argue. We can all agree to disagree and go back, but to keep going on and your little insinuations and your shots, nigga, please come on, man. You a grown man, right? Remember?
I let him do it because I'll call it as it is. I can
Hell
tell when
no,
someone
that
ain't getting
little
no
good ass
pussy.
boy. Don't be lying to this man like that.
Don't be
Someone that
lying, this
hasn't
man.
gotten a girl in a long, long, long,
We
long,
get on
long,
down
long
there like that.
time.
We going down there like that with master. Don't be
He's
lying like that.
That's
Say it
why
again.
he was so excited to see Top Cats. He was
Hey,
like,
say it again.
"Ooh,
Hey,
that's
let
his
him talk.
thrill
King,
for
let
the
him
only one
talk.
night."
pushing. You the only one pushing master
You the only
rhetoric.
one.
You
You the
don't
only
realize this
one.
slow ass nigga. You want to
You
put
the
us
slow.
all
Oh,
on
he
one
calling me
continent
nigga
and
and
give
everything.
everybody
He
else the
emotional.
world when we
Look,
indigenous to the
word.
whole fucking world. Slow ass nigga.
Look how he's talking. Now that's emotional. Now he's calling me
now
nigga. He
what's
calling
wrong with
black
you
people
when you
nigga.
talk and
He
listen to
calling
the way
black
you
people
talk,
nigga.
girl?
That's the
Please.
kind of what I'm talking about. That's all he with y'all. He's still
We
emotional.
indigenous to the
Calling
whole
nigga.
damn world, and you want to get
Yelling.
put us all on one continent
Yelling.
and get
Look at him.
everybody else the whole world.
Everybody else
Slow
the
ass
Kelly,
nigga.
whole
You
when
kept
world.
talking
Kelly even
about
said
we
you
talking
were,
We
colonization.
talking
Who you
home.
talking for?
That boy's like a cowboy. I don't know. He just got off a horse. Goddamn.
Yeah,
Damn.
Cowboys and
Trailer. What the
Indians, yeah,
hell?
they were both the same thing.
Oh, damn, the
Yeah,
same thing.
yeah,
Down there, go.
yeah,
As soon as we get down to the wading in the water, you gonna really see.
yeah,
Better
that's
duck
that
all the
southern shit.
weeds. Huh? Say it
You
again.
know,
Say it again,
that's
man.
what you were one of them niggas up there fighting for your union, wasn't you, boy?
Huh?
Yankee.
Yeah, fighting for the Union. Yeah. Well, you was in the
You was a
South fighting for the
Yankee. You don't even know
Confederacy?
the true story on there. You don't know nothing, bro. You
Hold
just
up. You was fighting
lost
for the
in the world,
Confederacy?
walking around. You a poor excuse for one of us, a
you
man
gotta
anyway,
put
because
his,
you don't know
his
nothing.
helmet in sometime during the day or take them off. You gotta pull the thong part out your butt. It doesn't, it's starting to poop is on it. Poop is on it. Pull that thong out your booty, Saya. A little poop is on your thong. Poop is on it.
Now you against them. Now you against the union.
It's starting to hurt. They too tight. Your balls is pulled out up in the front part, and you done pooped on the back part.
I'm from Tennessee. We didn't allow white people
I
in
love
Tennessee
your
after
accent, Sachi.
1800s.
You and
Boy,
Achille got my y'all got my vote. I love your accent. I love it, Sachi. That I love that country strong accent that you come with. Achille coming with his accent. Listen to this girl. Hold on one second.
Because he believed the Confederacy
See,
was the
she's
right
still
side.
talking.
He believed the Confederacy was the winner, the
hey,
best, the
Sister
team. He
Freedom.
wanted to be a
Saya,
Confederate.
Hey,
that's the
listen, I
girl's
put a
name.
video in the back, Sister Freedom, that you might want. I think that's your cousin on there.
Okay, but listen to this, Sachi. Listen to this girl with the name Saya. Listen. Saya. You're not talking no more.
Oh, you don't know what it means. You got to
Go
do the
ahead, Saya.
etymology.
Listen to
If
the
you
name
don't check the
Saya.
etymology on it, you're not gonna know what it means. Your jokes are gonna be funny, but only
He's
to
mad
stupid
at us
people. You
because
know
we
what I mean?
couldn't keep Top Cats
Well,
on
let
for him.
David Bell talk
He,
since
he ran. I knew he would run. That's what they do. That's what
Okay,
they
let
Let
David
David
talk.
Bell
Saya.
talk.
Saya.
What's
Look
up,
the
though?
girl. Let David Bell talk.
Saya, pants on fire.
Damn. All right, look. Y'all
Hosea
see
was
that?
talking now. He needs to shut that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can anybody see that?
What, baby?
Can y'all see that?
No, but
Kind
we
of, but we can't see the
but
words.
not that good.
So is that like of the Temple of Warriors or anything like that? It looked
These,
like
these,
White Indian.
these black rulers in Europe in the 1700s.
He said the Confederacy was
We
the
can't
good
see
guy.
it that good, David. You know what you can do? You can take a picture of it.
Get it light.
Oh wow! I was gonna say you could
See it better now?
You can.
Can you see it better now?
No, pull it up to your phone. You gotta put your phone like right in its face.
All
Hey,
right,
let
Probably
me
see
ask
trying
now?
to
him.
hold
Up
one
some more.
thing.
Up
Hey,
some.
I might know something about that. Let me ask him about a person. What about Nigel Del Dub?
Oh hell!
Why you're still talking?
Why you? Yes, man.
Because he just had something. He just had something. It's interesting.
Damn.
I can't see it. What book is that?
Thin line. Nature has no color line.
Okay, I like the
These
name.
black.
Of that book.
Damn. See if I can get it better.
Man, we was everywhere.
Okay, that part. I love
That's
that
the
part.
whole. That's the whole point. Our people is indigenous to every land on the planet, not just one.
Right.
This all 1700s? Damn. Shit. Y'all
I
can't
don't
see
know
all
if that's
that?
proof.
Can
That's
y'all see
not proof
that?
of his. That's not proof of his thing. But yeah, we already
Can y'all
know
see
that.
that?
He's saying what we know. So what's the
I don't
point?
know why you fighting against Saya.
I don't know why he's showing something like that, proving a point. It's not proving a point. You
I'm
got to prove you're
saying no matter
Indian.
where
That's
you
whatever.
go
What I'm
in this
showing you wasn't no
world,
pale
Yes,
face.
we
it's a
know. Black
nigga
people was all
there.
over. We know that.
What I'm
I'm
saying,
talking
saying
about
no,
no
Indian.
matter
what I'm
where you
saying,
go in the
no,
world, it's a nigga
listen,
there.
what I'm saying is, pale faces wasn't doing nothing to the 1800s. It was niggas bringing niggas over here, coming back and forth. Pale
Man, all
faces
this
wasn't doing
nigga
shit.
talk, man. I don't like that talk, but please don't talk like that.
He can
Okay,
talk.
it was
He want to talk. Who's you
it was
talking to?
melanated. Okay,
Asking him
it was
not to though. I'm
melanated
not
people
telling him not
coming
to.
from
I'm
here
asking him not
ruling.
to. Come on, y'all. Y'all black. Stop that.
Come
Don't
on now.
This
accept
how
that
we know.
shit.
This how we know.
Stop
This
that.
how
Don't
we
be.
know you really
You
not
can't just
one
accept
of
that
us,
kind of
Saya, can
sir.
you be quiet, please?
No,
This,
y'all
this,
got to
this,
do
1700s,
this
better.
rhetoric
Y'all
you
got
come
to
with,
do
1800s.
telling
better,
them
man.
not
I'm
to
gonna
say
change this
nigga and
shit.
all this stuff. This how we know you really, really,
I'm gonna
really
change
not
y'all
one of us,
culture,
sir.
man. Y'all.
Saya, you can't be muted.
He's a straight white boy. That's what a white boy from Massachusetts. That's why he's talking like this. He's like, guys, could y'all not say the word? I don't feel comfortable saying. Like, could y'all not say those words?
Yeah.
Guys.
I know
Hey,
y'all want to say it, but it's not cool,
just
man.
for
You
the
need to
record,
stop.
America is named after a sister, Tamarie.
Oh
Sister
my goodness.
Freedom,
Here we go.
we should find that clip so we could be like nigga.
Right.
On my phone, I already got it.
I mean, I know y'all gonna do it, and I expect that, but it is disappointing to watch.
Hey,
Be
the
on the panel with,
definition
but
of
that's
niggas
cool.
in the back
I
chat too.
expect
While
it.
you talking, it's American
You
Indian.
won't
It's
be
in the
the
back chat
first
too. Keep
person
playing with me.
disappointed with.
I'm
Right,
telling
I
you.
know
You won't be the
it's
first or
your
last person to be disappointed.
right.
Okay?
It's your culture. It's
But
not
on
my fault.
Instagram,
It's
I'm
not your fault, and I'm not upset with you about it. I understand.
Who are you talking to?
It's acceptable now to everybody. I understand it is. It's just like that's just what black people
Oh,
are now. You know, that's just how they. Right. It's just like that's what it is. Right. I understand. I
Y'all see that last name,
understand. Trust me.
Kotowski?
You know, just where I'm at. I'm not cool with it, and sad to see y'all do that.
Okay,
But
be quiet for 1 second.
now y'all go on. I'm cool after that. Go on.
Okay, be quiet. Let me let y'all hear this. Y'all got to hear this.
Sir, listen, my name is, once again, Russell Ujnand, and I'm with NWA, which is N-word abolishers. And as you know, the N-word just got buried, and we're trying to keep that successful and trying to do as much as we can for people to not use the word. It's been brought to our attention that you have been consistently using the word even after we buried it, and what we wanted to
Be quiet,
first of all,
please.
ask you to stop, and we don't want to take any other actions, which could mean not only burying the word, but also burying the people who use it, such as yourself. What the fuck you doing, nigga? Don't call my motherfucking phone, man. I told you I'm bullshit. About a nigga, please. I want to say I ain't got time to be listening to niggas. NWA. Y'all need to go listen to a rap record or something, motherfucker. Stop calling my goddamn phone this bullshit. Sir, I got shit to do. I'm busy, man. Sir,
Goddamn foul. Calling my goddamn phone this bullshit. I got shit to do,
Wait a
man.
minute. Wait a minute, Sachi, listen.
Sachi, was that Sachi saying nigga, 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 nigga? That's hilarious.
Listen, y'all.
I'm telling you.
Sachi said nigga, 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 nigga.
Sir, do you? We just. I know it's.
That is funny.
Sir, but we're asking you that if you could just possibly just quit using the word. Man, fuck you. I'll use whatever the hell I want. I don't know you. I'll use the word nigga anyway, nigga. Sir, could you please not me that? Okay?
Just what, black and nigga mean the same thing. Black and nigga mean the same thing.
Listen, David.
Like a stupid ass nigga. I got the whole ass upset, huh? I told you I got shit to do, man. I ain't got time to play on the phone with you stupid ass motherfucker. I'm trying to make sure that here in this country from now on, the word is for you to do this. For you to continue to go against the grain, we got to put a stop to it. I don't have a problem with the grain type of nigga. That's who I am, nigga. I'm a good Christian grain type of nigga. I don't have a problem burying you along with the word. Bury me? Oh no, Dad, you talking crazy shit there, boy. Bury me, I'm gonna bury your ass, bury hatchet in your nigga back. How about that? You don't like that, do you? NWA. Niggas with attitudes, that's what the shit call yourself. It's not.
He got Indian on him. He turned Indian on y'all. He him say a hatchet in your nigga back. That was some Indian shit.
Niggas with apologies, motherfucker, you stupid ass nigga. Don't call my phone. Stupid ass shit. Look, you gotta talk to me with some respect, sir. You can't get no respect from me, motherfucker. Stupid ass boy. You call me, I don't know how you got my goddamn number. I was spending this much time talking to you, stupid ass. You sound like a dumb ass nigga calling somebody's phone. Don't call.
I'm gonna stop it because I don't want to make it go no longer. But that was dedicated to Saya. That was dedicated.
Yeah, thank you. That's
No, Saya is someone that literally would be a part of that group.
Y'all embrace that. That's
like
okay.
Can
No,
y'all
that's
imagine
Saya?
Saya? Saya, are you married? Saya, are you married?
You know,
Saya, are you married?
Possibly, are you?
Sahaya.
No, I'm asking because I can't imagine you would oh my God. Like I can't imagine a woman with you. Like just
Okay, you're right. But I
would-
see what you look like too. I can't imagine a man with you.
Are you fucking serious? What's your problem, bro?
Boy, you throwing shots like that? I wish I could punch you through the thing right now.
Right, but it's all good. He's the one that giggled when Top Cats came on, so I wouldn't take offense to it.
Oh, yeah. I forget. I understand why he's saying
You really
things
got
like
some
that.
poop
That ain't
on
what
this
he
phone.
like.
So
That's not what he like.
all that's not gonna work either.
But you really got some poop
Your
on your
attempts at
phone,
doing
man.
all this, any kind of thing to try to fight back because you can't talk intellectually and defend your position. Go ahead, but you gotta understand, even though this is being recorded, all you're doing, like trying to, let's gang up and make a little gay joke. Let's do things.
Hold
This
on,
is gonna
stop.
work. It do
He
not
got to
help
be
you.
what they call what Tariq Nasheed be talking about. This dude ain't been able to answer a question all night, and he keep projecting that shit on us, and he can't answer nothing.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry for you.
And he just keep projecting the same thing onto us.
Right now, he would go in on him so bad. Oh my God!
Right, and the fact that he's talking about someone projecting, which all Dots asked was, "Are you married?" And he projected. He went into her looks and all this other stuff. Then went
You know
on a
what
rant.
happened? He farted and got some poop on that thong.
He said, I want to see how you look. Let me see you cam up. Boo boo, don't do that. You got the right one. You're gonna have to take it back.
His head is lopsided.
Nah, he don't want you to cam up. You're not the right persuasion. You don't have the right artillery for him.
Okay.
Okay, he's looking for bow and arrows. We only have other stuff.
But anyhow, what did David have to say? David, did you want to say something, honey?
Yeah, hey, tell me this.
why any melanated city you go to, you ask them to raise their hand that they have Indian in their family, 90% gonna raise their hand. Anywhere you go in America. So hold on, wait a minute. So you got to think, if 90% of them, 95% of them raise their hand that they got Indian in them, so you mean to tell me all the Africans was escaping fucking Indians? Come on, it don't add up. I can see 50%, 40, maybe 60. You see what I'm saying? But how every city, melanated city you go to, everybody raise their hand. Come on now, stop playing. All the Africans wasn't escaping fucking Indians if slavery said how they said it was. That's real common sense. How was all African Americans got Indian in them? 95%. So all the Africans had to be escaping. How could they not? Am I right or wrong? They had to be escaping fucking Indians. When they how was all of them be able to escape fucking Indians like that? You see what I'm saying?
Problem. I don't get the problem, baby. I don't, David.
No, I'm just saying though. But how was all these Africans escaping fucking Indians like this? Is slavery it supposed to be slave? Come on, you think it's gonna go down like that? I can see 40 or 50%, but not 90%. Any black city you go to, they're gonna raise their hand. 90% of 95%. And don't nobody got no story or nobody coming on no slave shit. My grandma ain't got no story. Her great grandma coming on no her great grandpa and grandma coming on no slave shit. None of them. Don't nobody got that story. And then on top of that, all the Europeans at that time, the slave masters was niggas. People ain't do nothing to the 1800s. Nothing to the 1800s. Nothing. And because it was sell off right along with it and shit and mixing. And got infiltrated. That's all it was. But that's just common sense though. Think about it.
Why does he keep talking stupid though?
That's why I told him.
How was I talking stupid though?
She's not talking about you.
The black man is going to, not you, no, Dave. I'm talking about Sahaya in the chat. Keep talking stupid. Not you. I would never say you talking stupid. I know you talking real.
Yeah,
you talking real. I'm with you. I'm with you. Whatever you, I'm with it.
All them Indians ain't all them Africans gonna be escaping fucking Indians like that. Come on, man. And then you got last name Jackson, Thomas, Williams, and all that. Those American indigenous last name. How many people over in Europe you know last name Jackson, Thomas, and Williams? You think they all of a sudden just gonna come over here now and then name you Jackson, Johnson, William, and Thomas? No, those American indigenous last names. Those ain't you can't even find no names in Africa.
That's
you can't. And if you can, show me. That's all I'm saying. Show me a Jackson, Williams, or Thomas and over in Europe.
What is the big deal? Why can't we just love each other? We one family.
It ain't like that. Is that the Negroes is the real American Indians? That's what it is.
That might be a fact. That might be a fact.
No, it is a fact because Native Indians was Chinos first, and they got bought over by Negro Spaniards. Look up the Pacific trade slave. Why you think most of Native Indians and Mexicans on the West Coast? They were nowhere to be found during the Civil War. Nowhere on the east side of the Mississippi River. Nowhere to be found.
Where's the Mexicans at?
they was all on the West Coast. Native Mexicans and Native Indians is the same people. They all agents. They got bought over by Negro Spaniards.
Let Akil say something because he's saying stuff. Go ahead, baby. I'll give you opportunity to say something. Go ahead, Kelly. Kelly, are you there? Am I saying his name incorrect, y'all?
You got to say how Sakina said, I kill niggas.
I kill niggas?
Man.
It is. That's what it say. Achilles, you got your phone on mute. Achilles, you on mute. He said he doing stuff in the chat, but not. Wait a minute, Achilles, we're trying to ask you to speak and you're taping. I'm confused. You're up on the panel. Do you realize it? Achilles. We're trying to get you.
Who know about Chief Tokalusa? Who know about Chief Tokalusa?
Oh, it's Akil. It's Akil.
Yeah, go on.
It was an I at the end.
Can you hear me?
Who know about Chief Tokalusa?
No, let him speak, please. Go ahead, baby.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I heard that, Misha. I heard that. Where's Sakina, man? She's funny, man.
Sakina, she went to sleep.
Okay. But yeah, what I'm saying is that I did brother before. His name indigenous to the Americas. I mean, I'm in the
Phone
UK right
breaking
now.
up bad. It's picking up a little bit,
Oh
Achilles.
shit! Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I disagree with those names. Being from the Americas, right? I'm in the UK right now, right? And there are plenty of James and Williams and Jacksons and Smiths over here.
Because they didn't
You know
already
what
came
I'm
back
saying?
over here and,
So,
and went back.
so,
They didn't
so,
already
so,
came over
so,
here and
so,
went back though.
no, you cannot prove that. That's just
Yes,
you
yes, you
making up
can
your
because
own
you can't.
narrative.
You're not gonna be able to
Wait,
find.
hold on,
You're not gonna be able
hold
to
on,
find that in
bro.
the 1800s, my man.
Hold, hold,
You're not gonna find that in the
hold,
1800s in 1700s. You're not gonna find that over here. You're not gonna find
bro,
that in the 18, 1700s. You're not
bro.
gonna find that.
La,
You'll find it
la
now,
sister,
yeah, because they done came and brought it back over.
la
David,
You're not
sister
gonna find that in
freedom.
the 18, 1700s.
I can put you on mute.
Show me.
Go ahead, David. I just had to put you on mute so he can get done. Let him have his 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do the back. I can do that too. Like, I'm not gonna do the back and forth stuff. You know what I mean? But like Sister Freedom said, and which is right, those names came from the colonizers, right? Since you
I
want
didn't.
to talk about, since some of you want to talk about genealogy and freaking what's it called, etymology and stuff like that. Look at the etymology of some of those names. I'm trying to say yes, some names are in a name of the Americas. For example, Washington, there's an island that is native to the Americas. But
Your phone
you cannot
breaking
say,
up. Your phone breaking up
right,
again. You know it's
can you
hard to
hear me
understand
now?
when the phone breaks up. It makes it worse.
Yeah.
You gotta Akil, are you European?
Is that better?
Yeah, are you European?
No, I'm not European. I'm just a believer.
Oh no, somebody has said it in the chat. I was just making sure.
Nah. Those are the trolls. Those are the trolls that believe in all this black European nonsense. You know what I mean? So those are the trolls. No,
Okay.
I'm from Congo, born and raised in Congo, grew up in France and grew up in the UK. I just been around, you know.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Actually, I was supposed to come in the United States before coming to the UK,
But you do accept that there were people on these lands of dark hue prior to the
absolutely, like I would never disagree. That's in the what's it called? That's in the primary sources.
Those, you drop the link because I don't have my mouse with me here in Jamaica. There you
Yeah,
go.
no one is arguing about having dark-skinned people, dark hue people in the Americas. The question is, are those people us? Is that you?
Right.
Because when you look, because when we use the word black, first of all, it's very tricky because a lot of people you see around the world you can classify as black, but when you look at the origin of the word, it's referring or it's synonymous with people that's African descent. You know what I'm trying to say? So you can't go to you can't go to someone in India that looks dark skinned as even darker than me. I'm a dark skinned brother, right? Some of them look darker than me and say, you're black, you're crazy. You smoke crack. You know what I'm trying to say?
Your phone breaking
So
up,
that,
babe.
Yeah, Keely, hold
and
on, it's breaking up again. But I would unmute, mute and mute. And peace,
And that's not true,
Velazio.
Achilles.
I was just
right.
wanted to say something really quick. If someone comes up, I do have to walk away. You know, I got
Okay.
lunch and breakfast together, but I gotta get him together and on
I
the bus. All right.
Right.
I understand. But you're not going nowhere, right? Though you're still gonna be here.
Yeah, I'm still here though.
Okay. Akil, your phone is really breaking up, so I don't know
Right.
if you.
Let me try to log on my come on with my tablet or something. Yeah.
Okay, I'll bring you up.
Yeah.
I'll bring you back up.
All right. No
Hi,
worries, man. No worries.
Gatekeepers. How are you? Good
Hey,
Like
Mr.
you
morning.
talking
Freedom,
through
how
a
y'all
cup in a
doing?
string.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Grand Rising.
I
I'm
cannot
all
believe
right.
I can't.
Huh?
I can't believe I'm still woke. It's unbelievable.
I fell asleep early.
But go ahead. What
Think
did you have to say? What you have to add to all this?
just I came back up so I can like clarify for that. I wasn't trolling niggas. I was just saying they
No.
like
Okay.
you're
When you said that
British,
he's
you
a
know. So
European, that's the reason why I said
yeah,
something. He's not though.
yeah. He niggas is from Britain. So that's why I say he's European. Like he's not American. Like when we're sitting up here saying, our people done told us this, orally passed down. Like it's, this is oral tradition for us. Like this is for a mass of people. This is not something that we're just making up, and our people are not gonna just say this to us for no reason. Like on the Indian subject. So when I'm saying like, you don't understand our culture, I'm just saying that like, cause I know it's not the same thing in Great Britain versus
Hurry up and
America.
hit it, Afro. Hit the link. Hurry up, Afro. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize. I did talk through you.
It's all right. How y'all doing, Nisha? Dots? Who else we got? David?
Yeah, I'm
Saya.
good. I woke. Mm-hmm.
So
Dulcie
that's
here.
what I was just trying to clarify that. Like, I know it's different, like I know you're not gonna have nobody in London telling you, hey, we got Indian in our family, right? I know it's not gonna happen. And that's what I meant when I
No,
said
they
But
that.
know they African.
telling the truth,
They don't debate their
he
Africanness.
did Saya. At least he did say that he knows there were people of dark hue on the lands prior to the slave trade, and it's very
Right, I
easy
agree.
to have had us confused or
We
mixed
all
up.
agree.
But that's not to say that it wasn't there. We have people saying it wasn't there, and
Right.
then
Now I believe it was
what
there.
also will happen that if people don't want to say that they are fully just African, they're downplayed, and that's wrong.
It gets that thin
That
line,
is
that's
wrong.
why. It is a real thin line. It's tough.
It's not
You
the
know,
line. It's just not fair.
Yeah, but
and yeah,
it's
right.
I know, but it's like I was saying earlier, at least from certain parts on our end, we do really trying to do it out of love. It don't it seem like it because it's like all war, but it's really like for those, like I said, for those who are proud, just black people, and they really had it there, and that exists. There's no doubt about that. I'm all for that and support them. I'm all for it. It's real. It's definitely real. But then there's a whole bunch of just jumpers on us who are really just self haters. You know what I mean? And they're only doing it for a different reason. I guess it's good for the movement for those who are really trying to get the truth about uh, you know black people that are native to these lands. You know, it messes up for them. I guess it's good in a way because it gives them numbers, but then it's like when it comes down to them being answered, they got to answer questions and all that. They come up with lies, or they just can't defend a position. Then it looks bad for those who are really doing a real, genealogy research and things like that. You know what I mean? Or
What
things
makes
that
you
are.
think that anybody's doing this not doing the real one?
I'm sorry.
Is
Say that
that
again.
Saya?
Yeah, is that Saya talking, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think that people are just faking their genealogy?
Well, one of the main things that happens anytime a people are oppressed, uh, when you're the oppressed group, that group is the character of that group is destroyed. So it's like anyone associated with that group kind of feels like they ain't shit. The whole society you live in looks like you ain't shit, and that's how they look at you. So to
Well,
escape that,
Lolita said, just for the record, I do not have self hate. And
all
there's a
right,
lot of people that do not appreciate you saying that.
I
Just
understand.
because you should not say that.
I
Because
understand that. What I'm saying is not
just
just here. I
because
said, well, I didn't say just.
somebody doesn't want to say that they're just straight up African, that's wrong
I
for
know,
you
but
to
what I'm saying,
have self hate. Why can't they have part African and part Native American? Why
true,
can't they have part whatever they is in their bloodline?
they can. But what I'm
Because
saying
it
is,
is that way. It's a fact. You can't
all right.
change.
Here's another
Cannot
fact.
change it. As much as I am so pro black, I cannot change the fact that I have undone people in my bloodline. I can't
But
change it.
right, but colonization does do this and cause people to do this, though. We know that, and ain't just not
No,
just
it
African
doesn't.
Americans. Anywhere you look, you're gonna see that. And
It causes people to do what you did. What you're doing
no,
is just
no,
saying
no,
I'm
it doesn't.
African. That's
All
what it
right, let me
causes.
go. You're getting upset. Relax. We
I'm
gonna
not
talk, but
upset.
listen.
I'm not
All right, well,
upset.
listen what I'm saying.
You can't mention
When you get there,
enslavement.
so when you get to places like, you can pick a place. You say something like Puerto Rico or something like that. When you really get to the elites of Puerto Rico, you'll notice that a lot of them are, they'll be claiming, a connect to Spain. When you got Spanish colonies, the people want to be from Spain. When you get the Portuguese colonies, the people want to be associated to, Portugal, or at least something outside of the oppressed Africans. They want to be something other than that. So you can get into like Brazil, and then they have a whole list of all kind of things, and people want to pick any other thing beside African because of how the oppression lands on people. So you have that natural instinct to want to be something else, anything else. Then you have things like sometimes there was rape and things like that in African families, due to the condition that we were in. And we have family members who came out looking lighter, had wavy hair and things like that. And for those reasons, and to not have to go into explain rape and all these different things and people having white in them and all that, we said, hey, that's so-and-so family member and they're an Indian. That was an easy and a good way to get people right through. So that was something a lot of us did.
Okay, just know people
Saya.
love who they are and they love themselves. They love who they are and they love themselves.
And first off, Negro was replaced for Indian.
Sure was.
Did you know that? Negro was placed for Indian.
Yeah, reclassification.
Now,
Saya,
when this was done,
and when you look up etymology, you're gonna get wild Indian.
Okay, now let's look at this though.
No,
that's not going to come up. That's not
Achilles
going to
is
come up in
back.
the etymology of Negro.
Achilles is back, and he has to have his couple minutes to speak.
Okay.
Go ahead, Achilles.
Yeah, stop me right in the middle.
Can we talk so we can hear you? If your phone's back.
Right. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Right. So what's the question again? Because
you was just speaking and you were saying things about the mixture and the fact that we do have there were dark hued people on these lands, and then you said it's very dangerous by using the word black because it groups everybody in one category, and it really is used for African people, the word black, and that's not true, but
that's not true.
Right. Okay, so the reason why I'm saying this, right, because you can read some of the writings, from the people, conquistadors and so on and so forth, right? When they're describing these people, so they are saying things like these people got dark hue, 100%, because they do have dark hue, right? From dark brown to lighter brown, right? But one of the key features, right, that a lot of people that claim to be American Indian who use these sources always overlook, right, is the fact that how they describe the texture of their hair, right? Because when you read about Columbus diaries and different other people, right, they say these people, these Tainos and Arawaks had long black silky hair. Now, when we look to most of our people or most so-called black people, not many of us, or the majority of us, right, don't have long silky hair. I'm talking about from the men and the women. We don't have long silky hair when you look around. Now you might have a couple, especially
about, it's two different types of people. That are you talking about the white Mexicans or whatever that fake the Indian stuff? That's so much going with that.
I wouldn't call them fake Indians, but I'm talking about.
No, well, I'm saying it because the dark hued people that was on these lands, the tribal people that was the native people that was on these lands, okay, that they still are identity. Let's just say that. Because those if you call them Indians. I'm calling us Native Americans.
Were we a part of the Trail of Tears?
What?
Did we take part in the Trail of Tears? Was that us? I mean, or were we enslaved?
Are you again talking, Saya?
Yeah, I'm just asking the question.
Why are you doing that though, Saya?
I know you're gonna get mad. I'm sorry. Shouldn't ask.
No, I'm just saying, but why I'm not getting mad? I'm just saying, Saya, please don't do that. Let the men that's on the channel, that's on the platform, please let them answer a couple questions, please.
Hey, what's the etymology of Seminole?
What happened to Sochi?
Huh? Anybody know the etymology of Seminole?
Of what?
Anybody know the etymology of Seminole?
I can't understand.
Yeah, Cimarron. It means Cimarron, which means like a wild runaway. It's supposed to be. That's
I said, what's the etymology of Seminole?
Wait a minute,
Seminole, that's what I said. Oh, Seminole. Oh, yeah, my bad.
One of these guys.
It's supposed to be partially.
Wait a minute, Saya. David, you're on the panel twice.
You answered the
So
question.
nobody else can't get in. You gotta talk so I can pull the other one down. Talk, please. David, you gotta say something. Because both of them
wants to know the etymology for Seminole.
Wait a minute, Saya. He's on the panel on two things, and I'm trying to pull one down.
My fault.
So you gotta wait a second. Give me a second.
My fault.
David, how's you on there twice?
I had got off and then I ended up coming back on. I came off and came back on.
Let me pull. Okay, let me see something. It's going to mess things up. David, if you come down for some reason, I'll pull you back on. All right, bye.
All right.
Okay, David, talk.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Now it's only one of you. I was going to ask Lolita to come up. Lolita, if you can come up, honey. Come on. She'll never come up.
Yeah. I want to hear what you sound like.
Yeah, I was saying, what's the etymology of semi?
It's Spanish for runaway.
What?
Spanish, American Spanish.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
It's
American
No,
Spanish.
look it up. Somebody pull it up right now. Etymology of semi.
It means untamed or runaway slave. That's what it means.
Right.
It's
It's a maroon, which is a maroon, right?
Right, but
Go and get a
Cimarron
maroon
comes from
crown.
Cimarron.
Go and get a
Yeah,
maroon crown.
One at a time, please.
Go and get a maroon crown. Go and get that and see what color that is. It's a maroon. A runaway heathen. Unbaptized slave.
Cimarron. Maroon come from Cimarron.
Yeah.
Cimarron. It was longer than that. It was Cimarron Day or something like that. Then it broke down to Cimarron. Then it just broke down.
And it's what it say. See maroon.
Right, to
Don't tell me
maroon.
you don't say that.
That's the final thing. So that was the maroon. Same thing like when you're saying the Seminoles.
Right, and you look and right. It's a person of dark skin, copper color.
Right, but also the maroons are the same Africans that was all over, which is weird. No, that's a great one you brought.
No, they won't. No, it's not. The maroon is American word. It's a Latin word. What are you talking about?
Well, you can find the maroons in where? You can find them in Jamaica. You can find them in
America.
South America.
All America. All on the American side, not on that side.
You just said it's an American.
And it's the same thing as a Moor.
No, it's not.
No, what is
yes,
Moor?
it is.
No,
it is too.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
Moor
is.
means Moor.
Okay, then Queen Nanny of Jamaican Maroons. Why is Nanny Town in Moorestown then? It say Moortown. Nanny Town is Moortown.
Yeah, because they're going to use. Yeah, because at a certain point that term was still used. I mean, those towns originally founded by the Spanish and Portuguese, so you know.
So where was
Queen Nanny with Moors? Black people were considered Moors at a certain point, but that name did change.
The Portuguese was Moors too. They were just Christian Moors. They was niggas too.
Yeah, just like that. They refer to themselves as Garbs, the Garbs, things like that. But you don't track them in history like that because the names don't show under like that. But that don't mean a maroon means more. It just means that the maroons.
Yes, it do.
Anyone black is a Moor. It don't have to be anybody particular thing. Anyone black is a Moor. It's just the same thing as saying black.
No, it's not. Black. How black don't mean more? How black don't mean more and black don't mean more? Make it make sense. Donkey mean jackass and jackass mean donkey. More don't mean black. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So when you refer to a Moor, what do you think they're talking about?
A person of dark skin, but shit, my motherfucking hair black. It ain't the same color as my skin.
So yeah. So
but I'm saying,
all right,
it don't mean black.
Yeah, so
it don't mean black. Because black would mean more then, right? Wouldn't black mean more?
Yeah, exactly.
Wouldn't it?
Because under definition, when you get
black
under
don't
race,
mean more.
So when you look up under race and you look under definition of black, and they give you the thing they're gonna say is a description. So they give you the description. That's how you
black mean
identify
pale.
A black person. You actually
black mean
see
pale,
a description,
bro.
so it's the way you look at them. You know what I mean? So
black mean pale, bleach.
Okay, I don't know where you get your fake definition
that's a fact.
Real life stuff.
That's a fact. Black mean pale.
Stop it, man.
Black mean pale.
That's that fake Morris
look
stuff,
it up,
man. It's make believe, man.
Look
Think
it up.
about what you're saying, man. The English language is barely 500 years old. The word black goes back much longer than that because there's other civilizations.
No, it don't. No, it don't. Black is a Spanish word.
Languages.
Nah.
It is though.
It comes from 1500.
Black
Yes,
is
it
not
do.
a Spanish word. And words
Yes, it
black
do.
and Spanish is going to be either Negro or it's going to be.
Wait a minute, Saya. Black goes back far, just in different languages.
That's what I just said. So
I know,
when you
but
take an English definition, it doesn't make sense, right? And in other definitions, black means black. If you take a black rock, when they speak of the black rock, they talk about a rock that's actually black. When you see
which is an adjective, which is an adjective.
The Lord, a perfect blackness. You know what I'm saying? You see him, depicted in black. You know what I'm saying?
Black not a noun, bro.
So of course, what he's saying make no sense because they'll be paired with that meant.
I know, understand.
It do mean pale.
That's what I mean. It doesn't.
Yeah, I understand
history
what
find
black do mean pale.
It doesn't mean that.
I
Yes, it
understand.
do.
But wait a
Look it
minute.
up. Black do
Saya.
mean pale. Look it up. Look it up.
That's
Okay,
what
you
the
look it
words
up.
say.
Look it
The
up. Black mean pale. Bleach. Blank.
yeah. You can
Mm-hmm.
find that in some
No,
definitions.
you know what you're gonna find? The letter
Saya.
BL. Okay,
Saya.
let me explain. Let me explain because I
No,
know. So you're
Saya.
gonna see the letter BL. It's gonna be a letter that looks like an A, kind of with a letter E, and then a letter K. It's not even the word black. You know what I mean? I already know this. This is come on. I already played these
There you
games
go.
with these little kids. Man, these dudes got fake information.
Okay, but
Definition.
there you go, Saya. You're
It's
starting to
because
call
it's being
people
real.
names
We could
again.
just do the etymological
You're
breakdown. Anyone
doing
could look it up.
that
It's a
again.
definition. You
That's
know what a
not what
black
we can
crayon
do.
is?
That's
Does
not
anyone
what
know what a
we
black crayon
can do.
is? You can't say
Saya.
what the definition is when we
Saya.
all know it.
I'm
You
gonna
know
mute
it
you.
because you look at a
Saya,
person, you know
I'm
who's black.
going to mute you.
You look at a color,
I
and you
don't
know it's
care
black.
what you say with information. You're not going to call people names and say that their information's fake and all that.
I
That's
gotta say
throwing
it's real.
stuff in unnecessarily. You could talk without talking like that.
And
You
black
don't.
is the adjective. It's not a noun, bro.
It's not a noun, right?
Right.
So
Which is not talking about a person.
okay. So a crayon that's black. That's what's it
An
describing?
adjective.
We're
Mm-hmm.
not doing the semantics.
Okay, right.
All
Okay.
of
So he doesn't know, you know what I'm saying? So we know what the definition of black is. We all know, all this, oh no, it
It
really
ain't
meant
describing the
this.
person.
When he's gonna say it meant this
It
back
ain't
in the day
describing the
and then it
person.
changed, all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because we know we use the English dictionary, we know what the definition is, we know what it means, we know what, when they're saying it and you're talking about a person, when you're saying it and you're talking about a thing. There's no way to be confused with that. That's that what his name, Noble Drew Ali type of thing or something. I don't
No,
know.
no, no. That's
You know.
etymology, bro.
So okay, so the
Yeah, no,
etymology,
do all
English
all day
language
though.
today.
Don't get
Pull
it
it up.
twisted.
Pull it up.
Well,
Somebody pull it up.
do is
All
talk
right.
about
So again, when they said land of the black, when they say land of the black, they talk about black. They
he
talk
did
about
have a
people.
lot to contribute to our people, so we're not going to put him down. That's what we're not going to do.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, everything I
Do
say
that
seems
to
like a
our
put down, man.
greatest.
We gotta get tougher
We're
skin,
not going to
black
do that
people,
to
because I'm not
people who meant
disrespecting
something.
nobody.
Try
I'm
to do
disrespecting
something.
information. It can't be so sensitive that everything I say gotta get, gotta get a file for everything I'm doing.
No,
Like the
I'm not
referee
doing
gotta
that.
just call
What I'm
fouls
asking you
on me when
to
I'm in
do
a
is
conversation.
not to
Because two
disrespect.
men talking and we just talking information. Let's just let the information go. Come on, y'all. Just playing it off, trying to stop me
What
in the
is you
middle of
doing in
expressing
the
it
chat?
and
I
it
thought you
dropping
was going to
something.
knock
It's
me out
foul.
then.
It's not like you trying to be real. It's not like you really attacking somebody. Oh, you saying the
But that's how
information.
it sounds, so you got to
So
stop
now
doing it.
any little thing, oh, you saying this information ain't like I can't say he kind of like what is this? Come on now,
Black
we
do
not
mean pale.
kids. I'm
You don't know
saying,
what you're talking about.
we can we know everyone here knows they know if you say, hey, what's the color black? You know you're not gonna think pale. Everyone knows that. So when you say what's the definition, we know what the definition is. Now what he's gonna try to say is that
It
no,
mean pale.
it's an old original definition somewhere in the past of old English, this kind of thing you're gonna say. You know what I mean? Which is still unrealistic. Because I said when you get to that, you're gonna see that they didn't spell the words the way they spell it now. It's not even looking the same. So it's not black. You know what I mean? It's can't even pronounce that when you're looking at it. So
Man,
and
you don't
I'm
even make no
sure that
sense.
when I'm
Man.
saying that I'm sure of that. Already look it up, already know the routine. You know what I mean? He's not looking it
No, you
up.
don't.
We all know what the definition is. How will we be confused? Where will we get the confusion from? Where will we get the confusion of the color black when we all collectively 100% agree with it and know what it means? He's saying, no, we're just totally confused because it really means this. They're just hiding it in front of you. Doesn't make sense. But go ahead.
Because it
Please
do.
explain how you think it means black.
Okay, there are different definitions. One word in English mean a whole bunch of things. You can use it in different ways. So I don't know why you sitting up here trying to make it seem like it can't be
Thank
used.
you. You're going to show me. You want to show me the definition? I can understand all that stuff you're saying, but if you don't show me the definition, that means it's BS. So please,
There you
let's get
go.
to the
Well,
definition.
There you go again. Mm-mm.
yeah, we don't have to do anything that you say just because you say to
Okay.
do it.
Well,
But the
if we
main thing
honest,
is for
if we don't, if we don't want to be honest, we won't.
Saya. You already know the deal when this mama starts talking. I ain't dealing with you. Other people could deal with you, but I ain't dealing with it. It's too early. But so when it comes to being black, we can all agree that it's a color and we can agree on what that color means in 2023. But that being said, it is derogatory in 2023 to define people as a color. So we don't call Asian people yellow people. We don't call Native American people red people. We don't call Indian brown people. We don't go by the color of someone's skin to define them. So it's disrespectful that everybody else gets to have a nation, an affiliation, anything like that. But then other people are bringing crayons to the discussion when we're talking about people. Everybody can know what the black color crayon is, but that doesn't make it a people.
We call white people.
Facts.
So
What do we
what
call
about
white people?
white people? I was gonna
What do we
say,
call white people?
white people.
Europeans, and usually based
Oh,
on the
yeah,
European that they're
yeah.
from.
I don't know. Where come we call them white? We call them white people, actually. And we call black
They
people
really
black.
They're
have y'all.
technically
And it
not
could be
white people though.
disrespectful to you, maybe, and that's what I'm saying. And I expect that. But as I said,
And
it
that's
just
and that's and that's
coincides with those who are colonized. They also get
and
that
that's
same sentiment. That's the thing. That's the
because
catch with it. You'll
David,
notice it.
hold on. Yes,
But those same
I
ones,
was gonna say
those
which
same
one,
ones,
Yeah,
David.
that's what I'm saying. I keep trying to pull one of them down,
I
and
don't know
then
why
Well,
I
we
keep coming
gotta
up.
figure out which one. Hold on. Okay,
Let me see.
which one are you with?
I'm gonna leave and come back out.
Okay.
see, he only took down one. See what I'm saying?
So then we just gotta kick the other one. That's
Okay,
it.
that's what I was
they
saying.
hate their blackness and their Africanness, and we know why. This country does it to us. We're indoctrinated to have those feelings. We're indoctrinated to not be want to be associated. I bet you the same ones. Most of the
Not to
time,
be
they don't
want to
have
be
no
associated
slaves in
with
their family.
what? There
No, a
you go
lot of them.
lying on
A
people
lot of them
again.
don't. No, I promise you. Listen, I spoke to a lot of Moors. They don't have any slaves in their family. The Hebrews don't. The Abels don't. And I guess the other
Hey,
new Native
can
American
y'all pull
Indians
up
don't
this
either.
census so
No, a
I can
lot of them
show
never
him
been had any
what the
slaves in
problem
their
is with
family.
this term black
See
and
that when
African
I'm talking,
American
see how
free?
when I'm talking, how that shit happens every single time, nonstop. Someone jumps in.
No, because
You ain't
Saya,
talking
all
about
you've
nothing.
been
I'm trying to
doing
bring
is
some information.
No,
You just
no,
taught me
it's I
your
call it
lyrics.
every
I'm trying
time,
to
and you
show
can
some
see it. You can't
information.
control it every single time. That's called cognitive dissonance. He can't. He won't
Saya. Do
respond.
you
You got to try
realize
to
that
block him.
every time somebody talks, you do the
No,
same thing?
no, I don't. No, I
Yes, you
don't. I
do.
try.
But
Oh,
then
yeah,
be
that's because I
quiet
mostly
right
get
now, then.
stopped. I
But then
mostly
be
get
quiet
stopped.
right
But being
now,
able to
Saya.
talk just like now, when it was my turn,
Saya, you
in
won't
the
be. Saya, I'm
conversation.
gonna put you down. I don't want to, but you
Yeah,
won't be
you
quiet.
do. You do want to.
I want to because you won't be quiet.
It's my turn to talk, and you keep
It is
jumping
Your
not.
in.
Okay,
turn.
I'll give you a minute. Go ahead. Let them get the minute, Sashi. And I do mean 1 minute.
Look at that, the new time rating when it come to me. You don't notice that I'm
Because you
paying attention.
keep
You don't
talking
see
every
me
time
doing it.
somebody says something,
No,
Saya.
I'm not.
You
I try to
say
jump in here or there to say, try
what
to
do
say
you have
one
to
thing
say,
and let them
Saya? Your
elaborate.
minute is almost. Come on now. What you gotta say, babe? Come on.
Right, I ain't even get started. My minutes
Go
are already
ahead,
over.
then.
You know what I
Just
mean?
talk then.
Yeah, I wanted to see about those Indians, and I wanted to see was the ones that we see in the pictures of in the battle. Matter of fact, Tears, the Trail of Tears, and all that. Are those Indians that were on the Trail of Tears in those pictures? Are those the real Indians, or are those African Americans? And the
Okay, now
Buffalo Soldiers.
let somebody answer the question that you asked. Don't keep talking. Sashi, do you want to answer that, or do you want to believe
It was a
so?
compound question, but okay.
I
Oh
don't
my
even
Yeah,
know what he asked. Like I'm like this
yeah, what
dude. It don't
pictures?
make no sense to answer his questions because he's not accepting none of the answers, and he can't answer none of our questions.
I'm
Well,
accepting
just
him, but he
answer
can't
it,
answer it.
Sashi.
He's
Just
unable
answer it.
to. I promise you,
Saya,
he won't.
Saya, I'm handling Sashi.
All right, he
Sashi,
can't.
it
He can't
doesn't
answer
matter.
it. I'm telling you. I
Just let
promise
him
you.
be quiet,
He can't
Saya.
answer it. I swear. I promise
Today
you. I'll
is
give you the
made.
money if he does.
You're doing it again. Is why we.
I'm gonna send you a chat if he answers.
Okay.
The one that was on the Trail of Tears was Mongolian. The whole Trail of Tears was set up by Andrew Jackson's hired chiefs, not the real chiefs of them tribes, people that he appointed, white people, chiefs. That's what happened. They left the real chiefs back here in the South and appointed white people and made the decision and took the Mongoloids to Oklahoma.
The
That's
Mongoloids.
all the real
Be
Indians
quiet,
stayed in the
Saya.
South.
Okay. Peace, Dimples. How you doing, honey? Good morning. Afro Asiatic. Love that name. Did you have something you want to say? Good morning.
Yeah, peace, sister, peace to the panel.
Peace to you as well.
Peace
Peace,
to
bro.
unscrambled minds. I think two truths can exist at one time. I do believe that black people were already in the Americas and transatlantic slave trade did happen. You know, I like to have the discussion from the point of view of modern science, which would be genetics. And genetics tells us that many of the older African haplogroups were, in fact, already in the Americas. In particular, Dogon, they have E haplogroups predominantly, and their genetics is found scattered throughout the Caribbean islands, the Bahamas, Haiti, Jamaica, the Dominican Republic. You know, these are black tribes, or what we would call African. But I think the genetics says that they were already in the Americas. You know, I agree with that. And me being a student of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, he already taught us that
Assalamu alaikum. Give you
Walaikum assalam. He already taught us that a portion of our people were already here. You know, so that's my position on it. But I
Yeah.
like to
Can I ask him a question?
No, wait one second. Is that Saya again?
Yeah,
Told you.
that's Saya.
Yeah, I just
Not
wanted to
me.
ask him a question from what he just
No,
said.
hold on. You'll have to
No,
wait your
Saya,
turn.
please.
Y'all don't have no question to what he just said? Y'all agree with all that?
Wait a minute,
Well,
Saya, please.
no,
All right.
well, no, we don't agree all that, but it's not your turn, so
Can I
that's
make
why
a
we.
statement
I asked if
with
y'all
Yeah,
had one too.
Sister
to
Freedom.
what? Please, Saya, let me make a statement to what Afro-Asiatic just said. Yes, and I appreciate what you came on and said about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who I love dearly. What I'm saying is also we have to keep in mind, please keep it in the back of our minds, that the European has put us all in categories, in sections. So he's eliminated our native families from the different islands, our native families from, if you come here and you're Jamaican, right? They still gonna put you in an African American little category. Anybody with dark hue, they put in an African American category, even if you're not African American. They just look at you like you just African, no matter what, to keep us in like a category or a section or box or whatever you want to call it. They look at us all the same, and it's just not fair. So I want to thank you for saying that Elijah Muhammad said that way back even then. You know, so that's what I want to say to that Afro-Asiatic. That's all I wanted to
Okay.
say.
And I
Did you?
wanted to respond as well because the thing about it, when you're researching and the DNA, we just have to go about in understanding that everything that we've been taught, though, by them, it's been agenda based, is
Right.
attached to masonry, is something that we have to identify these things for ourselves. So when you're saying we can see the Dogon DNA that's shared amongst us, I would say that first we got to make sure it's us that is finding that, and
Mhm.
not the way they're doing it, snipping up genomes and saying what's similar, because all human beings are 99.9% alike. We're not that far off from each other. So
Right.
saying you can just identify little similarities that says, oh, this person is more alike than this person, you're going to really have to denote how. And right now, most anthropologists, most biologists, most people in science are saying, hey, we lied to you guys when we said that we could do this with DNA. We're really researching what we can do with DNA now. That's the stance on DNA in 2023. So,
you know
but
what
when I think we should have, which I that's why I respect the ones like Dr. Chief Ali. I don't care if people don't like him. I think the fact that he's just
Me
doing the
too.
research, I
Mhm.
respect that. And I think we're gonna have to do the research ourselves, because there's no telling if the Dogon gene started in America and then went over to Africa. That
That's
makes
true.
sense.
That makes a lot of sense what you just said, though. A lot of
yeah.
sense.
But can I yeah,
Yeah.
just to add on, sister, when we look at the consensus amongst modern geneticists, they all agree that human or Homo sapiens sapien, modern humans ourselves, developed out of Africa and subsequently spread
No,
out
they
of
don't.
Africa. Well, well, brother, I'm talking about the consensus in modern genetics.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah. So,
talking.
but
I'm not.
that
But,
consensus is from the people that believe we're primates too. So you would have to say
no,
that consent. Yes, it is. That consensus, it goes hand in hand with that. So the consensus is that you're a primate and that you originated out of Africa, and you can't
That's true.
separate those two
That's true, though,
things.
Afro.
What does primate mean?
Who is that saying?
Primate means a monkey, lemur, orangutan, a
Gorilla.
bonobo, a
Or human?
chimpanzee, and a human. That's what primate means.
yeah,
All right.
but
So beyond
it's
that, we know it includes all of them, but what does it mean?
it's
Oh my
important.
God, kid. Saya, please.
It's Afro,
It's a real
it's
legitimate question.
Asiatic. It's
It's a legitimate question.
Afro-Asiatic, yeah, but it's
Hey,
Afro-Asiatic point.
first of
Go ahead,
all, they
Yeah,
said
but
Afro-Asiatic.
you understand why
Can you
they
please
say
let
that.
Afro fit? Thank you, Afro.
Yeah, I understand that, and I don't believe in us coming from primates. You know, that's not my position. But what I will add to the conversation as well is that modern genetics is not just researched and explicated by Europeans. There is a multitude of different nationalities of doctors who work on these studies. So we can't just attribute their conclusions to simply European racism or European dominance over the information. One of the sources that I frequently go to is the genetic ancestry of the Hadza and Sandawi people. Now, the Hadza and Sandawi people are very dark skinned people. Some of them have knotty hair, some of them have curly hair. They are East Africans, but their genetics say that they come from West Asia and that their genetic footprint has been left from East Africa, stretching all the way to modern day West Africa. So the conversation, I believe, should be surrounded around source materials, and I think our people should learn how to box, male or female, just figuratively speaking, around source material instead of so much just emotionalism. And I understand the emotionalism. I understand the passion. I have passion myself. I am a human being. But
I
the
Hold
gotta
on,
ask you
the
a
the
Sachi,
question.
the,
because
the
I'm gonna respond
conversation
to this. Hold
the
on.
conversation is becoming essentially emotional instead of academic or along scholarly lines. I'll
Okay,
close with
so
that.
no, it's not being emotional as far as it. You'll see everybody on the panel is not being emotional. I mean, unless you're talking about Saya. But the main thing is, and it's a problem because again, you made arguments that weren't even made, and you tried to deflect the point with a red herring to be like, oh well, it's other races that work in genetics now, but then said, oh, I don't believe in primate evolution. The fact is that is modern genetics. That is what you're saying. You cannot separate the two. Saying we developed out of Africa is saying that we developed out of Africa as primates. And you cannot separate that. So it's very disingenuous that all these people come and say, oh, we have to be scholarly in one moment and believe this thing that scholars say, but they don't want to believe the main things that how scholars had to come up and attribute that information. You have to believe that you're primates if you're going to defend out of Africa. Out of Africa is based on primate science, and it doesn't matter if an Indian does the science now. It doesn't matter if an African does the science now. It doesn't matter if an American Indian does the science now, or if someone like you and me does the science now. The basis of the science comes out of primate or primatology, and you cannot separate primatology from out of Africa. It's impossible. It's the same thing. Modern geneticists that go into as far as saying this is what the DNA is saying and it proves out of Africa are also saying you're a primate. And you cannot disagree with that fact. That would be unscientific. That would be you being emotional instead of dealing with your source material that will say we're primates and we're out of Africa.
Yeah, I understand that, and I understand that no missing that the missing link that Europeans talk about that links us to uh, primates, that link does not exist. They have never discovered it. They have never demonstrated where that correlation takes place. They don't know. They just simply postulate it. They cannot prove it. So I understand your argument, but
Exactly. So
I
that's the
don't
same
believe.
with
Hold
out
one
of
second, come on,
Africa.
1 second, sister,
Okay.
come on, let me finish my sentence. I understand your argument, but what I'm saying is to the people and to the panel, it does not uh, invalidate the value of genetic studies and what studies can tell us. I understand your argument though, I opine again. Europeans do not have the evidence, the link, Australopithecus or hominin. They don't have the link between us, modern humans, Homo sapiens sapien, and these so-called primates. They do not have the link for that. But I'm not. What I'm saying is, it does not take away or invalidate the value of modern genetics in this discussion. That's what I'm saying. I
Oh
understand what
yeah,
you're saying, though,
definitely.
sister.
We should definitely study genetics, but the point is, if they don't have the link as far
They
as
don't.
for the Australopithecus, they don't have the link as well to say everyone's out of Africa, because the link to the Australopithecus is the reason why they say it's out of Africa, and that's the main point. Is you
There's
can't
more links.
separate those two. If you can't say genetics is saying that we're out of Africa, but that has nothing to do with primatology. Yes, it does. It has everything to do with primatology. If it was not for primatology, then there would not be that we're all out of Africa. And
Have you
that's
ever
just the
looked at the
fact of it.
definition of primate?
That's
Yeah,
Hey,
I had a debate
hey,
on
hey,
it.
hey,
So
hey.
we can go
I
past
got a
that point.
question.
Yeah.
Why is it that every one of those African digs they went to specifically that place and started digging? Everywhere else they find bones, they find them on accident. But all of the uh digs that support evolution, those are specific people going to specific places, like they know where the bones is at.
Right, and it's from a particular group, but I did all that in my debate against Nepal and showing that as far as who came up with primatology and the origins and who found all the bones and the misleading of the bones and everything from that. So we ain't gonna get into the debate all right here. It's just the only point is no one's saying don't study genetics. The only point though is that you cannot separate out of Africa genetics from primatology. They are one and the same. They are the same science.
I
People would
disagree
reject
respectfully.
blackness and the Africanness and
I
hate themselves.
disagree
I
respectfully.
want to hear what he.
I,
Okay, who was talking? I know Dulcie, but then Belize. Well, Asia, can you please tell me why you disagree? Seriously.
Well, I disagree respectfully because they don't have the link. They do not have the link that the Europeans don't have the link to what
Sure.
they say is the primate. From us, from the Homo sapiens sapien to the primate, they have never produced the link.
Never.
Anthropologically, they
Dulcie
have
agrees.
never ever produced that link.
Never.
Huh?
Never,
That's
never.
So
a
they
fact.
can't say we
Never
evolved out of
produced.
Africa if they had never produced that link.
facts,
They never.
Sachi. Facts,
No, no, no.
Sachi.
Well,
That's
That's
the
that's
whole
hey,
not the.
point.
all right.
That's
So
that's
Okay,
not
what
Facts.
does
the.
Damn, I
Hashi
was about
can
to
I
say
ask
the
a
same
That's
question?
two
thing
different
Sachi just
things.
said.
That's
Hey,
two
can I ask a
Wait,
different
what
question,
things.
did
Joe?
Sashi say?
So,
Exactly,
I
Nisha.
didn't
so you
hear him.
saying
Exactly, Nisha.
you
Hold
saying they
on,
didn't
hold
find
on. Well, hold
they
on,
didn't find
Saya. Hold on,
Naya,
Saya.
what did
Because
Sashi
either
say, please?
Sachi, repeat what you just said.
If they never found the link, they can't say we evolved out of Africa. They can't
That's what
prove
we've
it.
been saying from the beginning. Thank you, Sashi.
Exactly. Thank you. And exactly. And that's the part that Afro-Asiatic doesn't agree with. And that's fine. You can definitely respectfully disagree with us. We're fine. But what we're saying is whether you disagree or not, that's the fact. The out of Africa is based on primatology. And if there's a missing link in primatology, there's a missing link that says that all humans originated out of Africa. Because they only are able to say that through primatology.
You could say that, but that's the consensus in science. The
Not to
consensus
mention,
within science is that humanity, Homo sapiens sapien, developed out of Africa. That is the
and they
Right.
consensus in
and they
Just
science.
like
call
the
it evolution.
consensus is
Hold
that
on.
we're primates. That's the same consensus. That's the point. The
And they
consensus is
call it
we're primates and
evolution
we're out
and
of
it's
Africa.
de-evolution. And they call it evolution and it's de-evolution.
But this
Right.
all undone people information and laws and putting us in categories and saying what we connected to and all this. That's all undone information.
Right. I
That's
think
all. But
Bellagio
I know
was
y'all
going to say
understand what
something
I'm
too.
saying when I say undone, right? Y'all know I'm talking about the undone people.
Yeah, them
I hope
those
they
people.
understood. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure they was clear. Afro Asiatic, you clear with me? You know what I'm saying, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure, because me and you
I,
know.
I also wanted to build a little bit on the blackness. When we look at blackness, blackness was dominant across the entire planet. That's a biological, genetic fact that the black was the first, be it anywhere on the planet. Modern Europeans, they bear witness to that as well. But linguistically, when we look for the term, one of the strongest terms for blackness is Hama, Hamma. That is an Arabic word. We can find that as a description of Adam in the Quran, and we find that in Genesis verse chapter 1, verse 2, in the term Tihama. Uh, but that language, Hama, is Arabic, and it is strong Arabic poetic trope for blackness. So people tend to say that the Quran is anti-African or that the Torah is anti-African. But at the very opening of the Torah, we find the term Tihama, where the beginning is, and then we find the description of Adam in the Quran, who is described as Hama and Masnoon, meaning that he is a black man, or originally Hama was a black man. The strongest term would be Hamado in Afro-Asiatic language in Arabic.
Right. But
Yeah, I
black
got
in
you.
Hold
America,
on.
being black in
Wait,
America do matter in
Bellagio was going to
language
say
though.
something. Yeah,
Uh,
unmuted. Go ahead,
yeah,
Bellagio.
I appreciate it. I've been wanting to get in. On the science situation before we go to black, I just want to say let's not forget like who had the monopoly on the the direction of the science. And when you're depending on someone else to tell you who you are, you're gonna fall short. Like and that's what the science is doing. Like to me, so just to solely take their word on like where we come from or humanity or out of Africa, like I mean we know it's an agenda behind it, scientific racism and all of that. So that's why I really don't like just deal with the science on that part. I mean,
Right, exactly. Facts.
you know,
And let me address something that Saya, since he's just so he can't wait to talk. But we're getting to you, Saya. It's almost your point. But where this is wrong. So he said these dummies don't realize that A00, the first haplogroup, originates from Cameroon, Africa. False, not true. A00 has never been found in Cameroon. What they do is say the L3 originated from the A00, and they hypothesize that the L3 originates from Cameroon, making A00 be from Cameroon. But A00 has only been found in the Americas and not in Africa.
That's not true, man. That's not true. That's not true.
No,
That
that's
is
not true.
true. That is
That's
true.
not true.
A00 has not been found in Africa. What you're
Can you
going to
pull up a
see is
source? Okay,
L3
let's.
haplogroups,
Okay.
and the hypothesis from those L3 haplogroups are that they are subclades of A00. But
No,
A00 itself has only been found in the Americas.
no.
Let me pull up.
One second, sister. 1 second, sister. Let me add on for this point right here. A00 cannot. L3 cannot come from A00. This is why. A00 is a male haplogroup. L3 is a maternal haplogroup. So A00, there's no way that L3 can come from A00 because one is a male and the other is a female. The female can only pass on her maternal line to her daughter or her son. But the man, on the other hand, passes on the paternal and the maternal to his offspring. We gotta understand that the man carries the maternal as well as the paternal is inside the man. The female only carries the maternal, and that's not to negate or lower the female. That's just the biological facts. The female carries only the maternal. the male carries the paternal and the maternal line. So let's be clear on that. L3 could not come from AOO because AOO is a male from Africa, the African Adam, AOO. That's where that comes from. And L3 is postulated to have developed in Asia and back migrated to Africa. So that's totally wrong, sister. I say respectfully.
Well, no, because we understand
The
that
source in the back chat.
L3 is mitochondria and A00 is Y haplogroup. But the point is that they say that those are subclades that are coming in on behalf of the A00 that's before it. But the
No.
fact of the matter is A00, the Y haplogroup, was not found in Africa. They haven't found one African that has that A00Y
Plenty of
haplogroup.
Africans
That
got it.
no, they
I
don't.
got
They
the, I
have
got the
not
source in the
find.
back chat
They have
saying
not found
by
A00
Google.
at
Yes.
all in Africa. They found it in
No.
Albert Perry, who was in South Carolina. You can say that Albert Perry is African, but there's no proof that he's African. He was found in South Carolina, and just because he's black doesn't mean that you can make him African now. So if there was so many A00s, they would be able to find it in Cameroon. They'd be able to find it across the Africa where they said it is. They have not found it there. They found it in Albert Perry, and now they're saying Albert Perry is from Cameroon.
Not
They
just
have
Albert
not
Perry though.
proved. They have
They
not proved
found it.
that.
They found it in Albert Perry and a large group of African American samples. I got the source in the back chat where
Right.
it's saying it ain't
Okay.
never been found in Africa.
Yep. Let me go
And
ahead
from
and
the
pull it up for
Let
you.
me add on though. Once
Hold
again,
on,
sister,
hold
sister, you
on,
were
because
you were in error
hold
pairing
on,
L3 and AOO.
Afro, let her say
Afro
what she
Asiatic, because you're in error, so you're gonna have to be quiet first.
I'll
Let's
put the
go ahead
source
and
in the
pull
back
up
chat.
this.
You
Put
be
the
quiet.
source in the back chat. No, you be quiet. Put the source in the back chat if you wanted to go. But what you're not going to do is disrespect, and you're not going to over talk. I don't know what you guys thinking. I guess because y'all are Pan Africans and y'all think y'all can come on the platform and tell someone what to do with their platform. Go to your own platform
Because I'm
and do
Pan
what you want to
African.
do.
No,
Afro Asiatic, I'm
yet.
guessing it's because you are. That's why you feel like you can disrespect me. But I kick people off, and I have no problem kicking you off. You
At
mean
what
nothing to
point
me
did I
to kick off.
disrespect you, sister?
Because I'm talking. So I let you talk. When you said everything, even your misinformation, I waited for you to be done. And then I said that it was where you were misinforming the people. And I taught them about primatology and told them that you can't celebrate the out of Africa. And I didn't do it at all while you were talking. But you men, I'm lumping you with Pan Africans because no one else has the problem with doing it. No one else has to cut in. It's only you guys. Everybody else is sitting there for even 30 minutes to an hour waiting to talk and not jumping in because we're ladies. But you guys, y'all can't help yourselves. But anyway, so this is from the American Journal of Human
Hold on,
Genetics
don't
that
I'm
are in
on
the
the
back.
panel too. I'm on the panel too. Don't throw me under the bus with them.
No, I'm not talking about you, Sachi, or Bellagio. That's why I was saying y'all will wait 30 minutes to an hour at a time while the ladies are talking and just be like, okay, well, we can't speak. But Afro Asiatic, for some reason, he feels like, oh, I get to jump in and over talk someone when I feel like they're wrong. And that's not what's going to happen. So the American Journal of Human
But
Genetics,
Science in
volume
the chat saying nasty stuff about you, Delcy, and I'm just telling you that he got his butt back up on here after he said mean stuff.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Saya, no one minds Saya. Saya
Man, he
needs
been
some
making
stuff
pass
that
and hitting
he
me. Don't
can't
nobody
get from the
respect what he talking
internet.
about.
And I'm not sending him no coupon on Snapchat to get it. He's just going to have to figure out how to get what he needs himself. But, anyways, the American Journal of Human Genetics, volume 92, issue 3 of March 7th of 2013, pages 454 to 459, report an African American paternal lineage adds extremely ancient root to human Y chromosome phylogenetic tree. So you guys should look up the Journal of Human Genetics and see for yourself about A00. It will clearly show you that A00 has not been found in Africa. There's no African that was found with that ancient DNA. They only assume it has to come from Africa. All right,
Can I say
Afro-Asiatic thing.
something
Oh
before
yeah,
Afro?
yes, sister. Yes, sister Freedom, of
Afro,
course.
please. Saya, please do not say anything like what you said ever again about a woman being choked and her ass at home and all that. I don't like that type of talk coming from a man because it makes me think that you abuse women. That's
Calm
not what.
down. You think
And he
anything?
doing
Relax.
this,
Everything is
all that,
not something to be all
all of
tense
that because
about.
we.
But why
Relax.
are
That's
you
what I
saying that? Don't say
family.
things like that. And
That's weird,
It's a
bro. Like
joke. I said,
and
you
all
think
of
even if
people
that.
you
getting
and
choked
even
out at
if you
home?
don't
It's a funny
research
joke. Stop it like
information,
it's like
you
somebody
don't
saying it
agree with
real.
her.
It's
You don't have
stop it.
to say things like that.
Right. You know it ain't like. Don't take it like that. Stop it. You know it was a joke because she's talking to my man in a kind of way, and I'm being funny with it. That's it. It's nothing. She's cool as hell. So stop it. It ain't like that.
Yeah, but then say that. Don't say that. And I'm listen. Asiatic took whatever she said. He just start going in the chat, calling her liars, saying I bet she getting beat up at home, all kinds of stuff like that. Because that's a real man right there. He
That's all
listens.
right. Those are two different. All right, those are two different comments. I said a lie about something totally earlier, a totally different thing. But that no, I was just joking with her
Don't
because
say that,
the
please. I
way
don't
she
like
was
that
talking
kind of
to the
talk.
old boy.
You beat
Stop it.
women.
She just the way she thought. Oh, you paying Africans, da da da. And that was it. Stop it. Don't try to make something like somebody wants some harm to her because she's real good people. I have no problems with her.
Well,
I'm
then
not
don't say
beefing. I'm
stuff
mad at nobody.
at all.
So please, not none of that stuff. Don't think like that.
Because we could say stuff about you too. That's not nice.
Right, I understand. But that those, like I said, that was definitely not. There's no reason to deny it. I wasn't trying to be mean to her. I'm just trying to joke about the way she be talking to us. That's being funny, and that's it.
Okay, well, Asiatic sir, I know you wanted to say something. Thank you for being quiet while she said what she had to say to you.
Thank you, and my apologies if I've disrespected your sister. Uh,
She don't
that
think
was
you.
Yeah, no problem.
right. But I just wanted to read haplogroup A is a human Y chromosome DNA haplogroup, which includes all living human Y chromosome bearers of extant subclass of haplogroup A are almost exclusively found in Africa or among the African diaspora. In contrast with haplogroup BT bearers, of which participated in the out of Africa migration of early modern humans. Now, the populations that we would look for the presence of AOO would be the San people of Southeast Africa. Now, I understand that the sister have some conflicting data, but it is in fact AOO is in fact a African haplogroup.
You said
Now,
San, isn't it
one
Cameroon?
second, one San, SAN,
Cameroon,
San people,
Cameroon,
San. I didn't say Cameroon. I said San people.
but it should be
That's South
Cameroon.
Africa. It doesn't say South. It doesn't say Cameroon, brother. But that's just to push back against the sister's information, not against the sister herself. We all family here having a discussion. It's
That's
just to push back against the
My
sister's
question
information,
is, if
not
it's
the
from the
sister.
Sun people,
Yeah, no
how did the
problem. Go
African
ahead,
American get
Sachi.
it?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
My question is, if it's from the Sun people, you saying they found it in the Sun people. None of the Sun people from Southeast bought on no slave boat, so how African American get it?
That's because he's wrong. It was
Brother,
Cameroon.
that's not the point of the discussion. I just wanted to demonstrate that AOO does in fact exist in Africa amongst the San people. That's the highest concentration
saying
according to
son
my
or
understanding.
son. What do you
San.
It's the San people of South Africa. But see, this is the problem with this, and Sachi's correct on what it is. It's that they
San
don't
people.
have the information other than what's given to them. I can read what he put in the back chat, which is my point. He's saying that it's something of a Eurasian origin back to
It's the
migration of Africa that has been proposed for the African Y chromosome haplogroup E, which the Y chromosome haplogroup E is also the L3 mitochondria
It goes to the
subclase.
Embo people.
So
Embo,
hold on,
MBO.
hold on. Hold on. So
Propose
it's
means not
exactly it's
real. They give you
proposed
a hint.
for the African Y chromosome haplogroup E, and inside Africa, frequency distributions of maternal L3 and paternal lineages are positively correlated. So again, that is my point. There's nothing I said that was wrong. The point that I said is A00 itself has not been found in Africa. That's a
It
fact.
has. It
What
has.
they found what they found in Africa is haplogroup Y haplogroups E and the mitochondrial DNA of L3 haplogroups. What they're saying is that those groups are subclades that have descended from A00.
Okay.
But A00 has only been found in the Americas. And that is A00 that was found in the Americas, not a subclade, not something that went the actual ancient DNA of A00. So currently, we do not know where it's from. They're proposing where they believe it's from, but what's required now is more genetic testing across the America and more genetic testing across Africa. They cannot keep telling us that Africa is the most diverse place on the planet, but they do not have the DNA to prove it. They only have like 40,000 to a million African samples. Well, in the genome, they only have about 40,000 to 100,000 genomes from Africa, period. That's way too little to
Can I
prove that it is genetically diverse. They
can I
need to
add
up
on?
it to over a million. I'm not done,
Um,
but after, yes, they need to up it to over a million in Africa, and they need to up it to over a million participation in the Americas. Then we can get a full understanding of what's really going on. But right now, there's just a lot of proposals, there's a lot of assumptions. Anything that they're reading from, what you'll need to do is go down to their scientific journals to the end where it says all the presumptions that they had to do. Because then they're going to tell you in these presumptions, we had to cut out this whole genome string. We had to shorten this genome string. We had to assume that this and this was the same, even though we had no evidence of that. We had to assume that this comes from this. So they do a lot of presumptions to get it to fit, but we're going to need more actual research in DNA. So I'm not saying I'm against genetics. I'm just saying genetics is in the beginning stages. So we have a lot more work to do before someone's definitively saying something and understand A00, the ancient DNA, has not been found in Africa. They are only proposing that the paternal line of E lineages come from A00, which E is found in Africa.
Can
Okay.
I say this? If
Hold
both of
on,
y'all,
hold on. If they saying that E come from A that would mean the Africans come from us.
Can I add on?
but Afro, can I have one
Yes,
section?
ma'am. Yes,
If
ma'am.
you have information, right, that goes with what you're saying, why is yours fine, but with the information that she has that goes with what she's saying, why does it have to be wrong?
Well, it's wrong in my opinion and from my research because there's a plethora of data. I just want to read it. I just want to
But
read
she's getting
from.
information, she didn't make it up.
I
Just
know,
like
but
you
can I?
didn't make up yours.
No,
So
I'm not. I don't want to make up anything. I just want to
no,
read
that's what
from.
I'm saying. You
Well,
didn't
can
make
I
it
Brother,
up.
you
ask
can't
a
skip
question
over
before
what is
you
like
read something?
possibility.
Are you saying that A00
Proposed.
was found in Africa, or are you saying that E lineages saying that E lineages have derived from A00?
I do agree that the E lineage is derived from A00. Yes,
Okay, so where am I wrong with saying the ancient A00 was not found in Africa, only E was, correct?
because can I read? I'm just doing a simple search to demonstrate that A00 is in fact in the African interior. So that's why I wanted to read from this. This is a simple wiki
From
search. I'm not
Cameroon.
even reading. I'm not even reading from any genetic paper, but we can read from papers.
But
But I just
Afro-Asiatic, aren't they saying that based on the haplogroup E? So they're saying
no,
because okay, so
no.
where have they found the ancient A00 as far as in a particular person or study? Is the wiki article going to say about that?
The two most basal lineages of haplogroup A, AO, and A1 prior to the announcement of the discovery of haplogroup AOO in 2013 have been detected in West Africa, Northwest Africa, Central Africa. That's Khrushchev et al. 2011. That's one geneticist suggests that these lineages, many have emerged somewhere in between Central and Northwest Africa. Scozaria et al., that's another scholar, also supported the hypothesis of an origin of northwestern quadrant of the African continent for A1b haplogroup. And again, I need to reiterate, the AOO is concentrated amongst the San people in South Africa. When the sister says that it has not been found in Africa, that is false. It is in Africa amongst the San people. S-A-N people. S-A-N people.
Okay, go Delsey.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like you don't see the words propose, seem, assume don't mean nothing to you.
That don't mean nothing to you, Afro.
I mean, but
we think it's there. We think.
A person, me myself being a layman and me hypothesizing something or postulating something is very different from a bunch of people who have went to school for 20 years and would you need to just be quiet because you just up here goofing off.
It don't matter. It
You
don't
just
matter
up
if
here
Albert
goofing
Einstein
off
populated.
in
It's
front of
still
these
a
sisters.
population.
You just up here goofing off in front of these sisters,
No, I'm
brother.
not.
You need to
It don't
relax.
matter if Albert Einstein makes a population. It's
Here we
still
go
a
with these
population.
guys.
It's not a fact.
These guys.
Yeah, because listen, Afro, you are missing that one word. If it says propose, what does the word propose mean to you?
It's very different when a person who is dealing with technology, who has gone to school to become a doctor and a PhD, they're using sophisticated equipment to study this data, is very different from when they give a scientific opinion as a doctor versus my
Are
opinion
you a
as a layman.
doctor?
As a layman, I am not.
So
I
you
am
saying
not.
that there are
Who
not
to
people
I
be?
am
with the
not.
same accolades that disagree
I
with
am
them?
not.
There are people
So,
with the same
so I'm
accolades
asking
that
you
they
again,
got that
Sachi.
disagree
Let
with
me ask
them.
you, what does the
This
word
guy's
propose
silly.
mean to you? What does the word propose mean to you, Afro?
It's a proposal, a hypothesis, an educated guess.
A guess, right?
Yes,
It's a guess. So,
educated.
right. So, why are you upset with Sashi? Because he's saying to you to pay attention to that one word. I mean, because from you being from the Nation of Islam, I mean, you keep your mind open that
Mhm.
if the word propose is there, that means you got to look at why it's saying propose. Why is it guessing and not saying that it is a fact? What I'm saying to you is we can't, when it's coming from the undone people, we
Mhm.
can't count out anything because we know South Africa is full of Europeans as well.
Mhm.
South
That's
Africa,
right.
they trying to get them up out of there now. So what I'm saying is that when you say the San people, are you what people you talking about? Those people, the South of Africa. What
Yeah,
I'm okay. So what I'm saying is again, when they say propose, they probably talking about their own people, because they live.
no, they're
He's
not.
wrong about
They
that. It's
they
the
they
Imbo
not
people
because
of Cameroon.
No, they're
that modern
talking
they
about
know
He's
that
wrong
modern
African
about
people.
that. I put
Europeans
the
didn't
information in the
they
back
know that
chat.
modern Europeans didn't even exist past 6,000 years. So when
Huh?
we look at the movement, they know that modern Europeans didn't exist past
Okay,
6,000 years. That's according to National
that's
Geographic,
fact.
and
That's
that's
fact.
according to the Australian Center for Genetic Studies. The modern European that we know did not exist past 6,000 years. So when we're looking at population movements, we're looking at all essentially highly melanated populations that are moving backwards and forwards. Modern Europeans did not exist at these time depths that we're discussing right now. So,
Mhm.
you know, that would be we could throw them
Yeah,
out.
modern Europeans did not exist, but the problem is, let me respond because you brought up an A1, but
Well,
this is
yeah,
a
and that's
problem
saying
that I even presented before Sister Freedom on here by a PhD doctor, in which they tried to shut down because he's white and because he's trying to prove that Europeans come out of Europe, which they're pissed off about. But that's where modern science is heading. to say that humans actually originated out of Europe. That's where science is heading currently.
I don't
So,
see that.
well, that's what the science is saying, and right now, what
Makes
they're
no sense.
saying, as far as on a consensus basis, is that upright walking, fire, the uses of fire for cooking, tools, all those things um, developed outside of Africa, then came back to Africa within the second wave, and that's what
Wow.
science says.
Y'all still don't get
So
it. As
that's
long as
what
you listen to the
science says
story.
about it. So, but
As-
let me go ahead and go into this A0, A1 because it's the same process. They're not finding A0 and A1 exactly in Africa. What they're doing is they're seeing A0 and A1 in many different places, and then they're proposing that it be from Africa, no matter if they find it within a European, no matter if they find it within an Asian, no matter if they find it in America. They have not said as far as the origin. They have proposed the origin is from Africa and they have deemed it as such. So a lot of these studies already come with a bias, right? They already coming saying, not let's prove A0 and A1 and A00 come from Africa. They come in saying, okay, A0, A00, A1 come from Africa. So whenever we see this, this is an African group. That is not going to be a fair way to assess when it comes scientifically, because now you've already proposed this, you put this, and now all the studies have come from that mindset. So yes, when they find A0, when they find A1, when they find A00 in any other place in Africa, they just deem it to be from Africa anyways.
Prime example is
Africa,
when
you
they
know it's
found
from Africa.
A00, they didn't search nowhere else in the world. They went straight to Africa looking for it.
No, you can find it right in the Imbo people in Cameroon. You can check with them today and see it. It's not where you got to search for it. They know where it's at.
Why did
They
they
have
go to Cameroon?
E.
Hold on. You got to address the issue of why did they go to Africa looking for it? Why did they go nowhere else on the planet?
Nowhere
Why did they
else.
go
Ain't
to
that
Africa?
something?
They're gonna go to the oldest haplogroups. Just look up the
No,
line.
they
It's a
going there to
timeline for the
push their
haplogroups. You're
narrative,
gonna
the
go to the
Africa
beginning because it's
narrative.
the
It's a
beginning.
narrative. It's a narrative. You can't see it's a narrative.
It's not a
No, it's
narrative.
Possibly.
not a
It's not a
They
narrative.
would
narrative.
have to
It's
test
all
everybody to
possible.
say that it was the oldest. You can't just
Okay, so
assume
you just
that
he
And
it's
they
the
he
got
wants
oldest
to.
without
paper.
testing everybody. The only way to know that it's truly the oldest haplogroup would be that they've done enough testing to prove it. And that's my point. They can't say, oh, they're going to the oldest haplogroups. No, they're going to, like Sachi said, what they've deemed to be the oldest haplogroup. Haven't tested anyone else to verify that it's the oldest. They haven't even tested enough Africans to verify it. They just said, hey, this is how we do it. You can look up the haplogroups map in itself and see the amount of scientists that are saying we need to relook into this because there's been a lot of assumptions. And when the DNA is not matching the assumptions, they're all discombobulated. And then they're like, okay, maybe we need to look into all this again. So yes, Afro-Asiatic, we do agree that you should listen to people in the field, but Sachi is not wrong. There's people in this field, PhDs, that do not agree with this information, do not agree with how haplogroups have gotten come in the past, and do not agree that protein coding can actually even tell you the amount of things they're trying to it can. And right now, the non-coding regulatory DNA is debunking all of that as we speak.
Grandma said versus science.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate again. The San people, in fact, do have A00.
They don't look on the back chat, bro. Look on the back chat.
Various Y chromosome studies show that the San carry some of the most divergent, earliest branches of human Y chromosome haplogroups. These haplogroups are specific subgroups of haplogroups A and B, the two earliest branches of the human Y chromosome tree. We have multiple studies that support that. African Y chromosome and mtDNA divergence provides insight into the history of click languages. That is one study.
Hold on,
Another
stop. This
study
is a
is the
fallacy.
hierarchy
Wait,
pattern
hold
of
on,
global
Tachi. Yeah,
human
we're
Y
about to demolish
chromosome
it right now.
diversity. That's all. These are all genetic studies, And I'm not saying accept one study. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're into it, cross-reference. Go with multiple studies and find where they
That's what I'm
cross.
saying
The
to
point
you.
where
A
they
double
cross,
O and A
cross-referencing,
haplogroup are two different haplogroups.
cross-referencing,
Yeah, hold on, Sachi. We about to get into it right now.
cross-referencing,
Right. So I'm not gonna
cross-referencing,
get to be able to show mine, huh?
Hold on, we'll go
cross-referencing
right
is
after us.
necessary.
And then
Cross-referencing is
Afro
necessary.
Asiatic will go, then we're gonna go, then Saya after we finish.
Okay, y'all get another.
Again, he's arguing with something with an article that just proved what me and Sachi just said, and he just does not even understand what he's reading to understand that it just proved. It didn't say that they found A00 in the Psalm people. It said it found a sub. So you got to know what a sub means. A sub is a subclade. A subclade means they're not finding the clade in itself. They're finding a derived clade from the original clade, which means again they did not find A00. They are saying they a derivative that came later that had to derive from A00. Our point is that Albert Perry is not a derivative of A00. He's not a subclade of A00. Albert Perry's Y-DNA was indeed A00. They have not found that anywhere else. They can propose subclades all they want all over the planet, but that will not make A00.
The
Sachi,
only place it's
what
been
were you gonna
found
say?
is in other African Americans.
Facts. Okay, go ahead, Saya.
All right. I'm just going to read something real quick. You see the link I put in the back, right? Science Direct. You see the link? American Journal of Human Genetics. Can anyone see that?
Yeah, I just
Okay,
had
so
to
you can
scroll
see the
up.
link. It's a legit link, legit source. This source seems to think it goes back to the Imbo people of Cameroon for some reason. It matches what I was saying, but I don't know. I mean, I'll take a little something and read it for y'all. Then you can
Let's listen for the possibilities and assumes, y'all.
Exactly,
The
because it's in
proposal.
here. It's in here. Go ahead, read it so you
Okay.
can read our
Lineages
point.
on which the mutations were identified, and lineages that were used for placing those mutations on on a genealogy are indicated with the thick and thin line repetitively. The numbers identified mutations on a branch are identified in italic. And it says in parentheses, 4 mutations in AOO are not genotype, but are indicated by shared by the MBO people in this tree. That's MBO. The time estimates in confident intervals are indicated KYI, that's 1,000 years ago. In these modes, the most recent common ancestor, the common ancestor between AO and the reference, and common ancestor of AOO chromosomes from an African American individual and the embryo. 2 sets of ages are shown, and on the left, estimates number in black, obtained with the mutations at a rate based on recent whole genome sequencing. Results is described in the main text. And on the right are estimates. This is showing something. Numbers in gray based on the higher mutations rate used by Kushani. So it shows you where it goes back when you're looking at the chart, and you see it goes all the way back between 237,000 and 581,000 years ago, and that is found in the Igbo people, like I said, and that is that is found in the Imbo people, and those Imbo people are
Sir,
from
it said
Cameroon.
A was found in them, not A00. It
No,
said A.
A00. It says
That's
And
A00.
two different haplogroups.
he just said, Sachi, he just read it. He just read it, and he just proved the point again.
It
It's
said A00
mutations.
was
No, it
found
said
in
mutations.
Albert Perry in the Imbo people.
Mutations from
It says it was found in
A00.
both of them.
It
No.
was not found in it. It said mutations was found in both. A00 only was found in Albert Perry. It said
No, they both were found in both.
mutations. It said mutations were found in the Igbo people, and
The
mutations
Imbo.
that would come that they're saying that would
It
denote that
shows
it
you a
was
chart
from the
and it shows you both
A00.
at the same
Which
time on the chart.
you just
You can
hold
look at the
on,
chart. Won't you look?
you just got to speak. So now it's not your turn. You just
It is.
spoke.
It
But
is.
now you're mad because you proved our point from the article, which is the same article I posted. So you'll see what it says. And it's saying mutation. What are mutations? Mutations are going to be those subclades, guys. They're going to be derivatives, not A00 in itself. It's going to be derivatives that they're saying are mutational steps to the nearest IMBO. So what it says is that we also estimated the level of variation amongst A00 lineages, i.e., including one additional IMBO individual by using battery of 95 YSTRs for which all individuals had no missing data. A median joining network shows that African A00 lineage is 11 mutational steps from the nearest IMBO. So let me repeat that again for the slow people in the back, like Saya, that reads it but doesn't understand what he's reading. It says a median joining network shows that the African, and let me go ahead and show it, sorry, because y'all are quick to be like, she's not even reading the same thing. Sorry, guys. Let me not have you making a mistake like that. Same article. So, a median joining network shows that African American A00 lineage is 11 mutational steps from the nearest IMBO, and that maximum difference between any pair of IMBO is 9 steps. On the basis of these levels, within and between group variation, we calculated a second divergence time that's estimated between 564 to 2,697 years by assuming a mean YSTR mutation rate of 1.3 times 10 to the negative 4 or 2.76 times 10 to the negative 5 per year. So no, it does not say they found A00. It found 11 mutational steps that would have had to occur from A00 to get to IMBO.
And they
Yes,
math
Sachi, what
off
did
because
you want to
they
say?
assume their calculation. They assume the rate to make their calculation, so the math is all the way off. They just made it up.
Oh my
They
God.
specifically said they assumed that we assumed what we was gonna calculate it by, and then we calculated it. That's what it say.
This is
Well,
crazy.
what you got to say?
All they can
What
say
you-
is that I'm misleading the people. That's all they can say. Oh, they're probably gonna clip this and be like, "This is why Dulcinea is so dangerous." Look how
You
she
know they
means
made it
things to the
prove wrong.
people. But yeah, you guys never read these scientific journals, and that's what I'm pushing
Hey,
for
what are you
people
talking
to
about?
read
Listen. Hey,
these.
listen.
For
That's
no. I will let you respond after I'm done. That's why I'm pushing people to read these for themselves, because this is a real thing. Afro-Asiatic, we are not speaking against and saying, no, you shouldn't learn this stuff, you shouldn't read this stuff. No, what I'm pushing is that you need to read it, you need to understand it, you need to understand what they're assuming. Like Sachi said, you can't just go to the conclusion. I've heard people in this community say that so many times. Oh, I read the title and go to the conclusion. What? You have no clue what it says, because even in a scientific field, they will tell you about all the assumptions they had to make and all the things that they weren't able to prove in the scientific journal and all the other arguments that one could make from the data that and the results that were found. So there's no just, oh, this is the answer, like it's math. Okay, 1 + 1 = 2 now. We found it. No, that's not how scientific journals work. There's a possibility, there's a statistical or a probability of different possibilities that it could mean from the data results, which they give us all of it. They show us like, hey, this is what we found, this is what it could mean, and then the conclusion is what the scientist believes that is the closest explanation. So when it says Cameroon, that is a belief of them, but A00 lineage wasn't found in Cameroon. A mutation that they believe took 11 mutational steps from A00 was found in Cameroon.
Allah. Now,
Yeah, I
when you
never
say that,
said
and you look at Albert
Cameroon, me
Perry, you
myself.
got to
I
say,
said
how did
the
Albert
sign.
Perry,
I said the
get an
sign.
AOO haplogroup?
I said
So
the
you look,
sign.
and you got to say, there's Atlantic Ocean. There's a story on how these people have this haplogroup. We know it because it's called the transatlantic slave trade. Now you're gonna say no, that didn't happen, or you're gonna make up an excuse. You're trying to make up an excuse. Look at all the talk on me when I talk. Look at all the talk. Can't shut these motherfuckers up when I'm talking every single time because you're scared of the truth. You're scared of giving me time to talk. Scared to death. That 3,000 miles across the Atlantic. When you see the old haplogroup, when you see the old, y'all can't shut him up. Can't control him. Every single time I talk, he feel the need to try to talk over me. It's because he's scared of the information getting out. It's the only reason any human does that. They're scared of the information. Now, there's 3,000, there's 3,000. Look at you. That's why he does it. It's like a girl. It's like a little girl when you was a kid. She tried to talk over you by yelling and going la 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 because she don't want the answer. She don't want the truth. That's all he's doing.
We sit literally
No grown adult does that. Only him.
Can't find this shit in Africa. And you gonna
Look,
sit up here and say, I
he's
don't
gonna do all that,
behind
but
nigga
that's
had
only to
come from
prevent me
Africa.
from talking.
They can't
It's
find
weak.
it, nigga.
It's weak. It show you have no
It's weak
strong
when you sit up
backbone.
here
You have no
and argue with
confidence.
this shit and this
I
shit
could
right
be
here in your
quiet
goddamn
and y'all could
face,
talk for
nigga.
hours. It doesn't matter. I just want to speak, but when it's my turn, every time he has to jump in. He cannot help it. It's like he's scared to death of letting the truth out. So he go la 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 la. Let me talk over you. It's little kid stuff. Only you know that's kid shit. We used to do that as kids to annoy your little brother. That's the type of stuff he does because he's a little fucking kid. Now, when you see that three, so look at that. No matter how much times I try to talk, this is what he's gonna do. You know what that means? That's weak.
Man.
That's weak. That's a coward.
You
You don't want to hear the
ain't
truth.
level,
He
bro.
doesn't want the truth to be exposed.
Go to tutoring or
He
something.
doesn't want the truth to come out. You don't want the truth to come out. That's why you gonna keep talking. Why not just let him wrong? Let me be wrong. Why are you so scared to let me be wrong if I'm wrong? What is he so scared of? That's what everyone watching got to think. Why does this dude react like that? Every time this dude Saya talk, every time Saya speak, he just go crazy. He can't control himself. What is it?
You can't answer no
What
question
is it
I
that
ask you.
Saya says?
Always remember that.
What is that Saya say makes him react like that every single time? You got to ask yourself that. You're like, every time he talks, every time he opens his mouth, this dude loses it. He go crazy, start yelling. He could be quiet for an hour straight, but as soon as Saya talk, he loses it. He go crazy. One sentence in, he tries to block everything I'm saying because the truth hurt. It hurt like a motherfucker to a liar. Now, what I was saying, when you see Albert Perry with AOO, your question becomes, how does he have AOO, and how does the Imba tribe of people have the AOO? So you have to look at that 3,000 miles across the Atlantic Ocean and start to, or depending on what portion you go to, every 1,700 miles, but depending on the distance you're going to, you got to wonder, how did that happen? Now, we know there's a transatlantic slave trade, so we know Africans came over. So what they're trying to say is no, that association ain't there. Hold on. That association ain't there. They're saying no. So now you're stuck with, okay, so the people in America that had AOO travel to Africa? That's what you're saying. Look at while I'm talking. Look at while I'm talking what happens. This is what happens when you are coward to the truth. This is what people who don't want the truth to be heard do. Every time I talk, they're going to do it. They have no choice. They have no choice. They have no choice. They are scared to death to let me speak. They scared to death to let me speak. This is the facts. And I say this because
well, hold on,
you can
Sachi. Hold on, Sachi. Just let him finish out of what he said. But the Red Road East piece, thank you for coming out. I don't know if you saw, but I just was saying that. I just was showing them in the article where it said that, yes, Perry is 11 mutational steps away from the IMBO. It's not the same DNA.
Are they both a haplogroup?
It
Are they
is
both on the same AOO
DNA, it's
haplogroup?
just a different variation.
Exactly, which makes it not the same. If once
It's
it's
the
a
same.
variation,
It
it's
is.
not the
Let me tell
same.
you the way.
Once it's a
Al is
variation,
older.
it's not the same. A
It
variation
is
is
the
not
same.
the same
It
of
is the
what it is.
same.
It
No,
is
it's
the
Same
same.
not.
haplogroup.
No, it's not. If you go
It's a
into a
subset of the
lemonade,
same haplogroup.
hold on. If
Yeah,
you
she don't
go into
understand
a
subset.
lemonade and you add strawberries to it, yes, it's still lemonade, but it's not the same lemonade as without it. It's a
You're just saying
variation. A
strawberries. This ain't
It's a
lemonade.
variation
subset
means a
of the same
change. It
haplogroup.
means a
Right.
difference. It means it's not the same. Once you say it's something
It's
variated
a
from
younger
the
version of the
origin,
same
that means it's
haplogroup. Say it
not the
right. Don't say
same.
subset.
That
Say
means it's a
younger
change
version.
or difference.
Right. A
Hold
mutation
on,
has to derive from
Sachi.
original. It's a younger version.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bellagio is going to get his
She
question in
can't understand it.
afterwards. But
It's
here
too
we go,
difficult.
because
Correct.
they want to act like that there's no definition for variation. A variation is a change or difference in condition, amount, or level, typically with certain limits. So once you say it's a variation, it's not the same. It has changed.
With certain
Yes,
limits.
but
Can't
where?
read that
Yes,
part.
yes, Bellagio. What was your question?
All right, so I keep hearing you say transatlantic slave trade. Or do you have a direct lineage to somebody that was brought over from the transatlantic slave trade? Saya?
That
Oh,
was
you
to
talking to
you,
me? Oh, my
Saya.
fault. Hold
Yeah.
it. What'd you say? Hold it. You said, am I related to, is black people in America related to
No,
any,
he said you
are we part of the
specifically. Do you
transatlantic
have
slave
any
trade?
lineage
No,
to
he
the
said you.
transatlantic slave
He
Your
wants to
trade?
know
name.
if I have
Yeah, I
someone
want to know.
particularly. You know what? I don't think that's important to talk about right now. So no, I don't
That's very
care.
important because
I
you
don't
No,
care
said
It's
whether.
very
Yeah,
important.
yeah.
Because you up
he
here putting it on
answered.
everybody else's family, but
He's
you can't even
being
find it in your family.
disingenuous right now, Bellagio.
yeah.
He answered this for Chief Top Cats because he has a crush on him. So when he talked to Chief
Yeah.
Top Cats, he said that he didn't know. He didn't know the exact person. He has some guy, Charles, that's one of his grandfathers that is a slave, but he has no information of them being from the transatlantic boat or anything like that. He just has information that one of his great grandparents was a slave.
And please, everybody, hit the like and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And tell some of your friends about it. Come on, let's come on the channel and talk about these things. These things are very important to us as a people here in the States.
Come
You know,
on, you gotta be confident. Y'all are weak. Y'all don't let me talk. Now every time I get ready to talk, you won't ask me questions about Africa. Talk about Indians.
you
That's what I'm
talking
here
about
for. I
Saya.
want to
I
challenge
was
you
held
Indians,
the
man.
You
chance to
can't
Stay
just
do
fight,
on
Can't
brother.
task. Stay
prove nothing
focused.
Don't
about
slip.
your
Don't switch
African.
it.
There you
Stop.
go,
No,
calling
no, no,
names
no, no,
again,
no, no,
Saya.
no. I can't let this nigga slide with this
He's
shit.
mad,
Right?
mad
You can't
because
prove
he's
shit
mad,
about your
mad.
African. Nigga, shut up.
Yo,
Don't ask
exactly.
us
But
shit
y'all
about
see this
Indians.
exactly. See, he's so mad that he can't answer no African questions. You see that now? You're like, "Who? Why y'all asking me questions? It's about you.
Yeah,
It's about you and the
it's about you. He tries to deflect. No,
Indian."
brother. Like, okay, just answer me. Answer my question, brother. Do you have a direct lineage from across the transatlantic slave trade that you can track back to? Because you keep vetting for this thing, and anything that I stand on, I'm gonna go to bat for it, and I'm gonna bring sources and resources and whatever. So
That's a
I just
whole nother
you
man
keep
up here
talking
saying the
about it.
same thing I said earlier, y'all,
I say you're
about
fake when it
men
comes to
know you
India,
gotta
and I
have something
challenge
to
you.
stand on.
So don't try to. When I challenge you on Indians, don't talk about Africa. Don't talk about other stuff. Stay on your thing and try to defend your shit.
Ah,
Don't
brother,
do that
The
fake shit. I
whole
yeah,
challenge all y'all
nah.
at the same
Stand on
time,
your
but
hold
story,
y'all
man.
on.
weak.
That man just
I'm
said
Y'all
the
not.
same
scared.
thing.
You don't want the
That
questions.
man
You
just said the
don't want the
same thing I
discussion.
said
What?
3 hours ago. You
Listen,
have no legs to
I was
I
happy
stand
got
to
all
see you,
legs.
on.
You
Sachi.
don't want to have a
You
conversation.
can't
Every
prove
time, every
nothing
time
you
I talk,
talking
you ask
about.
me about
Until you can
Africa.
prove what
I'm
you
trying to talk
talking
to you
about,
about
you
the
don't
shit
got
y'all
Brother,
no
I
doing.
ain't never
legs,
asked
man.
you
You don't want
what.
it. You don't want it. You don't want it. You don't want the
Lord have
questions.
mercy.
Want
Well,
None of
it.
y'all
how
want it. You
about
Want
pretend.
it.
Saya?
You
Hold
pretend.
on,
Just like
Saya.
a nigga in the
And hold
bud
on,
ride
Sachi.
talking
Hold
about a
on,
nigga with a
Sachi.
car.
Let's try to make a deal. So, Saya, Bellagio
Yeah.
asked you a question. You feel like you don't need to answer it.
Listen.
How
Listen
about
to what I'm
Saya?
saying.
I'm not done giving my premise. How about but if it's not going to be a dialogue, it's better that you just leave. But this is going to be my premise. If you answer questions All right, after you answer a question, you can ask a question, and it can be a back and forth dialogue, but it's not going to be an interrogation. There isn't anyone that's on the hot seat right now because it's our show. If you wanted to be a hot seat, you would have to go back to your channel, but I'm guessing that your channel wouldn't have this much energy going on, which is why you want to have it here, which is fine. What I would ask is that you answer questions asked of you, and then you could ask your questions after, and it be a back and forth dialogue. But if you want to be like, oh, this is an interrogation for Indians, you might as well just drop, because we're not doing that.
When I come up to
I want to
present
know why
myself,
there's
then
so
I'll
much
say,
of
yeah,
a
challenge me on my
pressure
shit.
of us
But if
in
I'm not coming for
America.
that, if I'm coming to
We in
ask questions,
America.
you know what I
Why do
mean?
we
Like you
need to
put a person
prove
on
that
the
we
hot
from
seat.
America? You
When
need to
you come
prove
to
you
the
from
person
another
on the hot
land.
seat, that person on the hot seat got to ask all the questions and got to answer the questions. That's how
Okay,
you
but
do
no
it.
one's on a
It's my
hot seat
turn.
tonight.
Listen, I came here.
No,
We
hold
here
on.
earlier.
You were gonna answer my question, because no one's on a hot seat tonight. There's no featuring anyone. There's no, this is Saya. We don't have Kanye West here. So we talked about what Kanye said tonight, and we were just giving opinions. No one is on a hot seat. That's the point. The point right now is that we're having a dialogue. And if you're willing to dialogue with us, then questions are going to be asked of you, and we expect you to answer, and then you could ask questions of us and we'll answer. We've been answering questions that you had all night and been saying different things. But if you're not willing for it to be a dialogue, you can go ahead and close out now, and then I'll go ahead and click you from the stream.
All you're gonna do, so when I ask questions about Indians and all that, this person's just gonna turn it around, ask questions that have nothing to do with the discussion, and then act like they're
Nigga,
winning. And
you
that's what they've
can't
been doing.
answer
Like,
none of
come
them
on now, you're
questions.
not
Shut the
trying to
fuck up.
prove your shit about the Indian shit. Let's have a real
Prove your shit
conversations
about
about
some
black
Africans.
Indians.
Prove
Let's
you
have a
came
real
over
one.
here from
No, Saya. No,
Let's have
Saya.
a real.
You
Your
can't
only
prove nothing.
Let's
option
have a
is for
real
us to
discussion
dialogue back and forth, or you can go
about
ahead and
one
close,
subject. About one
or you can
subject.
close
Anything you
out right
talking
About
now.
black
about.
We're
Indians.
going to
Let's
do
talk
Everything you
about
ever
black
Black
said tonight
Indians.
has
Indian
been
and
debunked.
Africans, or you
If
can
you
go ahead and
confident about
close
black
out.
Indians, let's talk about it. If
No,
you
If you
ain't,
or
let's
you
not.
can.
confident
Well,
about
we're
your
gonna
African
talk about it
American, why you
without
don't
you
know
on
who
the
If
the
you
fuck
ain't,
panel.
let's.
African
I
came
mean,
over here
come
on the
on now.
boat?
Well, we're gonna talk to you about it without you on the panel if you're not willing to go back and forth and dialogue.
These
So it's a
niggas,
yes or
these,
no. Are
I
you
want to know
willing
what
to
make this man
dialogue
think
back and forth,
everybody in
or
all
should you
these
just
black
close
people
out?
I'm
family,
down for it. Are y'all
grandmamas and
down to
shit
get
lying to
questioned?
them. Folks family saying
Yeah,
this.
we don't
Ain't
mind
nobody
getting
folks
questioned.
family
I
You have
saying
can't
to
that
be
tell.
shit.
I can't
okay.
tell. I
What
can't get
make
You
no
you
have to
think
be
answers.
all
You hear
okay
all
family
this
with
saying
getting
yelling.
this
Look at
shit?
all this
questioned as
stuff
Grandmama
when the
saying
top of
well.
your
lying.
talk. Do you
Everybody
know that
Hold
every
saying
on.
time it's
lying,
time
and
for
they
me to
all
talk,
saying
it's
the
all this
same
drama?
thing.
Do you
Common
notice
sense is
that?
set in
Because you
sometimes.
can't pretend. Anyone watching this are going to be like, this is amazing.
Common
Every
sense
time
is
Saya
setting in
talks, this happens.
sometimes. If
Every
You'll
time
everybody
Saya
probably
else
have
talks,
the
saying the
every
most
same
time
views.
goddamn
Saya talks,
thing,
it's
you
Hold
total
get your
on,
ass
chaos.
made.
Sachi,
But you
one
know where the
second.
chaos come from. It's
One
not me.
second.
The
We'll probably
chaos
have
come
the
from
most
y'all.
views that we've had in a couple weeks from this,
I
because
get it in. That's what I do.
people
That's
like
what I do.
this
That's right.
banter
That's what
back
I
and
do.
forth.
Thank me later.
So
Thank
Saya,
me.
we will. No, it's not about thanking
Yeah.
you. We
Well,
had
I'm
it
here.
because of
I'm here and they
we
up.
had it because of Kanye
And
and
I knew
stuff
it would
like
be
that.
up. Okay.
You've been on
Yeah.
the show
Okay.
before, and you haven't helped with those
Okay.
views. It's just
Yeah,
as a
because most of y'all
back
blocked.
of
Most of y'all
it
try to keep me
is.
Man,
down.
that
You
was
don't like me to
you,
talk. You
man.
like
No,
to
That
talk
wasn't
over
just
me.
I'm
you.
saying you
I
have
come
been
into
on.
y'all
You're
room
not blocked
to
on
challenge
our
y'all.
platform. You've
You
been
talk
on our
over me. You
platform
kick me off. How
before,
many times you done kick me off?
and and
You know how many times I've
and
been blocked and kick off? That's what
you've
y'all do.
never
I
been kicked
know.
off.
That's what
I
You've
y'all
been
do.
know.
dropped
I've
to
been
the
kicked
Your
back
off.
premise
because
is
you've
bogus
been
because we in
dropped to the
America.
back
Every time
because
you
you're
Same
come
thing.
here,
It's
you
over
saying you
censorship.
talking.
African.
Hey,
It's all
Shut up.
censorship.
everybody has to be
It's not.
quiet.
No. You can go back and
Everybody
watch the
has to
show and
be
see how I'm
quiet.
treated and see how my.
Because I'm talking, and so everyone has to be quiet. You're never kicked off, Saya. You're put in the back because you continue to do this. You overtalk, and you're over talking me, which allows other people to go ahead and start over talking you. That's not what's going to happen. So what will happen from here is, yes, we'll go back and forth answering questions. You're mistaken to say that hasn't happened all night. All your questions questions have been answered all night. And most of the questions asked of you have been, I don't know, which that's okay. It's even okay for you to answer, I don't know. But no, this is not an interrogation of one group. This is not an interrogation to be like, oh, we're only talking about this one thing. This is an unscrambled mind show. We run it how we want to run it. So it's going to be a dialogue, or you can say, good morning, I'm out.
Questioning. He was. And then when I start questioning him, he ran. tucked his tail. Then when I try to ask y'all the questions,
Oh my
every
God,
time you
you're
talk
talking
over me
about Chief
all show.
Tomcats? That's
Who
what
you
you're
working
doing in the
for, man?
back,
You got,
talking
hey,
about Chief
y'all.
Tomcats?
If y'all can't see if that man got a damn agenda and he working for somebody or something, something's wrong.
I think
That
he has
man,
a crush. No, I
no,
have to
I
bring
think he
this
deeper
up,
than
and I
that.
think
Cause like,
Tomcats is gonna be mad at me, but I'm gonna bring it up anyways because he was talking about him being so light skinned. But he brought up another thing of Chris Harris telling him he had nice legs and he must have played basketball. What is it with these dudes? Their obsession.
I think
Never
it's
come
just
back
fucking
from.
screws loose,
And that's
man.
another reason why those
That's
grown men
all.
block me. But y'all are ladies, so I won't go there. But I say things that make them dudes never want to speak to me again. Grown men. Them dudes y'all think are
man,
tough will
Saya,
never talk to me
you
again.
Saya,
Because I can
hold
say
on,
some things.
Sachi.
Trust me.
Hold
I say some things
on.
to you right
Okay.
now. You may never recover.
No one's scared of you saying some things behind your computer, Saya. Saya, you're supposed to be answering right now. Are we having a back and forth dialogue, or were you closing out? And could you not close out with complaining about what happened earlier? You're lucky that there's no sexual harassment that's filed against you. I think that's because we have good friends of the show. That's why they're not filing any sexual harassment group things. But I would leave that alone before they do and just go ahead and let's go into the information if you're willing to have a dialogue. So you would need to be answering yes, I'm willing, or no, I'm not. So I'm going to close out. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Saya, you have to unmute. I know you've been talking the whole time, but you got to unmute.
I don't understand this sex talk. You want to talk about sex to me? If that's the way you were raised, cool. Do that with other people, please. I don't know you like that. Don't talk about no sexual harassment or sexing me or any kind of thing with sex. Keep it out your mouth when you're talking to me, please. I don't
Well,
see you in no
then,
kind of way like that.
Stop fiending over a guy that's not here and answer the
Yeah,
question.
nobody's fiending over a guy. Nobody's fiending over a guy. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes,
I
you
came
are.
to challenge
Yeah,
you
you
fake
are.
Indians and you don't want it. You don't want to answer questions.
So
You
do you
ran.
want
He
to go
came like he
back
was
and
tough.
forth?
You cheered when he was king. Y'all thought he was y'all was happy.
nigga who know who the fuck
Y'all
he
was
is and
happy
you
when he
don't know
came.
shit about yourself.
Y'all
How
was
the fuck
happy
can
when
you
he came
challenge
and then
that?
he ran.
How the fuck can you
He made an
challenge me
excuse and
when
ran.
I'm
Look at this
standing on
dude
my
yelling and
family, nigga,
crying.
and you don't know
Every
who
time
you
I
is?
talk, he go crazy. You see that
How
every
the fuck
single
can you
time.
challenge
Because he
anybody that's
doesn't
an
want the
Indian
word.
if
He
we
doesn't want.
standing on our
When
family
I speak,
heritage
it
and you don't
intimidates him.
know
When he
who the
speak, he
fuck
sounds stupid.
you is?
He
Yeah,
sounds like a
Hold
really
on,
dumb person.
Sachi.
He sounds like he doesn't read. He sounds very ignorant. He can't
one thing about
formulate a
it, you can
sentence.
set up a
He's a
debate, I'm
very
off the
stupid
floor with
person.
you, and I
So
don't even need
he's
no
intimidated
sources,
when I speak.
nigga.
You can tell, you can hear it in him. So he doesn't
Sachi,
want me to
hold
speak.
on, because
He doesn't want me to speak. It
said
hurts him.
I was happy when someone came, but he did not pause
Yeah.
it. That's the problem.
Right.
He
Yeah.
said, "Don't bring up sex," but he says, "I was so happy when he came," and no pause. But
Okay.
again,
Oh, okay.
Saya,
That's okay. That's I get the gay jokes. I don't know. Maybe that's a
Saya,
kid thing. That's a kid thing. Oh, he said something, didn't say pause. I'm not saying pause. I'm a grown man. All the little kid games y'all play, that's unintelligent. That's unintelligent.
stand
It's not,
on
you think it's
your
funny and it's a
preference.
game. It's just
Then
it's what little
stand
kids
on your
do. They show your
preference.
immaturity.
Then
It
stand
just shows
on
your
your preference,
immaturity. You're not
Saya.
On the
intelligent.
internet
That's
and think you know
embarrassing
more about
for you to go there.
another man's
You
family or
embarrass
another
yourself
woman's
with that.
family than them. That's what's
Exactly,
Oh
looking for
man,
scary.
another
this dude
nigga
can't.
that he
Holy.
could go on his
Hey yo,
panel.
translate what this dude saying. I can't understand this fool. What he
That
say?
you're
What I'm
feeding
saying is,
What this
and
fool
you
you're
say?
stupid as
fiending
fuck. You need to get right.
for a
You 50
dude
years
that's
old
not
and
on the
ignorant as
panel right
hell, jumping
now.
on the internet trying to tell grown
I
ass
can't hear
people
nothing
who
what this
their
dude
family
say. He
is.
is
You
yelling like a
ignorant as
walrus.
fuck. Grow up.
He's
Get a
very, very
life.
stupid. He think he Chief J Strongbow. His whole little Indian story doesn't match. It doesn't work. When I ask him questions, he gonna get mad and yell. That's what he does.
No. My Indian
He's not
story
intelligent.
it
He's
matches.
not
Your
intelligent.
African story don't match.
No.
That's why you can't answer no
Okay.
fucking question.
Okay. Hey,
Every
let me.
question you ask an
Okay.
Indian,
Listen.
they answer that
Listen.
motherfucker.
See what I'm saying? He
You
keep
Okay.
going
can't
back to
answer shit
Africa.
about
Notice
those
that.
stories.
Notice
How
that.
hard is
When
that
the
for you to
subject is
understand?
Indian, he
Shut the
can't talk
fuck
it.
up and
He's
read some
getting
books,
mad. Look, he
boy.
crying, yelling,
You a
swearing.
boy.
You know
You've been
what?
You was a
crying all
grown
night,
ass little
No,
Saya.
I
boy,
don't.
a
I don't gotta
All
cry.
night.
Indian who
don't
You
gotta
cried
cry.
all
No,
night.
I just point out what you're doing. I point out
You
what you're doing so
cried.
it's clear.
You was
That's
a
not
boy,
crying.
Damon.
Yeah,
It
you
shows you what you're
cried.
doing. It shows you scared to let me talk. You're
You
just weak.
cried.
You're weak.
You
You're
cried.
weak.
crying,
You're weak, and
girl.
I can be
y'all
weak.
can't stay in your
You the
position.
only one can't
I
answer
can be
no
weak.
question,
You
I'm
can't
a
defend it.
woman. I'm a
Look,
woman, Saya.
Now one of y'all got past
you coming up here talking all
1900s
this
for your Indian
rah-rah
family.
shit, you
Not
can't
one of
even
you.
tell us
Not one of you could get to
what
1900s.
African
So
tribe you
stop it.
from. Can you speak your African
Stop
language?
it, then.
Tell us
You
He
cannot talk
has.
about
He's been
Indian. Your
crying
make believe
all
doesn't work.
What
morning.
census they on? What's
Hold
their
on,
name?
Sachi, though. Hold on,
His
hold
make
on.
believe don't work.
So
He's
you need
emotional.
to
He's
answer
yelling.
yes or
He's
no or
sad.
get kicked.
I
Are
said yes
you
a
willing?
million times. I keep
Okay.
saying yes. You're scared.
Okay.
Put it on there and
No,
make it
you're not
happen. Stop
scared.
being
Okay, then
Don't
come
try to kick
on.
me off.
Then
I know
come
you won't block
on.
me.
No, then
I know you won't block me. I get it
Bellagio had a
popping up in here.
question. Then
I get it popping
Bellagio
up in
had a
here.
question
Yeah.
you were supposed to
Get him
be
in here.
answering. After you answer his question, then we'll go to your question. Do you need Bellagio to
No, I
repeat
don't
the
know it.
question?
Yeah, I don't know it.
Okay.
Whatever the question was about.
Bellagio, can you repeat the question again?
Yes, I'm from slaves and
All right.
imported it from Africa. Yes.
Okay. So real
That's the
quick,
question,
Dosey.
right?
So
I said yes. That's my turn now,
hold on.
right? Shut him up. It's my turn,
Sorry.
right?
No,
Sorry,
that
That's his
wasn't.
hold
question.
on, brother.
No, it
Hold on.
wasn't. It wasn't
What do
his
you mean
I
that's
question.
want
not
to
his
talk
Let him
question?
about
His
finish.
very
question ain't
That
his
specific.
wasn't
question?
his question. That wasn't his question. So let
So
him
what? Hold up.
clarify.
How could you
Let
ask
him
me a question? I
clarify.
answer it. It ain't your question.
Because
What do you
that
mean?
wasn't you.
Hold on,
You
you're
answered
cheating
the
now. No,
wrong
you're cheating.
question.
What kind
No.
of thing is that? That's what I'm talking about. It's
Oh no.
Okay.
All
Hold
right.
on,
So
brother. Hold on, man. Calm
say
down.
what your question was,
Dosey
Leon.
there.
Man, that nigga aging, man.
All right. So the okay. So the reason I asked him that question is I'm trying to correlate it back to the scientific topic of the genetics or whatever, and I'm trying to give him a chance and opportunity to make the science stuff actually real. And but so if he can't answer the transatlantic slave trade question, I mean it's not gonna coincide with their science, and that's the whole reason why I asked him the question. But I will ask it again. So do you have a direct lineage to someone that was brought over from the transatlantic slave trade?
Is it
All
my
right.
turn yet? He
Yeah.
asked a question. I answered it. Is it my turn to ask questions?
Okay.
You
So
didn't.
the
I didn't get
answer
what
is
he say.
he's not
I
gonna
said yes.
answer. He
I said
says
yes. How
he
many times I
says
got to
he's
say yes? I'm African American. Yes.
He's saying
Is
that
it
he's
my turn?
African
That
American, but he's saying
you're
that he
not
does
giving a
not.
person.
He says he does not have a direct lineage of it. It is an assumption that he's making that it's an African American. So that is his answer.
Okay.
He
Yeah.
does
Whatever.
not have
Okay.
a direct
Okay. Is it
lineage.
my
He
turn?
is.
All
Hold
right. Is it
on.
my
Oh,
turn?
hold on. I'm not done speaking. You
What the
will still
hell?
have
You
to
keep
adhere
speaking. It's
to.
all you
You.
speaking the
Yes,
whole
I
time.
get to speak. Whose channel? Saya, it's not your channel. You're never going to be one of the ladies of Unscrambled Minds. I don't care who you have a crush on. You'll never be one of us. You'll never be invited to be one of the ladies of Unscrambled Minds. So, yes, I always get to talk. And then once I'm done, you'll get to ask your question. Thank you, OTK, one of our lovely sponsors. So anyway, so yes, basically he's saying he's not going to give you any kind of direct evidence. There isn't any direct evidence. So
Right.
I
to
don't think
answer
y'all
your
are the
question of
niggas that
the DNA, there's not going to be any DNA that sends him to a direct ancestor. The only DNA that he has is going to give him a conglomerate of groups that he has the percentages for. So that's the information. And then him saying, as far as, oh, I have direct line because I know the history,
talking
but
over
there's
me.
not going to be anybody that he can give you specifically that has a direct line as
She
far as
talking
to the
again, y'all.
transatlantic slave trade.
Well, if he can't
Uh,
give a direct, lineage of a person, then you're not African American. Like you can't stand on it.
Facts. Okay, let him go ahead and ask his question.
Oh, it's my chance to ask a question. All
Yeah,
right.
you heard me from the back. I know
All
you were
right. Which
talking.
Indian? All right. So let's go with Dulcinea. All right. Now your Blackfoot grandmother. Hey, that didn't get us nowhere. You said your great grandfather, what tribe was he from?
My
I
great
didn't say
grandfather.
from a. No, he said mine. I didn't say my great
Oh,
grandfather was from any tribe.
Oh, not even an Indian. Is that what you said?
No, I don't have the information on him to know.
You know his name?
Yep.
Hmm. You
Can
know how
I
old he
ask a
was?
question, y'all?
Was he
If
Oh,
it's
enslaved?
you
a drop,
already asked the. Nope, you already asked the question, so it's our turn now. You
Okay.
asked your
Oh, it's your
question.
turn. Yeah, gabba gabba, please, please. Yeah, gabba gabba, please.
Oh well,
And
you
if it's
asked
about
the
Indians, I would
question.
appreciate it's about Indians. But if not, I can understand. If you
No,
want to
it's
talk about
not
something
gonna
else,
be. It's not gonna be about Indians. Like I said, if you want to dialogue, you can dialogue. If you don't, God, bye, kick rocks. But we're having a dialogue. So you asked a question, I answered. Now it's your turn.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Do your Apple question, and then I'll come
I
back with
want to know
oranges.
why
Okay,
y'all
gotcha.
think that one drop of water in a glass of milk change it to a glass of water. It ain't a glass of milk because you put one drop of water in it.
But that's exactly what that's exactly
Yeah,
what you're
what
doing.
do you say? Well, you fool once, you can't fool me twice. Tell me why huh?
I said
You
you
want to answer
niggas
to that?
think
He want this
niggas
dude really
think
want to
one
answer to that
apple
question,
come over
y'all.
here and change a whole lineage.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
you have
means
to
One
answer
apple,
the
so. All
question
right,
you
because
so let
got
me
that
see what you're
started
apples in
saying. So
your
let me
stealing.
family.
make sense of
It's
what you're
so
saying.
far back.
Hey,
If you
he want me
did
to answer the
blood quantum,
question.
you don't got no
So he want
African
me to answer the
blood,
question,
nigga.
right? So the original people's
Answer this
African,
question.
and you
Do you
said,
know
hey, if
about
they got,
blood
he
quantum? Do
said
you
if there
know
was any
about
kind of
blood quantum
change,
in
they still
Indian
would be African.
Indian
That's what he just said,
territory?
right?
Because if
That's
they
what he just
did
said,
blood
right? If it was
quantum
a
on
cup
you
of
African
coffee,
Americans,
it's
well,
a
none
cup
of
of
y'all be
coffee. Even if
Africans.
you added something to it, it wouldn't
If
change.
they
It would still
had
be
a blood
coffee.
quantum to be
So if the
African
people was
Americans, you know you
African,
wouldn't be African American. Don't
so
you
if the
know that,
people was
man?
African, look what he said. He trapped
Do you know
himself.
that,
That's his
man?
dumb ass. Look at that. He want to talk again. Keep going. But he trapped himself. Because now
It's
he
my time
says,
to talk. You
yeah, what he
interrupted
said, no,
me.
it ain't. You asked the question, my turn to answer it.
I ain't through
Now
answering my
what you said,
question.
now listen what the goofy said. The goofy said, hey, once it's coffee, even if you add something, it's still coffee. Knowing that black people's black people originate in Africa. Yeah, so when you add a little something
Nigga,
to it
who
like
told
that,
you?
he's still
Who
saying
told you black
Hold on,
people
we still
Sachi.
back
originate
Let
to
the
in
Africa.
Africa?
Yeah,
original
because we
respond
go
That's the
after her.
stupid shit we
because we
talking
going on
about. You
science. I'm
have
sorry,
no
what you
proof
going
of
on? Your
that.
grandmother.
You
And your
have no
grandmother, you don't
motherfucking
know much
proof of
about her.
that. A white
Your
Hold on,
grandmother,
Sachi.
listen, your grandmother was so dirty, she didn't tell her kids. She didn't even tell your father or your mother.
my
Okay, there's
grandmama
no
told
Adam.
me.
There's
See, this how
no
stupid you
talks or
is. I
anything
go in the
like
next
that.
room. If
Hold
my
on,
dad is
Sachi.
up, I
Hold
can go
on,
in the next room and
Sachi.
get my dad, and he gonna
Hold
tell you
on.
the same
Yeah.
thing I'm telling you, stupid motherfucker. That's how crazy you is.
Right, he's crazy, but let me go ahead and let me moderate, please. So, Saya, there's no ad hominem attacks. You're not going to call someone's grandma dirty because we don't call your dirty ass grandma anything. And your white ass people that you're from Massachusetts with your bitch ass Massachusetts. Oh, I'm smarter than everybody. White boy shit that we haven't been bringing up. So, we could bring that up if you really want to go there and we could talk real dirty about your nasty ass family and really get down to the crux. But I don't think you want that. So I would say to keep it on the information. If you think that he trapped himself, then you need to go through the information, but we're not going to do ad hominem attacks because if you do, I'm going to put you in the back and I'm really going to show you how to do it because you're from bitch ass Massachusetts and I'm from Texas. So let's try again.
She just gave it to the
See,
grandkids. She
Texas
just give it to her
man.
own kids. She ain't raised them like
when
that.
you get a
Your
glass of
grandmother
coffee, hold on,
she
nigga.
knew her
Hold
culture,
on, African.
but she
When
threw
you
it
get a
away.
glass of coffee and you put your cream and your sugar
She
on
threw
it,
it.
do it turn into something else, or is it still a
It's
goddamn
still the
glass of coffee?
African. Nope, it's still African. No, Dan. So
Nigga,
your
how
grandmother.
is it still
So
an
why your
African when
grandmother
it
didn't want to teach her kids
hold on,
about being
slow ass
African?
nigga? Because Sister Freedom
Now, why
already
your
told you
grandmother?
it
I
was
want to
people
know.
over here
I want to know. So what? She lied?
before
Is you
this.
trying to
So
tell
what
me
is
your
you
grandmother was a
arguing?
liar?
When people come, if
So
you
all y'all
listen like right
grandmothers was
now, if
liars.
you
They
take
told
your
y'all
ass
was
to
black.
Africa and stay
She
over
told
Okay,
your
there,
let
mother
him
and father
answer.
they were
You said
black.
you just asked. You asked
One
was
minute.
You
about
told
the
them they were
black.
black.
So
You didn't tell their
let
kids that they was Indian.
Sachi. So
You
let
waited to tell the
Sachi
grandkids.
answer. You
What kind
just
of person
asked.
does that? I
You
got to
just
question the
asked who
morals of your
it
everybody in
was.
grandmother.
my
Yeah.
family
So
say they
go
Indians. Don't
ahead.
nobody run around talking about
Okay.
black. Crazy man. I keep trying to tell you, my dad and my sister in the same house with me right now.
What made her want to be an
I
Indian?
can go get them both. They gonna tell you they Indians. crazy motherfucker.
He's answering your question. You asked the question. You asked him who was saying that they were Indians, who was all passed down to. Now he's telling you. And does this go for both sides, Sachi, of your family?
Both sides. My mama done passed some of her last words to me is we Andy y'all will. That was some of her last words she passed earlier this year.
I got questions too, by the way. So.
Yeah, Keely, go ahead, take it away. You should get the next question. Kasaya, yeah.
This is crazy, man. But my question is this, right? If
For the
anybody
fake
can go
Indians?
back, hold on, Saya. Yeah, hold on, brother. Yeah. My question is, if you can
Keely's
go back,
on your side. He's gonna help you.
It's for the fake Indians. Thank you.
this brother, if you can go back 500 years, let's say you can go back 500 years, right? In your genealogy, that's roughly 4,000 and something ancestors, right? So my point is now, can you show in your genealogy that 4,000 plus, right? 4,000 plus ancestors are all Indians or Aboriginals?
It doesn't matter. You can
Those,
show me.
those,
Hold
no,
on,
no, it
y'all
does,
just
it
ain't
does,
just go
it
back to
does,
my
it
question
does.
about the coffee.
It
It
does, man.
don't
He can't
matter
help himself.
because
Hold
majority
on,
of
hold
them is in
on. He's answering
America,
the
so they
question. You
still
just
make them
asked the question, and
Indian.
then hold on, I'll answer too. Go ahead, Sachi. You asked the
They
question.
go back to what I keep saying about the damn cup of coffee. They act like an African come over here and overpower this whole bloodline is already here. It don't.
Exactly,
That's
and
that's it.
and
Hold
to
on.
Your
That's it.
bloodline, you
piggyback
still
Those,
gonna
off
those,
find more
what he's
Americans.
saying, though, Akili, that is a fact because we have the information that they're giving us as far as the transatlantic slave trade, when people started coming over, what are
can I
different things
respond
that
to
were happening, as well as the actual Indian slave trade that was happening before any Africans were brought here. So the fact of the matter remains that people were here, and you said you're not denying the admixture, but now we got to ask is, if you're not denying the admixture and you're saying that people were here, when people are finding that their lineage is showing that they're Indian, would that mean that the African could come in and overpower the Indian? That's what Sachi's asking. If
Black
someone
people
is
used to be in
finding
China, and
all,
now China's all.
if someone's asking, because let Akili go, because you got to
right?
rant, Saya. Let Akili answer. So if there's someone here that was indigenous and they mix with an African, how is it that their offspring all of a sudden becomes more African even though they were already here?
Right. Okay. I understand that response, right? And it makes sense to a certain extent. But my question was specifically right for people that can trace their lineage or their genealogy to 500 years ago. There's a reason why I'm saying this. So that's around 1523, I believe, right? So if you can trace your lineage, let's say 5,000 years ago, 500 years ago in the Americas, right? And you can show it in your genealogy, you must be able to show that every single one of your ancestors on that lineage are Indians. And if
Hold on, stop. See, you not from
bro,
America, so
bro,
you wouldn't
Talking
bro,
over him.
understand that
bro,
we've been
bro,
reclassified several times.
bro,
Hold on, because you don't
I
understand what you're saying.
bro,
You can't
bro,
let you
There's no
talk.
way possible you will be
you
able to
know,
do that
It's not
because the Indian
civilized.
was
He's
reclassified to
uncivilized.
Negro, black,
He
colored,
has no
African
class.
American.
This dude got no
now,
class.
now you're looking for
No, I'm just giving
exclusivity.
you the facts. Y'all don't understand the
You,
You tell
truth.
this dude
You
straight
ask
from
you
the
Now,
ask
mouth.
the
okay,
right
hold on,
question.
Sachi. Let me ask a question though with Akili. So you're not counting Negroes, coloreds, blacks, right? You're saying before they were denounced of that, you're asking for someone to go back 500 years and say that they can show that all the grandparents they found were Indian, correct?
right, grandparents, grandmothers on both sides of the family are all Indians.
Okay, so the point of the matter that he's making, then, yes, when you're talking about grandmothers, great grandmothers in the last 500 years, you're being disingenuous if you're saying all the records need to say Indian, because you know for a
But that's
fact they won't say Indian, because you know as far as the history of what happened to the Indians.
but
So you know
Francis.
for a fact some of the Indians,
Okay.
their records are going to say colored.
Oh,
They're going to say black. They're going to say Negro because they're part of acts and laws that we can clearly see. The laws say we're going to take the Indian and we're going to make them colored. We're going to take the Indian and we're going to make them black,
What year was that?
etc., etc.
What year was that?
So, sorry, I'm not answering your question right
Of
now.
course you can't.
I'm talking to Akili. So be
Was it
disingenuous to
wasn't
say
just
you
one
want
occasion, it
all
was
records
several.
to show that. But what people are saying is not necessarily that all my records say this. They're saying that through a genealogy perspective, which some people can go 500 years back, of many different people, they have their actual land and their burial grounds in their name, and majority of those people are Indian. So it doesn't need to be all of them. They're saying majority is, so majority rules.
Long wind.
Does
Can I
that make
respond
sense,
to that?
Akili? Yeah,
No,
respond.
I 100% get you, but I'm talking, like I keep saying this, right? I'm talking to the really extreme right wings that believe that whole their genealogy is nothing but Indians. I'm not talking about those that know
You
they
still
have.
don't understand, bro. In America, we was
Stop
reclassified all
interrupting,
they
man.
Yeah, he
genealogy to
can't help
be
himself. He's
Yo,
Indian.
stop
crazy. He is
interrupting, bro, man.
You don't
uncivilized.
Seriously, man.
understand
Because
what she just
listen,
told you that you still
listen.
He
asking the same
represents, that's the
question.
men, Indian men.
No,
No,
I've
it's
been
not.
very quiet
We
and
can
very
show you
humble,
on
bro.
documents where people's eyes have been turned into
Dynamite.
beans and
He
all
sounds like he
type of
about to say
shit.
dynamite at the end of his sentence, huh?
Yeah,
No.
I don't
I'm
even
just
have
saying,
no energy
like
to
you so proper and white, you don't understand how
Dynamite.
it is to be around your
Dynamite.
people, so you wouldn't understand these type of talk. Cause you've been up there with them white folks all your life.
Listen, all my
White
life,
boy.
bro. Listen,
You
hold on,
don't
hold on,
understand how to be
hold
around
on,
your
hold
people.
on a
But
second,
back to you,
hold on
brother.
a second,
All
hold
I'm
on a
saying is
second,
back
hold on a
we have
second.
been
Number one, right? No,
reclassified,
hold
so
on, hold
you
on,
will
hold
never
on,
be able
bro.
to show all Indians in your family because Indians was classified as Negro, Black, Colored, and African American.
Don't forget
Once
mulatto
again,
too.
that's misconception that people from your paradigm have made up.
No.
You've made up
We
that.
can show
You've
this on
made up that.
documentation.
You've
Yeah,
made
before
up. You've made up.
1988,
You've
before
made it up.
1988, wasn't no such thing as an African American. Everybody over here was
Bro.
black. Before that, they was called Negro. Before that, they was called colored. Before that, they was called Negro or slave. Before that, they was called Indian. We can prove this through documentation. Y'all just talking. What other people on the planet have been reclassified out their nationality like that? Have any of y'all, have the Europeans, have the Asians, have any other people on the planet been reclassified
Bro,
out
you're
their
trying.
nationality? And y'all want to
All right,
sit up here and
let me
argue with us about
respond.
who the hell
Let
we
me
is,
respond to
and
you
we
about.
can show you that they took our nationality from us. We can show you that.
Yes, first of all,
We can
Indian
show
is
you
not
that.
national.
We can show you
Indian is not
that just 20,
Indian,
we can show you that just
bro.
20, 30 years
Indian is not a
ago, we was
nationality,
not
bro.
African Americans.
You
30,
need to
40, 30
educate
years
yourself.
ago, we was not African Americans. We was black people,
Oh
black
my God.
Americans. We can show you that. We
Okay,
can
so
show
hold
you.
on. OTK is gonna come in, and then it's
I
the
just want to be
Indians
able to
round for a
like. I don't want
question.
to go back and forth with no men. Like
Yeah, because
I can.
well, it's gonna be back and forth because I
I
mean, your
know, but I
question
don't want
has
to do this
been
because it's like
Akili, your question
He's
has been answered
uncivilized
from
and
three
wild.
different people,
He's a
and
savage.
you're wanting a different answer, but there's not gonna be a different answer
no,
because one,
not
you're
at all.
saying the total of records say Indian,
He's
which you
gonna
know
talk a
for a
long time right
fact.
now.
Yep, I am. Because you know for a fact that the Indians are not going to be in records when there's the black, Negroes, and coloreds. And then going back 500 years, as far as that, you know, they won't have all the
Well, you're
records.
missing it.
But
You're missing my point.
let's say someone has 2,799 of the records. That means majority, and they're all Indian. That means now majority of the 4,000 people are Indian. Once it's a majority, what people are saying is they are claiming the Indian, that the lesser amount that came, even if it's a multitude of other mixed people that mixed in, would not denote all that Indian blood from the almost 3,000 ancestors. So that's what they're saying. Yes, there are people that can go far back. They might not be able to go back to all 4,000 of their ancestors, but they can get through thousands of their ancestors that are Indian. They have Indian burial grounds, and they have Indian rights to their land that they're able to establish
Can
to
I
this day.
respond to that now? Can I respond to that?
Yes, you can respond. And then
Bro,
OTK after that.
that's cool. What's up, OTK?
What's going on, bro?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. My response to that is this, right? Once again, my point is this, right? I'm talking to those that claim that they are nothing but Indians. I'm
Bro,
not
you
talking
still
about,
saying the same
bro,
thing, and
this
you gonna
guy,
still get
yo,
the same answer
Told you
yo,
every
how they
man,
time you
this
do.
Yeah,
say
but
it,
guy,
bro.
Sachi,
bro,
let
man.
him get it. Let
Yeah,
him get
he
out his
can't. He
point. Let him
uncivilized.
get
He can't.
out his
This guy
point, and
don't
we'll
know.
do
Like,
this.
man, seriously, man, you don't
Yeah,
bring
go
out the
ahead,
research of
Akila.
people,
Go
bro,
ahead,
man.
Akila. You can go your point. Your point is for all the
First
enthusiastic
of all,
saying that they're
his
not
name's
mixed
like a
with
woman's name,
anything.
first of all.
But question, because I mean Topcast doesn't say he's not mixed with anything, but is your problem that they're saying that they're not mixed with anything, or is your problem that they're
Right,
saying they're
right,
not mixed with African? Because
right.
people will say they're Sephardic Jews, they'll say they're Black European origins and their Indian origins, but your problem is
That's
that they say that they're
right.
not African, right?
Exactly what my problem is for those that will claim anything else. They will claim Black Europeans. They will claim Indians. They will claim
They
freaking
don't gotta
Chinese.
claim
But
African.
first of all,
Why
So
y'all
there's
the
never.
African police,
Hold
bro?
on, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro, man. Fuck's
No,
sake,
my
man. Stop
problem
talking,
with
bro.
you niggas,
see,
y'all niggas,
see,
Yo, this
we
nigga,
don't
bro.
gotta
Shut
Wait,
the
be
fuck up,
Sachi,
man.
African,
Thank
man.
you,
please,
man.
Sachi, please, please,
No, hell
please.
no.
y'all
We
thought
Yeah,
it
stop
was
I told
me.
me I'm
African
trying to
police
do
us. You don't gotta be African.
for over hours. Just don't say
What's
not one
wrong
word,
with you
man.
niggas, man? Like
Shut
Yeah,
your
y'all
so
mouth,
let
bro.
don't
him
like. Why
let him
y'all trying to
finish.
force y'all shit on people?
Sachi,
Yeah,
Y'all
but
gotta get this dude
Sachi,
off the
we don't
show.
just
This
want
let
to
dude
him
is
have
a
you
finish.
weirdo.
Yeah, we don't want to kick you off, but just let him finish.
Yeah, you
We're
gotta get
going
him out
back
of
and
here.
forth, and we know that people aren't going to agree with each other, but we
He
got to
must live in
let
a trailer
Akili
park
finish.
or something.
I wanna address some of the things Niggas talking about. Niggas, what's up, mate? What's going
What's up?
on?
What's up, mate? What's up? What's
What's
up?
up, good mate, man? So check it out, man. It's not what we're claiming, like,
Who
or
am I
want to
talking to?
claim.
Right,
You know this, man. You know me, man. This Bailey man.
right. Go ahead, bro. Cause I can't see your name. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to type in the chat to you and stuff. But
I know.
so you Capricorn, right?
Yeah, 28th of December, brother.
Yeah,
My son
yeah.
told
You
me
you remember you remember.
my stepmom
But
told me.
anyway, so yeah, what I want to say to you is that we're fine. Oh, she got a train. We don't find African in our lineage. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we don't say it. Like we find, like me, I have Scottish, I have English, but there's no African.
What's the
I even
rest made
have
up of?
Dutch.
What's
You
the
know what I'm
rest made
saying?
up of?
Indian. That's what we're telling you. It's in our lineage. It's in
Okay, my
records.
question,
You know what I'm
my,
saying?
my, que-
No
my
African.
question,
Just like how you cannot tell me any African that for the transatlantic slave trade, brother, I can tell you my lineage, and I'm not ashamed of it. But we just
my
can't
question,
find the African, and that's why we're not claiming it. Because why would we claim something that we cannot prove that we are? And
It's
that's
okay, one
OTK
that's
question.
all.
next.
Because it's
Hold up,
crazy.
Akili, because we've already answered your question. If you're going to repeat the same exact thing,
No,
that
I was
question's
gonna ask a
already been
different question. I was gonna ask a different question, but go ahead.
go
okay.
ahead, Keely. Go ahead, Keely. Go ahead.
Right. My question would be right. When was right the word Africa or African, should I say, introduced in the United States? When was it introduced in like when was it first used over there? African. But I think that's very important, right?
You asking when was we starting to call? When was we being called Africans over here?
No. I
Or
mean
you just
in a
like when did we
census.
start
I mean,
using the name African in
right.
America?
I'm talking about in a census in America. When was the
That shit
word
came with
or the
y'all
name
Achilles.
African
We
used?
know that shit. That shit came with the
I'm
colonizers.
asking 1870. It started in
What year?
1870
What year I'm
naturalization
talking
act.
about?
That's when the term African came into use in the United States, and they still
He's
didn't
talking
call
about.
us Africans.
Shit,
Okay,
they
But
don't
that's
call
my point.
themselves Africans. They don't call
But that's my
themselves
point.
Africans.
That's my point, right?
Me and the Goss done had this conversation. They don't call themselves Congolese. They don't call themselves Nigerian. None of that. They call themselves by their tribes.
No, they
Same
do.
thing
They
with our
do.
people
Okay,
here.
so that was your
They
no,
do.
Akili, that was your question. OTK, go ahead.
And
He's
give a
Achilles,
finished.
wrong answer.
I feel that question was very, very vague.
No, that was a good
Because
question. That was a
you
great
asking a
question.
weird
That was a great question because
question
it
because
separates us from the Africans. In 1870, they naturalized the Africans as United States citizens, but they did not call us African on the census. Only people that came from the continent of Africa was called African.
Facts. We was never on the census as African American until after Jesse with this shit. It was always colored, Negro, or Indian, or
The
mulatto.
old African meeting house. What do you know about it?
They don't know about that. Just
Old
let's look at
African
this.
meeting house.
It's not.
The old
No, it's
African
On
not.
Indian, on Indian
It's not
land.
your turn. Wait, hold on.
On Indian land.
Well, it's your turn first.
African
OTK,
Methodist
ask
Church.
your
Where you think it come
question,
from?
and then
African Methodist Church. I grew up in the AME, brother. No, let me match his energy
hold on.
real quick.
Okay.
I got him.
Go ahead and answer
The
him. But
African
he's
Methodist
down.
Church that came from a group of people that came up underneath Marcus Garvey ass and the Masons, who was trying to get people to leave off their fucking land, like us in the South Carolina, trying to get us to convert to Christianity and leave off our land and go back to Africa. But you know what happened in that meeting, brother? Nobody wanted to go. Do y'all research, man, before y'all come up here and ask people questions, because y'all don't want to find these things out, or y'all don't know how to find these things out. Now, if y'all come on here and ask general questions because y'all are actually trying to learn something, then that's cool. But don't come up here and ask people questions about who they are, and then when you get the answer, you don't accept the goddamn answer. I don't understand that, man. We need to stop talking to y'all. For real. Because the shit ain't making no sense. We getting dumb as a motherfucker talking to y'all. The more we talk to y'all, the dumber we fucking get.
Well, mic drop. But
Not
OTK,
you
ask your
necessarily,
question.
Nagast. Not you, Nagast. Because me and you talk. You
I know.
But OTK, go ahead and ask your question to them, or whatever question that you have, and then I'll bring them back up, and then they have to answer before they ask another question.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting because I heard a bunch of mouthing going on while I was listening. So I came in to check energy straight up.
I just want y'all to know
Okay,
that
then I'm gonna ask a question. Oh, what? Yes, Sachi?
Marcus Garvey met with Ernest Severe Cox. Ernest Severe Cox was one of the authors of the Racial Integrity Act with Walter Plecker. Ernest and Marcus was great friends.
Thanks. Go ahead, Dosane.
Okay, so my question would be, since there's such an emphasis on American Indians to do their genealogy and know where they came from, why is it that there's such a lack between you guys to do y'all's
Indians are doing all the question
genealogy?
asking. It's weird. Instead of answering.
No. Akili just asked a question, and then you just asked the question that OT answered, even though
He answered it wrong with a lie.
You can't
old
say
African
someone
Methodist Church?
answers. You can't say someone answers it wrong. That's not how answers work. You get to ask a question, and then you get an answer. We have to settle. We have to settle for your whack ass answers, so you have to settle for ours.
How you going to learn by
Akili got a
settling with someone?
question. Akili asked a question, and you asked the question,
If you
even
in
though it's
class, you don't
supposed
let
to be a back and forth. So right now, it's my question. It's the turn for my question. And again, no one's holding you hostage here, Sire, so you can always leave. But it's my question turn. So again, there's always this big hoopla about the American Indians doing their genealogy and going as far back as they can to prove that they're American Indians. But there's this lack of people that go and associate themselves with Africans that tend to do their genealogy. They are satisfied with just going back to the 1800s and saying, well, I know that the transatlantic slave trade happened, so my ancestors from the 1800s, even though they're not connected to the transatlantic slave trade, I'm just going to connect them and say that they're African. So when will there be as much as a push for Africans to go ahead and dig in their genealogy as well, to go ahead and find the African connection that shows definitively that they are from the transatlantic slave trade, and the same way they push for the American Indians to go back 500 years to prove that they're Indians. I don't know if Saya's going to be able to answer first, Akili, so go ahead and let Saya calm down and get ready for his answer, and you go first. Akili, are you still there?
Right. Yeah, I'm still.
Okay, go ahead and answer that. Because
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
that's
you have it. You're not far back into your genealogy at all when you're asking for a 500-year passage of the American Indians. Why is it that you don't want to know
Super
500
long
years of
winded.
your past, of your family history, or what is it that's stopping you from pushing yourself to do what you want the Indians to do?
all right. For okay, when it comes, that's a great question by the way as well, right? When it comes to most places, and when it comes to most places in Africa, right, we have to understand the record keeping compared to the Americas, especially North America, isn't the same, right? And it's the same thing, for example, with those brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. A lot of them can't trace the genealogy like those in North America can because of the record keeping not being as immaculate or done as well or as good as other places. So it's very difficult often for most people in Africa, including myself, to go into literally paperwork, to go into a library or to a church or anything like that, right, and pull up paperwork to say, you know what, I this is your great great grandfather. All I know is right, based on oral traditions and talking to my elders, I know who's who. I've got photograph that goes back to my great. I'm right in my living room right now. My great grandmother. I know what she looked like. Obviously my grandmother, and that's as far I can go when it comes to like what's it called? When it comes to as like photograph way or paperwork, it's hard to go back on paper. You know what I mean? If I go back my great grandmother and get any type of record, it's almost impossible. But I know who are my great 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 grandmothers and fathers based on if I ask one of my elders, they'll be able to tell me. You know, so it's a total different ball game to compare to compare record keeping in Africa and record keeping in America. And the same thing, like I said before, right? Those people, our people in like in the Caribbean as well, it's the same thing. They have the same issue. If you ask the average Jamaican or Asian, can you go back 300 years genealogy? They can't do it, most of them. You know what I mean? So that would be
Okay,
my
so I
answer.
just have a quick question to Preference, and then Saya, you can go after this. Your family, like your great grandma that you said you have pictures of, they would
Right.
be from the Caribbean or directly from
No,
Africa, or where?
they're directly from Congo. Yeah, of course.
Okay,
My
so your
family.
great grandma was born in Congo.
Yeah, yes. All my family, as far as I know, was born there. Yeah,
Okay.
born and raised. Right.
Okay, Saya, go ahead. You can answer now.
All right. What's the question?
There seems to be a major push for the Indians to do their genealogy and go back as far as possible to prove that they're Indian. Why isn't that same push for the Africans, and why don't people hold themselves to the same standard to be able to prove by connecting themselves to the transatlantic slave trade through genealogy?
All right. So yeah, well, that's pretty simple. Most history it's pretty clear. We understand what took place in history. So most people already caught up, and we understand who is where in the world and why for the most part. So that's what we're starting off. We're starting off as just being educated in a society, knowing who is who and where they're at in the world. So when you have a people that start to say, "Hey, I'm actually black and I'm from over here," that's something different that that's not really consensus favors around the world. They don't really look and say, oh, African Americans are from North America or whatever. That's not something they do. And I think that's probably because you can see with the story of us being from Africa, you can see it when you look at all the other African Americans, the ones in Canada, the ones in Mexico, the ones in the Caribbean, West Indies, the one in South America. You can see,
Man, hell, look at
because of the way,
Cuba.
especially when it gets to the Caribbean, West Indies, and South America, Central America, you start getting into situations where you got colonizers who who enslaved different, where they have slave populations that are a majority of the population, as opposed in the United States where it was opposite, where the usually slave masters either 50, the whites either 50% or higher as far as population, where they could crush all kind of culture. In those places, you can still see the culture from of African culture, religion, uh, words, language, everything. You can still see it. So they don't question it, even though they do sometimes include their native roots. Overall, the Africans that are African descendants, of the transatlantic slave trade do recognize that they're African. The main ones with the confusion are here in the U.S. And that's because of the indoctrination that we get. In the push
You
for.
ain't said nothing, man. Stop. I'm tired of
That's
listening to
it.
this
See,
shit.
now
They
this
ask
here
you a
once again.
specific
You
question. You've
cannot
been
control
rambling
this
on
man.
about
I
this
He
know,
gets
I
shit.
know.
emotional. His emotions. I heard him every time I talk, and that's what I do
You
to these
ain't
boys.
I
saying
mean, you
nothing,
have
nigga.
They
been
Stay
can't.
going a
talking.
He
long
don't want to
time.
debate.
You
He
say
don't
You
want
that
to
ain't
I
debate.
go
talking.
Just
too
but look at him.
long,
Look at
but
what
Specific
happens to him.
question.
He
You
can't
keep
get
okay.
any
rambling
of them
on about
out.
this
Sachi,
for
go ahead and
He
stop.
don't
days.
got it. He
And
don't want to go
then
question it. He don't want
you've
to go question
answered
the
it
question.
time and time again.
He
So,
wants
Saya,
to interrupt.
please go ahead and get your last few words in. You got 30 seconds left to close out the answer. And then you got one more question to ask right now.
Oh, I didn't even ask a question. I get a chance to ask a question now?
Yeah,
I got
yeah.
to
You
finish
get
my
to,
question.
yeah, you did ask a question. Akili asked a question. You get one more question, and then we're going to go around for last words.
All right. So right now, I need one question, or do I answer the question? Do I finish my thing, or do I answer a question?
Yeah, you can finish, but you have 30 seconds to finish your thing and then ask a question.
Okay, yeah. So that was answering. I was answering the question, and explaining why it's as I said, for African Americans or Africans in the diaspora, why is it not so much for them to have to explain where they're from? As I said, it's well documented where we're from. For the most part. And I know there are some little things, some specks here and there, some people
If
that
it's
you might
well
claim
documented,
that
you
could
should
be a
be able
little
to pull the
different. I mean,
documents up.
we know for the most part they come up West Africa, some of us come up East Africa, some of us come to Southeast Asia, and some even from India, because colonizers and slavers went to those places too and
So
shipped
tell
people
me
back
why
over.
you
So
can't
there
show
is
the boat you
there
came
is
off
all that.
of.
Okay, Sachi, hold on. He has to stop in like 10 seconds. Hold
Yeah, I
on.
can't, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. Every time I talk, I got to deal with that. Y'all can't control this dude, so my thoughts get chopped up. And that's unfair, but it's the way y'all do, But I'll just end it there because I'm never going to get a chance to get clear thoughts out because this dude is so scared of the truth that he has to interrupt.
Nah, cause I ain't really getting to talk. I'm just breaking in. Every now and then they asking y'all questions. Cause like everything you said, you danced around their whole question. They asked you about your specific family.
They didn't ask me about specific nothing. You didn't hear her question. She
Yeah,
can answer. She
yeah,
can
I
ask it
did
for you
ask
again.
you about specific anything, but what you said is that you don't feel like it's necessary for you to do your genealogy. You want to hold Indians to a standard because you feel like it's an extreme cause, and you're fine with going with all the white people, all the Masons, all the misinformation, all the indoctrination that says what your origins are, and you could care less about really finding
That's
what
not what I said.
you
It's what you're claiming
yeah,
I said. And
that's
that's called a
basically
lie.
what you
That's
said.
called a lie. And
That's
I mean, if you want to
basically
do
what you
that, if
said,
you want to
Saya.
lie, you can go ahead and do
Well,
that. But
that's
I
what
got to
you
let
said, but
everyone
you
know
can
that's not
ask
what
your
I said.
question. You
I
can
never
ask.
said those words. I never said those words, but you're
Well,
saying
I
I said
summed
them.
it up. Yeah, that
But it
was a
has something to
summary.
do with the way you
I'ma
were
tell you
raised
what's
and the people
crazy.
that raised you. I blame them. I don't blame you, sister.
What the
Well,
other
yeah,
brother
that's fine.
said?
Hold
What the
on,
other brother
Sachi.
I have no
Hold
said?
on,
respect for them
Sachi.
who raised you like that, but I respect you.
Damn, bro, what
I
you
don't
talking? I
care
don't
about
respect
a
you for
white boy
even
that
saying
doesn't
that.
respect
You
my
don't know them
parents or
people.
anything like that. You're a white boy from Massachusetts, Saya.
See, man,
But
this
you
is
Right.
can go ahead
Now
and
you want to
ask
call me
your last
names and call
white
me
boy
white because I'm blacker
question.
than you, but you won't call me white.
problem, man.
Oh,
You
you're
think you
definitely
don't
not
want to be black.
blacker.
You don't even want
I
to be
You're
black
know.
or
definitely not
African. So
blacker
you
than me.
We
definitely
got
ain't black.
You're
access to records
You have
and
no
definitely.
black
all
in
his
you.
You're
You got no black
people.
on
absolutely
you.
not.
You're like an
You're
Oreo.
no
You
way.
black on the
What the
No
outside,
fuck
way,
but
is
you ain't black
black?
bro.
on the
Hey, hold on,
inside.
hold on, hold on, hold on, real quick.
And that's
What
You
it.
is black?
play lacrosse.
What is
I play
black? What is black,
basketball.
real
We
quick?
not the
Hold on, hold on.
same.
I need him
Right.
to
You
explain
don't
black.
play
What is
basketball at
black?
all. I don't know
Hey,
what you
Ghana,
play,
this
but it
this
ain't
OTK
basketball.
Ghana, peace.
Look like
Peace to
you
you,
play
Ghana.
boxing with your
One
face
thing
with no
about it,
hands.
basketball
Hey,
comes from the
OTK,
Indians.
hey,
So
Ghana,
you
Ghana,
shouldn't be
this
playing
OTK, brother.
basketball,
This
Mr.
OTK.
African.
Okay, yeah, ask the question. Get him to
Hold
shut
on,
up and answer me. See,
hold
watch
on,
how I
No,
Star
you
answer
Five.
the
can
question.
ask.
Hold on, Star
Go
Five.
ahead and
Hold on.
ask your last question, Saya. This is your last question.
You said it's my. Oh, I thought we were gonna come around, and I was gonna ask my last question.
No, this is
Oh
your
yeah, I
last
was
question
about
right
to ask
here.
him. I wanted him to define black for me. What do you call black?
Okay.
I
Is
go
that a
by the
race?
definition. I
Is
go by
that
the
a race?
definition. Yeah, I go by
Is
the definition. Yeah.
so black is a race?
Yes. Yeah, I go by the definition. You know the
Okay,
definition, right? Have you
so
looked up the
that's
definition?
our problem. That's our problem
Okay,
right
that's
there.
our problem going by the definition. Okay, I understand.
That's that.
But I know
So
you don't
black,
want to be
so
black.
hold up.
You don't
So
want to be
you
African.
black,
You don't want to be black. I
so let me
understand
ask
where
you
y'all
this.
coming from. I
Hold
don't
on.
ask
So
why.
why
I know
brown
why.
is in the race? Hold
Hey,
on,
true or
brother.
false? People that are oppressed do that.
Brother, I'm trying to have a good
That's what they do.
square.
You
We
That's
the
can
what they
go
do.
back and forth. We
Okay.
can go back and forth.
All
You
right.
say black is
you
the
the
race.
hand of the
It's
oppressor.
brown
You
and race.
know it.
Yes.
Hold on,
It's
Saint.
your point. It's your ally. That's your ally. Y'all can't control yourselves.
You
Get
are
your
the
Indian
hand
brother.
of the oppressor. You
Get your
pushing
Indian
the
brother and
oppressor
shut him up.
message right now.
Out of control. He's out of control.
His name. You
go and ask me the question, bro.
Wait, hold on. He asked the question already, and you answered that you think black is a race. Now, OTK, you have a minute. Go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Yeah, I want to have a bill. If black is considered a race, Ghana, why brown, green, yellow?
Wait. Before we have a build, though, why we're kind of winding down is because I believe what Nisha said, it's going to automatically stop us at 12 hours. So we got 9 minutes left before the 12 hours.
But Ghana, let me show you something. Just to let you know, brother, I'm really in this AME. You can only get this when you're in the AME. You see this? You can only get this type of stuff right
when
here.
Was it founded? What year was the AME founded?
When you AMEs. And the AME was founded when Richard Allen didn't found the AME until after he founded the Methodist. He was in the Methodist religion first.
Right, African Methodist. Right, African Methodist.
It started in the Anvil blacksmith shop, brother.
Yeah, AME. What year?
Yeah. God damn. Now you want the exact year after the African Society?
Now we getting
technical. Oh man.
Watch this, y'all.
18. Let me see. The hymnal came out 1818. Richard Allen historically served the people in the streets. 1784.
1784. And you said earlier it came out with Marcus Garvey, which he came in 1915. You were off a few hundred years, big boo-boo, but that's okay. So you mean back in the 1700s now they were calling.
Wait.
Now, all the way back in the 1700s they were calling themselves African.
Going back to Africa movement was with Marcus Garvey.
Okay. You're saying the Back to Africa movement.
No, I ain't saying nothing about Back to Africa movement. But he said when I asked earlier about that church, I asked him about that church, and I said
get it. That's why I'm about to answer. Okay, so it says the African Methodist Episcopal Church was originally formally organized in 1860. There you go.
With the American Colonization Society.
Yeah, man, quit playing games. When
and I asked him since he hit that right. So that was so when he said Marcus Garvey, that was also so now African American meeting house. The old African meeting house. We know that was formed.
I'm alone too. Sister Freedom, are you even here?
So when people say we ain't call each other African, that's a lie. They just don't know what they're talking about. It's easy to point that out. It's easy to correct these Indians. It's easy to correct these Indians with facts. I make them correct themselves just with questions. That's why I already know the answers.
That's what I was saying.
When you already know the answers, it's easy. I walk them into it. That's why I ask the questions I ask. I walk them right into it.
African American mystery system.
Who found the African American mystery system? All this goofy talk, man. He shouldn't be allowed to talk.
The original pastor that gave him the sanction.
I like this other dude, man. Can I talk to the other brother? This dude is really. This dude's like he's still drunk or something. I don't know what he has no information. Never listen to him. The other brother shot. This dude like
everybody sleep or they left or
no, this dude's like an old drunk or something. I don't even know.
Okay, hold on, y'all. So since we got 6 minutes left, that was the last question, Saya. I think you were asking about
good luck. Appreciate it.
This church. So we're just gonna go around and close, but we're gonna start with you, Saya. You have a minute. Go ahead and close.
Yeah, I ain't got too much to say about the thing. I just appreciate the show. I appreciate y'all think I was joking earlier. I really do appreciate coming on this show, talking with y'all in regards to how we bang heads or whatever go on. You handle things, no disrespect, like a man should be handling it. Y'all handle and deal with me like a man should. And I'm telling you, I'm super proud. And I got nothing but respect for y'all. I appreciate the chance to talk because, having it in suck. Not being able to kick it with other people. It don't matter whether we agree or not. It just matters that we get to have this and y'all allow it. So I appreciate it and peace.